The Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on this midweek edition, we will get started with last night's college football playoff rankings, which were released. Then in 20 minutes, we will continue talking about what we saw last night and how Cole Thompson feels about it. He is the host of SEC Unfiltered. Donkster time, and our best bets come your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. We stream each and every day. If you'd like to do that, you can go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. We are streaming on X as well. How you doing? Good to see you. Chelsea, what was your initial reaction when we saw the college football playoff rankings last night? We have Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, Texas A&M 3, followed by Bama at 4.
I think my biggest reaction, because I am friends with you, is that, boy, does Texas look like they are in the driver's seat when it comes to the college football playoff. And remember what a roller coaster of a season it's been for Texas, the preseason number one, to people calling Arch Manning the definition of failure, to now Texas is gaining some steam. And if you look at their schedule for the rest of the season, they have some really big games left to where they can certainly prove things. And the wildest part is it feels like they only have to win one of those two big games against top five opponents, because they go on the road to Georgia, which is a really tough one, especially the way that Georgia is so resilient in the fourth quarter. And then they finish the season at home against Texas A&M in a rivalry matchup. So, Jenks, my question is for you, somebody who follows Texas football religiously,
this is
do
true.
you think Texas can win one of those games?
I think so. Texas is a weird team. They're a very weird team. And I say that because, look, they're the only team in college football that has been to the college football playoff semifinal 2 straight years. No other team has done that. They have a Manning at quarterback, and Arch at times looked like he had no idea what he's doing, and then other times looks like he makes these NFL throws, does make these NFL throws that not many quarterbacks in college football can make. I think when it comes to Arch in particular, Texas does not have a great offensive line. They have a hard time running the ball. They have a hard time protecting Arch. Very few quarterbacks in college football have been pressured like he has been. But what happens? They protect him better than they have all season against Vandy. And if not for those corrupt referees at the end of that game, by the way, some of the worst refereeing I've ever seen, that's a blowout. And Vandy is damn good. So Texas is one of those teams because of how they recruit and because Arch does have talent. If they get protection up front, they can play with anyone because that's a top 10 defense. Now they're having some issues on the back end, but all of the tools are there. We've seen it even in that loss to Ohio State. I know they lost to Florida as well. They hung with Ohio State until the fourth quarter. And teams evolve throughout the season, but the tools are there. They need the polish is what Texas needs. But at 30-1, you're talking about good value, really good value for Texas. But they will have to earn it. I do think they can win 2 of the 3 against Arkansas, A&M, and Georgia. Arkansas is one of those teams that will be an issue because that's a rivalry that goes back a long way, and it could be a trap game for the Longhorns. I'm telling you, Texas has to be careful about that game. But if you're the Longhorns, everything is right in front of you because you went out, you're in.
Right, and this is the benefit of having a really tough schedule. And I think when people look at Texas, and some people might be mad about their current standing, I think it just goes to show that the committee really does not want to punish teams for scheduling really tough non-conference opponents. So they look at that loss the very first game of the season against Ohio State, who is the number one team right now, and they say, okay, that's fine. You lost to the number one team on the road with a relatively new quarterback in Arch Manning. So I think that's the general consensus I get from these rankings, is that that's what the committee said, that they're going to take precedence over everything, is that we're not going to punish you for losses against really good teams, but we are going to punish you for bad losses.
Right.
And we obviously give you more credit for good wins against good teams. So, of course, people are going to be upset. Like, there are going to be teams who are going to be arguing about this no matter what. But I will say this. These rankings matter to an extent. Like, you can see the pathway for Texas. But at the end of the day, like, we see this every year, where chaos ensues the last few weeks of college football, especially with some of these rivalry games at the very end of the year, where some of this stuff will work itself out, and some of this arguing that we're doing, on November 5th will be for nothing.
I agree. I can't wait to see how these things evolve. And I do think we got a little bit of insight into how the committee thinks. One of the things that we talked about yesterday was what's going to happen with these head-to-head meetings, right? Mm-hmm. So, fascinating enough, we have BYU taking on Texas Tech this weekend. Right now, BYU is number 7. Texas Tech is number 8, so that's going to have a massive effect. But then you look at Miami and Notre Dame. So these are two teams that met at the beginning of the season in Miami. First start for C.J. Carr. He goes down there. Miami wins the game. And so with both of these teams sitting with a couple losses, you think, okay, will Miami get the nod because they have the head-to-head over Notre Dame? Or will the committee say, well, that was a few weeks ago. We take the whole season into account. We take analytics into account, and we'll factor that in as well. That's what the committee did, which is why we're seeing Notre Dame at 10, and Miami is all the way down at number 18. And frankly, all things being equal, I would say head-to-head matters. It does matter. But when you have such a large body of evidence after what we've seen since the beginning of the season, I think it's pretty clear that Notre Dame is the better team, and the committee recognized that.
Right. And I think that it's also saying that the committee does not love the ACC, and for good reason. Like, the ACC does not feel like a very deep conference, but by issue of, somebody has to make it in from the ACC with the automatic bid. Mm-hmm. And looking at the conference wins and losses, Miami stands at 2-2 in the ACC. So it's going to be an uphill climb for the Canes. It feels like it's been a precipitous drop for Miami down the stretch. I do think you see this list and you're like, wow, Big 12. They could get several teams in, maybe a couple here. And like you mentioned, there is a big game looming this week. Like you said, who was it? It was Utah and who was it? Texas Tech?
BYU and Texas Tech.
BYU and Texas Tech. So I think a lot of people don't love to give credit to the Big 12, but the committee surely is, as we can tell by these rankings.
Yeah, I think that the committee wants to see a little bit more from some of these teams. But ultimately, I think if you're the Big 12, you have to be pleased where you are, right? Because the committee is always going to lean into an Ohio State or an Alabama or a Georgia or an Ole Miss. Like, the SEC is well represented, at least at the top. And even at the bottom, too, you've got Texas and Oklahoma. So I think if you're the Big 12, they're being respected here, rightfully. But ultimately, when you're playing that schedule, which is softer than the SEC schedule, that is always going to be factored in by the committee. What is your take on Ohio State being number 1? Do you agree with that over Indiana? Mack Rhodes was asked about this. He is the chairperson of the College Football Playoff Committee, and he basically said, look, these teams are very, very close, but we think Ohio State is a bit better up front on the offensive line. We thought they were better defensively. I think this is just old school, like, it's Ohio State.
Right. It's basically them saying, hey, it's the quote-unquote eye test.
Right.
And maybe Ohio State is the better team. It's just that's literally the only way that you can spin it, because all the metrics certainly love Indiana. Like, on paper, their numbers fly off the page. And I think it's just one of those things where Indiana has to earn their credit, whereas, Ohio State gets it on a silver platter. It's like, oh, well, you guys have been great this year. Innocent until proven guilty, which is not the case for Indiana. But Indiana is still in the top 3. And I do think in the grand scheme of things, as long as you're one of those top 4 teams, like you're still in a really good spot. Like, obviously, we don't know the matchups just yet. But Indiana still should be in a great spot to be in the college football playoff and make a strong run. But when you look at the rest of these teams, is there any other team that maybe people have a reason to be mad about their rankings? Like, I'm looking at Oregon, and we had this conversation earlier, where Oregon is 7-1, and you look at all these SEC teams that also have a loss on the schedule, and Oregon's only loss is to the number 2 team in the land. Do you think Ducks fans have a right to be angry?
Yeah, I do. If you're at Oregon, your only loss is to the number 2 team in the college football playoff rankings. And I know immediately you say, well, look at Penn State. Yeah, they got that win, but Penn State sucks now. It's like, yeah. Why do they suck, though? Because Oregon ended their season. That game was so built up, like not just for this season, but honestly, for years, if you think about it. If you think about James Franklin before he was fired by Penn State, like they had been building for this game for years. Like, this is the team all offseason. This is when Penn State finally makes a run. This is it. I mean, these guys return. They are here to win a natty. They had been building this up before the season. We knew this is the game. It was at night. It was a whiteout. Went to overtime. Like, this was it for Penn State. And once Oregon took them down, then everything fell apart because it destroyed that program for this season. They're going to be fine. They'll hire someone. They're going to be great. But when you lose to UCLA and you lose to Northwestern, I mean, clearly the bottom drops out because of that loss to Oregon. So punishing Oregon because Penn State isn't good now is not fair, because the reason why Penn State isn't good now is because Oregon snatched their souls. Like, if Penn State wins that game, Penn State is probably still undefeated, and then you're really punishing Oregon. So I think Oregon has a case to say, we've only lost to Indiana. We beat Penn State in Happy Valley at night. What else do you want from us?
Right, because I think the main case that goes against him is like, okay, what's their signature win? And it does look like that one, because they don't have any other ranked wins other than, that game when Penn State was actually ranked. But you look at some of these other teams, like Ole Miss only has one ranked win over Oklahoma on the road, which, granted, it's a pretty good win. Yeah. But it's just, there's going to be a lot of arguing, and there always is. But at the end of the day, there are 12 teams that get in. And I don't want to hear it because, if you're not one of the 12 top teams in the country, that's your own fault. Right. So I don't want to hear it, but this is why I think they do this, because it drives the conversation for college football. And there's a reason they have this long, drawn-out show for it, because they know that this type of engagement and reaction is great for college football. So I know that we sit here and say, oh, I wish we could all get along. I feel like these executives are like, no, we kind of like it when people bicker because it actually drives interest in the sport.
Oh, there's no question about it. And honestly, it's a healthy bickering. I don't think that they are purposefully sending a team down the rankings to generate talk or to generate debate, but they probably don't mind it, because at the end of the day, these can change, right? They'll change next week. These final rankings aren't out for another month, December 7th. My birthday. My birthday gift will be the college football rankings finally come out and being solidified. So because there is so much discussion, because there is so much debate, because things will naturally change because of wins and losses, this is going to evolve in a big way, and we'll probably see some shockers along the way. The committee knows that. So this is this is kind of like just building out a resume or something where it's not got the polish on it, but you've got kind of the framework in place. Like, this is what we're working with right now, but this is not a finished product.
Right, exactly. So I have one more question from a betting standpoint, James, because right now Texas is plus 170 to make the college football playoffs. And I think we've already gone over, and you think that they can win 2 of their last 3 games of the season. Yeah. But if you don't think that game is Georgia, which is their next one, would you wait to bet this until after that game? Or do you think they stand a chance on the road against Georgia?
I think they stand a chance. I'm a little worried. I mean, Georgia has owned Texas recently. But, Florida put up a fight this past weekend, which gives me hope because I thought Florida was undervalued in that game. They got a lucky cover. But I think that we've seen that teams can maybe play with Georgia more than they've been able to in the past. And one thing that Georgia does do this season, which has been a bit of an Achilles heel, is they get off to really slow starts. At some point, that will punish them. And Texas has as well. But I think Texas definitely has a puncher's chance going into Georgia against a defense that is good, but hasn't been what we've seen maybe in previous years. Coming up next on the show. Oh, we're not done talking about this here on the show. We're going to continue discussing the college football playoff rankings and chat with Cole Thompson, who is host of SEC Unfiltered. He is next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thrilled to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we'll bring in Cole Thompson, get his take on the new college football playoff rankings when we bring in the host of SEC Unfiltered. We already got college basketball taking place. Have you watched any college hoops this season? I watched Texas get smacked around by Duke a little bit last night. That was fun.
No, I don't have ESPN, so I'm still
that's right.
holding firm. And I haven't found like pirated ways to watch college basketball because I have found ways to watch the NFL still.
Yeah.
But still looking for good options when it comes to college hoops.
All right. Well, I'm still waiting on that Belmont bet. Whenever you want to throw it out there, I'm waiting. I'm going to get one of these bells we have here in studio. And as soon as I hear that Belmont bet, I'm going nuts on that bell. I really haven't used the bell. We've got 4 bells here. Do they still use these, D-Day? Yeah, all the time?
Yeah, we used to use them on the weekend all the time.
Okay.
We're the only ones in here now, though.
Yeah, it's just us. Last one standing here. Well, someone else we got ready to go here. We can ring the bell for him. Cole Thompson, host of SEC Unfiltered, also producer on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. Cole, good morning to you. And I'll start with the basics here before we get going. Do you agree with Ohio State over Indiana? Why or why not?
Hey, morning, guys. Yeah, I understand if you want to put Indiana in there. Their strength of schedule isn't as polished as maybe Ohio State, but at the same time, their margin of victory has been significantly better than anybody else in the country, especially in the top 4. But when you look at Ohio State, the fact is that right now they are playing like the most cohesive team in the sport. They are dominating defensively. It's interesting that they lose 9 starters and they also lose their defense coordinator. And pencil pushing Matt Patricia comes on in, and the numbers are actually even better than what they were a season ago. Caleb Downs is having a Heisman caliber season that we're all overlooking because, well, you got a quarterback that's completing 80% of his passes to 2 elite top 10 wide receivers in the NFL draft over the next 2 years. And the offensive line is doing its job. They're handling business against quite literally everybody, any test that they've gone up against, whether it be a good Washington team, Texas coming on back in. They've made sure to eliminate their opponent and kind of make them obsolete. And to me, that is what screams number 1 team in the country. I have no problem with that. In fact, for my money, I actually have a little bit more of a problem about having Texas A&M a little bit higher. The way that they have looked, the way that they've responded, I think that there's a pretty good case that you can make them as the number 2 team and Indiana at number 3, which, by the way, whenever we finally get to the finish line, the top 4, if it is still going to be Alabama, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Ohio State, the winner of the SEC and the winner of the Big Ten are going to be 1 and 2. So why not just get practicing for that standpoint?
Right, because there is a lot of stuff that will work itself out as the season goes on. And you mentioned Texas A&M, and I see that you are based in Houston. So I have to ask about Texas as well, because we know the final game of the season for Texas is against Texas A&M. So when you see Texas in the 11th spot and it feels like they're in the driver's seat, is this a Texas team that you think will make the college football playoff?
Make it no, but at the same time, I'm not going to bet against them right now. Here's the beauty of what we've seen from Texas. When their offense is humming, it's a top 15 unit, and Arch Manning over the last 6 quarters has been as advertised. He has a complete percentage of 77.3%. He has 6 total touchdowns. He's led multiple scoring drives against Mississippi State in the comeback in Starkville and in the game against Vanderbilt last week. It was closer than expected, but we can talk about bad coverage and officiating regardless of that. The offense, as what we saw, is going to be the backbone of this team. And if they can go into Georgia in 2 weeks and be able to play that exact same level of consistency, Georgia's been playing with fire. And eventually when you stick around with the flame a bit too long, you will get burnt. This is a very good offense that could jump out to a significant lead and kind of rewrite their pathway into the playoffs. Them being at number 11 does show volume that they are probably going to be favorited as long as a Texas Tech or a BYU drops. But the thing is that because Texas Tech, BYU, and Utah are all in the top 13, there's going to be a pathway for there to be 2 teams from the Big 12, bare minimum, to get on into the 12-team playoff. And Texas still has to face off against 2 teams that very much are going to be ranked ahead of them. The Oklahoma battle as well gives them a slight advantage over Oklahoma if, to say, Oklahoma were to beat Alabama but lose to Missouri or LSU at the end of the year and still be 9-3. Texas has a good defensive line. They're secondary. People want to go ahead and say, well, they lost their top cornerback and they lost 2 starting safeties. You're Texas. You bring in 5-star talent every single year. One of the things that you completely, boast about in the SEC is that you have great depth. So you got to show me that depth is going to be able to bring it all together when you face off against top 5 teams in Texas A&M and in Georgia. But if you go win out and you're 10-2, you're a lock for the college football playoff. If you go 9-3 and you split the series between Texas A&M and Georgia, and let's say it's by a 3-point differential, there's going to be voters that look at that team and say they have 2 significant wins, they have 1 significant loss, and everything else they handle business against. We at least got to consider putting them in as the number 11 seed.
We're talking with Cole Thompson. He is the host of SEC Unfiltered, also producer on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. So, Cole, do you have a beef with maybe there should be more SEC teams, or did the committee mostly get it right for now?
No, committee got it right. If I'm being honest, I think that Tennessee needs to kind of be out of the picture. And here's the reason why, guys. How do we know Memphis is the top G5 team? They're not ranked. And neither is Tulane, and neither is North Texas, and neither is USF, and neither is James Madison. So if we're going to go down this pathway of saying that we need to have inclusion with the G5 program, which I'm not for, I'm not against. I personally would love to have a G5 playoff. It's more postseason, at-stakes college football. But regardless, if we're going to go down this pathway, you have to have a spot for them in the top 25. So we're looking last night, we're saying, well, naturally, Memphis has to be the team on in. Well, why does Tennessee then need to be ranked? They don't have a significant win this year. They've played in overtime against 2 different opponents. They haven't beaten a ranked team so far in conference play, and they're guaranteed a spot in just because of it's the SEC. And meanwhile, we're talking about the status of James Madison, who right now is humming on all 3 cylinders. They have significant wins over everybody in the Sun Belt, but they have a loss to Louisville, which is in the top 15. And then we talk about Memphis, where Memphis has a win over an SEC team, but they have one of the worst losses to UAB. So how do we justifiably crown that there is a top G5 team when none are ranked? So if it comes down to us losing a team for the SEC, I have no problem with it. But if you want to go ahead and say we're going to include the G5 representative, you have to include the G5 representative in everything. That means in the top 25 to know who truly is the best team in that division.
Okay, so when it comes to these rankings, it always feels like somebody's going to be mad. And sometimes people are justified. And there are real reasons why they can point at the list and be like, hey, why are we further down than this team? Who do you think fits the bill for that team? A fan base that has a right to be angry with these rankings.
Oh, my God, there's the easiest answer of all time, guys. It's Miami. It's 100% Miami. And it's not the fact that Miami is at number 18. It's the fact that Miami is at number 18, and who's at number 10? It's Notre Dame. And I would understand if you were to say, okay, well, we're going based off of projections. We're talking about that we believe at this point Miami is going to finish the year 9-3 and Notre Dame's going to finish the year 10-2. All right, fine, no problem there. But right now, they're both with 7-2 records. They both have a win against a ranked team. They both have a loss against a ranked team. And for Notre Dame's standpoint, Notre Dame has a loss to Miami. So if we're saying that records matter, and we're saying that head-to-heads matter, and we're saying that matchups matter, and clearly everywhere else they do matter because Vanderbilt is ranked ahead of Missouri, Texas is ranked ahead of Oklahoma, and Virginia is ranked ahead of Louisville, all games that were played on the field at an actual site where the head-to-head winner is ranked further ahead, why are we giving the benefit of the doubt to Notre Dame while meanwhile Miami is sitting behind them when they won the football game? And I understand Miami has been dreadful the last couple of games. They lost to they lost to Louisville in horrendous fashion with 4 turnovers. The game against SMU was kind of a little bit of a choke job and also just flat out embarrassing. But the committee's supposed to go in with an unbrashed and unbiased take. You look at Miami right now, the bottom line is that it feels like the voters are punishing them because of the expectations they had in their mind except when they face off against Notre Dame after week 1. Like, that's where we're at. Okay, now you're at 18 because of it. Because Notre Dame doesn't have a significant win over anybody. Notre Dame hasn't played up to the standard of some teams that we've seen in the ACC or some teams that we've seen in the Big 12. But they're Notre Dame, and they have won 7 straight, and they continue to rattle off wins. So we just give them the benefit of the doubt, despite the fact that if head-to-heads are supposed to be a dire factor, they should be right next to Miami, and they should be behind Miami. But unfortunately, Miami comes in at number 18, and it does feel like they're going to need a lot of chaos to happen while they have to win on out just to be in the chatter. Meanwhile, Notre Dame, who they beat, just has to win on out. No harm, no foul.
Cole, who is a team that is not in the top 12 right now? Not Miami, but a team that's kind of hovering right there that you think by the end could actually make a significant move here?
I mean, I think there's 2. Louisville's schedule down the stretch is very, very relaxed. They have that matchup against Kentucky to kind of close things on out. They're going to be able to, I think, show the rest of the country that they are the most complete team in the ACC. So sitting at 15 is not that bad. But I look at Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt, a lot of people are going to go ahead and say, well, they were embarrassing against Texas. Okay, maybe, but they found a way to come back, and they only lost by 3, which, again, we can talk about that officiating all we want, but they still found a way to respond. They close out the season with games against Kentucky, against Auburn, and against Tennessee. Tennessee right now, there's so many people that want Josh Heupel fired. So there's a lot of chaos currently going on in Neyland. Auburn just fired its head coach. They're not going to face off against Diego Pavia for a 4th time with Hugh Freeze at the helm to where he is going to find a way to mess things up. And Kentucky, for as good as they were last week, they were only good because of Auburn was terrible. So if they run the table and then we see Alabama beat Oklahoma and we see Texas lose to either Texas A&M or to Georgia or both, and if Utah drops a game and eventually somebody from the ACC is going to play against each other, whether it be Georgia Tech and Louisville or Virginia and Louisville, they drop a game, Vanderbilt's in a pretty good spot at 16 to be able to punch its way all the way up to number 11 and get them to get a backdoor cover into the playoff. Maybe it's not the thought process they wanted, but for a lot of people out there, they said Vanderbilt was dead after losing to Texas. Not even remotely close. They just have to win out and get a little bit of a boost. But if those things happen, they're going to be in the 12-team college football playoff.
All right, so we have like a minute left, and I wanted to ask you this because these rankings are great for discussion, but at the end of the day, how many teams do you think can actually win the national championship? Is it a long list, or is it only a few teams?
I think in the best way they can put it in less than a minute, it's going to be based off of your matchups. How quickly can you go out and find out which teams you are facing off against in the 12-team postseason picture? Because I didn't believe Notre Dame could win a national title last year, but they got the benefit of the doubt because of their schedule. I didn't think Penn State could win a national title last year, but they got the benefit of the doubt because of their schedule. I truly think from a talent perspective, there are 6 teams that can win it. I think Alabama, Texas A&M, Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Ole Miss are good enough to win a national title. And maybe you could throw in Oregon. I just need to see a little bit more from them. This weekend out at Kinnick Stadium is probably going to do wonders. But besides that, I only think that those are the numbers that we're looking at. From that standpoint, you also got to make sure that you get a beneficial matchup. Because the last thing you can afford to do is be a Georgia team that ends up being at the 5 spot. Then you have to face off against Alabama at the 4 spot, and your season's already done before you get out of the quarterfinals.
Make sure you check him out as host of SEC Unfiltered, also producer on Sports Talk 790 in Houston, and is our good friend Cole Thompson. Cole, always appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys, for having me.
Well, I appreciate a man who is willing to support Arch Manning, even if it's over 6 quarters. I'll just take what I can get. But I think, he makes a really good point in not overreacting and saying, overall, I think, these things are built for debate. There's going to be some sort of hot take today that comes out and someone loses their minds over some sort of ranking. But I think on the whole here, there's not a ton to debate. You're always going to have some minor quibbles when you're talking about a 12-team playoff, because even if it's 128 teams, team 129 will be like, why not us? Look at our schedule. So these are always going to be a part of it. But I think on the whole, this is a pretty solid list.
Yeah, I think so as well. And again, once you have 12 teams in, like, how much bigger does the pot need to be, for finding a national champion? Because from a talent perspective, usually you don't need to go that far even. But I do think possibly when the final rankings come out, the matchups will be something that people bicker about. Because, if you are one of those teams that is down a few spots and you have a much tougher matchup in the first round, that's when people have a right to be angry. So we will, we have fighting now, but just you wait until the final rankings of the season. Then people will be very angry.
Oh, God, don't you know it? That's when the real debate begins, because this is all sunshine and rainbows for now. We've still got a full month until the official rankings are released. So if you're not in now, you can say, all right, we just got to keep winning. These teams will lose if we're not in. Or if you're already in, you say, yeah, let's just keep staying the course here. We're going to be fine. So there will be a lot of jockeying over the next 4 weeks, but that's when the real debate will take place. Coming up next, a little more debate on how we're going to win some money today. Yeah, maybe we'll do it in the NBA. Maybe. I'll ask Chelsea. That and more coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network on a Wednesday. Come on back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Guess what? Donkster coming up here in a little bit. I see you looking at the NBA slate and getting more depressed by the second. That's it.
This is true. I'm
Am I
definitely
wrong?
not feeling great about this bet. But we've talked about this a lot, is that I never feel super confident betting on a league when they just start the season, just because there's not that much data to pull from. And like, we come on the show and we like to have ammo and logic and stats behind our arguments. And it's just when you don't have that much information to draw off of, a lot of it is, hey, trust me, bro, this is what I'm seeing with my eyes. So it is a limited sample size, which sometimes can be statistically inaccurate if you're trying to expand it over a season. So it's just one of those things where I'm going to give a bet, but please don't put the mortgage on it, because I don't feel that great about it.
So you don't want me to take your bet today, repost it on X and say, put the mortgage on it. All caps.
I don't know.
Put the mortgage on it.
I would not be surprised if our social team does this, though. Like, sometimes
Chelsea.
I have a take on things, and like, they're like, the headline is, Chelsea is hammering the Colts to win the Super Bowl. And it's like, I said the Colts have a chance to win the Super Bowl. So, like, let's not try to church it up. So please do not take my words out of context. I have a bet on the NBA today, but again, it is a 2-star out of 5 ranking for my confidence level.
Here's what I'll do. I'll pick up the baton here. You got the Sixers, I believe. I won't give it away. And I'll just say, Chelsea Messenger says Philly to win the NBA title this season. And I'll put like clapping emoji. Put it on me. I'll take it. I'll take the heat.
Well, like, I get what they're doing, and like, you need catchy headlines on social media, and you need to grab people's attention. But like, sometimes you're like, oh great, this is a take that I am attached to for the rest of eternity. The internet lives forever, Jenks.
It does. Well, they just delete it. Just be like, delete. That pick never happened. Never, ever happened. That's why I have a perfect record on X. What are you doing today? I am finally, I got a lot off my plate, so I think I got a haircut and a nap. That's big day for this guy. Huge day.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I think the worst days are when you have a bunch of stuff scheduled. Like, the best is when it's just, like, open and you don't have anything. Because, like, I still have things to do, but I don't have anything that I have to be at a certain time. Right. So I will probably make something in the crock pot today. I need to go to the bank. Obviously, I'm taking Blake to school. I've got to get her some new winter clothes because winter just came just, like, quickly. And here's the thing about kids. They're a different size every year. So it's like, oh, you bought clothes last year, time to buy them again. So that is kind of annoying, but it's one of those things for kids. And it is fun for them to get a whole new wardrobe.
Sure. Let me ask you this. Is she done playing baseball? I mean, we're getting close to the wintertime here. Is that finally wrapped up?
Yeah, that was about a month ago.
Oh,
so
no
they haven't
way.
had softball in a while.
Whoa. Did she win MVP? The Yoshi of her league? The Shohei?
I mean, they don't even keep score in these games, and they don't have referees. So if that gives you any insight, everyone's an MVP, and everybody gets a trophy.
I was going to say, when I think about that league, everyone's a winner. Everyone. Everyone who participated, I hope they got a trophy, too, because everyone deserves it.
They did.
Good job. Yeah. Oh, good. That's good.
I mean, she's 5. What did you expect?
You know, I can't wait. Her projections are by the time she's 7, it's scholarship time. It's only a matter of time. Do they hit off a tee or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, without taking too much time explaining it, it's like they get 3 pitches from the coach, and if they don't hit one of those 3, they go to the tee and they get to cut off the tee.
Okay. I like that. All right. Looking forward to next year. What about Jake's travel team before we get to our bets? Is that still going? Because last time I checked, they were really good. Is that over 2?
I mean, Jenks, it's winter.
I don't know.
They don't play in the winter.
Why not?
They don't play in the winter. So, no, that is over as well. Because it's
Did they
cold.
I know. Well, did they win a title? I need to keep up on these things.
I mean, I don't think so. Like, I don't really keep up that much.
So.
Like,
All
they
right.
go to tournaments, but like
Okay.
with travel ball, it's like they finished number 23 and like whatever. So it's not.
I got
I don't
you.
know. It's all like weird stuff where it's like rankings and things.
Yeah.
So it's not. And there's so many associations. They're like, well, we won national champions of Dixie Youth, and we won national champions of AAU.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things just so parents can brag on Facebook.
I get that. I don't like Dixie Youth. I feel like they've been braggart for a long, long time, and I don't get behind that at all. So anything but Dixie Youth. Okay, well, I don't know what the rankings were there in Hendersonville, but let's go 2-0 tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Chelsea Messenger says, hammer this bet. Go ahead.
Here's today's dart throw in the NBA. And, like, bear with me as I get my legs in betting on the NBA. I feel like a wobbly little young deer right now trying to walk. So today's guess is going to be the Sixers because the Sixers have been great at covering the number this year. And sometimes you can find value on some teams that have been overperforming as relative to expectations. So today, the Sixers getting 10 points on the road at the Cavs. And I understand that the Cavs are a good team. Darius Garland is supposed to return tonight, but this is a lot of points for a team that's 5-1. And I understand that Joel Embiid is not going to play because it's a back-to-back, but the Sixers have a winning record without Joel Embiid playing in games this year. Tyrese Maxey has been playing out of his mind. And here's the other thing. Normally, I'm not a huge fan of playing teams off a back-to-back, but the Sixers are coming off an embarrassing loss to the Bulls in which they blew like a 20-point lead in this game and lost 113 to 111. Tyrese Maxey scored 39 points in this game. He will be playing in this game, and they have some other additions to the team. VJ Edgecombe has been a nice surprise coming out of the draft. So I think the Sixers can keep it within double digits against the Cavs tonight because, again, they have been one of the better covering teams in the NBA, standing at 5-1 against the number. So let's go Philly, and let's hope they can keep it within 10.
All right. Let's go. Let's get a dub. All right. Went 1-0 in the NBA last night. Come on. What if I never bet on the NBA for the rest of the season and I just stayed undefeated and I never let people know, yeah, perfect in the NBA, perfect in the NBA. Maybe that's what I'll do. Who knows? But tonight I'm going back to the ice, and I'm being a homer tonight. Caps on the money line. Oh, yeah, minus 150, even better. We've seen some money come in on the Blues. Why? Because the Caps have been struggling recently. They've lost, 4 straight? I'm not worried about it. Tonight's going to be the night that Ovi gets 900. I can feel it in my bones. He's been stuck on $8.99 for a few games. It's going to happen tonight in front of the home crowd. Logan Thompson in net for the Caps. 5-3 this season, 1.51 goals against average, and they're taking on a Blues team that is really struggling. They have not won on the road in forever, a few weeks. They're 1-8 in their last 9. So let a little bit of that money come in on St. Louis at plus money because I am on the team getting the dub tonight as Ovi gets number 900. Caps minus 150 here in D.C.
What are the chances that the local bars actually show this on TV? Because I think the last time I was in town, it was like another milestone for Ovi.
Yeah.
And we were standing there at the bar and you're like, can we please get this on hockey? And they're like, no, it's on like some European reality show. So I know you complain about the local bars all the time. Let's hope they show it for the patrons tonight.
They better. I'm going to lose. I don't care what you have to subscribe to. I don't care what you have to do. But if I come in here again and I see Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants on for the 85th time, it's all the time. That's why I like going to my little bar around the corner because they know when I walk in and they're very kind and I've been there forever. I open my mouth. They're like, don't worry. We're getting on ESPN for you. Like something with a game on. Or if it's local, then I want the Caps on or the Wizards on, the Mystics on, whatever. Like it's our local teams. And by the way, we're down the street. Like you can walk to the arena from here. Why is the game not on? That blows my mind. Like it's almost like this little pocket right around Chinatown. Like it's on there. But you get outside of that and it's like, oh, look, Die Hard. Like, no, I like Die Hard. But I don't want to see that tonight. I want to see the Caps and Blues. I will complain about this until I'm blue in the face.
Especially when you have to watch it on mute. Like, sports is the perfect thing to watch on mute as opposed to movies. We're like, I wonder what they're saying. I bet that was a funny line there. No, like, I'll even watch, like, reruns of old games where they're like, here's the AFC Championship game from 2021. I'll still look up and watch it.
Yes, exactly. Okay. All right. Yeah, it just feels right. You know, you're in the bar, you got a drink, you're talking with friends, you look up, sports is on. Come on. All right. Let's talk with the Donkster here. And we'll hand it over to Bet Sweats. Donkster, what's going on?
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. What's going on?
Does anyone want to hear my college rankings?
No.
Sure. Go ahead.
Number 1, Arizona State. Number 2, UCLA. Number 3, Texas State. Surprise. Number 4, Ole Miss.
Donkster, where did you get these rankings? What are they based on?
The hotness meter.
Okay. That's what I thought. I knew when I heard ASU. Right there near the top. Okay. Do you have a bet?
I do. Jazz plus 10.5 in Motown. They call it the Motor City.
Great. So, educational. Thank you, Donkster. I want to know last night, so good for him. Whew. Is Sammy P still alive? What about Joe? Are they still alive? Is still around? I don't know. I got to call, text, check in on your friends if you haven't heard from them in a while. Just make sure you're doing okay. Just a public service message for everybody out there.
Yeah, they're dead to us. Maybe that's a little mean, but like no crosstalk anymore. They don't care to check in on us.
Yeah.
So
what about me? You don't know if I'm doing okay? Have you listened to this show? Okay. Guys, we always appreciate the time. That is it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network for the entire crew. And Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a great day. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today over the next 30 minutes. Bama LSU on Saturday. We're going to break down that matchup and talk about the LSU coaching search with Preston Guy coming up here in a moment. We'll also dive into some of the other games coming up on the Week 11 slate, some of my favorite bets. Also look at the NFL Week 10 slate. We looked at half the games yesterday. We'll look at the other half of games that we have upcoming this week. And then we'll dive into some more college basketball. Yesterday we previewed the Big Ten. Today we will look at the SEC on Send It In. And then as always, wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day. Any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Send in your questions at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Join us over the phone is Preston Guy, staff writer covering LSU football at TigerBait.com. Give Preston a follow on X at PGuy77. And Preston, before we get into Bama LSU this weekend, definitely want to talk to you about everything going on right now with LSU in terms of the coach. We know Brian Kelly got let go after the Texas A&M game. We were talking before the season started, Preston. We were previewing LSU, and it was obviously a big year for Kelly. A lot of people felt like he was on the hot seat, but you mentioned how much the buyout was, how many years he had left on the deal, and you just thought it would be really tough for LSU to let him go. They obviously made that decision. Were you surprised that they ended up doing it, considering how the season has gone for the Tigers up to this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly not that Brian Kelly's tenure wasn't one that was deserving of being fired at the point he was at. I mean, he has had every resource he's needed to be successful, and it seems there's a self-imposed ceiling to the success Brian Kelly was capable of here in Baton Rouge. He was 5-11 versus top 10 top 25 teams, and that's just not going to cut it. You're 8-11 on the road in the regular season, and at a university like LSU, it's not close. You weren't even close to snipping a chance to make your team into a 12-team playoff in 4 seasons. So I don't think anybody was surprised. The financials is what really caught me off guard because, from my understanding, LSU didn't have $53.3 million plus buyouts of everybody else, coaching staff, and then money to go get, a top dollar coach. And I think that was accurate, and that's why we saw the utter turmoil. This wasn't a termination of a football coach handled regularly. It was a termination of a coach with no university president at the time, which led to the termination of the athletic director, meaning you had a university with no president, no AD, and no head football coach as of Monday. So they have fixed 2 out of 3 of those. And, they are looking now to find that coach now.
They certainly are, and they're not going to be the only one, Preston, right? I mean, they don't even have to go as far as their own conference. We know Auburn's going to be looking for one, Florida's going to be looking for one, Arkansas is going to be looking for one, and that's just in the SEC. This coaching cycle is going to be crazy in the offseason. Kiffin's obviously going to be the name at a lot of these schools, the top choice, certainly LSU being one of them. So do you feel like Kiffin would be their top choice? And if Kiffin decides not to go to LSU, who do you think are some other names that the Tigers try and go after to be their new coach?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly your first choice of names that are anywhere near realistic. Now, whether he comes or not, I still think it's far more likely he stays at Ole Miss than comes to LSU for a number of factors. But, I mean, obviously they're going to poke feelers out at Nick Saban if they already have it to see if he wants to come back. And I would put that as a infinitesimal chance that he would even field a phone call. And then you're going to feel out a guy, Dan Lanning, is obviously a guy who, you hire Dan Lanning, you're preparing to win multiple championships. That guy's the real deal. Mm-hmm. I think both of those are very unlikely due to their situations. And then, yeah, probably Lane Kiffin would be shortly there afterward. They'd be very happy with him. After Lane Kiffin, I would say, there's a drop-off in terms of how much they would be interested in the coach. But, there's a lot of – I think it's a good coaching field out there. Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri is a name to watch. John Sumrall Tulane is a guy who's won a lot of football, okay? Jeff Brom at Louisville is another name to watch. Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. And then, you also can't rule out the possibility of going with a coordinator who's had a lot of success. We've seen that formula be successful where you go with an elite coordinator, you give them an elite job and it works out, like Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, like Ryan Day, Ohio State, Kirby Smart, Georgia. Speaking of Georgia, Glenn Schumann is there. He's talking about a guy who, as an assistant, has won 6 championships. I mean, the guy's 35 years old. All he knows is winning football. So that's a name to definitely keep an eye out as a dark horse for this race.
I kind of like the Kenny Dillingham idea personally, Preston. His name's not getting thrown out a bunch there in Tempe at Arizona State, but I think he could get a big job this upcoming cycle. So that'll be interesting to watch. We're talking with Preston Guy here on Send It In. Let's get into the game that we have on Saturday between Bama and LSU. And the firing of Brian Kelly kind of plays a factor into this game, Preston, because, again, there have been so many firings already this season. And we have seen a lot of teams that initial game after they fire their coach have a really good effort. We saw Penn State after they fire Franklin go to Iowa and nearly beat the Hawkeyes. We just saw it on Saturday with the Gators nearly beat Georgia up in Jacksonville. So Bama LSU is obviously a huge rivalry game. They're coming off a bye. Would you expect LSU to have max effort in this game? Would you expect the Tigers to show up?
Yeah, I mean, anytime your coach is fired and you see everything that's gone down, That always lights a fire under people. I would expect this is a team that plays with a lot more life. That being said, I'm not expecting Frank Wilson to go out there and wave a magic wand and all of a sudden have your offensive line start dominating in the trenches just because they're more highly motivated. We're talking about, an offensive line unit that ranks toward the bottom of the SEC in almost every metric. I mean, this is a team that struggled offensively quite a bit. I do think they're going to change some things up. Obviously, Alex Atkins takes over for play calling for Joe Sloan. I would expect more of a power running element, more of a traditional run power game. That being said, that's what they've really, really struggled with all year long is running the ball. And I question that philosophy if this team has the DNA to have a power running game built in, especially one that's been installed over 2 weeks instead of months or years. I don't expect any sort of magic wand. I think the team will fight hard, play hard. Whit Weeks is listed as doubtful. That's another major factor. Again, he's been out for 2 weeks and they've lost both those games. I think they play hard, but I think coming out with a win at Alabama is a tall, tall order to expect.
You mentioned the Whit Weeks injury, Preston, and he was out for that A&M game. LSU's defense has been terrific this season, and not many teams have cracked 30 points or more against LSU. Vandy and A&M are the only teams to do it. A&M especially, what was it in that game that they did that gave LSU's defense so much trouble? Because we have not seen the Tigers' defense look like they did in that game all season.
Well, you got to understand LSU had 4 key contributors on that front 7 missing for that game. They did hold their own for the first half. LSU actually held the first half lead 18-14. But then in the second half, Marshall Reed, he's the real deal, guys. This A&M team is very good. I don't want to take anything away from them, but the running quarterbacks has been the Achilles heel of this LSU defense under Blake Baker. They like to do a lot of aggressive blitzes, and a talented quarterback's going to make a guy miss, and he's going to find an open lane that creates. It does create a lot of chaos and havoc, and big plays do come. Sometimes you'll get 5 interceptions against G.J. Lagway in Florida, and then sometimes Marshall Reed's going to run hog wild. I also look at how lifeless that team looked. I think that 35-0 run that Texas A&M went, it was more of a just team demoralization is kind of what it felt like. They just all looked checked out, no energy, no motivation, and just kind of felt helpless. So I do think from that aspect, they should be better off. That being said, not having Whit Weeks is not a good sign. He's one of the best linebackers in the country. And, you've seen that this defense is not as infallible as it looked early on. Early in the season, you thought, they would be deep and talented. Well, you lose 4 key contributors to that defensive front 7, and all of a sudden you start to see some scratches on the Mercedes.
Bama's favored by 10 on Saturday night. Preston, what would be your thoughts there? You think Bama wins, LSU can keep it close, or you think the Tide win by a couple touchdowns on Saturday?
Yeah, I would be very impressed if LSU can keep this a 1-score game. I'd be very impressed with the job Frank Wilson's done. I don't know that 10 is enough points. I would say, I would expect Bama to cover by 2 touchdowns. But, if LSU does better than that, I'm going to consider it an impressive job by Frank Wilson and company.
Going to be an interesting game Saturday night. First game for LSU without head coach Brian Kelly. We're talking with Preston Guy, staff writer, covering LSU football at TigerBait.com. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Preston, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much. I know you're busy these days with everything going on. Hope to catch up with you again soon. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, good stuff there. Preston Guy talking LSU football here on Send It In. Let's continue talking college football. We're already at week 11. We had the college football playoff rankings last night. It was good to see that reveal show. And what that show revealed is that this will be a top 10 matchup between Texas Tech and BYU. And we're going to start there. On Wednesdays on the show, like we do every week, I'll give you guys the favorite, the underdog, the outright winner, the over, and the under that I like best this week. Talked about it yesterday's show. Favorite that I like the best is going to be Texas Tech, laying 10 against BYU. I think it's a smash spot for Texas Tech. Baron Morton, their quarterback, played last week against Kansas State, looked very good. When Morton has been in the lineup for Texas Tech, they've won every game by at least 23 points. They have been super dominant. They have the best defense in the Big 12. They have the best team in the Big 12. And BYU's done this the last couple of years, man. You know, where all these lines, it's like a line like this, where it looks like you should bet Texas Tech and then BYU covers, and a lot of the times they win outright. But much like last season when BYU was undefeated, we got to this point where they played Kansas late in the year and BYU lost at home and their season kind of unraveled. I think the same thing happened Saturday. They lose, they don't cover against Texas Tech, and then their season starts to unravel. So I like the Red Raiders -10 on Saturday against BYU. How about the underdog I like the best? Tulane on Friday night against Memphis. Give me the Green Wave +4.5. We've been talking about this game the last couple days, and it's very similar line movement to what we were seeing at a USC and Nebraska. We talked about on Monday, bet now Tulane +7. Just like the previous Monday, we talked about Nebraska +7. Then it moves down to 6.5. Memphis Tulane moved down to 6.5. And then we came in middle of the week and USC was down to a 4.5 point favorite. And look where we are now, where Memphis is a 4.5 point favorite. It's literally been the same line movement in Memphis Tulane that we saw last week with Nebraska and USC. And what happened? USC won by 4. Nebraska covered the game. I could see the same thing. Tulane wins outright. Memphis wins by a field goal, or they win by 4 points. I think this is going to be a close game. Tulane got smashed last week against UTSA on the road. I think they bounced back. Memphis is a good team right now. If the playoffs started today, they would be the group of 5 representative as the 12 seed. But Tulane, with Jake Retzloff at quarterback, John Summerall, a very good head coach, and their defense, I think, steps up. I think Tulane is absolutely live in this game, and I think they cover the 4.5. The total, the over that I like the best this week is going to be over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. I think this game is going to be a shootout because I don't think Navy's going to be able to stop Notre Dame. The Irish are favored by 26.5 points in this game. I think the Irish score in the mid to high 40s, and I also think Navy is probably going to score about 14 to 17 points as well. I see this game being like 45-17, 48-14, somewhere in that range, but I think the combined score is going to be in the 60s. So at 56.5, I like the over. That Notre Dame offense with those athletes and those studs and Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price going to be way too much for Navy to deal with. And then on the flip side, I think Navy's going to be able to score their points because even though the Irish do face Navy just about every other year, they do see the wishbone every year, it's still a little bit tough to prepare for. So I like over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. The under that I like the best is going to be Texas A&M, Missouri, under 48.5. We were just talking about A&M with Preston, and the last time we saw them, they looked really good in that second half against LSU. Think about this. A&M's played 3 road games so far this season. They've scored at least 40 points in all of those road games. Here they are on the road again on Saturday against Missouri, and this total is only at 48.5. I think that's very telling. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be a game that's played in like the low 20s, like a 24-17, 24-20 kind of game. Missouri's quarterback, Bo Prabula, got hurt in the Vandy game, but they had a bye last week, so I think a lot of people forgot about that. The backup is going to be in, who doesn't have a lot of career experience. Mizzou's going to try and lean on Ahmad Hardy, and I don't think he's going to find much running room in this game against A&M's defense. And then on the flip side, Missouri's got a very good defense, especially when they're at home. I think they'll be able to keep A&M in check a little bit. They're very good against mobile quarterbacks. I think this is a low-scoring game. I like under 48.5 in A&M and Missouri. And then finally, the outright winner that I like the best on Saturday. Give me Kentucky +140 against Florida. It felt like Florida's Super Bowl was the Georgia game. You fire Billy Napier, you have the bye week, you get to play Georgia, and the Gators had that game. They were leading it in the fourth quarter. Georgia scores with about 5 minutes left. They end up winning the game. Now Florida turns around the following week. You got to go on the road, and you got to play Kentucky. Mark Stoops is coaching for his job a little bit, and Kentucky's really looking for that marquee win this season. They played Ole Miss tough at home this year. They took Texas to overtime. They haven't been able to quite come up with that big win yet. This is the win that they're looking at. Florida has dominated this series for forever, and they see a reeling Gators team and a chance to upset them, and I think Kentucky might just do that. So I like the Cats plus 140 against Florida on Saturday. All right, let's talk some NFL here on Send It In. Anything that you guys like in the NFL this week for Week 10, let me know. Anything that you are on. Let's start with one of my favorite games of the week. I think this is going to be the upset of the week, and that's going to be the New Orleans Saints. I think they're going to beat Carolina on Sunday. We get this 5.5-point spread. Again, we talked about it with Patriots and Falcons last week. Pats were favored by 5.5. You normally want to take a road dog as a 5.5-point favorite. They normally cover, and they tend to win outright. Falcons came up a point short in that game, but they ended up covering the spread. I mean, think about this. Carolina last week against Green Bay was a 14-point dog on the road. Now they are a 5.5-point favorite. When's the last time you have seen a 20-point swing for a team in the matter of a week? It never happens in the NFL. That's crazy. And not only did Carolina cover that game against Green Bay, they obviously won outright. So you're getting the Panthers off an outright win as a big dog. Now they come home where they're a favorite, never this size. I mean, when's Carolina ever been a 6-point favorite at home under Bryce Young? You're getting a team off a big win, a team that's never used to being in this type of situation is this big of a favorite. And you're getting a Saints team. They're 1-8. They're still playing hard. Tyler Shuck making his second career start. It's a divisional game. I really like the Saints. It feels like I bet the Saints every single week. I really like them this week, and I think they're going to win that game against Carolina. We'll talk about survivor pools tomorrow. Be careful of Carolina. This game kind of reminds me of Atlanta and Miami, or of the Bengals and the Jets game. You get these teams that are laying these kinds of numbers that aren't used to it against teams that have no wins, one win. They're desperate to get that win for the first time in a long time. It's dangerous stuff. I think it's going to be your upset. I like the Saints, plus 200 against the Panthers. Take the 5.5 as well. Jags and Texans is just a gross game. Like, of all the games on the board this week, this is the one that I look at and I'm just like, pass. I'm good. Nothing to see here. CJ Stroud still in the concussion protocol, likely not going to play against Jacksonville. Look, it's a divisional game. It's tough to beat a team 2 times. Jacksonville already beat Houston this season. Houston, though, it feels like that was maybe their season against Denver this past week. Like, you really needed to win that game for a chance to feel like maybe you can win, you can get into the wild card. Not only do you lose that game, but you lose your quarterback as well. I don't like Trevor Lawrence against this Texans defense, though. I think the Jags in a teaser, like, this has to be one of the best teaser legs of the week. It's a low total at 38. You're getting the better quarterback with Trevor Lawrence against Davis Mills. It's a divisional game. These games are always close between these two teams. It's going to be a 3-point game probably either way. Betting the Jags up to plus 7 in a teaser, I think that's the way to go. So I like Jags in a teaser against Houston. What about the Cardinals and the Seahawks? Outside of Saints-Panthers, this also might be my favorite bet of Week 10. I do like the board this week, and I really like Arizona, plus the 6.5. I got them at plus 7. We talked about it on Monday. Before that, Cowboys and Cardinals Monday night game. Grab the Cardinals at plus 7. Now they're at plus 6.5. I still really, really like it, though. Every week on this show, I come on and I try to tell you guys every week, Seattle goes on the road. We bet Seattle. Look at what they did again to Washington on Sunday night. They are awesome on the road. When Seattle's at home, though, especially when it's not a primetime game, that's when you want to fade them. 5-8 straight up under Mike McDonald at home. Divisional game. It's tough to beat a team 2 times. Seattle's already beaten Arizona earlier this year in that Thursday night game in Phoenix. No Kyler Murray. And wouldn't we rather have Jacoby Brissett in this game than Kyler Murray? Kyler always struggles against Seattle. He always throws multiple interceptions against Mike McDonald. So the fact that it's Brissett, I absolutely love that. The fact that it's a divisional game, I'm getting 6.5 points with a team that's already lost to Seattle. I love that. The fact that Seattle is at home as opposed to on the road, I love that. And then the last kicker, Cardinals are 3-5 this season. All 5 of their losses have been by 4 or fewer points. All Arizona does is play people close every single week. I like Cardinals plus 6.5 against Seattle. Rams and 49ers, this is an interesting game as well. LA favored by 4 against San Francisco. We had Nick Henyon on yesterday talking about how much he liked the Rams -3. He got a good bet there. Now that it's up to 4. Would probably take the Rams if I had to bet it. It just doesn't feel like, again, we're baking enough into how many injuries the 49ers have on defense. No Bosa, no Warner, no Mikael Williams. They're just beat to hell right now on the defensive side of the ball. And the Rams are not going to take them lightly because they lost outright to San Francisco as a big favorite when they played about a month ago. It also feels like the total's a little too high, doesn't it, at 49.5? I get it's that high because you're getting that Rams offense going up against that Niners defense. But these matchups between these two teams, people think, oh, McVay, Shanahan, shootouts with these two coaches and these two offenses when they're fully healthy. But these games tend to be lower scoring. I think 49.5 is too high. So I like the under in the game. And I'd probably just take the Rams in like a money line parlay or something like that. Lions, a 9.5-point favorite on the road against Washington on Sunday. I think all of us that follow the NFL, that bet the NFL, we all know when the Lions come off of a straight-up loss, you want to bet them the following week. I think they've won their last 12 games and covered their last 12 games under Dan Campbell off of a straight-up loss. And on the flip side, they're playing a Washington team that it just feels like it's unspiraling quickly in Washington. Normally you want to normally you want to back a team like Washington that got embarrassed at home on prime time like they did on Sunday night against Seattle. Their defense is so bad, though, and now Jaden Daniels is out for the season. I just don't know the motivation for Washington. I don't know where they're going to be at in this game. McLaurin's likely still going to be out as well. And the Lions, man, off of a loss, that is never a team that you want to play. So it does feel like a nice smash spot for Detroit in this game against Washington. Keep in mind, too, it's a revenge game from last year when Washington beat them in the playoffs. So Dan Campbell, I'm sure, will remind his team of that as well. Sunday Night Football, Steelers and Chargers. LA, a 3-point favorite at home. Total in the game is 45. This is a tricky game. Joe Alt is not going to play for the Chargers. Massive deal. Outside of like Lane Johnson, Trent Williams, feels like Joe Alt might be the most important lineman in the league in terms of when he plays, his team wins. When he doesn't play, his team loses. So he's not going to be in there for the Chargers, which is a massive deal. The two things I can't get over, though, with this game. The first one is just the spread itself. The Chargers are -3 in this game at home against the Steelers. It was a couple weeks ago where they were laying 2 points at home against the Colts. How can the Chargers be laying 2 points at home against the Colts and they're only laying 3 this week against the Steelers? And then we talk about the Steelers and the Colts. Yes, the Steelers did just win that game, but I mean, that was the ultimate Tomlin voodoo magic. Guys, they forced 6 turnovers and they only won the game by 7 points. I still don't think the Steelers are any good. I still don't think that defense is any good. I trust Harbaugh in this kind of game, and I trust the Chargers to come out of there. I think getting 3 is a good number with LA, so I like the Chargers -3 against the Steelers. And then Monday Night Football, game of the week, Eagles-Packers is going to be really, really fun. Green Bay favored by 2.5. Total in the game is 44.5. I really don't have a strong feel in this one. Eagles are coming off a bye. They're well rested. Packers are coming off that brutal loss to Carolina. You would expect them to bounce back. Nick Kenyon yesterday talked about the under. That might be the play in this kind of game. So I think that could be a look. Maybe Saquon rushing attempts as well, trying to slow down that Green Bay pass rush against Jalen Hurts. I think the under might be the look there. But yeah, Packers-Eagles, that's going to be a fun one. Feels like a good game you could live bet as well. But week 10 in the NFL, a couple of good different games that I really like this upcoming week. Let's talk some college basketball now here on Send It In. Yesterday we talked about the Big Ten. Let's look at the SEC today. This league got 14 teams into March Madness last year. I don't think we see that again, but I think it's still going to be a very good league. Florida is your favorite at +225. Kentucky right after them at +300. I don't want to overreact to one game for Florida, but man, are they going to miss Walter Clayton? Are they going to miss Elijah Martin? Are they going to miss Will Richard? Those guards that were so good for them last year, especially Clayton. Boogie Fland's a nice player. Xavier Lee's a nice player too. Xavier Lee, these guys are nowhere near Walter Clayton, Richard, Martin. They're just nowhere near. While they might have the best front court in college basketball, at the end of the day, when you play in a league as good as the SEC and so many of these games come down to the wire and you're going to need your guards to carry you, I just don't know if Florida's going to be able to do that. So not betting the Gators as the favorite. Don't really want Kentucky either, to be honest with you. I understand the love for Kentucky. Last night, they had 9 guys that played 17 minutes or more. They had 4 guys score in double digits. They're a very deep team, and their defense is going to be much improved this year. I just don't know if they're going to be as good offensively as maybe some people think they're going to be this year. So I'm out on those two teams. Arkansas is interesting because John Calipari, shocker, got himself some very good freshmen, a couple of 5-stars, and he also mixed his roster with some guys that came back to Arkansas for another year. He went into the portal and got some of the transfers as well. So Calipari's team got off to a slow start in SEC play last year, got better as the season went on. We saw them upset St. John's and go to the Sweet 16. Arkansas is a team I would rather buy into later on in the year than I would in conference play. Alabama, I think they're going to be good. I think they're going to be a top 3-4 team in the league. Their offense is going to be awesome as it always is. They're going to have the best backcourt that nobody's going to talk about with Philon and Holloway. I don't know if this team's going to win the SEC, though. My pick is going to be the Tennessee Volunteers at plus 850. Why? Because it's a guessing game with all these other teams and how good they're going to be on certain ends of the floor. Maybe not Alabama in their offense, but with Tennessee, we always know what they're going to be on defense. And their backcourt of Jacoby Gillespie and Nate Ament, I'm excited to watch that unfold throughout the season. I like the value with the Vols at plus 850, so they would be my look. Keep an eye on Vanderbilt as well. They're going to be good in hoops this year, you guys. Mark Byington's a very good coach, and I like what he did in the portal. He's got a bunch of shooters. They're going to fill it up, and they're going to upset some people, so keep an eye on Vandy. And then Texas A&M at 25-1. Remember the name Bucky McMillan. He was the head coach at Samford. Now he's at A&M. Bucky's teams play like a lot of people want their teams to play. 94 feet, full court press, jacking threes, going 100 miles per hour, and he brought in a lot of high-level transfers from different programs that if they can gel, they could be dangerous. So keep an eye on A&M. They would be my long shot at 25-1. Promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's an NBA odds boost token, and this NBA odds boost token belongs in the starting five. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, you guys, let's wrap the show with PJ's plays here on Send It In, and it is all NBA on the card today. Nothing in college I really like, football or basketball, so we'll go to the association. Cam Thomas, we're going to go over 24.5 points for him against Indianapolis. My guy Shawnee Sharp's going to the game tonight, and he tells me that every Pacers game he goes to, they lose and the game goes to overtime. So if both of those things are true, I'm taking the guy that has the best chance of going off tonight for Brooklyn and Cam Thomas over 24.5 points. Also, my dog of the day. 32-1,
by the way, that's parlayed, Peach. 32-1 overtime, and Nets win 32-1.
I like that. All right, so there you go. If you want to take Nets money line overtime, 32-1. Dog of the day is going to be the Spurs tonight, plus 2.5 against the Lakers. I just think the Spurs are the better team. I don't think they should be dogs in this game. I'm rolling with Wemby and San Antonio. And then give me Dallas, minus 7.5 against New Orleans tonight. Pels got their first win of the season like we thought they would. I think Dallas, though, smashes them tonight. Lay the 7.5. That is my best bet. Thanks again to Preston Guy for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. See you tomorrow. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys coming up today over the next 30 minutes. Bama LSU on Saturday. We're going to break down that matchup and talk about the LSU coaching search with Preston Guy coming up here in a moment. We'll also dive into some of the other games coming up on the Week 11 slate, some of my favorite bets. Also look at the NFL Week 10 slate. We looked at half the games yesterday. We'll look at the other half of games that we have upcoming this week. And then we'll dive into some more college basketball. Yesterday we previewed the Big Ten. Today we will look at the SEC on Send It In. And then as always, wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day. Any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Send in your questions at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X, And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling. On a Wednesday, Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Joining us over the phone is Preston Guy, staff writer covering LSU football at TigerBait.com. Give Preston a follow on X at PGuy77. And Preston, before we get into Bama LSU this weekend, definitely want to talk to you about everything going on right now with LSU in terms of the coach. We know Brian Kelly got let go after the Texas A&M game. We were talking before the season started, Preston. We were previewing LSU. And it was obviously a big year for Kelly. A lot of people felt like he was on the hot seat. But you mentioned how much the buyout was, how many years he had left on the deal, and you just thought it would be really tough for LSU to let him go. They obviously made that decision. Were you surprised that they ended up doing it, considering how the season has gone for the Tigers up to this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly not that Brian Kelly's tenure wasn't one that was deserving of being fired at the point he was at. I mean, he has had every resource that he's needed to be successful, and it seems there's a self-imposed ceiling to the success Brian Kelly was capable of here in Baton Rouge. You know, he was 5-11 versus top 10 top 25 teams, and that's just not going to cut it. You're 8-11 on the road in the regular season, and you know, at a university like LSU, it's not close. You weren't even close to sniffing a chance to make your team into a 12-team playoff in 4 seasons. So I don't think anybody was surprised. The financials is what really caught me off guard because, you know, from my understanding, LSU didn't have $53.3 million plus buyouts of everybody else, you know, coaching staff, and then money to go get, you know, a top dollar coach. And I think that was accurate, and that's why we saw the utter turmoil. This wasn't a termination of a football coach handled regularly. It was a termination of a coach with no university president at the time, which led to the termination of the athletic director, meaning you had a university with no president, no AD, and no head football coach as of Monday. So they have fixed 2 out of 3 of those. And, you know, they are looking now to find that coach now.
They certainly are, and they're not going to be the only one, Preston, right? I mean, they don't even have to go as far as their own conference. We know Auburn's going to be looking for one, Florida's going to be looking for one, Arkansas is going to be looking for one, and that's just in the SEC. This coaching cycle is going to be crazy in the offseason. Kiffin's obviously going to be the name at a lot of these schools, the top choice, certainly LSU being one of them. So do you feel like Kiffin would be their top choice? And if Kiffin decides not to go to LSU, who do you think are some other names that the Tigers try and go after to be their new coach?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly your first choice of names that are anywhere near realistic. Now, whether he comes or not, I still think it's far more likely he stays at Ole Miss than comes to LSU for a number of factors. But, I mean, obviously they're going to poke feelers out at Nick Saban if they already have it to see if he wants to come back. And I would put that as a infinitesimal chance that he would even field a phone call. And then you're going to feel out a guy, Dan Lanning, is obviously a guy who, you know, you hire Dan Lanning, you're preparing to win multiple championships. That guy's the real deal. Mm-hmm. I think both of those are very unlikely due to their situations. And then, yeah, probably Lane Kiffin would be shortly there afterward. They'd be very happy with him. After Lane Kiffin, I would say, you know, there's a drop-off in terms of how much they would be interested in the coach. But, you know, there's a lot of – I think it's a good coaching field out there. You know, Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri is a name to watch. John Sumrall Tulane is a guy who's won a lot of football, okay? Jeff Brom at Louisville is another name to watch. Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. And then, you know, you also can't rule out the possibility of going with a coordinator who's had a lot of success. We've seen that formula be successful where you go with an elite coordinator, you give them an elite job and it works out, like Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, like Ryan Day, Ohio State, Kirby Smart, Georgia. Speaking of Georgia, Glenn Schumann is there. He's talking about a guy who, as an assistant, has won 6 championships. I mean, the guy's 35 years old. All he knows is winning football. So that's a name to definitely keep an eye out as a dark horse for this race.
I kind of like the Kenny Dillingham idea personally, Preston. You know, his name's not getting thrown out a bunch there in Tempe at Arizona State, but I think he could get a big job this upcoming cycle. So that'll be interesting to watch. We're talking with Preston Guy here on Sending In. Let's get into the game that we have on Saturday between Bama and LSU. And the firing of Brian Kelly kind of plays a factor into this game, Preston, because, again, there have been so many firings already this season. And we have seen a lot of teams that initial game after they fire their coach have a really good effort. We saw Penn State after they fire Franklin go to Iowa and nearly beat the Hawkeyes. We just saw it on Saturday with the Gators nearly beat Georgia up in Jacksonville. So Bama LSU is obviously a huge rivalry game. They're coming off a bye. Would you expect LSU to have max effort in this game? Would you expect the Tigers to show up?
Yeah, I mean, anytime your coach is fired and you see everything that's gone down, that always lights a fire under people. I would expect this is a team that plays with a lot more life. That being said, I'm not expecting Frank Wilson to go out there and wave a magic wand and all of a sudden have your offensive line start dominating in the trenches just because they're more highly motivated. We're talking about, an offensive line unit that ranks toward the bottom of the SEC in almost every metric. I mean, this is a team that struggled offensively quite a bit. I do think they're going to change some things up. Obviously, Alex Atkins takes over for play calling for Joe Sloan. I would expect more of a power running element, more of a traditional run power game. That being said, that's what they've really, really struggled with all year long is running the ball. And I question that philosophy if this team has the DNA to have a power running game built in, especially one that's been installed over 2 weeks instead of months or years. I don't expect any sort of magic wand. I think the team will fight hard, play hard. Whit Weeks is listed as doubtful. That's another major factor. Again, he's been out for 2 weeks and they've lost both those games. I think they play hard, but I think coming out with a win at Alabama is a tall, tall order to expect.
You mentioned the Whit Weeks injury, Preston, and he was out for that A&M game. LSU's defense has been terrific this season, and not many teams have cracked 30 points or more against LSU. Vandy and A&M are the only teams to do it. A&M especially, what was it in that game that they did that gave LSU's defense so much trouble? Because we have not seen the Tigers' defense look like they did in that game all season.
Well, you got to understand LSU had 4 key contributors on that front 7 missing for that game. They did hold their own for the first half. LSU actually held the first half lead 18-14. But then in the second half, Marshall Reed, he's the real deal, guys. I mean, this A&M team is very good. I don't want to take anything away from them, but the running quarterbacks has been the Achilles heel of this LSU defense under Blake Baker. They like to do a lot of aggressive blitzes, and a talented quarterback's going to make a guy miss, and he's going to find an open lane that creates. It does create a lot of chaos and havoc, and big plays do come. Sometimes you'll get 5 interceptions against G.J. Lagway in Florida, and then sometimes Marshall Reed's going to run hog wild. I also look at how lifeless that team looked. I think that 35-0 run that Texas A&M went, it was more of a just team demoralization is kind of what it felt like. They just all looked checked out, no energy, no motivation, and just kind of felt helpless. So I do think from that aspect, they should be better off. That being said, not having Whit Weeks is not a good sign. He's one of the best linebackers in the country. And, you've seen that this defense is not as infallible as it looked early on. Early in the season, you thought, they would be deep and talented. Well, you lose 4 key contributors to that defensive front 7, and all of a sudden you start to see some scratches on the Mercedes.
Bama's favored by 10 on Saturday night. Preston, what would be your thoughts there? You think Bama wins, LSU can keep it close, or you think the Tide win by a couple touchdowns on Saturday?
Yeah, I would be very impressed if LSU can keep this a 1-score game. I'd be very impressed with the job Frank Wilson's done. I don't know that 10 is enough points. I would say, I would expect Bama to cover by 2 touchdowns. But, if LSU does better than that, I'm going to consider it an impressive job by Frank Wilson and company.
It's going to be an interesting game Saturday night. First game for LSU without head coach Brian Kelly. We're talking with Preston Guy, staff writer, covering LSU football at TigerBait.com. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Preston, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much. I know you're busy these days with everything going on. Hope to catch up with you again soon. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, good stuff there. Preston Guy talking LSU football here on Send It In. Let's continue talking college football. We're already at week 11. We had the college football playoff rankings last night. It was good to see that reveal show. And what that show revealed is that this will be a top 10 matchup between Texas Tech and BYU. And we're going to start there. On Wednesdays on the show, like we do every week, I'll give you guys the favorite, the underdog, the outright winner, the over, and the under that I like best this week. Talked about it yesterday's show. Favorite that I like the best is going to be Texas Tech, laying 10 against BYU. I think this is a smash spot for Texas Tech. Baron Morton, their quarterback, played last week against Kansas State, looked very good. When Morton has been in the lineup for Texas Tech, they've won every game by at least 23 points. They have been super dominant. They have the best defense in the Big 12. They have the best team in the Big 12. And BYU's done this the last couple of years, man. You know, where all these lines, it's like a line like this, where it looks like you should bet Texas Tech and then BYU covers, and a lot of the times they win outright. But much like last season when BYU was undefeated, we got to this point where they played Kansas late in the year and BYU lost at home and their season kind of unraveled. I think the same thing happened Saturday. They lose, they don't cover against Texas Tech, and then their season starts to unravel. So I like the Red Raiders minus 10 on Saturday against BYU. How about the underdog I like the best? Tulane on Friday night against Memphis. Give me the Green Wave plus 4.5. We've been talking about this game the last couple days, and it's very similar line movement to what we were seeing at a USC and Nebraska. We talked about on Monday, bet now Tulane plus 7. Just like the previous Monday, we talked about Nebraska plus 7. Then it moves down to 6.5. Memphis Tulane moved down to 6.5. And then we came in middle of the week and USC was down to a 4.5 point favorite. And look where we are now, where Memphis is a 4.5 point favorite. It's literally been the same line movement in Memphis Tulane that we saw last week with Nebraska and USC. And what happened? USC won by 4. Nebraska covered the game. I could see the same thing. Tulane wins outright. Memphis wins by a field goal, or they win by 4 points. I think this is going to be a close game. Tulane got smashed last week against UTSA on the road. I think they bounced back. Memphis is a good team right now. If the playoffs started today, they would be the group of 5 representative as the 12 seed. But Tulane, with Jake Retzloff at quarterback, John Summerall, a very good head coach, and their defense, I think, steps up. I think Tulane is absolutely live in this game, and I think they cover the 4.5. The total, the over that I like the best this week is going to be over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. I think this game is going to be a shootout because I don't think Navy's going to be able to stop Notre Dame. The Irish are favored by 26.5 points in this game. I think the Irish score in the mid to high 40s, and I also think Navy is probably going to score about 14 to 17 points as well. I see this game being like 45-17, 48-14, somewhere in that range, but I think the combined score is going to be in the 60s. So at 56.5, I like the over. That Notre Dame offense with those athletes and those studs and Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price going to be way too much for Navy to deal with. And then on the flip side, I think Navy's going to be able to score their points because even though the Irish do face Navy just about every other year, they do see the wishbone every year, it's still a little bit tough to prepare for. So I like over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. The under that I like the best is going to be Texas A&M, Missouri, under 48.5. We were just talking about A&M with Preston, and the last time we saw them, they looked really good in that second half against LSU. Think about this. A&M's played 3 road games so far this season. They've scored at least 40 points in all of those road games. Here they are on the road again on Saturday against Missouri, and this total is only at 48.5. I think that's very telling. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be a game that's played in like the low 20s, like a 24-17, 24-20 kind of game. Missouri's quarterback, Bo Prabula, got hurt in the Vandy game, but they had a bye last week, so I think a lot of people forgot about that. The backup is going to be in, who doesn't have a lot of career experience. Mizzou's going to try and lean on Ahmad Hardy, and I don't think he's going to find much running room in this game against A&M's defense. And then on the flip side, Missouri's got a very good defense, especially when they're at home. I think they'll be able to keep A&M in check a little bit. They're very good against mobile quarterbacks. I think this is a low-scoring game. I like under 48.5 in A&M and Missouri. And then finally, the outright winner that I like the best on Saturday. Give me Kentucky plus 140 against Florida. It felt like Florida's Super Bowl was the Georgia game. You fire Billy Napier, you have the bye week, you get to play Georgia, and the Gators had that game. They were leading it in the fourth quarter. Georgia scores with about 5 minutes left. They end up winning the game. Now Florida turns around the following week. You got to go on the road, and you got to play Kentucky. Mark Stoops is coaching for his job a little bit, and Kentucky's really looking for that marquee win this season. They played Ole Miss tough at home this year. They took Texas to overtime. They haven't been able to quite come up with that big win yet. This is the win that they're looking at. Florida has dominated this series for forever, and they see a reeling Gators team and a chance to upset them, and I think Kentucky might just do that. So I like the Cats, plus 140 against Florida on Saturday. All right, let's talk some NFL here on Send It In. Anything that you guys like in the NFL this week for Week 10, let me know. Anything that you are on. Let's start with one of my favorite games of the week. I think this is going to be the upset of the week, and that's going to be the New Orleans Saints. I think they're going to beat Carolina on Sunday. We get this 5.5-point spread. Again, we talked about it with Patriots and Falcons last week. Pats were favored by 5.5. You normally want to take a road dog as a 5.5-point favorite. They normally cover, and they tend to win outright. Falcons came up a point short in that game, but they ended up covering the spread. I mean, think about this. Carolina last week against Green Bay was a 14-point dog on the road. Now they are a 5.5-point favorite. When's the last time you have seen a 20-point swing for a team in the matter of a week? It never happens in the NFL. That's crazy. And not only did Carolina cover that game against Green Bay, they obviously won outright. So you're getting the Panthers off an outright win as a big dog. Now they come home where they're a favorite, never this size. I mean, when's Carolina ever been a 6-point favorite at home under Bryce Young? You're getting a team off a big win, a team that's never used to being in this type of situation is this big of a favorite. And you're getting a Saints team. They're 1-8. They're still playing hard. Tyler Shuck making his second career start. It's a divisional game. I really like the Saints. It feels like I bet the Saints every single week. I really like them this week, and I think they're going to win that game against Carolina. We'll talk about survivor pools tomorrow. Be careful of Carolina. This game kind of reminds me of Atlanta and Miami, or of the Bengals and the Jets game. You get these teams that are laying these kinds of numbers that aren't used to it against teams that have no wins, one win. They're desperate to get that win for the first time in a long time. It's dangerous stuff. I think it's going to be your upset. I like the Saints, plus 200 against the Panthers. Take the 5.5 as well. Jags and Texans is just a gross game. Like, of all the games on the board this week, this is the one that I look at and I'm just like, pass. I'm good. Nothing to see here. CJ Stroud still in the concussion protocol. Likely not going to play against Jacksonville. Look, it's a divisional game. It's tough to beat a team 2 times. Jacksonville already beat Houston this season. Houston, though, it feels like that was maybe their season against Denver this past week. Like, you really needed to win that game for a chance to feel like maybe you can win, you can get into the wild card. Not only do you lose that game, but you lose your quarterback as well. I don't like Trevor Lawrence against this Texans defense, though. I think the Jags in a teaser, like, this has to be one of the best teaser legs of the week. It's a low total at 38. You're getting the better quarterback with Trevor Lawrence against Davis Mills. It's a divisional game. These games are always close between these two teams. It's going to be a 3-point game probably either way. Betting the Jags up to plus 7 in a teaser, I think that's the way to go. So I like Jags in a teaser against Houston. What about the Cardinals and the Seahawks? Outside of Saints-Panthers, this also might be my favorite bet of Week 10. I do like the board this week, and I really like Arizona, plus the 6.5. I got them at plus 7. We talked about it on Monday. Before that, Cowboys and Cardinals Monday night game. Grab the Cardinals at plus 7. Now they're at plus 6.5. I still really, really like it, though. Every week on this show, I come on and I try to tell you guys every week, Seattle goes on the road. We bet Seattle. Look at what they did again to Washington on Sunday night. They are awesome on the road. When Seattle's at home, though, especially when it's not a primetime game, that's when you want to fade them. 5-8 straight up under Mike McDonald at home. Divisional game. It's tough to beat a team 2 times. Seattle's already beaten Arizona earlier this year in that Thursday night game in Phoenix. No Kyler Murray. And wouldn't we rather have Jacoby Brissett in this game than Kyler Murray? Kyler always struggles against Seattle. He always throws multiple interceptions against Mike McDonald. So the fact that it's Brissett, I absolutely love that. The fact that it's a divisional game, I'm getting 6.5 points with a team that's already lost to Seattle. I love that. The fact that Seattle is at home as opposed to on the road, I love that. And then the last kicker, Cardinals are 3-5 this season. All 5 of their losses have been by 4 or fewer points. All Arizona does is play people close every single week. I like Cardinals plus 6.5 against Seattle. Rams and 49ers, this is an interesting game as well. LA favored by 4 against San Francisco. We had Nick Henyon on yesterday talking about how much he liked the Rams -3. He got a good bet there. Now that it's up to 4. Would probably take the Rams if I had to bet it. It just doesn't feel like, again, we're baking enough into how many injuries the 49ers have on defense. No Bosa, no Warner, no Mikael Williams. They're just beat to hell right now on the defensive side of the ball. And the Rams are not going to take them lightly because they lost outright to San Francisco as a big favorite when they played about a month ago. It also feels like the total's a little too high, doesn't it, at 49.5? I get it's that high because you're getting that Rams offense going up against that Niners defense. But these matchups between these two teams, people think, oh, McVay, Shanahan, shootouts with these two coaches and these two offenses when they're fully healthy. But these games tend to be lower scoring. I think 49.5 is too high. So I like the under in the game, and I'd probably just take the Rams in like a money line parlay or something like that. Lions, a 9.5-point favorite on the road against Washington on Sunday. I think all of us that follow the NFL, that bet the NFL, we all know when the Lions come off of a straight-up loss, you want to bet them the following week. I think they won their last 12 games and covered their last 12 games under Dan Campbell off of a straight-up loss. And on the flip side, they're playing a Washington team that it just feels like it's unspiraling quickly in Washington. Normally you want to normally you want to back a team like Washington that got embarrassed at home on primetime like they did on Sunday night against Seattle. Their defense is so bad, though, and now Jaden Daniels is out for the season. I just don't know the motivation for Washington. I don't know where they're going to be at in this game. McLaurin's likely still going to be out as well. And the Lions, man, off of a loss, that is never a team that you want to play. So it does feel like a nice smash spot for Detroit in this game against Washington. Keep in mind, too, it's a revenge game from last year when Washington beat them in the playoffs. So Dan Campbell, I'm sure, will remind his team of that as well. Sunday Night Football, Steelers and Chargers. LA, a 3-point favorite at home. Total in the game is 45. This is a tricky game. Joe Alt is not going to play for the Chargers. Massive deal. Outside of like Lane Johnson, Trent Williams, feels like Joe Alt might be the most important lineman in the league in terms of when he plays, his team wins. When he doesn't play, his team loses. So he's not going to be in there for the Chargers, which is a massive deal. The two things I can't get over, though, with this game. The first one is just the spread itself. The Chargers are -3 in this game at home against the Steelers. It was a couple weeks ago where they were laying 2 points at home against the Colts. How can the Chargers be laying 2 points at home against the Colts and they're only laying 3 this week against the Steelers? And then we talk about the Steelers and the Colts. Yes, the Steelers did just win that game, but I mean, that was the ultimate Tomlin voodoo magic. Guys, they forced 6 turnovers and they only won the game by 7 points. I still don't think the Steelers are any good. I still don't think that defense is any good. I trust Harbaugh in this kind of game, and I trust the Chargers to come out of there. I think getting 3 is a good number with LA, so I like the Chargers -3 against the Steelers. And then Monday Night Football, game of the week, Eagles-Packers is going to be really, really fun. Green Bay favored by 2.5. Total in the game is 44.5. I really don't have a strong feel in this one. Eagles are coming off a bye. They're well rested. Packers are coming off that brutal loss to Carolina. You would expect them to bounce back. Nick Kenyon yesterday talked about the under. That might be the play in this kind of game. So I think that could be a look. Maybe Saquon rushing attempts as well, trying to slow down that Green Bay pass rush against Jalen Hurts. I think the under might be the look there. But, yeah, Packers-Eagles, that's going to be a fun one. Feels like a good game you could live bet as well. But Week 10 in the NFL, a couple of good different games that I really like this upcoming week. Let's talk some college basketball now here on Send It In. Yesterday we talked about the Big Ten. Let's look at the SEC today. This league got 14 teams into March Madness last year. I don't think we see that again, but I think it's still going to be a very good league. Florida is your favorite at +225. Kentucky right after them at +300. I don't want to overreact to one game for Florida, but man, are they going to miss Walter Clayton? Are they going to miss Elijah Martin? Are they going to miss Will Richard? Those guards that were so good for them last year, especially Clayton. Boogie Flan's a nice player. Xavier Lee's a nice player too. Xavier Lee, these guys are nowhere near Walter Clayton, Richard, Martin. They're just nowhere near. While they might have the best front court in college basketball, at the end of the day, when you play in a league as good as the SEC and so many of these games come down to the wire and you're going to need your guards to carry you, I just don't know if Florida's going to be able to do that. So not betting the Gators as the favorite. Don't really want Kentucky either, to be honest with you. I understand the love for Kentucky. Last night, they had 9 guys that played 17 minutes or more. They had 4 guys score in double digits. They're a very deep team, and their defense is going to be much improved this year. I just don't know if they're going to be as good offensively as maybe some people think they're going to be this year. So I'm out on those 2 teams. Arkansas is interesting because John Calipari, shocker, got himself some very good freshmen, a couple of 5 stars, and he also mixed his roster with some guys that came back to Arkansas for another year. He went into the portal and got some of the transfers as well. So Calipari's team got off to a slow start in SEC play last year, got better as the season went on. We saw them upset St. John's and go to the Sweet 16. Arkansas is a team I would rather buy into later on in the year than I would in conference play. Alabama, I think they're going to be good. I think they're going to be a top 3-4 team in the league. Their offense is going to be awesome as it always is. They're going to have the best backcourt that nobody's going to talk about with Philon and Holloway. I don't know if this team's going to win the SEC, though. My pick is going to be the Tennessee Volunteers at plus 850. Why? Because it's a guessing game with all these other teams and how good they're going to be on certain ends of the floor. Maybe not Alabama in their offense, but with Tennessee, we always know what they're going to be on defense. And their backcourt of Jacoby Gillespie and Nate Ament, I'm excited to watch that unfold throughout the season. I like the value with the Vols at plus 850, so they would be my look. Keep an eye on Vanderbilt as well. They're going to be good in hoops this year, you guys. Mark Byington's a very good coach, and I like what he did in the portal. He's got a bunch of shooters. They're going to fill it up, and they're going to upset some people, so keep an eye on Vandy. And then Texas A&M at 25-1. Remember the name Bucky McMillan. He was the head coach at Samford. Now he's at A&M. Bucky's teams play like a lot of people want their teams to play. 94 feet, full court press, jacking threes, going 100 miles per hour, and he brought in a lot of high-level transfers from different programs that if they can gel, they could be dangerous. So keep an eye on A&M. They would be my long shot at 25-1. Promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's an NBA Odds Boost token, and this NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting 5. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, you guys, let's wrap the show with PJ's plays here on Send It In, and it is all NBA on the card today. Nothing in college I really like, football or basketball, so we'll go to the association. Cam Thomas, we're going to go over 24.5 points for him against Indianapolis. My guy Shawnee Sharp's going to the game tonight, and he tells me that every Pacers game he goes to, they lose and the game goes to overtime. So if both of those things are true, I'm taking the guy that has the best chance of going off tonight for Brooklyn and Cam Thomas over 24.5 points. Also, my dog of the day. 32-1,
by the way, that's parlayed, Peach. 32-1 overtime, and Nets win. It's 32-1.
I like that. All right, so there you go. If you want to take Nets money line overtime, 32-1. Dog of the day is going to be the Spurs tonight, plus 2.5 against the Lakers. I just think the Spurs are the better team. I don't think they should be dogs in this game. I'm rolling with Wemby and San Antonio. And then give me Dallas, minus 7.5 against New Orleans tonight. Pels got their first win of the season like we thought they would. I think Dallas, though, smashes them tonight. Lay the 7.5. That is my best bet. Thanks again to Preston Guy for joining us today on the show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to Bet
Yes.
Sweats
You
with
hear us?
Joe O and Sammy P.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. We'll check in with Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. Okay, he's got us now. Here he is with us, our guy Will Brinson, checking in with us. Will, we wanted to have a conversation with you about your about your Rams, not because of what happened over the weekend, but we've been addressing the top of the NFC. The books don't really know what to do. They put 4 teams with the same numbers there, and then your Rams are in that picture, and then all of a sudden, your guy Matthew Stafford's in the MVP picture. He steps in as the 4th favorite right now. Is he with us? I don't.
He's with us. I don't know if he's with us though.
I don't know.
I see him.
He doesn't hear us. He doesn't hear us. That's a problem.
You can see us, Logan. Let's blow him kisses. Oh man.
His screen keeps going black and then he pops back in. So I don't think he's ready. All right. He's not ready yet.
Okay.
Right? He's so confused.
Like, I've never seen this before. My phone, all of a sudden, my phone went completely rogue and said, it was like, iPhone has taken over your AirPods and everything. Now we're good.
You're good. You can hear us.
We're good. I can hear you guys.
Did you see me blowing you kisses?
Yeah. I was trying to.
I
was going to attempt to do sign language and realize I don't know how to do it, so then I stopped. I put my hands up. It was like, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, good. Well, let's talk about your Rams, man. We don't need to talk about what happened over the weekend. Everybody knew they were going to kick ass. They did. And now your boy Matthew Stafford's, he's legit part of the MVP conversation. Now he slides right in after Drake May as the 4th favorite.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that take thief Pete Prisco went on CBS Sports HQ and tried to talk about Matthew Stafford being the MVP like 2 weeks after I said he was the MVP, but no big deal. I think he's got a very viable case. They win the division. You got to win the division to get the award. We could see Josh Allen go Superman. I don't think the Lamar Jackson tickets are necessarily dead. If the Ravens just go ham down the stretch and win a bunch of games in a row, we saw it last year where Lamar almost snaked it from Josh Allen. And then Drake May, 4th quarterback in NFL history, I believe, to complete 70% of his passes with 9 yards plus per pass attempt through 9 games. The other 3, Aaron Rodgers, 2011 MVP, Tom Brady, 2007 MVP, Joe Montana, 1999 MVP. So Drake May's right there. We know voters love to, if you get a highly drafted young quarterback, like if the Patriots steal the division from the Bills. So I think like that's one of the inflection points there. It's like, if the Patriots steal the division from the Bills, that's going to get a lot of love for Drake May. But Matthew Stafford is playing unbelievable football. I mean, he is completely dialed in. It's crazy to think that before the season, there were concerns about his back and how he's like, is he going to be ready for week 1? The addition of Devontae Adams has been fantastic. We're seeing some touchdown regression for him. He leads the NFL in red zone targets. Puka, perpetually banged up, but it doesn't matter if he's not out there. Stafford lights it up. And I think you got to credit Sean McVay, of course, here, because this is now the 3rd time, I believe, that the Rams have played in London. They did the thing where they fly to the East Coast, beat a team on the East Coast, take a red eye to London. And I think, Rich Eisen and Kurt Warner were kind of questioning the decision-making there. They go win in London, come off the bye, throttle a bad Saints team that's running like a junk offense. I'd be careful with that with Carolina this week, by the way. And then, and now they're set up for a massive, divisional rematch game in which they should want some revenge after the 49ers embarrassed them in primetime at home a few weeks ago.
You just brought up Carolina. Carolina and Kansas City have the same record. And I don't think
have you seen the meme? It's like the John Daly Tiger Woods meme. I don't know if it gets like national attention. It gets put in the group chat, like the local, like my Raleigh group chat every week. It's like John Daly smoking a cig. It says Panthers 5-4. And then it's like Tiger Woods walking up to him. It's like Chiefs 5-4. I mean, it's so accurate, dude. Like, how are the Panthers 5-4?
Look, we saw this a lot. We saw this a lot, though, in New England when they would have a down year, but they were never 4 losses through 9 games with Brady. Like maybe one time in 2002, the year after the first Super Bowl. Like when Brady was in his prime and he matured as an elite quarterback, they never were 5-4. And I think it's natural for a lot of people, not only media people, but fans to think, well, they'll be okay. And I'm not saying they're dead, but are we sure this is a team that can make a run?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not that worried about them. If you look at the losses, they got the Chargers in Brazil week 1, lose by 1 score to the Chargers at their peak, when they were playing their best football. Week 2, you lose by a field goal to an Eagles team that bullies you when you're not completely healthy. Week 5, you lose at Jacksonville, Monday Night Football, kind of fluky. Trevor, plays great, and Mahomes made that, terrible goal line pick. And then you lose at Buffalo. So, their 4 losses are to, teams with good records, possible playoff teams, some of the better teams in football. They haven't played Denver yet, which is interesting. They still have the Colts. They have another game with the Chargers. I think we're looking at, minimum. Now, this is probably not first round. The difference with the Brady teams that you referenced there, Sam, and they even did it when Brady was suspended, right? They still won games like Jimmy G and Brissett. Those Brady teams always found a way in a really, really down AFC East to win the division and go get the 1 seed or the 2 seed, because, you had 2 buys back then. They would always get one of the top 2 seeds, and you'd get that bye, which gave Belichick, who was good back then, versus now, although his defense is getting better, a chance to scheme up for 2 weeks and to rest everybody. And so the Chiefs now are probably going to have to play in a wild card. I mean, even if they win the division, they're probably going to have to play in a wild card game, whether it's at home or not. It just would be surprising if they made that run and got the 1 seed with the Broncos twice and the games they have left. But yeah, I wouldn't put anything past Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. The offense has looked substantially better since Rashee Rice came back. Kelsey's still got enough left in the tank. Offensive line playing better, and then the defense. It's just that's it. I think there's several teams out there, and the Chiefs are definitely one of them, where you put them in the postseason and you're asking Patrick Mahomes to get hot for 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it is. And I mean, that's absolutely possible. But yeah, they don't look like an unstoppable juggernaut by any stretch.
With Will Brinson of CBS Sports here on Bet Sweats, whether it is the likelihood that you're going to follow or fade a team, did the NFL trade deadline change anything for you?
Well, I mean, this Browns-Jets game is a hot mess, right? Dylan Gabriel's laying 2.5 on the road, and they're it's trying to get to 3. I think it's circa, because we're watching that for the contest lines that'll be released in a little bit. I mean, Cleveland's going to be chalky, and I get it. The Jets are the first team since 1970 to trade for multiple first-round picks at the trade deadline. They're the first team ever, I think, to trade 2 former first-team All-Pros at the deadline. And you got Breece Hall tweeting, just basically begging them to deal him. They don't do it. It's how can you expect the Jets to show up on Sunday with any energy whatsoever? It's AD Mitchell is going to bring the thunder, right? I mean, but you're laying 2.5 with the Browns on the road. I mean, the Browns are not a very good team, and the defense doesn't travel, and they got a rookie quarterback who doesn't look like he really belongs. I mean, I guess I'd be inclined to sort of zag here, I think, a little bit and take the Jets, but it's an absolute pinch your nose situation.
It's difficult, and Joe and I talked about this not only today, but for a lot of this season. It's difficult for me to get behind a team with a bad defense laying points. And Joe Flacco just threw for 470 and 4 touchdowns. Now, I know the Giants don't have Chase and Higgins, but Bears laying 3.5. That's a no-fly zone for me, man. How about you?
Yeah, Giants are nothing here for me. Jackson Dart's been awesome this year. I mean, he's makes you wonder why they didn't start him from Jump Street, because he was clearly ready. Mm-hmm. Now, he's definitely had some mistakes, but I mean, they're rookie mistakes you expect, but he looks like he belongs to me. Uses legs, kind of a must win, must win for both teams here. I guess everything at this point is a must win for everybody, unless you're at the bottom and you're trying to get that top pick. That hook, I think Caleb has a good game. I think Dart has a good game. Total here is high enough at 48. I would expect plenty of points. But it definitely feels like a game that comes down to if the Bears win, if the Bears win, it's because they win by 3, either kicking a field goal, a 60-yard Colston Loveland like last second touchdown, like they did against the Bengals, or the Giants storm in through the back door. Like the Bears are primed to be stormed through the back door. So if it were like 2.5, maybe Bears. But the Bears defense is just too banged up, not good enough right now. I would definitely look Giants here.
You have the board. Take us anywhere. What is your favorite bet we have not discussed?
Man, I was just trying to look at like my the best bet I'm putting in for a show we got on CBS here in a little bit, and I think it's a really tough board this week. You had the injuries with the Jaguars and the Texans. The Panthers laying 5.5 at home. First time they've been like more than a 4-point favorite in forever. The Panthers thing, I'll touch on that. I don't know if it's like a favorite bet, but I think given how badly the Saints got stomped by the Rams, and look, the Rams are a different level than the Panthers, and then how the Panthers going into Green Bay and winning the game in a game where Green Bay dominated statistically, I think everybody's going to want to back the Panthers and fade the Saints the rest of the year. They just trade Shaheed. Maybe they're giving up on the season. I will tell you this. If you watch that, I watch all Rams games closely, obviously. If you watch that Rams-Saints game, like Kellen Moore is doing the thing that we always ask terrible NFL teams to do, which is just run some junk offense. Like they're going to have a bunch of Taysom Hill plays. It would not surprise me at all if the Saints managed to score some junk touchdowns on like Taysom Hill, end around like read option passes or whatever the hell he's going to throw out there, and kept this one close. I would lean towards the Saints pretty heavily here, because I don't think the Panthers should be laying 5.5 against anybody. People are going to look at that record. They're going to look at the Saints record. They're going to look at the Panthers at home, what they've done in the division at home, defense playing better, and think that this is a Carolina can cruise game. I think they'll be very popular in Survivor, and I think that is real risky. I think the Saints are probably live to pull off an upset here against a Panthers team that is punching above its weight.
Would you rather bet the Colts to win the AFC or the Seahawks to win the NFC?
Seahawks for sure, because the Seahawks are awesome. They just added Shaheed from that trade from the Saints, reunited with Clint Kubiak, averaged 17.5 yards per catch with the Saints in the 6 games he was healthy with Kubiak last year. Kubiak, and it's like on like a 50% catch rate or something. It's just deep shots, which is awesome for what Sam Darnold does on play action. He's going to complement JSN really well. Mike McDonald's got that defense cooking. They get you at every level. They get pressure in weird ways. It's hard to diagnose as a quarterback. And I think, when you look at the top of the NFC, I think the Rams are the best team in football. And I think the Eagles, if they come out of the bye throwing like they did the 2 games before the bye, are really dangerous as well. There's some great teams in the NFC, but the AFC, you were asking Daniel Jones to probably beat 2 of Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson to win the AFC. Whereas you're asking the Seahawks defense just to like set Sam Darnold up in positive game scripts to throw on play action and to run the ball effectively for a couple of games. So it's easily Seahawks for me over the over the Colts. And I think the odds are probably a little bit better too.
How did it feel to see, even though it really wasn't their doing, but to see NC State ruin Haynes King's chance at a Heisman?
It was our doing. It was incredible NC State.
He had 500 yards.
He wasn't. We beat them. Nobody's saying our defense is any good, because it's not any good. But our offense is great. Storm the field situation, NC State. And then on Monday, by the way, Will Wade's debut. And I know we played NC Central, and like we beat him by 50. I'm telling you, man, NC State is a truck stick in basketball. We look like an SEC team for the first time in like 20 years. Keep an eye on Will Wade in this squad. Very, very good basketball team. And then Monday night, Zonovan Knight and Jacoby Brissett, 2 NC State alums, go out there and put the stick on Jerry Jones and Jerry World. And then Jerry goes out and trades a first rounder. Why wouldn't you trade a first rounder? You're 3-5-1. It makes total sense, buddy.
Yeah. After trading Parsons away, let's trade for a defensive lineman and trade away a 1 and a 2.
I would bet NC State to win the national championship in basketball at 60-1. I don't think it's that crazy a bet.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. Thanks, Will. Talk next week.
All right,
we'll
guys. See
play
you next
3,
week.
2, 1 next. You got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Who's winning the East?
I'll play 3, 2, 1. Ready? Let's play 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Eagles.
Commanders. Okay, let's play 3, 2, 1 AFC West. 3, 2, 1. Chiefs.
Denver. Jake, you want to do 3, 2, 1? Because I have a name too, and I think we have the same name. 3, 2, 1. Randy.
Polanco.
Naylor.
Oh.
You guys all went different, you idiot. I was hoping you were going to help me. Time for some 3, 2, 1. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats with you on a Wednesday morning. Sam, have you bet NC State to win the national title yet? You've been betting some college.
I have
hoops.
not. I have not done that yet. Just St. John's for now.
Did he sell you on Will Wade? I mean, if you're going to bring in a cheater, I would. I would do that.
You could bet 60. There's a good chance it gets down to 30, but I don't think they're winning the whole thing.
But as
two
far
other
as,
quick points. In that intro, I took Eagles to win NFC East, Broncos to win AFC West. I feel pretty good about those 3, 2, 1s. Not gonna lie.
What are the Chiefs now?
Still the favorite.
I don't
co-favorite.
See, they're still the favorite. Oh,
co-favorite, like plus 130, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
They lose to the Broncos though. One of those games, man. They're going to be.
Oh, yes.
They're going to be 3 games back.
Yeah. Yeah. I see it as. Wow. Okay. So there are some books that decided to make the Broncos the favorite. Some still have the Chiefs as a favorite. Kind of interesting.
The
I can't really decide.
Chargers are in first. Oh, no, sorry. Chargers are in second. My bad. Broncos 7-2. Chargers 6-3. Chiefs 5-4. But if the Chiefs lose, they play the Broncos coming up here.
Next week.
They play the Broncos off the bye. Yep, the next game is at Denver. So, assuming Denver is going to win its next game. Wait, is Denver on the bye too? My internet is so slow. No, Denver plays Vegas
they've got
on Thursday.
so they'll have 10 days. Yeah.
My internet just stopped working. So fantastic. Like I'm trying to scroll and find stuff. Yeah, they're going to beat the Raiders, and then if they beat the Chiefs, they will have a 3.5 game lead on Kansas City.
Andy Reid off the bye.
Yeah,
let's go.
Fair enough. And if they beat Denver, they will not be 3.5 back.
I think the Chiefs are. I'm sorry, the Chargers. I think the Chargers are dead.
Yeah,
with that O-line moving forward, could be a good fade spot moving forward. All right, Paul Aspen, what do we have for 3, 2, 1?
All right, so I don't think I got an official. We got an official title bet, college hoops title bet from Joe. So I know, Sam, you got St. John's. If I was to say do something other than St. John's or like a conference futures bet, do you have anything else in the chamber? Or like, because if it's 3, 2, 1, it's just St. John's. That's,
I do have. I can give you another one. Do you want it now, or are we waiting until 3, 2, 1?
We'll wait until 3, 2, 1. All right, so we'll call this a college hoops futures bet. Another one to add to the portfolio. 3, 2, 1. Arizona national title. In college basketball?
Yeah. Long shot. Let's go long shot.
What is Ole Miss?
Let's see. Oh God,
no,
that's
100.
dropped a lot. Yeah, I thought there was 100. Let's go.
100.
Lane Kiffin, Chris Beard. It's their year for both. Always is.
Paul thought you were still talking football for a second.
I did for a second. I was like, wait, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes. They're going to probably lose both of those coaches in a year or so.
Okay.
Yeah. I've done, don't put anything behind that. I've done zero work on college basketball. I haven't even started to look. And you're asking me on the fly, who would I trust? I'm looking for a big number. I'm looking for a coach that I trust. And second year there. Sure. Why not?
BYU's got this kid, for those that don't know. He's from the Boston area. His name's AJ DeBonsa. He's very likely going to be a top 2 pick in the draft. He's an absolute monster. Now, there's 3 freshmen that are really kind of dominating right now. DeBonsa's one. Boozer's the other at Duke. I know Jake's big on Boozer. And then the third one, who's the third one? It's completely slipping my mind right now. But DeBonce is the type of guy who's going to get you like 20 and 10 a night as a freshman. He's an absolute monster.
Can't wait to see how trusting Tommy Lloyd goes wrong. But I do think Caleb Love is addition by subtraction at Arizona. So, like we talked about earlier, there's 17, there's a 30. So if you're going to bet them, take the 30. All right, to college football now for real. Best CFP path as of today off the current bracket. 3, 2, 1. Notre Dame.
Ole Miss. What did he say?
Was that I think he said Notre Dame. Choppy over there.
All right, Paul, why did you say Notre Dame?
I actually that was my first thought. It was the first thing I put in the rundown when I saw this bracket come out. I was like, for what did we bet, or what did we bring up betting? 16-1, and I placed that bet at the time. I love this path. I mean, I think BYU, I don't think BYU is going to be in it when all is said and done, but give me Notre Dame in a 7-10 game, and then having to go through Indiana. Again, I think I respect what Indiana has done, but I still give Notre Dame the edge in that game. I think it's a coin flip game, and so yeah, I think I like that better than trying to go through like Ohio State or Alabama.
Yeah, and this year would not be obviously a home game. If they were to meet, they'd be in the quarters there. I also took the same path. I was wondering if people would say path-wise, is it going to be one of these teams with a bye, or are we going to go with someone who's going to be playing in the opening round? And that's the direction I went as well. And I think it's kind of obvious. Okay, if you're going to face a team in the second round coming off a bye, you want to face Ohio State, Indiana, Bama, or Texas A&M. I want to face Texas A&M. So I'm going to go with Ole Miss. I'm not being Ole Miss boy today. It just seems painfully obvious. They would have a home game against Virginia. Most people don't believe in Virginia. We don't even know if they're going to get there. They would beat Virginia, and then they could easily take down Texas A&M. So that's why I went there.
Sam, you want to expand on Notre Dame at all? I know you kind of gave your case earlier.
The 2 seed, I think, is the best seed, but I don't trust this 2 seed. I don't. I'm not an Indiana guy. Like, technically, I think it's easier to play the 7-10, obviously, than play the 8 or the 9, or play that 5, which is going to be an SEC team. Last year, I think Texas was the 5. And they're going to, the 5 is going to be the SEC team. That's going to happen. Whichever one doesn't win the conference will be the 5. So if you're avoiding the 5 and you don't want to play 8-9, you want to be the 2. So I think Indiana has the easiest path, but I like Notre Dame more. So, I think being a 10 seed and getting either Indiana or Ole Miss A&M is an awesome shake for Notre Dame. Notre Dame was in this part of the bracket last year. Now, Indiana was the 10, Notre Dame was the 7, but Notre Dame's a 7-8 point favorite against BYU. So I think Notre Dame is in a great spot in this current bracket.
Something else that came to mind with this current bracket is, okay, they're not the same Georgia team, but to get Georgia, Alabama in the quarters, to ask the Tide to take down Georgia twice in a season, that's a tough one. That'd be a little bit difficult on them.
For sure. All right, college football. Let's go conference futures. A conference futures bet you would entertain making today in 3, 2, 1.
Utah.
SMU.
You say SMU?
SMU at 12. Yeah, all the numbers are 3, 4 to 1 with the UVAs of the world. And I think, again, they, as Nate was kind of talking about, they've been getting by, but Duke is still a tough one. SMU, they've got BC, at BC, a bye, Louisville at Cal. So it's really kind of the Houston case we're talking about, which obviously didn't end up working out, but going into that Arizona State game, that's kind of the process for me. It's about the Louisville game. If you can win that Louisville game at 12-1, I just think it's a numbers play based on the rest of the market as well.
Sam, we both said Utah at the same time, 11, 12-1. They're the 4th favorite. It's funny, Texas Tech is the favorite to win that conference, even though they're not the undefeated team. That's BYU, but we expect, at least the market expects BYU to have a loss after this weekend. So why'd you say Utah?
Well, I mean, not just one loss. I think they can have a couple losses, and that's what you're going to need for Utah to get in. But I mean, Utah just has the ability to, dominate a lot of these teams. I think Dampier is a special player, and I think they're going to win out. I mean, at Baylor, you should win. Kansas State, you're going to win. And then you go to Kansas. Like, they're going to go 3-0. They're going to do their part. We just need some chaos along the way for, BYU, Cincinnati, Houston. But Utah defensively is not as strong as they've been in years past, but I think offensively they've really taken that step forward. So it's very telling as well that Utah has the third best odds despite being the fifth best team right now in the standings. So I think the bookmakers are telling you something on that one.
All reasons that I mentioned them as a long shot for the title because I could see them getting in. There's that path. So, yeah, and it's some luck, too. Which tiebreakers are going to come into play? We don't know right now because there's so many teams that are in the mix there with one loss. But, yeah, Utah, there's a reason. They see the path, and so do we.
Need Utah. Utah gets home. Then I'm holding Bills at 200-1. So we got Dodgers in. Need Utah. That would be great. And right on cue, there's a siren because there always is when I come on the show. All right, let's do favorite college football bet of the weekend in 3, 2, 1.
Iowa.
Tech.
Mizzou. I think Iowa's got Oregon. Go ahead, Sam.
Iowa's getting 6.5 at a couple books right now. So this one's been an interesting back and forth between where it opened and where it's kind of moved towards. So they opened at 6 at Circa, and within 2 hours it was down to 4.5. Then it got bet back up, and now we're 6.5. So you've seen, money on both sides. I don't know that we're going to get to 7 though, Joe, which is pretty telling. Oregon's just not a very physical football team. I'm curious to see what Jeff says tomorrow. I know Jeff is going to be all in on Oregon tomorrow. I think Iowa's a lot more physical and tougher, and Iowa ain't no bitch. So I think Iowa's going to be right there to the very end.
Yep, we are. We're laying double digits with Texas Tech going up against BYU. There's a reason we are at that number. I could see a repeat of what we saw earlier in the year with Texas Tech, like at Utah winning by 24. Some other conference matchups. So I'm gonna go with Texas Tech. There's a lot of belief that they're supposed to win this game, and I think they're gonna do it in convincing fashion. And I'm thinking that the room is gonna want to take the 10 with the Mormons. So I'm going Texas Tech. What was yours, Paul?
Mizzou 7.5 at home against A&M. I know they'll be without their starting quarterback who's still injured, but I think they could give the Aggies some trouble with their run game, a very stout run game. So more than a touchdown. Take Mizzou, and I'm just kind of waiting for the Aggies to stumble. I don't know if they lose outright this week, but I like Mizzou as the home dog at more than a touchdown. Next on the board, favorite underdog bet of the NFL weekend. 3 money line. 3, 2, 1.
Giants.
Cardinals.
I'll go Vikings. No, I hate it. Why Cardinals? Oh, wow.
No.
So you're there with me. You don't disagree with what I was saying earlier.
No, and I don't want to go too far, but if Arizona wins this week and then they got still what was the shell of what was a Niners team next week, and the schedule is pretty interesting for a team that has lost a lot of one-score games. So if you're looking at like NFC Flyers, I think you could make worse bets. Obviously, assuming they're going to win, you have to assume they're going to win this week if you're going to make that bet. But I like what I saw on the offense. I mean, they're getting Marvin involved. They made that a point of emphasis for sure. Run game looked pretty strong. Defense, they got a little lucky. Like they made some 4th down stands, but they got some turnover luck against the Cowboys. But impressive win.
Yeah, I went with Minnesota. I'm not going to take one of these numbers that are shorter than a field goal if we're talking about a live dog. Like the Jets getting 2.5. There's a lot that are inside of a field goal. The Jaguars, it's like a pick 'em basically. They're one, but Minnesota at home, man. We might be going a little bit far with the Ravens. Okay, they're playing closer to what we thought they were going to be. I'm not convinced that we know that defense is what we were expected coming into the season. I think they still have a lot of problems on that side of the ball. Lamar's going to be scary on the turf, but I'm also not convinced that this Vikings defense is complete trash. So Vikings at home getting 4. Could they be live? Absolutely. Sure they can. Curious to see how good McCarthy is because he had a nice start last week coming back from the injury, but he didn't really do anything else the rest of the game. I think the Vikings are live.
I think we have to go to break.
Damn. Oh, yeah, we're way over. We didn't even hear music. The video's all messed up. Is it like that for everybody?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
On the way out. It's hard to read the clock. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets next. You got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way in just a few moments. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. Did we have the call that was requested?
Oh, Jake's got it for sure. Do you want to set it up?
Yeah. Let's set it up. Sam was very pissed off with the final result that we got in Bulls Sixers. Paul was like, while we were telling Paul to go, he's like, I have no interest in going to this game. And he was probably happy in the end that he did not go, because this is how the game ended.
Screen. Giddy races to the basket, fires it out. Vucevic the shot. Vucci Main for three. Vucci Main steps up again. The grizzled veteran steps up and hits the biggest shot of the season. Oh my goodness, Elizabeth, I'm coming again, Elizabeth. Oh Lord, oh, it's the big one, Elizabeth. The cardiac bulls again. Just when you think you see a flat line, there's a pulse.
The big one. The big one? He's stretching. He's trying to come up with something. There it is, Stacey.
Yeah, he's excited. He's excited.
Yeah.
He's had blue balls for like the last 8 seasons because the team has sucked.
He's like, biggest shot of the season. The season just started like a week ago.
As I said, I made a joke like he made a joke. He's had blue balls for a long time because that team has been horrible. So now they're 6-1 and they're in first. And Stacey King's volcano erupted. Good for him. Just chill out. You're on television.
When are we fading the Bulls? When is the
Next
market
game.
going to adjust too much?
Next game.
Oh, no.
Whoever
Now
they
Sam's
play,
on
I
a
don't
mission.
even care. They could play Lincoln Way East for all I care. I'm in.
Friday at Milwaukee.
Good. They're dead.
I could have said any team in the NBA. You would have said good, they're
You
dead.
could have said a high school team. You could have said a Catholic League
Yeah.
team. I would have taken the points.
Yep. No doubt.
Vucci Man. Vucci Man.
Friday. Yeah.
Elizabeth.
You know what that's in reference to, right?
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
Nope.
Does anybody on the show knows what that means?
I have a guess,
Anybody?
but I'm definitely sure it's wrong. I was thinking the Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. No?
No.
Okay. That's all I got.
A very deflating no from Joe O right there, Paul. I thought it was a good guess.
Hold
I didn't
on.
even guess.
Hold on.
The
Gertz in the
Macho
chat
Man?
he guessed the exact same thing. That's amazing.
Really? Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. All right. It's not that bad of a guess. All right. And I know Jake has no guess. He has no idea. It is a Sanford and Son reference.
Oh.
Fred Sanford used to always fake heart attacks, and it would be like the funny line on the show, and he'd clutch his heart, one arm up in the air. Elizabeth, his wife that is already dead, he was saying, I'm coming to Georgia. She must be buried there or something like that. That's what he's referencing, a show from the 70s. It is 2025, almost 2026. That's what he's referencing. That's why nobody in the audience knows what the hell he's talking about, because he's talking about a TV show that was popular 5 decades ago.
The average NBA viewer is probably 25 years old right now.
Yeah.
Maybe 30. Because trust me, I know a lot of people older than me that are like, I'm not watching that crap. So like, I know for a fact that the league has taken over the younger audience. And the younger audience didn't think he was talking about Sanford and Son. I promise you.
They have no idea what he's talking about. I will say, we mentioned the ratings yesterday, and it could be a number of things, but I have found baseball to be more entertaining than the NBA recently. I'll just say that. I don't really seek it out. Certainly in November, I'm not seeking out NBA regular season action. So I was surprised this morning because I pulled something up that you've mentioned in recent days on the show, and I was like, whoa, damn. We got a lot of ratings. People are checking in, sharing their thoughts. A lot of reviews as well, so we appreciate it. Want to keep doing that just to share your thoughts with us? We love it, man. Like, I can't read all of them. Here's the top one. The subject from, well, I can't say his name, but the subject is end wokeness. I don't think that's why we're going to be gone. But
that's a review we got? I didn't check. We got a review.
I can't read it.
Wokeness?
No. The name I cannot say. I can't say the name.
I mean, you could. You could, technically.
No. I can't.
Okay.
What? Maybe I should. Maybe I should.
No. Don't say it. So I didn't look at the ratings and reviews yesterday. We were a 4.8 yesterday. We're a 4.9 today.
Right. I just looked this morning. Yeah, and all these popped up because I think there's like a 2-day delay usually when you send it on iTunes or whatever your podcatcher is.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right. We have 3 new reviews.
Yeah. People love it. Good stuff.
Well,
appreciate it. Yeah, this is
not everybody. Not everybody loves the show.
Well, the people that have actually listened to the show, they love
That's
the show.
fair. Fair counter.
Yeah, no, good stuff. And Jake getting shout outs, Paul as well. This is how I start my mornings. I love listening to the advice and content on a day-to-day basis. Normally watch on YouTube every morning during the week to get me through the first part of my workday. Sam's insights, Joe's presentation, they're great. Even love the behind-the-scene guys like Paul and Jake. Sad this one is going away instead of some other shows that are nowhere near as good. Going to buy Fade the Bartender shirt whenever I find them available. Top-notch show. Squid City says, can't express how much I'll miss this show. Great banter, great guests, great episodes. As a chicken dinner and Sammy P regular, I didn't know Joe O at first, but an easily likable fella and easy to listen to, especially the travel ball stories. I'm a travel ball survivor. Cheers, boys. You will land on your feet, and I'll be there listening. Yeah, and stay subscribed to the podcast. I'll just say that, and make sure you're following us on social media to announce whatever we have to announce coming up down the road. Very kind audience. I love all the messages that we've been getting. Shows you we're not just wasting our time, and we become a part of people's daily lives. You know.
I did not see these reviews until just now, and when you see people say this is how I start my mornings, and I'm a regular listener, and it gets me through the workday, like, it does make this feel a lot better. Even though there is an end date on it, it does make it easier. So if you'd like to bombard the Bet Sweats reviews with messages like that, maybe Joe and I will be in a better place in the next 7 weeks. 6
I will
weeks.
say, yeah, it does help. It does help to see some of that feedback from people. All right, where are you going with lightning bets on this Wednesday?
I'm going to bet a number that's probably going to keep moving. It's Notre Dame. They're against Navy. The opener was 24.5, and let me just get you the best price right now. So South Point has a 27. Chris has a 27. Every other book, for the most part, has 26.5. Well, why would you bet this now? Because I think we get to 28 by Saturday. And I don't want you laying 27, 27.5, 28 when you can lay 26.5 right now. I am making that bet when we get off the show. Irish are going to pound this team. Give me Notre Dame.
Let's go. All right, very good. I am going to play a Maction game that I cannot watch tonight because it's on one of the ESPN channels. But let's go with a MAC rivalry game with a big number. And these games are usually played pretty tight. It is the game that the Huskies of Northern Illinois circle every year. They cannot stand Toledo. We're getting more than 2 touchdowns. 14.5. I mean, if you just look last year, this was a 1-score game. In 2023, a 1-score game. That's how these usually end up going down. And getting 14.5, I understand why. All the metrics, big favorite, Toledo. You know, they should be a sizable favorite, but we're getting 14.5 this week. I will take the dog. I'm taking the Huskies. Paul Aspen, what do you have?
I did not expect to be here, but I am here, and this happened very quickly after getting an email from BetMGM about their golf insights for the what's it called? Worldwide Technology Championship. So look, Carson Young, he's finished 9th. He's finished top 2. Second in true strokes gained over the last 2 years at plus 2.32 in this tournament, and he's 80-1. So golf bet on November 5th. Never expected to be here, but there we are.
Let's go. Might as well. All right, Jake Hassan, what do you have?
Should we, after last night, should we just bet the Sixers plus 10.5 against the Cavs tonight?
Why are you laughing?
Because the stupid NBA bet that we're doing now. No, I'm saying after last night, should we bet the Sixers plus 10.5 against the Cavs tonight?
I'm guessing they're resting some guys. I haven't seen.
I wanted to fade
you figure no Embiid,
Edgecombe,
second night of a back-to-back.
but yeah, I don't know if a lot more of the offense will run through him. Young legs, rookie, if some guys are out.
So here's what we got for Philly. No, there's nothing on the list right now, at least on my screen. So, but I'm guessing that's because they're going to announce some things that some guys aren't going to play. I mean, why would they be a 10-point? They're in second place in the East. Why would they be a 10-point dog?
Garland upgraded to questionable for this game, too. So that's probably part of it for Cleveland.
Bounce back spot. Paul, let's go
You
to
doing
Cleveland.
Go to Cleveland? Absolutely
Yeah,
never. No.
I'm on my way to New York to meet up with Sam.
Let's go.
Well,
I'm bringing my flask.
Can't pick up Sister
train.
Jean anymore, Jake.
Damn.
Thanks, Paul.
Wow. They want you to take a wrong turn. Sorry.
I'm glad we made it. I'm glad we made it longer than Sister Jean, the show.
Maybe that was the beginning of the end.
All right. I think let's end on that high note. Might as well on this Wednesday. We'll be back tomorrow. Sam will be doing the show from New York. Schwartz will pop in at some point. This is Bet Sweats. Talk tomorrow morning right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it
you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Wednesday, hump day. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha. Addie Bates is not with us. I lied. Addie Bates will be back with us tomorrow, I believe. But Nick Costos, he joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on last night's college football playoff rankings. Did the committee get it right? That is the question that everyone is asking this afternoon. We'll break down the first CFP rankings of the season all throughout the show today. Betting ramifications. I do think there's a bet to be made based off of the rankings last night and how things might line up over the course of the final month of the regular season in college football. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, I mean, we're putting the content on there for you to consume in on-demand fashion. NFL, NBA, college football, hockey bets, shout out to Frozen Femi. Like, there's so much content for you to consume. The least you could do is subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts. We have 3 guests who'll be joining us throughout the program today, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern. Odyssey NFL insider, analyst for NFL Network and Compass Media, Brian Baldinger, joins us for his weekly Wednesday spot as we get the film perspective on what we should expect to see in Week 10 in the NFL. Coming up on the second half of the regular season. Can't believe we've made it this far. At 5:40 Eastern, college football analyst for CBS Sports, host of the Cover 3 podcast, Chip Patterson, joins us here on You Better You Bet as we'll get his reaction to the first CFP rankings from the committee and what it means going forward. We'll talk to Chip at 5:40 Eastern. And then during the Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern time, co-host of First Things First on FS1, Danny Parkins will check in with us here on his weekly Wednesday spot as we tackle all of the biggest storylines from throughout the National Football League, which I'm assuming is going to be a lot of trade deadline talk. Danny wants to talk about what the Jets did, what the Cowboys did, the Seahawks, all these moves that we saw yesterday in the NFL. We break it down with Danny Parkins at 6:20 Eastern. But let's get into last night's main event. And it wasn't even on the field or the court or the rink or anywhere. It was in the committee room with the college football playoff rankings, the first edition of the CFP rankings this season. Of course, we'll get 4 more iterations in the regular season, then the final one coming after Championship Saturday. That'll be on a Sunday morning before we get to the NFL games, that one coming in mid-December. But last night, we got the top 25 from the committee. Now, we're not going to go through all the teams, but I'll go through like the top 14. I think that's fair here on this Wednesday. And number 1 last night was Ohio State. No surprise there. The Ohio State Buckeyes, defending national champions, undefeated. They are your number 1 team in the country, according to the CFP committee. Number 2, Indiana. Number 3, Texas A&M. Number 4, Alabama. 5, Georgia. 6, Ole Miss. 7, BYU. BYU up a little bit higher than they had in the AP poll. Number 8, Texas Tech. Number 9, Oregon. Oregon, number 6 in the AP poll. Number 9 in the CFP rankings. Number 10, Notre Dame. Number 11, Texas. Number 12, Oklahoma. Number 13, Utah. And to include an ACC team, because if the season ended today, they would be in the playoff. Number 14, Virginia. So those are your top 14. If you want to see the rest of them, it's all out there everywhere on social media. You can look it up. You can Google it really quickly. The top 25 for the CFP. So the breakdown in terms of the conferences, 7 teams from the Big Ten, 9 from the SEC, which there's 6 from the SEC in the top 12. It is the best conference. We can all have our jokes and stuff, but it is the best conference. 3 from the Big 12, 5 from the ACC, and then 1 independent makes up the top 25. And if the season ended today, our matchups, somewhat interesting. So you'd have your top 4, because this year, unlike last year, the seeding is just going to be straight 1 through 14, and that's how they're going to do the matchups. It's not going to be, the 4 highest ranked conference champions get the bye weeks. We're not doing that. It's Boise State and the group of 5 team is not going to be getting a bye week unless they're absolutely unreal that season. So this year, the bye weeks would be 2 SEC teams and 2 Big Ten teams. So you have Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, and Alabama as your top 4 with byes into the quarterfinals. The on-campus games in the first round today would be Memphis at Georgia, Oregon at Texas Tech, Virginia at Ole Miss, and Notre Dame at BYU. Now, we'll talk a little bit later on in the show about hey, what would we want to do in those games from a betting standpoint? Who would we like, et cetera, et cetera. But those would be your CFP matchups once again, and for the final time, if the season ended today. But let's get into the big takeaways, because this is the real meat of the thing. And this is where I think it gets juicy. And for me, and I'll preface this by saying the following. It's November 5th. Things will play themselves out. And I know this is a 4TV content generator, the CFP rankings, and it gets us talking about it on a week-to-week basis because we all love college football. It's the second most popular sport in America behind the NFL. We're all obsessed with this stuff, which means we're going to overreact to this stuff. But damn it, let's overreact and let's obsess over the minutia, because my biggest takeaway from last night is what I brought up with Nick yesterday on the show, that being Tuesday. What's going to happen with the Notre Dame-Miami ranking? So, as I said, Notre Dame is the 10th ranked team in the country according to the College Football Playoff Committee. They are 8 spots ahead of the Miami Hurricanes. For those who don't remember, Miami in week 1 beat Notre Dame 27-24 on South Beach. Now, that's not the only result that we've seen so far this college football season. And over the last few weeks, Miami's been kind of a disaster. They've lost twice since October 17th. One was a home loss to Louisville, 24-21. And I'll say this about that loss. Louisville is the 15th ranked team in the country. It's not like they lost to the worst team in America. Louisville's number 15, but they lost to Louisville at home in a bad loss. Last Saturday, terrible loss in Dallas to SMU, 26-20 in overtime. So those results must matter, and those results are why Miami is sitting at number 18 and Notre Dame is at number 10, despite Miami beating Notre Dame in week 1. But here's my issue. Because Notre Dame and Miami have a couple things in common. One, they're both 2-loss teams. They are 2-loss teams. So you could make the argument, hey, we're talking about teams that are in the same playing field. Teams that are kind of punching at the same weight class. We literally saw these teams play week 1. It was a close game that Miami won. So, I don't really subscribe to the theory that, oh my God, Notre Dame is so much better than Miami. We literally saw the game. Miami beat them. And Notre Dame right now is playing better than Miami. But, the game in week 1 must matter. Otherwise, why the hell did we play the game in the first place? That's my opinion. So, I understand, the committee in the years past, and even last year for that matter, which must preface this by saying the committees change from year to year, so certain committees value some things over others. It's a fluid situation. But what we have been told is that when you lose shouldn't matter. And when you lose shouldn't be a massive deal to bring you down. Because, as we saw last year, the eventual national champion, prior to the playoff, their most recent result was an embarrassing loss as a 20-point favorite against Michigan. Like, it didn't matter because we all knew Ohio State belonged in the playoff and they were one of the best teams, and they went on to go out and destroy everyone in the CFP. Like, it didn't matter. But Miami is being held to the order of operation. When they lost has mattered. And Miami, the recency bias of their losses is 100% why they are 8 spots behind the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Like, if we're going to go off recency bias, why do we need a committee? Like that's my thing. Like, if we're going to say, oh, like the results matter and when they happen matter, like, what's the point? Isn't the purpose of the committee to be able to take the 10,000-foot view and look at the season in its totality and say, to this point, this is where we sit? Like, why do we need a committee if it's just, well, the last time you played, you lost, so we got to bump you down? Like, dude, you put them 8 spots behind a team that they already beat? How does that make sense? And here's what the committee said. Committee chair Mac Rhodes, on Miami being ranked 18th. He said, quote, I think Miami right now offensively is struggling a bit. So the committee felt strongly about where they were ranked. For Miami, I'm just going to say it. It's about consistency. There's a lack of consistency, and we just need to see more consistency out of Miami heading down the stretch. So like they're telling you right then and there, what happens down the stretch has a lot more weight than what happened in September. That's what they're telling you. Because the result in September is Miami beat the number 10 team in the country, Notre Dame. Like, that's the head-to-head result. And the committee apparently doesn't want to follow any of the criteria of, hey, when the games happen shouldn't be a massive deal. Like, I don't understand what the point is in having all of these metrics that we look at. Because you look at some of these metrics, I'll tell you what, Miami and Notre Dame, there's not that much of a difference. We got strength of schedule, strength of record metrics that we all talk about. I mean, how about we have new metrics? Since we're going to put Notre Dame at number 10 as the best 2-loss team in the country, I guess they're going strength of aura. Is that what we're doing? Strength of tradition, knowing that Notre Dame's a national powerhouse. You know, strength of the eye test presented by Pearl Vision. That's what we're talking about with Notre Dame's eye test. Strength of TV ratings. That's where we're at. That's the only way you can justify Notre Dame being the 10th ranked team in the country and 8 spots ahead of Miami. Because get this, Miami has 4 wins against ESPN's top 35 in the Football Power Index. Miami beat a Florida team that beat 11th ranked Texas, and this past Saturday played a very close game against 5th ranked Georgia. Miami beat that Florida team. And also the cherry on top, they beat Notre Dame head-to-head. Like, I don't understand this whatsoever. Meanwhile, here's Notre Dame's resume. 2 close losses to Miami and Texas A&M. And usually anytime when you have to start the resume conversation with close losses, you know we're working with a banger here, right? like that's the resume for Notre Dame. 2 close losses to Miami and Texas A&M. Now, they have a win over 19th ranked USC, so kudos to the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. But here's some of the other results. Demolitions of Purdue, Arkansas, Boise State, NC State, and Boston College. None of those teams are going to sniff the college football playoff. Make it make sense. I would totally understand this if Notre Dame lost to Miami, lost to A&M, but then beat like Ohio State or beat some other really good program to where it's like you could actually talk yourself into, okay, like Notre Dame actually is much better and we shouldn't hold this one result against them. But they've beaten nobody outside of USC. They've literally beaten nobody. And we're just to assume, yeah, they're much better than Miami. Like, come on. Let's be for real here. These two teams are much closer together than we actually suggest. And maybe Miami just plays themselves out of the conversation. And that's likely to happen because Mario Cristobal is their head coach. But let's let it happen. The committee is not supposed to be projecting. They're supposed to be ranking teams up to the point of November 4th. And last night, if that's the case, they completely whiffed on putting Notre Dame at number 10 and putting Miami down at number 18. Now, there's some other takeaways from the CFP rankings. I mentioned the SEC with the 6 teams in the top 12. I mean, it's honestly not that hard to argue, to be quite honest. Also, like why is Texas behind Notre Dame? Why is Oklahoma behind Notre Dame? Those teams got better wins than Notre Dame. Strength of aura is what's carrying the Fighting Irish. The ACC the committee told us last night, last year's not happening. This is a one-bid league. Virginia, their highest-rated team, is coming in at 14. That tells you all you need to know. And Miami's lumped into that, unfortunately, for the Hurricanes, but the ACC is going to be a one-bid league. Also, another fun fact, and this is like a real doozy here. No group of 5 teams in the top 25 of the rankings. And Yahoo Sports' Ross Dellinger tweeted this last night. And it's really interesting because this just goes to show you the backroom deals that are going on. If this were to happen in the final rankings, the committee would simply select what they believe is the best group of 5 conference champion to be the 12 seed. Currently, that's Memphis. But boy, oh boy, they love hanging in the gray area. On the other side, we'll tackle the top stories from throughout the world of sports here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I know you have San Francisco stock. You're hoping they get some wins. But I was looking at missed the playoff market. So San Francisco has a terrific record. They're 6-3. They're the 6th seed at the moment. They are plus 365 to miss. And now you've got the Chargers. They're the 6th seed in the AFC with a 6-3 record as well. They're plus 225. Big price difference. Obviously, the easier conference, the NFC. Sam, I think both the Chargers and Niners end up missing. What do you think?
Wow. I'd rather bet the Chargers. I just look at this schedule San Francisco plays, and it is a joke. Now, you play the Rams, although Shanahan's been pretty good against McVay in his career. Not saying that the Niners are better, but it is a home game. Then you go
I remember
Arizona.
that Thursday game.
Go at Arizona, home against Carolina, at Cleveland, home against Tennessee, at the Colts, home against the Bears. Like, you don't play any games where I look at that schedule and go, all right, that's a for sure loss. Of course, they could lose some of these games, but I look at their schedule and I don't see any surefire losses because you get the Rams and Seahawks at home. You can beat the Colts. You just can. And then Arizona, Carolina, Cleveland, Tennessee. I would much rather make the Charger bet to miss.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging out with you guys this Wednesday afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll hear from Nick Costos with his thoughts on the college football playoff rankings from last night. My beef with the committee, I just talked about it in the last segment. I don't think Notre Dame and Miami have this 8-gap difference in the rankings there. Notre Dame 10, Miami 18 doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. They're both 2-loss teams. Notre Dame has like only one somewhat good win over USC, and they beat a bunch of patsies the rest of the season. And apparently they need to be a top 10 team. I haven't seen it, but hey, whatever. I guess it'll all play itself out over the final month of the regular season. 20 minutes from now, though, we'll get into some NFL awards. We have another new favorite for NFL MVP. We'll break that down. Also, Offensive Player of the Year. Is now the time to strike against Jonathan Taylor? We'll answer that question coming up in 20 minutes. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, were you as frustrated with the rankings as I was after what we saw last night from the CFP committee?
I'm glad that was the question you asked, Femi, because it was expected for me. Because I grew up, I went to Syracuse. I grew up in Chicago, so in theory, I should be a Notre Dame fan, but I'm not. As a Syracuse guy, when Syracuse was there, Donovan McNabb was there when I was there, and they were a good team. And the bowl situation at the time was always like Big East number 2 or Notre Dame, Big East number 3 or Notre Dame. That was the thing. So like Notre Dame was just taking Big East spots in these major bowls. It happened to Syracuse multiple times. I got so tired of all the preferential treatment that Notre Dame receives that when you see like Notre Dame getting that much higher, I know Miami's a big football program, but Notre Dame always gets this benefit of the doubt because in the end, the committee wants to make money too. Yeah, they want the best teams, but they want to make money, and they make more money when Notre Dame's in the playoff, and you can't tell me otherwise that doesn't play into it.
Oh, yeah, that's 100% a fact. I mean, last year's title game being Ohio State Notre Dame, like that was a ratings bonanza. You got the Buckeyes, the world famous Ohio State Buckeyes, right, and then Notre Dame. Like, yeah, like you're gonna get a hell of a rating with that one. My thing is just that, like, look at who Notre Dame has beaten. Like, it's one thing if they've beaten other good teams and just had a hiccup against Miami. They had the hiccup against Miami. They lost to A&M, and now they beat USC, who can barely function when they have to leave the Pacific time zone. Like, it's like they've beaten nobody. And somehow the committee is just like, oh, top 10 team. They couldn't even cover against Boston College. Bill O'Brien's under fire now out there in Boston. Go search his name on Twitter if you want to find out that press conference clip from yesterday. Like, BC covered wire to wire, and it wasn't even close. I bet BC against Notre Dame. So, yeah, I think the whole thing is just crazy to me. Like, they're not even, like, that great. Like, yeah, on paper, maybe, like, sometimes they have moments where they look good, and let's see what happens when they have to take on Pitt in a couple of weeks here. But, like, my goodness, the benefit of the doubt that Notre Dame gets that other schools don't get, I get it. Traditions, aura, all that stuff, TV ratings. But even with that, it's still pretty ridiculous when you look at it on a sheet of paper.
Yeah.
But
and we're going to have to wonder if Notre Dame ends up with 3 losses, could they still sneak into the playoff because of where they are right now?
There will be a riot. There will be a riot nationally. Where are they at? Grapevine, Texas is where the committee hangs out at. I'm telling you, they might want to switch locations, right? Like, they do not want that smoke if they put a 3-loss Notre Dame in the college football playoff. But let's hope we don't have to cross that bridge. Maybe Notre Dame shuts me up and runs the table and kicks ass in the playoffs. That could be the case. I just don't think it really is going to be that way. All right, let's get to the top stories that we have here on this Wednesday. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
I mean, it's the day after the NFL trade line, and GMs and coaches are talking about what transpired. New York Jets GM Darren Moogie was the biggest mover at the deadline, of course, trading Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner to the Cowboys and Colts, respectively. Jets stockpile a ton of high-premium picks, trading both of them. They even looked to trade edge Jermaine Johnson and running back Breece Hall, but teams would not meet their prices for those players. But despite those moves, Moogie claims they're not resetting the roster. Here's what he said. He says, quote, "This isn't a teardown. The goal is to always win. Look, these coaches and players work too hard every day, all day, with the goal of winning on Sunday. And that never changes because that's what the fans deserve. That's what the players deserve. That's what the coaches deserve. And that never changes." I mean, he could say whatever he wants, and his goal is to win. I don't think his goal is to win in 2025.
Yeah, actions speak a hell of a lot louder than words. like this is like you can say that, and you kind of have to say that. You can't tell the fan base with half the season to go being like, yeah, man, we're out here trying to lose games. See you next year. Like that's not gonna fly. Like you have to sort of like sell this message, but your actions say one thing. Your actions say that you traded away a former All-Pro defensive tackle who's not 30 years old. You traded away a former All-Pro cornerback who's not 30 years old. Like, you're trading away talented assets, and you got back great returns. So I'm not even like shading Darren Muji for doing this. Like I'd have done the same damn thing. If the Cowboys called me and said that, hey, we want this for Quinnen Williams. If the Colts called me and said, hey, we want this for Sauce Gardner, like I'm saying yes to both those deals. So it's a great job by the Jets yesterday, as we talked about on the program at the end of the trade deadline. But let's just also be real. And Aaron Glenn kind of let us in on what the real was too at his press conference earlier today, because he said that, hey, like I want Jets fans to be proud, but they just might not be proud right now. like that's actually what's going on. I mean, our video producer, Mike Brown, he's a big-time Jets fan. Every time we bring up the New York Jets, he wants to go play in traffic. Like we all know what it is, but it's going to take time. Things are going to be better for the Jets as long as they don't screw these draft picks up, which it is the Jets, so maybe that's a possibility, but they have a lot of ammunition to get their quarterback and get other key cornerstone pieces for the future over the next few years at cheap contracts. That's how you build a team. I think this is just step one on what should be a pretty good rebuild here for Gang Green. So, yeah, Muji, you kind of have to say that, but like, let's be for real. You tore this down because it's a terrible team, and you realized it, and you made smart moves. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, you know the Philadelphia Eagles are always looking to tinker their roster as they gear up for another Super Bowl push. But one thing they were not going to do is trade one of their best players. That may seem like an odd thing to say, but GM Howie Roseman actually addressed the media and talked about why they did not trade star receiver A.J. Brown.
I think that when you're trying to be a great team, it's hard to trade great players. And A.J. Brown's a great player. He wears the C for a reason. He's an important part of this team. Of this organization. He cares about winning. He cares about his teammates. And, you know, I think that when you're a team like ours that is looking forward to an opportunity to compete for a championship, you just don't get rid of the guys like that. And so feel very lucky to have him on our team and excited about the second half of the season with him.
Well, Femi, it's been an odd situation with Brown and the Eagles the last couple of years, but I certainly don't expect Roseman to address not trading arguably their best player.
I can't believe this is where we are with this. Like, I know like AJ Brown's had all these like weird cryptic IG posts and whatever stories and all that. Like, dude, that's just receiver behavior. That's how receivers operate. But the whole time, all throughout this season, and we've been saying it here on this program, like he's one of their best players. He's one of the best receivers in the NFL. There's no way in hell they're trading A.J. Brown. I don't know what he would, I mean, maybe if he wanted to fight Jalen Hurts, then they'd have to do it. But like, I don't know what he would have to do to make the Eagles trade him. He's too valuable, as Howie Roseman said, and smart general managers don't trade away valuable assets, especially when people might think, oh, maybe I could call Philly for A.J. Brown. No, I'm hanging up the phone because we're trying to go win another Super Bowl. We're trying to repeat as Super Bowl champions, as they should be doing. The fact that this is a conversation, like this isn't people getting caught up in all of the social media posts from A.J. Brown. He's a little bit upset, especially there was a time where he wasn't getting the football. The passing game stunk. Recently, passing game's been a little bit better. It's shown signs of life. I know he missed the last game against the Giants, but like they were pretty damn well in that game, and he was pretty well in the game against the Minnesota Vikings the week prior. Like this passing game has shown that they're turning a corner. I think we're gonna look back in like 4-6 weeks from now and laugh that Howie Roseman even had to address that they're not trading A.J. Brown. It seems comical that they would ever even cross his mind at this point in the season. No, the Eagles are very much contenders, and they need A.J. Brown to fulfill their high expectations. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, Femi, this next story is evolving as we speak because this just happened minutes ago. C.J. Stroud did not practice and remained in concussion protocol, but minutes ago, D'Amico Ryans, addressing the media, said that he will be out for this Sunday's game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Davis Mills will be the starter. Femi, the Texans were a 1.5 favorite. It is now the Jags -1, so a 2.5 point swing with that news over at BetMGM.
Yeah, the betting market was kind of anticipating this as this had Houston as only about a 1-point favorite. We're all wondering, like, hey, like, because Houston would have been favored by 2.5, maybe even 3 in this game if CJ Stroud was perfectly healthy. But the fact that they ruled him out now, that's not a great sign. Like, hopefully CJ Stroud is good and maybe he's able to go next week. But like, if it's a Wednesday, hey, we're already just ruling you out, we're not even letting you go through the week and see if you can clear the protocol. That seems like it's a really bad concussion. Not like there's like good concussions, but this seems like this might be more than your usual miss one game. So let's keep this in mind going forward for Houston. But man, like, this is a bummer for Houston. And for the Jacksonville Jaguars, like, this is a chance to maybe steal a game that they potentially could have lost had Stroud played in the game. Like, Jacksonville's very much in the thick of this thing in the AFC South. Like, let's just say, like, for some reason, maybe Indianapolis loses on Sunday in Germany. It's an international game. Weird things have happened. The Colts schedule does get a lot tougher. And Drew Dinsick, the whale capper, was on with us on yesterday, and talked about how, like, hey, like, Jacksonville at 3-1 or greater is a bet in the AFC South. I'm not sure if I'm there yet, but I'm at least a little bit more open to that idea if the Jags are going to catch a break like they're going to catch this week. Now, they also have to get healthy. Brian Thomas Jr. has his injury issues. Travis Hunter, they're hoping he's going to come back in about a month or so. So Jacksonville has their problems. But, like, this is a massive, massive loss for a Houston team that has just never really been able to get right this season. Start off with the O-line issues. O-line starts to get fixed. And now we have CJ Stroud getting hurt. It's just not one of those seasons for Houston. And it looks like they're going to lighten up that grip on the AFC South that they've had over the last couple of years under DeMeco Ryans and CJ Stroud. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, Femi, this next story has been interesting the last couple days, and it started after Monday Night Football when the Cardinals beat the Cowboys, and Troy Aikman and Joe Buck said that they expect the Cardinals to stick with Jacoby Brissett, which Adam Schefter felt that was enough to tweet that out, and Adam Schefter does not tweet out speculation like that ordinarily. Of course, the next day, Jonathan Gannon comes out and says that Jacoby Brissett will be their starter moving forward. And now today, Schefter reporting that the Cardinals are placing quarterback Kyler Murray on injured reserve due to his foot injury. So he's going to be out a minimum of 4 games. The Cardinals say this will give Murray a chance to focus on rehabbing his foot injury and that he is committed to getting back as soon as possible. So, Femi, indeed, Kyler Murray will be focusing on his health bucket.
Yeah, we got to get that health bucket up, man. It was on E, I guess. I guess we got to take Jonathan Gannon's word for it. It's like Kyler's worried about the health bucket. This, I think, gives them a very, very big opportunity to see if Jacoby Brissett is their guy. And that's what makes yesterday so intriguing to me. Gannon having to be like, oh, like, we're going to go with Jacoby Brissett. Like, why couldn't he could have just played this off and waited until today to say, hey, Kyler's on IR, Jacoby Brissett is going to be our quarterback for the next 4 games. Like, and nobody would have been like, oh, it's a benching or whatever. He could have bought himself an entire month and let's see how it all plays out. But we had yesterday's news, and then now you have this on top of it. This just, to me, feels like it's more like a saving of the face for Kyler Murray than anything. But if this does help him get right health-wise, great. That's good for him, because I think Kyler, this time next year, he's going to be looking for another team. Like, don't go out there and play on an injury that might get worse, because I think this is the Arizona Cardinals saying, we are done in the Kyler Murray business, and we're going to roll through with Jacoby Brissett at least to the end of this year, and let's see how he plays. And if he plays poorly, we're in the quarterback market in 2026. But if he plays well, maybe, just maybe, Jacoby Brissett is all of a sudden a reclamation project that we've seen over the last few years in the NFL with the likes of the Baker Mayfields and the Sam Darnolds and now the Daniel Joneses of the world. So who knows? The door is open for Jacoby Brissett. But for this week against the Seattle Seahawks, I don't think it's going to go well. Like, this is about as diametrically opposite in terms of a strength of defense that he will be facing, going from the Cowboys in a Monday to now the Seattle Seahawks on the road on Sunday. I think the Seahawks whack the Arizona Cardinals this upcoming Sunday. I like laying the 6.5 with Seattle. It's not going to end well for Jacoby in Arizona. Bill, hit me with the next story.
Femi, let's do a little NBA here, because we got to ask a question. Are the Chicago Bulls for real? They erase a 24-point deficit to beat the Philadelphia 76ers 113-111. They were down 21 at halftime. They win it on a last-second 3 by Nikola Vucevic. Bulls are now 6-1 and all alone atop the Eastern Conference.
I tell you what is for real is the money that I lost last night betting the Philadelphia 76ers. That's for real. And I blame Nick Kostos because he put the bad vibes out there saying, I think we have a loser on our hands. Like, the Sixers should have won this game. They couldn't score in the last 4.5 minutes. Literally, no points. They were stuck on 111. for the final 426 and lost the game by 2. Just like 1 or 2 more buckets, they win the game. This is insane how they blew this one. But credit to the Bulls and credit to Josh Giddey. Giddey's been amazing so far this season, putting up triple doubles. It feels like every single night. Like, this guy's been unreal. And now with the keys in his hands out there in Chicago, let's see how far this thing can go. In a wide open Eastern Conference, why can't the Bulls be like the 4 seed come playoff time? Not to say that they're going to make a deep run, but that's a big time improvement over where things have been for the Chicago Bulls in the last couple of decades. So kudos to the Bulls, kudos to Giddey, but unfortunately for me, a loser on the Philadelphia 76ers, which was just one of those kind of nights in the association. On the other side, we tackle the NFL awards as we have a new favorite in the MVP market.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
How about Bears Bengals? That game was just drunk, wonderfully intoxicated yesterday from beginning to end. Onsides and a recovery, stupidity, pure lunacy. And Colson Loveland's game winner with no timeouts and 17 seconds left was pure cinema. Break out that meme and go in and pass it around. I loved every second of it. I still can't believe the Bears able to emerge victorious. Caleb Williams was often brilliant in that game. How about Kyle Monangai? Over 170 yards of the ground. I was screaming and yelling to Ben Johnson, get that dude the rock more. He's built for this outside zone scheme and certainly showed that against one of the weaker defensive units in the NFL. The Bengals are a wreck. That's great news for Flacco fantasy owners. Great news if you're a Jamar Chase fan or T. Higgins fan, because they're going to be throwing considerably a large amount rest of the season. Really, Bears are too. The other takeaway is this, the Bears giving up all kinds of numbers, to say the least. And that defense has got some massive issues of their own. So just a ridiculous game. I loved every second of it. Good news to the Bears, very much still in the hunt. They're in the NFC North with the Minnesota Vikings taking down Detroit. The Packers, of course, losing and possibly to Carolina's double-digit favorites. But they have got to tighten up defensively if they want to win the NFC North. Ryan, what else do you have as a rapid react from the weekend that was on the gridiron?
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Wednesday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on last night's college football playoff rankings, the first rankings this season from the committee, and how he feels and bets that to be made going forward off of last night's rankings. I have a bet. I'll talk about that with Nick coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. But right now, let's go ahead and get into some NFL awards talk, as we have the 3 marquee awards to discuss: MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, and Defensive Player of the Year. And I want to spend a decent amount of time here on MVP because, like we've had a couple different times this season, a new favorite in the betting market. So right now, after what we saw this past weekend in the NFL, of course, the big game, Bills and the Chiefs, and we talked about that game, saying, hey, like, this is a massive game. Like for Buffalo, if Josh Allen wins, he's likely going to be the favorite. If Mahomes wins, Mahomes is going to take over favorite status even more. Well, it was Josh Allen once again in the regular season as he improves to 5-1 against Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. So Josh Allen, your preseason favorite, your reigning defending MVP from last year, is once again the favorite to win it this year. He is now plus 160 over at BetMGM. And to me, if you're going to project it going forward, this makes a lot of sense. Now, you could look at the stats just in the vacuum and say, well, to this point, how could Josh Allen be the favorite? And I think there are people who have that opinion out there. And this is not to throw shade towards any of them, because it's totally fair. If you're looking at where things stand at the midway point, it's like Josh Allen's not the MVP. If they were to hold the vote today, Josh Allen would not win the MVP. In fact, I think Drake May would probably win the MVP. And he's the second choice in the market at plus 450. But when you project it going forward, you have to favor Allen, because Buffalo, while right now they are in second place in the AFC East, they are favored to have more wins than the New England Patriots. The Buffalo Bills' updated win total over at BetMGM is 12.5. Buffalo to be the AFC number 1 seed. We know how much the 1 seed is correlated with who wins the MVP from a quarterback standpoint. Buffalo's plus 125 to be the 1 seed. So from a team success standpoint, Josh Allen has the upper hand on Drake May. But from a stats standpoint, not so much. So the 2 nerdy stats that we always talk about for quarterbacks when it comes to deciding who's the MVP: EPA per play and QBR. EPA per play, expected points added per play, but we just shortened it out to EPA per play. Josh Allen's 5th in EPA per play, which is pretty good. You know, like you want to be kind of again like that top 5. Ideally, you want to be number 1 or number 2. That's where most MVPs end the season. But Josh Allen's 5th, no problem. It's November 5th. You don't need to worry about Josh Allen being 5th. QBR, Josh Allen's 11th. According to QBR, there have been 10 better quarterbacks than Josh Allen this season. Now, like, QBR is not perfect. It's just ESPN's version of like a catch-all metric to determine who's playing the quarterback position well. And QBR is also very fluid. Like if Allen rips off 4 great games over the next month, he could definitely be right back into the top 3 of QBR. That is 100% a thing that can happen. But as it stands right now, he's just a little bit further off the pack than you'd want your MVP guy to be. But as we project going forward and you look at Buffalo's schedule going forward, you have to favor Josh Allen. Like there's still another half of football to be played. And that's one thing to keep in mind with all of these awards. Guys, we're at the midway point. like the midway point of the season. Like this thing has a couple more twists and turns before we actually get home and find the eventual winner. But if you were going to handicap it like the sports books are doing, Josh Allen should be the guy that you have favored because of the schedule, the team success, and his overall pedigree as a former MVP. Now let's get to Drake May. Drake May is plus 450 over at BetMGM. The Patriots also have an easy schedule. Funny how that works in the AFC East. Their updated win total, though, 11.5 as opposed to the 12.5. They're plus 450 to be the 1 seed, which is so funny. Like you see Drake May's MVP price and the Patriots 1 seed price, literally the exact same thing. The betting market is telling you this is a correlated deal. Like if the Patriots get the 1 seed, this is your MVP. Like that's what they're telling you. So honestly, like if you love Drake May, I'd rather bet the 1 seed than bet the MVP for 2 different reasons. One, you get your money faster. The 1 seed bet cashes at the end of the regular season. The MVP bet doesn't cash until Super Bowl Honors Week or NFL Honors Week during Super Bowl, which is like 2 days prior to that. So you got to wait till February to cash that bad boy. And then 2, you don't have to deal with any of the voters. You don't have to sweat out what are the humans going to do. No, you're just going to bet them to be the 1 seed. Now, it doesn't have to work out that way. They could be the 2 seed and maybe he wins it. But based on the AFC and how these teams are kind of fitting together, I think your AFC East winner is probably going to be your 1 seed. And then the team that finishes in second is likely your 5 seed. I think that's where we're headed, kind of like that Minnesota-Detroit dynamic that we had last year in the NFC North. I think we have it this year in the AFC East. AFC East winner, 1 seed. AFC East second place, 5 seed. So to me, if you're really in love with Drake May, I'd rather just bet plus 450 to be the AFC 1 seed New England as opposed to betting Drake May to win the MVP. Now, individually, Drake May, really, really strong. 4th in EPA per play, 5th in QBR. And then this is the week where you start to see the mid-season awards content. People who are either voters or voter-adjacent people who cover the sport, who just talk about it. Everyone's doing their mid-season awards content this week because we are at the midway point. And the consensus guy at the midway point is Drake May. So it makes a lot of sense as to why Drake May would be the second choice on the odds board. Is this the time to bet him? I don't think so. Because I think Buffalo's going to win the division. I think Josh Allen is going to be the front runner at the end of the season to win the MVP. But if you disagree with me and you like New England, like this to me feels like not necessarily a buy point this particular week, given the fact that they're an underdog against the Buccaneers. But after that game against Tampa, I think you want to be in there betting Drake May, which will reassess what that price looks like if they do indeed lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this Sunday. Another guy I want to bring up here, the last guy for MVP before we move on to Offensive Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year. The riser, the guy, I mean, we see one of these every single week. There is someone who has an outstanding performance, and all of a sudden we see the big time price drop. And this week, that person is Matthew Stafford. And Matthew Stafford right now is plus 500 over at BetMGM. And I know the way I'm kind of framing this, it kind of almost sounds like I think that this is like way wrong or I'm skeptical. No, I'm not skeptical at all. I actually think this makes quite a bit of sense that Matthew Stafford is at 5-1. I just don't know, given Puka Nakua's injury status and health status, like he's now hurt with rib injuries, I just don't know if the Rams are going to be really humming along at this level for the entirety of the season. Now, Stafford is leading the league in touchdown passes with 20. Like, we're at the halfway point. The guy already has 20 touchdowns. It's absurd what he's been doing. He's been awesome. The Rams, plus 350 to be the 1 seed, win total of 11.5. Like, there is a chance at the end of the year, let's say Stafford continues on this run, they go 13-4. Like, why wouldn't they vote for Matthew Stafford? He's never won the award. This could be like a lifetime achievement award for Matthew Stafford. 9th in EPA per play, 10th in QBR, not the greatest, but if he keeps playing the way that he is with the volume numbers, I think there will be people that want to give the award to Matthew Stafford. So he's a guy that like is for sure the third guy to me, and that's how the betting market has him rated. But man, I think if he continues on this run, and they have a massive game this Sunday against the 49ers, Stafford will be heard from at the end of this awards race come January. Real quick, I lied. One guy I wanted to hit, and it's Patrick Mahomes. He's plus 350 now. I said it last week, and I actually think it's true. I think the loss to the Buffalo Bills eliminated Mahomes from winning MVP. Unless Kansas City runs the table, I don't think you want to be betting Mahomes, especially at the price of plus 350. So Mahomes went from favorite status and maybe even going to even money status to, yeah, he's plus 350. Prices drifted a little bit. They're on bye week this week, but I don't think you want to be betting Mahomes to win an MVP anytime soon. Let's get to Offensive Player of the Year, where the favorite is Jonathan Taylor at minus 145 of the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts have an updated win total of 11.5. Taylor still leads the league in rushing despite the poor performance against Pittsburgh. He's at 895, 12 rushing touchdowns. He still deserves to be the favorite, but the gap is now shrinking. Like, there was that bad performance against Pittsburgh to where all of a sudden a couple guys have emerged, and they both emerged out of the NFC West. Jackson Smith and Jigba of the Seattle Seahawks, plus 350, a guy that we talked about and bet about a month ago to win this award. There's a chance that he breaks Calvin Johnson's single-season receiving yards record. And if he does that, I actually think he might beat Jonathan Taylor. So this is why you're always betting and adding guys along the way. Like Taylor's awesome. That's great. But if you were listening, I hope you also have some JSN, because JSN, that dude's 948 yards through 8 games. That is absurd for a wide receiver. And the Seahawks, they're the toast of the town this week. They're plus 150 to win the division, win total 11.5. Like, it's an explosive offense, and he's the focal point. He checks all the boxes in terms of player pedigree. I think JSN is right there with Jonathan Taylor, and another guy that's right there with them. I don't have anything on him. He's a guy I got to sweat. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey, who's plus 550. McCaffrey is 9th in rushing yards, 7th in receiving yards. If the Niners beat the Rams on Sunday and McCaffrey has another big game, what do you think the story is going to be coming out of that game? It's going to be Christian McCaffrey carrying the 49ers to near first place in the NFC West. Like, that's a powerful story. And he's won the award before, which I do think hurts him against guys like Taylor and JSN. But that's a guy that I have nothing on. I'm hoping he doesn't pull this off, but he very much is a contender. And finally, Defensive Player of the Year. The favorite is Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons at plus 170. You know, he makes sense. He's one of the best defensive players in the league. Packers are coming off a loss, which isn't great, but still, like, they're expected to be a playoff team, a double-digit win team. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think Parsons and Aiden Hutchinson are going to be going back and forth for this award. Hutchinson is at plus 400, but the guy that could mess up that sort of NFC North battle for the DPOY is a former DPOY winner in Myles Garrett, who's plus 250. The Browns are horrendous. They have an updated win total of 5.5, but Myles Garrett has 10 sacks. What happens if Myles Garrett breaks the single season sack record? I actually think he would win the award based on consuming some of the midseason content that's out there. Not saying you need to bet this guy now, and I would never bet it at price, but if a month from now we look up and we see that he's still on pace, Myles Garrett on a horrendous Browns team becomes very, very viable to win another Defensive Player of the Year. On the other side, Nick Costos will give us his thoughts on last night's college football playoff rankings here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Georgia is still Georgia in the sense that unless they're playing Alabama, you kind of just trust them to find a way to beat anybody that they play, right? They've done that a number of times already this season against Tennessee, Ole Miss, and we saw it again on Saturday against Florida. There's just something about that team and Kirby Smart and their DNA. They find ways to win games. I think Georgia on the money line this week at minus 300 is a great parlay piece. But Mississippi State's been really good against the number this year. They've been very good at home this year. Both the Tennessee and Texas game went to OT in Starkville. They also pulled off an upset against Arizona State. So they've been tough at home, and I think this game can be played close. It feels like the number's about right. I think Georgia money line is the way to go in that game. Top 10 matchup, BYU and Texas Tech, and the Red Raiders are laying 10 with a total of 52.5. Now, you guys know these are the kind of games that I live for, right? Top 10 matchup, undefeated BYU, and they're catching 10 points in this kind of game. What is that line telling you? It's kind of a similar line to when Utah played Cincinnati last week, right? Utah was favored by 10.5 in that game in a top 25 matchup, and people are like, why is that line so high? Well, Utah ended up winning the game by 31 points, and I think this game could get ugly as well. Baron Morton, the quarterback for Texas Tech, in the games that he has played, Texas Tech has won every game by at least 23 points. They have the best team in the Big 12. They have the best defense in the Big 12, and they're very tough to beat when they're at home. I think they're going to roll BYU. We've been waiting to fade BYU. This is finally the game to do it. So give me Texas Tech minus 10. Number 3, Texas A&M on the road taking on Missouri this Saturday. A&M's laying 7. Total in the game is 48.5. Now, what's interesting about this game, both teams are coming off of a bye. Last time we saw Missouri, they had that brutal loss to Vanderbilt when College Game Day was in Nashville, and Bo Prabula, the Missouri quarterback, got hurt. He's out for the season. So now the backup comes in who doesn't have much experience going up against this A&M defense. I like the under in this game, under 48.5. I think it's going to be a slugfest, and Missouri's been a good under team so far this season because they do have a good defense. A&M's offense has been awesome on the road this season. They've scored 40 points in the road game at Notre Dame, Arkansas, and LSU. But I think in this matchup against Missouri, we're finally going to see them struggle a little bit. I think Missouri's offense struggles. I like under 48.5.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm going to say something now that some may take as a hot take, and I don't really care because I know that I'm right.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Dan Quinn. This is like if you work at like a nuclear power plant and you fall asleep on the board and you launch a nuke at one of your rival countries. Sorry everybody, my bad. He got the franchise quarterback hurt because he falls asleep at the wheel. Do the Green Bay Packers have a Matt LaFleur problem? It feels like they might.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, wonderful Football Wednesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, are the Chicago Bulls for real? Is this serious, what they're doing right now? Big come-from-behind win last night over the Philadelphia 76ers. I tried to tell Femi, do the Admiral Akbar. It's a trap. Felt like betting Philly was a trap. And for like 58 or 46 minutes of the 48, I got to tell you, felt pretty good. And then the end of the game happened. And here's Vucevic. And the Bulls win and improve to 6-1. And Josh Giddey looking like Scottie Pippen out there with the triple-double. Are the Chicago Bulls for real? Do the Philadelphia 76ers have a Joel Embiid problem? We will get into that and more from last night in the NBA as we move along. We'll also talk some college hoops. And I'm going to tell everybody why we currently stand at the precipice of perhaps the best college basketball season ever. I'll explain coming up later this hour. Next hour on the show, dun, 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 dun. Oh, we know it moved. We've got some breaking news in the National Football League as it pertains to games coming up for week number 10. C.J. Stroud just ruled out for the Houston Texans with a concussion. Davis Mills will start for Houston at home against the Jacksonville Jaguars. How was the side moved? How was the total moved? We're going to tell you, and every single game on the board for week number 10, including, we don't usually do the Monday Night Football game and it moved, but when you've got the Eagles visiting the Packers, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, you bet your sweet bippy, bitches, that we'll be discussing it. It moved coming up next hour here on You Better You Bet. 3 tremendous guests will join us today on the show. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger, getting us and you, dear listener and dear viewer, set to bet and win week number 9, or what was week 10 in the National Football League. Our friend Chip Patterson, host of the Cover 3 podcast for CBS Sports. Chip will join us to break down the college football playoff rankings and give us some thoughts on the big games this weekend, including LSU, minus Brian Kelly, against Alabama, and our pal Danny Parkins. First things first on Fox Sports 1, talking the Bears and the Giants, the NFL trade deadline, and more. Danny Parkins will join us in the final hour, the power hour of the show. And in the final hour, the power hour of the show, Femi and I will give you all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including a loaded night in the NBA, where we're expecting Darius Garland to make his season debut for the Cleveland Cavaliers. We are expecting Anthony Edwards to return tonight for the Minnesota Timberwolves as they play at my New York Knicks at Madison Square Garden. And the big one, the main event. Oh, baby. Luka Doncic and the Los Angeles Lakers hosting Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. We've got an awesome Wednesday night coming up in the association. Femi and I will handicap it for you. Femi and I will break it down at the end of the show. And this is just coming down because Austin Reeves was questionable like a half an hour ago. Austin Reeves has been ruled out for the Lakers. So it's Luka and friends against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. We'll break down the game. We'll handicap it. I might have a bet in that game, Lakers and the Spurs, as we end the show. But that is for the end. Right now is the beginning. And we begin the wonderful Football Wednesday. Nay, the wonderful College Football Playoff Rankings Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet, with the first set of college football playoff rankings. Oh, baby, we absolutely love it. A little over a month away. Do they call it Selection Sunday? They should. The selection show. They should call it Selection Sunday. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Everyone get really mad about college football. Sunday, December 7th. A little over a month from now. Selection show for the college football playoff. First games, Friday, December 19th. Saturday, December 20th. We are almost there. The most wonderful time of the year. And if you think I'm talking about Christmas, you need to get your head examined. College football nirvana is on nigh. It's at hand. It is almost here. The rankings as follows. Numero uno, the Ohio State Buckeyes. You know how I feel about Ohio State. Bet them to win the title last year. Bet them to win the title before this year. Ohio State, number one. Indiana at number two. I kind of think the Giants should try and hire Curt Cignetti away from Indiana, but that's just me. I don't think Curt Cignetti should be an NFL coach, but just my opinion. Indiana, the number two team. Texas A&M, 3. Alabama, 4. Those are your top 4 seeds. Ohio State, Indiana, A&M, Bama. Georgia, 5. Ole Miss, 6. BYU, 7. Texas Tech, 8. Can't wait for that game this weekend. Texas Tech and BYU should be a lot of fun. Oregon at 9. Notre Dame, 10. You want to get people mad. Wait till we talk about Notre Dame versus Miami and where the college football playoff rankings and where those teams sit. Texas at 11. Oklahoma at 12. Virginia is the 14th ranked team in this first set of rankings. But by virtue of the fact that, the ACC needs to send a team, Virginia would actually be the 11 seed if the bracket were to be official today. So here are the matchups. Right now. The season were over. Memphis would be your group of 5 representative and take on Georgia, where Georgia would be a 98.5 point favorite in that game against Memphis. Virginia at Ole Miss, Notre Dame at BYU, and Oregon at Texas Tech. Now, it's important to note, and I'm going to run through some of my quibbles in a second here, but it is important to note, if there is something that you, the listener, you, the viewer, if there's something that you're mad about, and we're all looking for something to get mad about, there's something that upsets you, something that doesn't quite sit right with you in these college football playoff rankings, just remember this. There is a ton of season left to be played. Maybe you're of the opinion that BYU, despite the fact that the Cougs are undefeated, maybe you don't think BYU should be ranked as high as it is. Maybe you think BYU should not be 7th. BYU should be 10th. BYU should be 11th. Who the hell knows? Well, on the road to Texas Tech this weekend, an opportunity for BYU to prove itself or to flame out. Let's say that you out there watching, you out there listening, you hate Texas. You would like to mess with Texas. And not in the fun way you could mess with somebody. You hate Arch Manning. You think he's a Nepo baby. If his name were Arch Smith, he'd be some curtain-jerking jabroni. Maybe you hate Texas. Just remember, Texas still has to play Georgia and still has to play A&M. So Texas is either going to wash out or really earn that spot coming up in the college football playoff. A ton of time left, a ton of games left. So yes, we all love the first set of rankings. We're all looking forward to reacting to them. There's still so much time and so many games to be played in between now and December 7th, 1941. A day which will live in infamy. Shout out to Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And shout out to the United States Army. Yeah, taking care of things after Pearl Harbor. We absolutely love it. Let's keep an open mind for now. And remember that there is absolutely, for better or for worse, I would argue it's for better, a television show element to all of this. Want to keep people talking, want to get people mad, want to get people excited. Just keep that in mind as we sift through these rankings, give our opinions, the things we like, the things we don't like. I'm going to run through a couple noteworthy thoughts that I have about the first set of college football playoff rankings. And let's start with the top 4. The 4 horsemen. They're drawing nearer. On leather steeds they ride. Now we can haggle about the order. What should the order be 1 through 4? And I know that there are some people and when I say people, I'm talking like really reputable people that work for reputable media companies that do college football playoff projections. who projected Indiana as the number 1 team. And I think, like, you can make a case, like, Indiana could have been number 1, and, like, I'm not going to be, oh, my God, how could this be? Like, there's still a ton of season left to be played, obviously, here. Like, you can make a case that Indiana should be number 1. You can make a case Texas A&M should be number 1. And honestly, given the gauntlet that they just ran through, it would never happen because they have a loss and the other teams don't. But there's a case to be made Alabama should be number 1 here. So we can haggle about the order. But I think the committee absolutely nailed it with these top 4 teams. And I don't think there's any question about it. And we could start with the Ohio State Buckeyes. In my opinion, the best team in the country. I think they will go undefeated and go win back-to-back NCAA football championships. They will win the Natty. And I think there's a chance that we will talk about this Ohio State team as one of the greatest college football teams ever. Julian Sayin, NFL quarterback. Multiple NFL receivers. And I just got to tell you, I'm not even a Jets fan, right? Visions of Jeremiah Smith in a Jets uniform dancing through my head last night like sugar plum fairies. The Jets with 3 picks in the 2027 NFL draft. You think they're aware of the existence of Ohio State wide receiver Jeremiah Smith? You think they're aware that they know that he's real? I think so. So you got the NFL quarterback, multiple NFL receivers. Carnell Tate's going to be a first-round pick in next year's NFL draft. Arvell Reese, Caleb Downs, both going to be first-round picks on the defensive side of the ball. Sonny Styles, couple offensive linemen. This team is loaded for bear with NFL talent. And they've got the pedigree. The reigning, defending national champions. I expect Ohio State to not lose a game, win the Big Ten, heading into the college football playoff. Ohio State, in my estimation, the rightful 1 seed. And I think when we get to the college football playoff, the Buckeyes will be the no doubt, unquestioned number 1 overall seed. As for Indiana at number 2, I absolutely love it. The Hoosiers should absolutely be in the top 4. Have passed every test with flying colors. Went into Eugene and laid the smackdown on the Oregon Ducks. Met them on the corner of Jabroni Drive and Know Your Role Boulevard. Took care of business. Fernando Mendoza in this Indiana defense. Light up the SIGs. Kurt Signetti. NFL quarterback and Fernando Mendoza, Indiana, an absolute deserved spot in the top 4, and I have no issue with Indiana being the number 2 seed. Texas A&M. Man, I have to ask myself now, almost on a daily basis, have I severely underrated the Aggies? Marcel Reed, Mike Elko's team, beat Notre Dame, South Bend, took down Auburn, Florida, LSU. And I think we are staring down the barrel of an A&M, Alabama SEC championship game. Take a quick break. On the other side, we'll talk about Alabama and the rest of the noteworthy things about this first set of college football playoff rankings here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Another bet that I discussed that I didn't play was Matthew Stafford for MVP. Why can't he win? Why? Give me one reason why he can't win.
He can. He can. All right, can the Rams, when you say why can't he, I start thinking what has to happen. The touchdown numbers have to be very high. They typically are with Stafford. They have to win the West, so they have to beat out Seattle and San Francisco, which the San Francisco part I think they'll be fine at. Seattle would be, okay, we'll see. Win the division, be a top 2 seed in the NFC. Weaker conference, you got to be a top 2 seed. You can't be a 3 or a 4. Can they do all that? Yeah, they can do all that. And he has the numbers. But does he have better numbers than Allen and Mahomes? Right? Because that is viewed as the better conference. They have better quarterback play at the very top. So you probably have to beat out them when it comes to numbers. And maybe you need one. Kansas City, they're probably not going to be at 1 or 2 at this point. So I guess you need Allen to drop off a little bit, which I could see happening. And I don't think they want to go back-to-back. They can. Sometimes they do go back-to-back with MVPs. But I think if there's another quarterback that's worthy, especially if it's someone who hasn't won it before, I think the voters would gladly go that route.
Here's Sellers, their second drive of the afternoon as he goes to check down the face on. Wow! It is a turnover! Jones returns it for the Tide! 4th and goal for Bama. Simpson, touchdown Tide, Josh Cuevas.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The great Joe Tessitore on ESPN. Alabama's win against South Carolina. Looked like Bama might lose that game. And then here's Ty Simpson to the rescue for the number 4 ranked in the initial college football playoff rankings, the Alabama Crimson Tide. As we continue talking about the initial set of rankings, and Alabama's number 4, you know my stance on Alabama. I think the Tide are the second best team in the country, behind only Ohio State. But what's really interesting about Alabama, like not just as it concerns Bama versus A&M or Bama versus Indiana or Bama even versus Ohio State. And to be clear, I would think Bama's better than both Indiana and A&M. And that'll be borne out, I think, in the SEC title game if and when Bama plays the Aggies. Alabama has one of the worst losses of any of these teams at the top of the college football playoff rankings, and it feels like it happened 10 years ago. The inexplicable loss to Florida State in the season opener. And there are losses at every college football season. When we get to November, we get to December, conference championship games, and you think back to September. Hell, even like the end of August. And you're going, did that actually happen? Really? I think that's where I'm at with Alabama and Florida State. How the hell did that happen? Especially when you juxtapose Bama. Bama didn't just lose that game against Florida State. Bama got bullied by Florida State in that game. And juxtapose that with this historic gauntlet that Bama just ran through, spotless, winning all of these games at Georgia, Vandy, at Mizzou, Tennessee, at South Carolina, with no bye in between. Ridiculous stretch of wins for Kalen DeBoer. And my favorite quarterback, he enters the NFL draft, Ty Simpson. And I got asked by a lot of Jets fans last night. I'm putting a lot more content on Instagram. I don't, sincerely, right? This is the truth. I don't plug my socials at all on this show, right? That's fair. Allow me to shamelessly promote myself. Instagram.com/@thecostos. And I post this video talking about the Jets and all these draft picks and like they're going to be loaded for bear if they want to get a quarterback in 26 or 27. And I have Jets fans messaging me like, what about Ty Simpson? And I'm going, hell yeah. Yeah, man. Ty Simpson is awesome. And I think Bama is the second best team in the country. I think Bama will ultimately end up in the final rankings on Selection Sunday, December 7th. I'm just going to call it Selection Sunday. I think Bama is going to be the number 2 ranked team in the college football playoff as the one-loss SEC champion. And something that I don't want people to discount, there's a chance that these 4 teams that opened as the top 4 will close as the top 4. Let's say Ohio State beats Indiana in the Big Ten championship game, and Indiana acquits itself fairly well. To be one-loss Indiana with the only loss being against Ohio State, we're going to bump Indiana out of the top 4. They're probably both going to be top 4. Top 4. And what happens if A&M enters the SEC title game undefeated and loses in a close game to one-loss Alabama? A&M's going to get bounced out of the top 4? Maybe. Just saying. Don't discount the possibility that the opening top 4 from last night is the closing top 4 on Selection Sunday, December the 7th. So 0 issue for me with the top 4 from the committee last night in the initial college football playoff rankings. Now, I do have a couple of quibbles. I have many thoughts about some of the other ranking placements, etc. And I actually want to start, and I know that Femi disagrees with me on this because we were talking about it off air. And my sense is that you, the listener, you, the viewer, are more likely to disagree with me on this than agree with me. And we're going to find out a little bit about this team this weekend. We might find out a lot bit. I know that's not a phrase. I wanted to say it. We'll find out a lot bit about this team this weekend when they take on, well, I want to do my Vince McMahon here, when they take on Iowa. And we're talking about the 9th-ranked team in the initial set of playoff rankings, Dan Lanning, Dante Moore, and the Oregon Ducks. And it's really funny to read some of the stuff that's been written about Oregon in the last, 20 hours or whatever since the rankings come out. Listen to what people are saying about Oregon and Oregon's lack of big wins. Who is Oregon beaten? Other teams have much better wins than the Oregon Ducks do. That's why Oregon is at number 9. I mean, Texas Tech beat Utah. Of course, Texas Tech should be ahead of Oregon. If Oregon played Texas Tech in Lubbock, who do you think would win the game? I'd take Oregon. And what's funny is, it's we retcon. We're making it like it never happened. We're going back in time and we're rewriting stories. Like Oregon's win against Penn State in Happy Valley in the whiteout, where Oregon's up 17-3 in the fourth quarter and Penn State forces overtime and Oregon ends up winning the game 30-24, right? It's like we are now saying that win actually didn't matter at all. Doesn't matter. Because Penn State went into a nosedive from that point forward, and James Franklin gets fired, and he's really stinking rich. And Drew Aller gets hurt, and they lose to UCLA, and they lose to Northwestern, and now it's like, well, Oregon's best win is actually at Northwestern. Like, really? Are we really doing this? Like, I get it. Penn State has been terrible since that game. But going into that game, like, Penn State was thought of as one of the best teams in the country, and I actually think that Penn State was one of the best teams in the country at that point, and Oregon, like, ripped their souls out. And then it just all snowballs down from there because James Franklin's got to do the post-game press conference, and he's got to say, like, actually, like, it's not a narrative. People aren't making things up. Like, we and I don't beat really good teams. It's the truth. The proof's in the pudding. And, yeah, it goes to hell in a handbasket after that. But to just say, because Penn State's season has gone to you-know-what, like, that win meant nothing. Northwestern means more. What are we talking about? Like, stop it. Stop it. I'm not making the case that Oregon should be in the top 4. Obviously not. I told you I think the top 4 is great. I do feel like, given how good of a coach Dan Lanning is, and like Dante Moore is going to be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft if he comes out. Like the team is too talented. I think Oregon, and like I was saying earlier, there's still so much season left to be played, a lot of games left to be played. We're going to find out a lot. I'm not like raging mad about this. I do think that Oregon is a little disrespected here. And my opinion is that Oregon is better than most people think and better than the College Football Playoff Ranking Committee thinks that the Oregon Ducks are. You bet on this Wednesday. The most fun talking point coming out of the rankings: Catholics versus convicts. Akon and Young Jeezy. Convict music. Sorry. Notre Dame versus Miami. This is one of those classic debates that's like made for sports television and made for sports radio. Opening game of the season. Labor Day weekend, right? Miami on Sunday beats Notre Dame. Notre Dame with the ridiculously conservative game plan. Like, here's how conservative it was. If Zoran Mamdani had run against it, Mamdani would have slaughtered it. It was a terrible game plan by Notre Dame. And Miami beats Notre Dame in the season opener. Notre Dame then loses to Texas A&M and starts 0-2, but has been awesome since then. And Notre Dame won like it's like you need to win this game to stay in the playoff conversation by taking down USC. Meanwhile, Miami starts the season out white hot, and Carson Beck's a Heisman Trophy candidate, and then their season goes to you-know-what. 2 recent losses, and not to the likes of like Ohio State or Alabama. No. Louisville and SMU. And not that these programs are bad, that Louisville's bad. Louisville's not bad. SMU went to the playoff last year, but still, you know, you're Miami. You've got like Ruben Bain's going to be a top 10 pick in the draft, maybe a top 2 pick in the draft. You've got these studs on both sides of the ball. Like, you can't lose these games. So you've got some people that will say, well, Miami's got the recent losses, and Notre Dame's been hot, obviously, since losing the opening 2 games. Ergo, Notre Dame should be ranked ahead of Miami. And you have other people, and I think both arguments are fair, to be clear, that says Miami beat Notre Dame. How in the world could Notre Dame be ranked ahead of Miami if Miami beat them head-to-head? Notre Dame's 10th. Miami's 18th. And Miami's got some ACC teams in front of them. We can talk about Virginia. We can talk about the aforementioned Louisville at 15th. Miami's up against it here. And based on this initial set of rankings, Miami likely not going to make the playoff, no matter what anyone thinks about it. And I'll give my opinion on the matter with a couple things. Number one, I said it after that game. I think it was, we were off Labor Day. We came back on the Tuesday after Labor Day. So Miami wins the game. And what I said is, if Notre Dame doesn't have this atrocious first half game plan on offense, they want to like ease CJ Carr into the lineup. Here in the car, we feel safest of all. Gonna run these screen passes. Remember, they're running these screen passes, and Miami just reaches the point where, like, hey, we're just going to intercept them. Like, we know what you're doing on every play, and we're not going to run the ball with Jeremiah Love as much as we should. And I said in the aftermath of that game, and I bet Notre Dame, and I lost, and I credited Miami and credited everyone that bet Miami. What I said was, if they played this game again, like next week, Notre Dame would win. And I bet Notre Dame, and I would feel awesome about it. I think Notre Dame's better than Miami. And the eye test shows it. And I like that the committee is doing like this, like kind of, doesn't it feel like the committee's like letting it rip a little bit? Like a very vibey set of rankings here. Like Notre Dame over Miami is the vibe ranking, right? Miami beat them, but we watch the games. We know Notre Dame's better. So Notre Dame is 10th and Miami's 18th. And I have absolutely zero issue with it. And yes, Miami did beat Notre Dame. And I suppose if that's a hill that you decided you wanted to die on, like, you could die on that hill. Because you're right, like, Miami did win. But also, like, have you watched the game since then? I love that Notre Dame's 10th. Here's what's great. Like we said earlier in this hour, a lot of games left to be played. If you think Notre Dame sucks, Notre Dame will probably stub its toe on the way there. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Notre Dame's one of the best teams in the country. Two other teams I wanted to mention. And this is why, like, Matt, you got to love this expanded playoff. Just for a million different reasons. Games we get to bet on, stuff to talk about. More teams get in. And it just creates more excitement. I love it. Rivals, Texas and Oklahoma. Because at points this season, for both of these schools, they look dead in the water. It's one thing for Texas to lose to Ohio State in the season opener. Another thing entirely to lose to Florida. And Billy Napier's Florida. Another thing entirely to lose to Florida. Oklahoma is rolling. John Mateer hurts his hand. Lose to Texas. Lose to Ole Miss. And they look like they're done. But oh, how things can change in this great sport. Texas beats Vandy this weekend. Oklahoma wins at Tennessee. And they're both back in the thick of it. And what's great is they're going to earn their way in if they get in. So if you're mad and you're like, Texas, 2 losses, Arch stinks, no way. Oklahoma, Mateer hasn't been the same. How could Oklahoma be here with their 2 losses? Like, they're not in yet. They're going to have to earn this son of a bitch if they get in. Texas still's got to play Georgia, still has to play A&M. Oklahoma's gauntlet is crazy to end the year. Bama, Mizzou, and LSU. Just creates so much more interest and so much more intrigue. And I'll leave everybody with this for now on the college football playoff rankings. Last year, we saw in the second round of games, all 4 of the top seeds lose. Oregon to Ohio State, Georgia to Notre Dame, Boise to Penn State, Arizona State to Texas. I'll plant my flag right now. Just like we had all 4 1 seeds make the Final Four this year in college hoops, I think we're going to have a very, very chalky college football playoff. On the other side, we'll talk some hoops from last night, college basketball, NBA. Are the Bulls for real? We'll tell you next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Another bet that I discussed that I didn't play was Matthew Stafford for MVP. Why can't he win? Why? Give me one reason why he can't win.
He can. He can. All right, can the Rams, when you say why can't he, I start thinking what has to happen. The touchdown numbers have to be very high. They typically are with Stafford. They have to win the West, so they have to beat out Seattle and San Francisco, which the San Francisco part I think they'll be fine at. Seattle would be, okay, we'll see. Win the division, be a top 2 seed in the NFC. Weaker conference, you got to be a top 2 seed. You can't be a 3 or a 4. Can they do all that? Yeah, they can do all that. And he has the numbers. But does he have better numbers than Allen and Mahomes? Right? Because that is viewed as the better conference. They have better quarterback play at the very top. So you probably have to beat out them when it comes to numbers. And maybe you need one. Kansas City, they're probably not going to be at 1 or 2 at this point. So I guess you need Allen to drop off a little bit, which I could see happening. And I don't think they want to go back-to-back. They can. Sometimes they do go back-to-back with MVPs. But I think if there's another quarterback that's worthy, especially if it's someone who hasn't won it before, I think the voters would gladly go that route.
Carter sets up a screen. Giddy races to the basket, fires it out. Vucevic the shot.
Vucci Main for 3. Vucci Main steps up again. The grizzled veteran steps up and hits the biggest shot of the season. Oh my goodness, Elizabeth, I'm coming again, Elizabeth. Oh Lord. It's the big one, Elizabeth.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
It is truly, truly unhinged from Stacey King on the Chicago Sports Network. Like, he's doing, what show is he quoting? Like, it's so old. Sanford and Son. Sanford and Son's like old, like Sanford and Son wasn't on TV like when I was a kid, and I'm 42. Like Bill Zimmerman, Bill's like 53. I don't even think Sanford and Son was on TV when Bill was a kid. So you're hearing like this. I'm not even going to repeat it because I'm just going to start laughing. Like, you hear Stacey King say this and you've got like no idea what the reference is. Like, if you're in like your 20s or something, hell, you're even in your 30s. There are people my age that don't know what this is. And you hear him say this, you're like, okay, this is a sporting event? Like, did I just turn like Brazzers on the TV? Like what happened here? Chicago Sports Network, courtesy of The Call, as the Chicago Bulls beat the Philadelphia 76ers, which really stunk for us because we bet the Sixers last night. And I even said to Femi, it's like before we made the bet, like, kind of feels like a trap. I guess it was. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. The Bulls outscoring the Sixers in the fourth quarter, 29-16, and just an insane final stretch. And Vucevic with the game winner and a collapse by the Sixers. So we lose our bet. Bulls win. And the Bulls are now 6-1. And this team, which it feels like basically since like Derrick Rose was no longer at the height of his powers, and I am exaggerating here, obviously. Like this is like the start of the season. What's your best NBA season prediction? Like the Chicago Bulls seeded somewhere from 7 to 10 in the Eastern Conference. Like they will be in the play-in. Like you can't even bet it. Like it's off the board at BetMGM. You can't even bet it. Because they're going to be a play-in team. Don't look now. The Bulls' new adjusted win total at BetMGM following last night's win, 41.5. So this is like the old Mike Tomlin win total. Above 500 or under 500 for the Chicago Bulls. And at this point now, I don't think it's a hot take, and I don't think it's recency bias, and I don't think it's prisoner of the moment to say that the Bulls are going to go 42-40 or better. Now, hear me out. I don't think the Bulls are a threat to win the East. If they played the Sixers in a 7-game series, I would take Philadelphia and not even think twice about it, even though the Bulls beat them last night. The Bulls are not as good as a full-strength Cavs team, not as good as the Knicks, not as good as the Bucks, not as good as the Sixers. I was going to say not as good as the Magic, but Orlando might really be bad. Like, what the hell's going on with the Orlando Magic? Like, getting blown out last night by the Trae Young-less Atlanta Hawks. Not great. So I don't think the Bulls are a legitimate threat to win the Eastern Conference. But they're an awesome story. They're so much fun to watch. They play so damn hard every second of the game. And Josh Giddey is blossoming into a major, major superstar. 29, 15, and 12 last night for Josh Giddey. Didn't work out and obviously there's off-court stuff also, but in OKC, it's like, okay, Shea's just going to have the ball all the time. Like, what's your purpose of being here? So he doesn't work in Oklahoma City, but now he's in a spot where he can have the ball all the time, and look what's happening. He's awesome. And the Bulls are a lot of fun. And I do think they're going to win at least 42 games in this regular season because Giddey has emerged as a star. Got other good young players like Buzelis, a really good coach in Billy Donovan, and a team that gives effort every single night. And you know that you can't say that about every team or even most teams in the NBA. As for the Philadelphia 76ers, I will preface what I'm about to say by saying this. I still think that the parlay exists for the Sixers to win the East. You need a bunch of things to all happen. And the final leg, the final boss of the parlay, the one that obviously is at the longest odds, is Joel Embiid stays healthy. It still exists. The Sixers' ceiling is still really high. Right now, and things can change as the season goes on, and Embiid gets his wins, right? And he's able to play more minutes and look a little more spry. The Sixers have a Joel Embiid problem at the moment. And it's almost like you'd rather him not. And I know that sounds crazy because he's still good. He's still good. It's almost like you'd rather him not be out there. It's a high-flying team. They're really fun. Like Maxey and Edgecombe and Grimes and McCain was back. He's not playing tonight, and Embiid's not playing tonight, and Paul George isn't playing tonight. Second half of a back-to-back. But man, Embiid is a black hole on offense. Everyone's moving so fast, ball goes to him, and everything just dies. And I'm not saying it can't or won't get better as the season goes on. I actually think it will get better as the season goes on. And I'm still bullish on the Sixers. I think there's a path for the Sixers to be there at the end in the Eastern Conference. But if that's going to happen, Embiid has got to look healthier. he's got to look a little more spry than he has, because right now, it's like ball gets to Embiid and everything around him stops. Two other quick notes on the NBA. Oklahoma City beats the Clippers by 21 in Los Angeles. 8-0. Jalen Williams hasn't played a game. And not Jalen with INN. J-Dub hasn't played a game. 70 wins, anybody? I'm just saying. And Lakers Spurs tonight. And we'll do it at the end of the show. No Austin Reeves. No LeBron James. Luka and the Lukettes and JJ Redick against Victor Wembanyama. It's going to be awesome. And when I think about this game and wanting to bet it, and Femi and I will talk about it at the end of the show, I think about San Antonio's game over the weekend against the Phoenix Suns, where Phoenix, not Oklahoma City, not Houston, not Denver, not one of the best teams in the league, Phoenix dealt San Antonio its first loss of the season and frustrated the hell out of Victor Wembanyama defensively. I am sure, given that he is an absolute psycho, in a good way, that JJ Redick is aware of Phoenix's defensive game plan of throwing wings at Wembanyama and just making sure that you are making him uncomfortable at all times. And I'm sure you'll see the Lakers try something similar. I'm willing to bet it works. All our bets for tonight will close the show. You better you bet on this Wednesday. Let's hit a little college basketball to end the hour. So we are now a couple days into the season, and we have now seen all the heralded freshmen play at least one game. Like every team's pretty much played at least one game at this point. Last night, we bet Texas plus 10.5. Looked great for a lot of the game until it didn't. As Cam Boozer and Duke beat the Longhorns 75-60. I do think Texas is going to be pretty good this year, but just outclassed by a superior opponent. Cam Boozer, 15-12. They actually didn't shoot well, but stuck with his game. Went 9 of 12 from the line. That's where the majority of his points came from. And just watch out for Isaiah Evans. 23 points. Looks to be an awesome shooter. Duke's going to be a problem again this year. And I'm going to stop short of being like I did early last year with Cooper Flagg and company, where I still can't believe Duke didn't win and I don't even want to relitigate this. Just it was so obvious that Duke was one of these legendary teams early in last season. It's really. Sade once asked, famously, is it a crime? Yes. It is a crime that Duke lost to Houston and didn't win the national championship. So Duke, 1-0. BYU the other night beats Villanova. Kevin Willard's first game as Villanova head coach, 71-66. AJ DeBonsa, another heralded freshman, 21 points, 6 rebounds. Darren Peterson, who's Kansas's point guard, people are saying, and when I say people, I mean people way, way more in the college basketball weeds than me, are saying that Darren Peterson is the best player that Bill Self has ever coached at Kansas. And think about that with all the players that have come through Kansas for Bill Self. As Kansas beats the Fighting Doug Gottliebs 94-51, Darren Peterson scores 21 points in 22 minutes. And not to be outdone, a couple nights ago, Arizona takes down the reigning, defending national champion Florida Gators, who, yes, lost 3 members of the backcourt, including Walter Clayton Jr., to the NBA, but returned the entire front court. And people way smarter than me and are way more in the college basketball weeds than me say that Florida has the best front court in the country. Kona Pete. Remember that name. This is not a joke. He's actually Andrews Pete's brother, the first-round pick offensive lineman of the New Orleans Saints. Kona Pete, 30-7. Game 1 against Florida's front court. And Jaden Bradley goes for 27 as well. Man, You've got these 4 freshmen, and I'm gonna group Kona Pete in with them for now because you look at a lot of NBA mock drafts, and Pete's a top 10 pick in these mock drafts. He's not like 1, 2, or 3 like Booza, DeBonsa, and Peterson are, but he's in the top 10. If he plays like that the rest of the season, he could win the Wooden Award. I really think that we are on the precipice of maybe the best college basketball season ever. With these, like, this NBA draft is going to be insane, and these freshmen are all going to be redonkulous for big programs. Duke, Kansas, Arizona, and hell, BYU even had Yegor Demon last year. It was awesome in conference play, and now here's AJ DeBonsa. I can't wait for it. This year in college basketball is going to absolutely rule. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We start hour number 2, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, the great Brian Baldinger.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Another bet that I discussed that I didn't play was Matthew Stafford for MVP. Why can't he win? Why? Give me one reason why he can't win.
2.5, so forth. So here are the options for this week in the NFL. And I will say, I hope there is not as much chaos as we saw last week in the NFL. We're going to start with one of the best teams in the AFC getting points on the road at the Bucks. We're going to go New England plus 8.5 on the road at Tampa Bay. And I understand at some point New England's probably going to hit a snag in the road. We saw it with like the Colts last week where, you know, they're just not going to be great every single game of the season. I know the Bucks have had some time off to prepare, but 8.5 seems like a lot of points to give a Pats team that's been absolutely rolling, and the offense has been fantastic with what Drake May has been doing. Next up, we're going to go to the Seahawks. It feels like one of the most underrated teams in the entire NFL. So the line of this one is Seahawks 6.5-point home favorites against the Cardinals, who I understand just won last night. A big game against the Cowboys. Wow, I'm so impressed. So you tease it down, and the Seahawks are mere half-point home favorites against the Cardinals. It is a divisional matchup. Sometimes these can be tough, but I do like the Seahawks in this spot. Next up, here's the team that burned me last week, and maybe they will burn me again, but I'm hoping it's not the case. So I'm going to take the Lions. Tease down number of -2.5. So this line is 8.5. Lions 8.5-point favorites at the Commanders. I feel like the Lions should be able to rebound and win against a hapless Commanders team that no longer has Jaden Daniels at the helm by 3 points. So, Jenks, I know you probably can speak on that game. Is there a sabotage factor when it comes to the Commanders? Do they just have some level of heart that I don't know? Is the injury report lying to me? Is there a way that the Commanders upset the Lions?
biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The wonderful Football Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show, breaking down the initial set of college football playoff rankings, why I think the top four is absolutely perfect, and I expect Ohio State to complete an undefeated regular season and win a second consecutive national championship, not losing a game in the process. And when we get to the end of the year, I think we'll be talking about Ohio State as one of the best single-season college football teams ever. I think this is going to be one of the best college basketball seasons ever. Told you why at the end of hour number one. Broke down Lakers Spurs coming up tonight. No LeBron James, no Austin Reeves. In my opinion, no problem for the Lakers against Victor Wembanyama and San Antonio. And as a Knicks fan, it pains me to say this, but yes, I do think the Chicago Bulls are pretty good. Femi and I will start rolling through side and total movement week 10 in the NFL 20 minutes from now. Chip Patterson of CBS Sports, host of the Cover 3 College Football Podcast, joins us in 40 minutes. But joining us right now, Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. What's up, buddy? Happy week 10.
You too, Nick. I'm actually looking at the college football rankings right now, and I see I'm calling the BYU Texas Tech game on Saturday.
Yeah.
In Lubbock. I see where the Cougars are 7 and the Raiders are 8. So one of those two teams is going to climb because I like both teams a lot, but they're going to climb in these rankings. I don't know about your prediction of Ohio State going undefeated. Certainly possible, but Texas A&M is awfully good. I mean, I'm going to see them on Thanksgiving weekend against Texas. We've got great games coming up is what I'm trying to get to here, Nick.
Have you gotten the chance, and if the answer is no, like no one's going to be upset because you watch so much NFL film. Have you gotten the chance to watch any of the Ohio State guys, like the wide receivers, Tate and Jeremiah Smith, like Arvell Reese, Caleb Downs, the quarterback saying?
Well,
just like, and obviously if the answer is no, all good, but wanted to ask.
No, but I watched Jeremiah Smith a great deal last year, getting ready for the draft, Ibuka, all the guys that came out of Donovan Jackson, all the guys that came out. I watched a ton of Ohio State games, all the playoff games. So, he looked like the best receiver on the field every week last year as a freshman. So, I haven't really studied him this year yet.
I feel like Jets fans, visions of Jeremiah Smith in the Jets uniform dancing through their head right now with the Jets with 3 first-round picks next year in the NFL draft.
What quarterback is going to throw him the ball? That's the question.
Well, I mean, you can make is it like Fernando Mendoza, Indiana's quarterback, Ty Simpson, Alabama's quarterback, or maybe they wait till 27. Have you heard anyone's opinion on that? Do you have an opinion on that 26 quarterback class versus the 27 quarterback class? I know it's early.
Archie keeps getting better every week. I know what people are saying, but he's not coming out. But I mean, if you're looking at 27, like I can't wait to see him against A&M on Thanksgiving weekend. I saw him against OU, and he had a great game then, and he keeps getting better. Vanderbilt, great game. So I'm looking when I watch him play. Honestly, Nick, I know he just needs to play. So I don't want to make any evaluations, but you could see why you would be excited about his skill level.
What's his, like when you watch Arch, do you have like a pro player comp for him right now?
Well, he's very fundamental. I mean, Drake May is a very fundamental quarterback. He's probably faster than Drake. Drake is number 1 rated quarterback in this league. I'm going to see him Sunday against Tampa. So I'm going to see him against a team that's going to blitz him probably like crazy, although he's been good against the blitz this year. But, I mean, I would say just size, athletic ability kind of reminds you of a guy like Drake right now.
That's pretty high praise for Arch Manning, especially with the way the season started for Arch. But it played great against Vanderbilt last week, and obviously 2 showcase games coming up: Georgia in a couple weeks, and then, like you said, A&M around Thanksgiving in the regular season finale. All right. Before we get to games this weekend, we got to get your opinion on the trade deadline and everything that happened yesterday. Let's start, Baldy. Your opinion of what the New York Jets did. 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner, a 2 this year and a 1 next year for Quentin Williams, Mozzie Smith, and I love me some A.D. Mitchell. I think he's their second-best receiver immediately coming back from Indianapolis. Your thoughts on the Jets, both for the rest of this season and for the next couple years of Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji in this regime?
Well, I mean, look, I think they did the right thing. I mean, you can't argue against it. They've got to build this team. If you're going to hire these guys, you have to give them the opportunity to build it the way they want to build it. I think Indiana. I talked to Lou Anarumo in Indianapolis last week. He was telling me about his cornerback situation. I was explaining to him the cornerback situation in this league. It's dreck around this league right now. And if you get a pigeon out there, teams are going after that guy. You just look at some of Dallas, look at the Giants, look what teams are doing to these corners. So I like to see Sauce play, honestly, Nick, on a team that can score points. And I like to see what he looks like against, number 1 wide receivers that he's going to see when they can, like Latu and DeForest Buckner, some of these guys can pin their ears back and he gets a chance to lock these guys up. I think there could be a resurgence in his ability, but the Jets did the right thing. I think they got as much value as you possibly could get. Mozzie Smith is just, he hadn't shown anything yet, but maybe a change of scenery would be good. A.D. Mitchell's a very good player. He made just a complete knucklehead play against the Rams this year, and he kind of fell out of favor, but he wasn't starting. He wasn't playing a lot there. So he's going to get a good opportunity with the Jets. But, I mean, look, Nick, how many guys are 6'3", 205, can run a 4.3 40, and has good hands? I mean, it's a good starting point.
Yeah, I'm a huge A.D. Mitchell fan. I'm in the New York area, right? And I'm a Giants fan, not a Jets fan, but I have a lot of friends that are Jets fans. And I watch these games, not as closely as you do, but I love the league, right? Mm-hmm. All the Jets fans I talk to, right? And I'm talking like passionate diehard that watch every second of every game, whether they're good or bad. They all hate Sauce Gardner. Not like personally, but they all think Sauce is overrated, doesn't make enough plays, and he doesn't have to be a great tackler. Like that's not like that what the Colts want from Sauce Gardner, right? But that he doesn't make enough game-changing plays and that he's living off his rookie year and living off the nickname. Do you feel like Sauce Gardner is overrated? And where are you at on Sauce overall?
Yeah, no, I do. I mean, he's got 1 interception in 3 years. He's got virtually no ball skills. I mean, I've seen him with the ball in his hands against Dak in Dallas, and he can't come up with the ball. And he committed way too many penalties. For a guy that has that size and speed and has played in this league, what he's doing to receivers when he's grabbing them is just unnecessary. It's just not fundamental football. Play the game with your feet and your eyes, and then play the ball in the air. So I do think that there's, his rookie year, he was fantastic. I mean, he saved 1 touchdown after another. You go back up in Denver when they beat the Broncos. I mean, you go through the games in your head, and he looked like he was the second coming. And since that time, when he did have 2 interceptions, led the league in passes defense with 20, it has been downhill since.
This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, Nick Costos hanging out with Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. What do you make of this for the Colts, though? So is this a bad trade that they traded for Sauce Gardner? Because they gave up a pretty penny, 2 first-round picks to acquire Sauce Gardner, going all in. Is this a bad trade for Indianapolis, given the evaluation of Sauce?
I don't think so. I want to see him with Lou. I want to see him how Lou uses him. He's a great coordinator. And you can't do a lot if you don't have corners that can hold up. I think Sauce can hold up. I think this is going to be good. I think going up against, Pittman and Pierce and some of those guys in practice is going to help them. Big receivers that know how to use their bodies. I think that's going to help them. And then he's going to be, for the first time in his whole life, he's going to be in the middle of a playoff run. And I think we're going to see if whatever is good in him, whatever's great in him, I think we're going to see it come out of him. And so Lou has a good style. And if he's got corners, I mean, if you think about it, if he has Travarius Ward, Kenny Moore, and Sauce Gardner on the corners across the board, like that's as good as it gets. If you could pressure with Latu and DeForest Buckner and Pay and some of the guys they have, the linebacking core is really solid, and the offense is going to score points. So I like their ability to go make a run. And if I'm there right now, why not? It's been a long time since they've had any kind of a playoff run.
And it shows you, obviously, like Daniel Jones is going to be you don't trade 2 first-round picks like this without knowing that Daniel Jones is going to be your guy moving forward. Maybe he gets the Baker Mayfield, the Sam Darnold deal coming up in the offseason. So, it's like 2 separate conversations. Like, did the Colts give up a ton for Sauce Gardner? Yes. But it doesn't mean that it can't work. So, I'll ask you this, Baldy, and this is kind of put you on the spot a little bit here and give you the opportunity to change your mind as the season rolls on. Mm-hmm. The Indianapolis Colts, with the addition of Sauce Gardner, are the blank best team in the AFC.
Well, I mean, I think, look, Denver and Kansas City play next week. That's going to decide a lot. Right now, Denver has a 2-game lead over everybody. I think Baltimore is going to make a run. Their defense the last 3 weeks has been excellent. And now Lamar made throwing 4 touchdown passes look like he was at the state fair knocking down milk cartons the other day. They're going to be a factor. Buffalo is certainly going to be a player in this whole thing. And, New England is in the driver's seat right now. But we're going to see them against much better competition. We'll see just where they're at. But Indianapolis can play with any of the teams that I just mentioned.
Thoughts on the Dallas Cowboys moves yesterday?
Well, I mean, look, they added Kenny Clark in the Micah Parsons trade. They get Quinnen Williams at age 27. Been a proven good player. Jadeveon Clowney was the best player on the field on Monday night against Arizona. He looks like he's got a lot of football left in him. They added Logan Wilson, which was a needed piece. I mean, if they get some corners healthy, they should be better. Donovan Ezeraku is going to be a good player on the edge. Sam Williams is okay. They've got enough to at least keep the score under 30, and maybe
can they make the
24.
playoffs? 3-5-1. Can the Cowboys make the playoffs?
I don't think so. I think, look. Well, the only thing I'd say is like they've had 2 disappointing offensive performances in a row, so that kind of makes me back off. But I do know what the offense is capable of. So we know that the NFC North is going to beat up each other down the stretch. We saw Minnesota go to Detroit and win. Like these teams are going to play each other, right? So I mean, I don't know. Green Bay losing Tucker Kraft, they lose a lot. They've been up and down. So you lose at home to Cleveland and to Carolina like they did. It's a bad sign. And Philadelphia's coming on Monday night. I feel like Dallas, if they get hot, which means can they win 6 of their last 8, something like that, they could sneak in.
All right. That's pretty listen, not saying you're wrong. Optimistic for the Cowboys. I don't like what this about. Get back in the time machine and pay Micah Parsons 18 months ago.
I would never, ever trade Micah Parsons. I wouldn't. I would make something out of the trade.
It's ridiculous. It's insane that it happens.
The only guy like that in the whole league. It's just, I was against it.
Final one for you here, about a minute for the answer.
Yeah.
What's your read on what's happening right now? Because it feels like there's a lot that's not being said with the Arizona Cardinals quarterback situation. And in case you missed it because it happened within the hour, Kyler Murray just got put on injured reserve by the Cardinals.
Well, Jacoby Brissett's a better player right now. He's a better player. The offense, I've watched him every week. In fact, I'm going on in Arizona here in 45 minutes. Marvin Harrison was invisible with Kyler. He actually got every ball thrown to him in the first quarter against Dallas. Now, if he explodes the way I think Marvin's capable of, he's a guy that can kind of turn it on, turn it off. But he turned it on the other night and looked pretty good. And you get Trey McBride, you get Wilson, and you get Jacoby with the play action passes and what Drew wants to do. That's Petzig, and I feel like they're going to be a problem, whether it's in Seattle this week, whether it's because defensively they're very good and very talented, and they showed that on Monday night. I think Jacoby's, like, they don't want to say it because they're playing, he's the first pick and they pay him a lot of money, but Jacoby's a better fit for that offense right now.
Yes or no answer to this question. Has Kyler Murray played his last game for the Arizona Cardinals?
Well, there's a lot of football to be played this year. We don't know Jacoby's health going forward. He could get back out there this year.
Will Kyler Murray, let me ask a different question. We have like 5 seconds. Will Kyler Murray be on the Cardinals next year? Yes or no?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Yeah, I agree. Baldy, you're the best. Stay well. Nick. Safe travels.
Yep.
You got a lot of football coming up this weekend. Pretty awesome.
Well, what's wrong with that, Nick? What's wrong? I mean, that's what life is about.
Not only is nothing wrong with it, everything's right.
That's right.
Brian Baldinger here with us on You Better You Bet. It moved. NFL Week 10 coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's Indiana as a 2-touchdown road favorite going to Happy Valley. I brought up this idea a couple weeks ago, and it keeps happening. They are smashing teams. Smashing. Not letting up at all. 55-10 this weekend over Maryland. And now they're going to Happy Valley. It feels like these Hoosiers are on a mission, and they don't want any excuses when the new rankings, when the first edition of the playoff rankings come out here, which will be very curious to see where Indiana is at. But I think they're going to want to continue to do this, Sam. I think they are out to beat everyone by as many points as possible.
I understand it. And don't be surprised if the committee comes out and says Indiana's number one, because Indiana has a better win than Ohio State does. The win at Oregon's a better win than anything Ohio State's done. Not saying Ohio State's not better, but that's the truth. Indiana has a better win. That's obvious. I'll probably take 14.5 though, man. Like, I don't even know that it wins, but it's just, that's a huge number for me. I took Penn State first half on Saturday, and that got home. Then they did not cover the full game, so got lucky there. I will probably look at the points and take anything north of 14.
for the win for the Broncos. And the kick is good. And the fourth quarter magic remains for Denver. 18-15, Denver with the winner.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Fox Sports courtesy of the call, the Denver Broncos. By the way, I don't know if I like this, that like, I mean, you have an opinion on this? Like, here's an AFC game and Fox has it. It's happening a lot recently. Like, Giants-Niners was on CBS. Like, why are we doing that? I don't know if I like it.
It's been going on since 2011, I believe it is. I think I know the first ever game that they did it, the Crossflex. It was a Broncos at Vikings game on Fox. It was like the Tim Tebow, like Tebow Mania Broncos. They were taking on the Vikings, and I think like the rationale is because of I don't know, because like extra primetime games or what. I don't know what the hell the rationale is. I guess I'd be making something up, but yeah, it's been going on ever since 2011, and now it feels like it's ramping up even more.
Well, wait, I was going to say that. Like, is there? I'm sure there's evidence like that states it one way or another. Anecdotally, it feels like it happens way more often than it used to.
Oh yeah,
and like I don't actually care, but it's just like weird. Here's Broncos Texans, and I'm like Fox on the call. Like Fox has the NFC, CBS is the AFC.
Like, growing up, because like I was mid '90s was like my first football experience. So like NBC had the AFC game and Fox had the NFC game. Then obviously CBS got the rights back in '98, and CBS has always been the AFC squad. Like AFC road team, CBS is the game. NFC road team, Fox is the game. And yeah, it's just I don't know. It's like Fox is synonymous with the NFC. Like let's call the NFC. And you're an NFC guy. I'm an NFC guy. Like I don't know. It's weird, but
speaking of
Cowboys
Fox
and
Sports,
Eagles on CBS. Who knows?
Well, that they'll never let happen. Not Cow, but Broncos Texans can. I think CBS is okay with losing. You'd never see Bills Chiefs, for instance, on Fox.
Yeah, on Fox.
Speaking of Fox Sports and the NFL, Fox officially hiring Drew Brees to be their number 3 game analyst, which I thought was interesting. So Greg Olson is the 2, Tom Brady the 1, and Drew Brees will be on the number 3 team. And it looks like he's going to replace Mark Sanchez, who was obviously involved in that like ridiculous story in Indianapolis where, honestly, like, drinking is really stupid, especially on work events. Just
on a work trip. Yep.
On a work trip. Yep. I say this, and I say this as someone who's gotten irresponsibly drunk many times in my life. So I'm not judging people, but I think
no judgments by me. That's for sure.
Yeah. If I've done 100, and it's way more than this. If I've done 100 things in my life that I regret, 96 of them drunk, 4 sober, 0 stoned. When you get stoned, you just kind of like sit there. Nothing good or bad happens. You're just like in equilibrium. The vast majority of things I regret, I would say, regrets. I've had a few, probably from getting too drunk. Certainly a regret for Mark Sanchez. And hopefully, jokes aside and everything else aside, like hopefully he gets to full health because that's a scary situation. All right.
100%.
Shall we do a little moved here?
Either that, I was going to ask you about who your favorite color commentator is currently in the NFL. I'll let you do dealer's choice on that one.
Troy Aikman.
Yeah, I'm a Cowboys fan, so it's Troy Aikman for me. Some people don't like him.
I'm a Giants fan, and it's Troy Aikman.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Yeah,
he's awesome.
I love him because I think he's gonna give you his opinion. He's gonna give you his real, and it might not line up with what everybody else thinks and what like the modern football and all that stuff think. But like, yeah, I love Aikman. I like Collinsworth a lot too. Like, I think Collinsworth's awesome. Like, and this is not to shade anybody else. Like, I think everyone's been pretty good, but like, those are like my 2 favorites for sure.
Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth does a great job. Yep. We got a lot of great choices to choose from. All right. The reason why we played the Broncos highlight coming back is because they play tomorrow night and they host the Las Vegas Raiders, and that is where we will get It's November. Sorry. There are going to be instances where your boy gets a little tongue-tied. Our eyes are seeping out of our skulls. We've been working a lot, and we love it. Not a complaint. Just saying. Yep. Let's get to it here as our Week 10 NFL sojourn will begin in Denver.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved. It's different. It doesn't. It's the same as it does every week. Thursday night football in the AFC West, Femi. The Denver Broncos welcoming in Geno Smith and the Las Vegas Raiders. What do we have here? Any injury news, side and total movements, etc. Thursday night football tomorrow night.
And what we have is the Femi Abebefe Mea Culpa Bowl. As I said, that the Broncos would famously be last place and the Raiders would make the playoffs. That's what we have on Thursday night.
I didn't want to bring it up.
I'm just saying, it's the elephant in the room. All right, I'm a big boy. We can handle it. I see you, Broncos country. No, I do not want to ride, but yes, I apologize. 9 is the point spread, and that's where we've been hanging out for much of the week. There were some 10s early on, and those immediately got bet. So I think we're just going to hang out here outside of teaser range. 9.5 is where we're going to do this dance all the way up till kickoff tomorrow. In terms of the total, that's been bet up a little bit, 42-43. Obviously, like the big news with the Raiders trading Jacoby Myers to the Jacksonville Jaguars. For Denver, from an injury standpoint, they just ruled out Marvin Mims, their wide receiver, so he's going to miss the game dealing with a concussion. And of course, Patrick Surtain II not expected to play because he has a multi-week pec injury. So that's the injury news. The side, I lean towards the Raiders, but I'm also the guy that thought the Raiders were going to make the playoffs this year. But I do think the number's a little bit big, so I would never bet the Broncos. It would only be a small bet on the Raiders just to sweat the game.
Yeah, I think my thought early week was Raiders if I had to bet it, and I still think that may be the bet I place, but nothing for me right now. We'll obviously do a lot on this game tomorrow and finalize all the bets. All right. Let's move, Femi, and it was funny because you said what's the spread of the game? The Broncos are favored by how many points?
9.
Yes, you did the do us. Oh, 9. Speaking of 9, we head to Munich for the NFL International game. Is Daniel Jones, Sauce Gardner? Sauce Gardner going to play in this game? Probably not, right? But feels like maybe.
Yeah, might play. Yeah.
As the Colts take on Michael Penix Jr. and the Atlanta Falcons, I would say Parker Romo, but they cut his ass, thankfully, since he cost me money last week. Colts v. Falcons in Germany. Where do we stand side and total?
We have seen a lot of movement towards the Indianapolis Colts. It's been a big Colts week. The Colts have been active at the trade deadline acquiring Sauce Gardner from the New York Jets. This was around 5.5 earlier in the week. We are now to 6.5. with the Indianapolis Colts as the favorite on a neutral site. 48.5 is where our total's been hanging out. No movement there, but Sauce Gardner, the big news with this game. But there's also injury news. Sauce Gardner is part of the injury news, by the way. He's in the concussion protocol, practiced in full today. The expectation, the reports coming out of Indy, are that he should be good to go on Sunday. So all indications are we're going to get Sauce Gardner out there on Sunday, despite being in concussion protocol currently. But a lot of injury news. Kenny Moore, DNP today. DeForest Buckner, DNP. I'm guessing those guys are going to be able to go for the Indianapolis defense. On Atlanta's side, the O-line is what's banged up. Both of their starting guards left the loss to the Patriots early. Matthew Bergeron, Chris Lindstrom, they're dealing with an ankle and a foot injury, respectively. They're both DNP today. Leonard Floyd, their pass rusher, also a DNP. But Billy Bowman Jr., the rookie, he practiced in full as he's been dealing with a hamstring injury. So a lot of injury news with this game. For me, at 6.5, I like the Falcons. I think the Falcons, they're kind of like your Cardinals, like they keep the game close. I think that's what the Atlanta Falcons are. I think they can keep this game close and cover 6.5. So I'll be betting Atlanta, but let's just make sure the injury report is not a disaster by the time we get to Friday.
If I bet the Falcons, I'll just bet the Falcons to win the game, and we'll see how that goes on Sunday against Indianapolis. All right, Bills and the Dolphins, Femi, on Sunday in Miami.
Yeah, this one right now is all Buffalo. We're out to 9.5 with this game. This was 8.5 earlier, now 9.5. We might hit 10 at this point. At 10, I mean, I might have bet Miami if it ever got to 10. But we're currently 9.5. The total's been bet to the under 50.5, now down to 49.5. The big news with this one was James Cook earlier this afternoon. He did not practice, dealing with a foot and ankle injury. My guess is that's just precautionary, but let's see what happens on Thursday and Friday. Josh Palmer back at practice in limited fashion today. Daquan Jones, Joey Bosa, two of their defensive linemen, DNP today. I'm guessing that might be some veteran rest there, especially with Joey Bosa, but Daquan Jones missed the past couple of games. Not a good sign for him playing on Sunday that he's already missing here on this Wednesday. Taron Johnson as well in the secondary for the Bills, a DNP today. And for the Dolphins, Chop Robinson, like, He's alongside Bradley Chubb as their best edge rusher since they traded Jalen Phillips. He's still in the concussion protocol, and then Rasul Douglas is a DNP. No big betting opinion here for me unless it got to 10. And I'd take a small bet on the Miami Dolphins.
I may lay Buffalo. I think it's never Miami for me. Maybe. I mean, I honestly, I don't even think I'd take 10 with the Miami Dolphins here. I don't think so. I may lay Buffalo. All right. From the AFC East, Femi, to the NFC South. As the 5-4 Carolina Panthers host Tyler Shuck and the 1-8 New Orleans Saints, who just dealt Rashid Shaheed to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, no real injury news with this game. Talise Fuaga, the off the tackle for the Saints, he's listed as week to week, so he's not going to be playing in this game. But in terms of the side, it's been a lot of Carolina money. This was 4.5. Now we're out to 5.5 with this game. The total's been bet to the under, down to 39.5. Let's see if this keeps going up. Like, if we get a 6, I'm betting New Orleans. Even at 5.5, I have interest in New Orleans. I will have a Saints ticket in pocket on Sunday. Nothing to do with the total, but I like New Orleans. This, to me, feels like a nice sell-high spot after Carolina won outright as a 13-point dog.
Yeah, I think the Saints might be really, 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 really bad. Are we going to be able, Femi, to hit them with the Rico on Sunday?
No, we're not hitting them with the Rico. I think the Saints keep this close. We're not hitting it like Rico Dowdle's not running over anybody. I think this is a competitive game. So I'm not hitting them with the Rico. And also Rico also is popped up on the injury report as well, too.
That's why I'm at. Yeah, exactly. So Rico Dowdle tweeted. Apparently he's going to play. Like, Rico tweeted, starting a GoFundMe, they got me. Yeah, like he should be good to go. I think it's like a rest day for Rico Dowdle for the Carolina Panthers. CJ Stroud, Femi, ruled out for the Houston Texans for Sunday's game against Jacoby Myers and the Jacksonville Jaguars. How has the betting market reacted? Where do we stand right now? It's like almost like season over for the Texans if they lose this game.
Yeah.
Already lost to Jacksonville earlier this year. 5-3 Jacksonville at 3-5 Houston.
Yeah, this is it was Houston at 1 at open on Sunday when there was uncertainty about Stroud. DeMeco Ryans cleared that up earlier this afternoon, ruling him out. So we have flipped favorites. Jacksonville is now a 1-point favorite. The total has been getting pounded to the under. 39.5, now down to 37.5. So this thing is not expected to be a high-scoring game. And when you look at the injury report, you understand why. On Houston, it's C.J. Stroud. Titus Howard, their offensive tackle, he's banged up, didn't practice today. He's also in the concussion protocol. Some injuries on defense, but I think those guys might be resting. Want to get some clarification there. But for Jacksonville, Ryan Thomas Jr., DNP today. Hunter Long, their tight end, which usually wouldn't bring this up, but Brent Strange is already hurt. So they're going to be on tight end 3 potentially. He was DNP today. Ezra Cleveland on the offensive line didn't practice either. I didn't see anything on Devin Lloyd. I'm assuming he was back at practice because he wasn't listed amongst the guys who are hurt. But if that's back at practice, that's a good sign for Jacksonville. No strong betting opinion for me. If this ever got bet out to like Jags 2.5, I would maybe bet some Houston money line, but it still feels like a coin flip game to me, which probably doesn't speak too well about where the Jacksonville Jaguars sit right now.
Oh man, this should be a game where I bet Jacksonville, given like my preseason thoughts on the Jaguars, my preseason thoughts on the Texans, no CJ Stroud. I think the Jaguars are bad. I need to think about this one a little bit. We do have some side move, Femi, in the Bears-Giants game. What's happening here as Bill Zimmerman and Jake Hassan's Bears take on my New York Football Giants.
The Chicago Bears are getting bet, and I agree with this. Now, I didn't lay the 3.5 because I was wondering, would we ever get to 3, or we can just hang out here at 3.5? But the 3.5s no longer exist. It's now 4.5 across the board. Everyone is liking the Chicago Bears. In terms of the total, a little bit of money coming on the under, 48.5, now down to 47. Good news for the Chicago Bears from an injury standpoint. DeAndre Swift, he's back at practice. Good to see that. For the Giants, it's a pretty brutal injury report. Like, injuries along the offensive line. John Michael Schmitz, I know your guy, he's DNP once again. Jermaine Illuminor, DNP. And then in the secondary, you do get a couple guys back. Javon Holland, Cordell Flott, limited in practice, but Paulson Adebo did not practice today. So betting interest in Chicago. I've liked Chicago since Monday. Haven't bet it yet, but I will bet it as long as it stays in this range prior to kickoff.
I think the Bears defense stinks. I might bet the Giants in this game if this number continues to get bet out. I do love a side in this game. Yeah, at 47 now. I think the Ravens are going to kill the Vikings on Sunday. Where do we stand, Femi? Baltimore at Minnesota in the Battle of Purple.
Yeah, we're still at Baltimore, more than a field goal on the road at a pretty tough environment in Minneapolis there. This was 3.5 at open. Now it's 4. So movement on the Ravens. The total has been bet to the over 47. Now we're 49, touching a key-ish number with totals. From an injury standpoint, for the Ravens for the first time, nothing to report. And for Minnesota, good news, or sorry, not good news, bad news is that Aaron Jones DNP today, but I think he should be okay, but dealing with a shoulder and a toe injury. So for me, it's Ravens or pass. I might just pass the game because I think the betting market's just right.
Oh, I think you should join me on the Baltimore Ravens here.
Let's see another game from this defense before I dive in too much.
Yeah, I love the Ravens on Sunday. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll get back to It and Move to start the Power Hour. But on the other side, we're going to be talking college football with one of the best in the business, the host of the Cover 3 podcast for CBS Sports, my friend, the great Chip Patterson, coming up next on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
You can still get the Rams plus 425, I believe, to win the NFC. But I think if you're looking to play the MVP market and you've missed the number on some of these guys, I know Stafford is only 5-1, but he's still plus 500 right now to win the MVP. The Rams look like the team to beat right now in the NFC, even with the Eagles being the defending champs. Stafford, these numbers are crazy, though. 268.4 yards per game passing, second in the NFL right now. 21 touchdown passes, number 1 in the NFL, only 2 picks. He has a QB rating of 113.2, which is 6th in the National Football League. And the Rams, like I said, they look like the real deal. They have the second best point differential, plus 82. Matthew Stafford is like putting up 2016 Brady numbers right now, man. 67% completion rate. Like I said, 21 touchdowns to 2 picks. This could be a record-breaking season, and it's funny because coming into the year, everybody was worried, is Matthew Stafford even going to be able to take any snaps because of his back injury, and he's 37 years old. He looks like the best quarterback in the league. I agree with everybody. I think Jonathan Taylor should be the MVP of the league, but he's most likely going to be offensive player. So at 5-1, I like Stafford to win the MVP.
Yeah, well, the heck not. Certainly formidable and a viable contender in that category. The Rams are looking scary good right now. Hopefully, Puka Nacua is going to be A-OK with that chest injury that he suffered yesterday.
Over the middle. Oh, what a catch!
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Does Gus Johnson do it on purpose? Like, can he do that on command? Like, yes, right?
100%.
Nothing will, unfortunately for Gus, or fortunately, I don't know, nothing will ever top Jack Sawyer, the hero from last year. Like, nothing will ever top that in Ohio State, Michigan. The Jeremiah Smith voice crack is pretty good there, but Jack Sawyer, the hero, Captain Jack, is the all-time best. The great Chip Patterson will join us in just a moment from the Cover 3 podcast, CBS Sports. In my opinion, the best college football podcast out there. Chip will join us in just a moment to talk about Ohio State and the rest of the college football playoff rankings. But first, we need to remind you, our listeners and viewers, that today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in your starting five. I don't write this stuff, I just read it. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to the show in podcast form. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Also check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Without further ado, joining us now, one of my absolute favorites in the industry, period. He is the host of the Cover 3 podcast, which is sensational, featuring Danny Cannell, Bud Elliott, Tom Fornelli, friends of the show to varying degrees. If you're a college football fan, chances are you're aware of the existence of the show. I'm guessing you probably listen to it or watch it on YouTube. You need to be if you are not. Chip is driving the bus, and he's talented, and he's a great dude. On Twitter at Chip_Patterson, CBSSports.com, and CBS Sports HQ as well. My friend, welcome to the show. What's going on?
It is great to be back with you. Good, much awaited return to the show for me. I'm getting a little misty. Too kind, those words that you had, but we've been friends for a long time, so it's I send them right back at you. We started at the bottom, now we're here.
It's pretty like Drake.
Yeah.
And I was saying during the break that Chip and I used to go in on, we need to do it next year, go in on a college football win total. And my favorite of all time, because I loved Jared Goff at Cal. Goff's final year at Cal, we bet the California Golden Bears over, and they went over. And for some reason, I never forget that. I always really enjoyed that. All right, let's talk about the initial set, Chip, of college football playoff rankings. Give us the one thing that you love, or the one thing that's made you really mad, both sides of the same coin, coming out of the college football playoff rankings.
Yeah, I think I love that they didn't overthink it with the number one team in the country. I felt like there was some conversation going into the evening where, will they do Indiana? Well, Indiana's got this win at Oregon, and what does Ohio State have? And just you were twisting yourself in pretzels. To me, Ohio State is who I fill out as number one in the country. I was hoping that the selection committee members would all come to that agreement as well. So I love they didn't try to get cute just to generate rankings, and all of a sudden we've got to switch on all of our stories on CBSSports.com, everywhere where it said, number one Ohio State now has to say number two just because the CFP selection committee decides they're going to get cute. I love that. I do hate the inconsistency generally of throwing the Miami Hurricanes all the way down at 18. I think that it sends messages that week one doesn't matter versus what's happening lately. And that's okay. It's a selection committee. It's a human process. But the way that the selection committee chair, Mack Rhodes, talked about it after the fact basically came out to I don't know if you've seen them. They look like cheeks recently, which is fair. They don't look good. We saw Miami at the beginning of the season, and everyone said, wow, look at all that talent. Look at the lines of scrimmage, and Carson Beck is slinging it. And now Carson Beck has regressed. He started to turn the ball over, and they've had a couple flat performances reminiscent of other Miami years past. And now you're like, yeah, there's no way that team is close to the top 10. But if we were using the Notre Dame win as any kind of value, they should have been higher than where they are.
Yeah, I love this debate. Started the show talking about it. I have no issue with it just because I agree with what Mack Rhodes said, right? They've been terrible recently. Yeah. And I know Miami beat Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame's way better than Miami. And I felt that after the game ended when Miami won that game against Notre Dame. I'm marinating, my friends, on a couple sizzlers some sizzling hot takes. I'd like to run them by you and see what you think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna hit you both. I'm gonna hit you with both of them at the same time, at the same damn time, as some would say. Numero uno. Ohio State is going to run the table, go back-to-back, and we will talk about the Buckeyes as one of the best single-season teams in college football history. That is hot take number one.
Okay.
Sizzler numero dos. Last year, we saw all 4 of the top seeds lose in their first college football playoff game in the second round. I think this is going to be a chalky college football playoff with the teams in the top 4, and I think it might be these 4 teams at the end, all in the top 4 when it's all said and done. Also, I think it's going to be a chalky playoff as we get towards the end. Am I crazy with these thoughts? Lay it on us.
Yeah. Number one, let's start at the playoff piece, because to me, we automatically cannot compare this year to last year because of the change in seeding. Like it disrupted all the first round matchups. It disrupted then, because the first round matchups were a little bit off, it disrupted the balance of the quarterfinals. And we're like, why do we have all these quarterfinals that have these insane spreads? Well, if we had seeded this thing properly, rather than giving the fast pass to the third and the fourth conference champion, I think we would have had more competitive balance to the bracket as a whole. So immediately, just by going to a straight seeding model, I think that we are going to fix some of that. It could be chalky. It definitely could. It will also be a test of attrition, because you talk about these 4 teams. What if these teams also are all playing in the conference championship game against each other? Then they're playing in the quarterfinals against a team that was not on their caliber all year, but you make the college football playoff, you're daggum talented. It will be a real test of depth. It'll be a real test of like injury luck. Those teams that play on conference championship Saturday, I think, are going to get beneficial treatment from the committee. Like, we're not going to knock the loser for making it to Atlanta and all of a sudden sliding behind someone who got to sit at home and watching a Snuggie. Like, no, I think that the committee is going to, like, in order to keep conference championships alive, I think the committee is motivated to not over-penalize whoever's the runner-up there. So, yeah, I think the Big Ten and the SEC championship game probably feature the number 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds ultimately in the tournament. And they will be awesome teams. But they are also going to have a little bit of a different scenario with the way competitively the bracket is set now that we've gone to straight seeding.
What about Ohio State? Just a thought on Ohio State quickly, Chip.
Oh, about Ohio State? Yeah, I think that is this team for Ohio State better than last year's Ohio State? It's a super fun debate for college football fans to have right now. I think that Ohio State in the playoff and Ohio State in the regular season were different teams. Right now in the regular season, the 25 Buckeyes look better than 24. But the reason why Ohio State won the national championship is the way that they leveled up and the different ways that they won each of those games. Like Oregon as a bludgeoning, Texas as a low-scoring grinder. Like, they won different ways all along the way. So the playoff Buckeyes were different than the regular season Buckeyes. But if you want to say 25 regular season Buckeyes better than 24 regular season, I'll take that. What happens after that, man, playoffs tough. We'll see.
Chip, I think conventional wisdom is that, like, we're going to get at least 3 Big Ten teams: Ohio State, Indiana, probably Oregon. I think most college football fans would say if there's a 4th team, because I think we're going to get a 4th one amongst USC, Iowa, Michigan, and Washington. Who do you think that 4th team is and why?
Here's the thing. I don't think it'll be 4 teams, because for any of those other teams, which I think all have an equal chance, part of that argument is them beating Oregon. You know, like if it's going to be Iowa, if it's going to be Washington, if it's going to be USC, all of the paths for those teams being able to finish with a playoff-worthy resume include beating Oregon. And I guess you could say that Oregon's got a little bit of wiggle room, but do they? The committee already slotted them lower than they are in the AP poll. So I just wonder if one of those teams does end up emerging from the bunch, if they don't clip Oregon and replace them. That's where I think the Big Ten might be locked into 3. The question is, who is the 3rd? Can the Ducks defend that spot? Because if they do, they're beating all those other teams.
Let's talk about this Saturday's games, Chip. And obviously we have a bunch of huge, like Oregon against Iowa, Bama against an LSU team that might be putting forth a better effort than we've seen in a while, with Brian Kelly now out of town, obviously. You know, Indiana against Penn State. Like a lot of teams at the top of the rankings are playing this week. Any chance we see some chicanery, some upsets? How do you see this weekend playing out, and anything you like as far as against the spread this weekend in college football?
Yeah, I hate how many favorites I like this week. If we want to look for potential chaos, Mississippi State, you know, they've got Georgia in a spot. coming out of the cocktail party with Texas on deck. That's the spot of all spots. And Starkville, Mississippi is a spot of all spots. They almost nipped Texas. Could they be the ones? Early start time. Georgia is a famously slow starting team. 4 wins this season when tied or trailing at halftime. We'll see. Eyes there. If you wanted to grab a little Mississippi State first half at 3.5 or 4.5, don't hate that. If you want to play a little, Mississippi State first half, Georgia full game. Ooh, if you want to get in on a little Georgia third quarter, because Kirby's halftime adjustments are absolute nails. I love all of that. Let's string together a treasure map for the first kickoff of the day, Georgia at Mississippi State. I think in general, we're not going to see too much chaos. Interesting thing about Penn State playing host to Indiana. Boys, do you know how many timeouts interim coach Terry Smith called against Ohio State?
Took it, multiply it by 1 million. What's the number?
It's still 0. It's just like Terry Smith went to the locker room at halftime with 3 timeouts in his pocket, went to the locker room at the end of the game with 3 timeouts in his pocket. Boys, I think Penn State is in, we're just here so we don't get fined. They are fulfilling the contractual obligations that they have to Penn State University. Everybody, top to bottom. We are not worried. We are not slowing things down. I just don't think that they're going to be the squad to take down Indiana. Could be wrong. Could be famous last words. But if you want to look at something that I am starting to circle, one of my favorite plays of the entire day. We have
30 seconds for this.
Okay, what favorite play of the entire day? Notre Dame Navy over. Navy's defense doesn't tackle a single team. Like squads like FAU and Temple just bowled over Navy's defense. What do you think Notre Dame's going to do? And Notre Dame defensive coordinator Chris Ash hasn't had to put together the Navy prep yet. Hired him from outside the program. So, first time going through putting in the option defense after otherwise facing other kinds of offenses.
You need to check out the Cover 3 podcast hosted by Chip Patterson. You can watch it on CBS Sports Network also. Chip's on Twitter at Chip_Patterson, CBSSports.com, CBS Sports HQ as well. My friend, we love you. We appreciate you. Thanks for the time. Enjoy the games this weekend. We'll do this again down the road.
Sounds good. Y'all be well.
Chip Patterson joining us here on You Bet. Here's my homage to Chip Patterson. We'll get back to It Moved in the National Football League next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Actually like the Ravens this week, minus 3.5 against the Vikings. Minnesota coming off that big upset win against Detroit. And before that game started, look, I was on the Lions too. That was a horrible bet. They lose outright. But a bunch of us all thought J.J. McCarthy stunk, right? Well, now after watching them beat the Lions and he played pretty well, now there are maybe people that are thinking, oh, maybe that soft benching was good for McCarthy. Maybe he figured some things out. Maybe he'll be okay. But now they got to play the Ravens. And Lamar Jackson has only lost to 3 NFC teams in his career. I still have my concerns about this Vikings defense. I think the Ravens are going to be able to run the ball. I also have my concerns about the Ravens defense too. I still don't think they're back. I don't think they've solved all their issues, but McCarthy is the kind of quarterback that they tend to play well against. So I like the Ravens in this one, -3.5 against Minnesota. I also like Arizona plus the 7 against Seattle. What was I just talking about with that Arizona-Dallas game? Every Cardinals game this season has been decided by 7 points or fewer, and look at the number that we're getting with them this upcoming Sunday against Seattle. We're getting 7 in a divisional matchup, and Seattle's back at home, baby. Again, Seattle on the road last night. I mean, I love Seattle on the road. They are unbelievable away from home. But when they're back at home, they struggle. And Arizona, we're getting 7 with them. Love the Cardinals. I think that closes 6.5. And then Chargers, -3 on Sunday night against the Steelers. I'd lay it with LA. Guys, let's think about this, right? The Chargers a couple weeks ago played the Colts at home. They were a 1.5, 2-point favorite in that game. Now a couple of weeks removed, and they're only a 3-point favorite against the Steelers. How does that make any sense? This should at least be Chargers -4 in this game. I know Joe Alt is out, and when Joe Alt is out, the Chargers tend to really, really struggle, so that would be the fear. But the Steelers forced 6 turnovers yesterday against Indianapolis. They won the turnover battle 6-1, and they were only able to win that game by 7 points. So the Steelers' defense is still really bad. When they're not forcing turnovers, they're no good. They got to travel across the country, and I think this line should be way higher. We saw something similar to this when the line was off with the Bengals-Steelers game on Thursday night. The Steelers lost outright. This line's off as well. I think the Chargers cover. I think they win by a touchdown, so give me LA -3 against Pittsburgh.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Our friend Danny Parkins, First Things First on Fox Sports 1, joins us in 20 minutes, taking a spin around the NFL. Can't wait to have Danny on the show. All our bets for tonight coming up 40 minutes from now. And Femi, tonight's NBA slate just got a little juicier. Anthony Edwards of the Minnesota Timberwolves has been cleared to return as the Wolves visit my New York Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns being called a game-time decision. And Darius Garland has been upgraded to probable for the Cleveland Cavaliers as they host the Philadelphia 76ers. Garland has yet to play this year for Cleveland. So this is going to be an awesome night in the NBA. We'll handicap it for everyone, give you all our bets at the end of the show. But for right now, we continue with It Moved, week number 10 in the National Football League. Jake, please hit the music as we continue on. And our next game, Femi, oh yeah. You've heard of the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You've heard of the Toilet Bowl. This is the Tank Bowl. As this will be, I guarantee, the only game this season where the Cleveland Browns will be favored on the road by 2.5 points. Tell us what's happening, Femi, with the Browns and the Jets. The side movement all week after the Jets trade away arguably their two best players, Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys and Sauce Gardner to the Colts yesterday.
Yeah, this opened Gang Green 2-point favorites. And then all of a sudden we got the trade news on Tuesday, and now Cleveland is a 2-point favorite in the game. We have flipped favorites in favor of Dylan Gabriel as a road favorite in an NFL football game. Those are real words coming out of my mouth. The total has actually been bet up to the over because the guys that Jets traded are two impactful defensive players in cornerback Sauce Gardner and defensive tackle Quinnen Williams. So this was 37. Now we're out to 38. I don't think we're going to go much higher because, as Nick outlined, I don't think either of these teams want to win. They want to position themselves to get a quarterback that's playing on Saturdays right now. But in terms of the injury news, let's run it through it. Quinshon Judkins, he is off the injury report. So good sign there for the Cleveland Browns. Judkins back with the shoulder injury. Isaiah Bond, he was DNP. Cam Robinson, he has an illness, was DNP. Tyson Campbell, their corner, he practiced in full. And for the Jets, Garrett Wilson, dealing with the knee injury, limited in practice. So good news there for Gang Green. As for my betting opinion, I'm staying away from this game. I guess you could say maybe this is the time to buy the Jets. It's never Cleveland. It would only be Jets, but with what's going on in that locker room, Breece Hall, Quincy Williams, are these guys locked in? Do they want to be there? It remains to be seen. So I'm just gonna pass the game.
I think it's Jets or nothing, but man, I don't know if I can bring myself to click that button on the New York Jets.
Got a tweet through the trade deadline. Got Quincy Williams got benched. Quinnen's brother. Yeah. It's not good. But then there's
got
also
a condo on their wrist, girl. They're crashing out. Yeah, Breece Hall with the big time crash out.
I'm crashing out.
Yeah, dude, we've got a great song. The Tom Brady Bowl in Tampa, as the 6-2 Buccaneers come off their bye, Femi, to host 7-2 Drake May and the New England Patriots.
Yeah, this is a hell of a game. You know it's a hell of a game because we haven't seen any line movement. That's how you know that the odds makers, everyone's dialed in. We all know what this is supposed to be. The Bucs are a 2.5-point favorite. That's what they open. That's where they currently sit. Although there's a couple like 2.5s, minus 115. Maybe we could touch 3. I don't think we would see that until later on in the week. But right now it's 2.5 across the board. The total has been hanging out at 48.5 over the last few days. So no real big news with the line movement. There is big news, though, from an injury standpoint. We'll start with the road team. Ramondre Stevenson was not at practice today. He was a DNP, maybe opening things up for Travion Henderson once again. Kayshon Boutte, also a DNP. But the big news on defense, Christian Gonzalez, dealing with a concussion or the head injury, practiced in full today. So Gonzalez, that's a good sign for what could be a really massive game come Sunday. For Tampa, not so great. Bucky Irving, coming out of the bye week, still DNP. Chris Godwin, still DNP. Hassan Reddick, their pass rusher, he's a DNP today. So let's see what happens Thursday and Friday. But for me, I kind of agree with Whale, Drew Dinsick, we had on yesterday. If it gets to 3, I think I'd bet New England. But part of me thinks that New England might just kind of be the trendy team because everyone sees how good Drake May is. Maybe Tampa ends up being the right side. But at 2.5, there's no interest for me with this game. But it's going to be a hell of a game to watch for sure.
Yeah, I guess lean for me towards Tampa, but not there yet on a bet. And I'll just be honest. While you were talking, not that I was not listening to you, I was listening to you, but I was thinking about what you had just said previously. We were talking about the Browns and the Jets, and I said, because you were like, maybe now's the time to buy the Jets. And when you say that, I'm like, it makes a ton of sense, all this line movement. Now maybe you're getting some theoretical value with the Jets. As you were talking, I'm actually thinking, are the Browns going to beat them 20-3? How are the Jets going to score? We would say that in general. And then, is Quinshon Judkins going to run for 200 yards in this game?
There's a potential for that. Best unit in the game by far, Browns defense. It's just Dylan Gabriel favorite on the road.
What's the second best unit in the game?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's.
Is it the Browns
special
offense?
teams. I don't know. It might be the Browns offense because the Jets offense is terrible. Like, I don't think the Jets offense is doing anything on that defense. And the Jets defense traded away Sauce, McQuinnan, bench Quincy, and they were already bad to begin with.
All right, fascinating game in Seattle with the Seahawks hosting the Arizona Cardinals. Femi, Jacoby Brissett will be starting for the Cardinals for at least the next 4 games, if not the entire season. Kyler Murray, I'm going to give you my read on this as I'm just like, I've turned into Mr. like quarterback conspiracy theorist this year. And I'm right.
Tinfoil guy.
Can I tell you what this feels like to me? I don't think he's really that hurt. I think this is them being like, we're going to get you out of here next year. Just like, stay away. We want to play Brissett. We're going to put you on IR. Don't cause a stink. You'll have a new team next year. Just like, leave us alone right now. That's my conspiracy theory. I don't think he's actually hurt.
I think he's injured, but I do buy your conspiracy theory. I don't think he's hurt to this extent where he needs to miss like 6 more games or whatever. I actually buy your conspiracy because I could see them being like, hey man, we're going to do you this solid. Because that's what the tweets yesterday seemed like. It was like, oh, like maybe this is like the agent telling all the insiders, hey man, like this is not a benching. It's because he's hurt and this and that, blah, blah, blah. I could see a mutual parting of ways that just doesn't get announced as a mutual parting of ways. And Kyler just wants to be out of there. And most importantly, they want him out of there. So I don't think it's too far-fetched, honestly. I was not with you with the McCarthy one, but like this one, I actually kind of agree. Like it doesn't seem right the way that Gannon's talking about it. And that's their prerogative. They can go about it how they want to go about it, and we'll see how Jacoby Brissett does on Sunday against maybe the best defense in the league in the Seattle Seahawks. This was 7 at one point, but then we saw Arizona win. Brissett gets named starter. Arizona got bet. We're now down to 6.5. The total, that's ticked to the under. It was 46.5, now 45.5. My betting interest with this is all on Seattle. Like, I like Seattle a decent amount in this game. I think the Jacoby Brissett optimism has been a banged-up Colts secondary, a Packers team which you don't know what's going to show up on any given Sunday, and then a game against the Dallas Cowboys. Now here's Seattle on the road. I think this thing comes crashing down, and I think it could get ugly. Like, maybe the Seahawks don't, like, score 40 points, but maybe this is, like, 27-3 Seattle. I'm laying 6.5 with the Seahawks. I like them quite a bit in the game.
So remember my thought on Arizona? Huge favorite, bet the dog. Huge. When they're a huge dog, bet them. The games are going to be close at the end. I think Arizona's defense is... I'm going to bet the Cardinals here, and I'm going to wait to see if the 7 comes back. I love Arizona as a big dog. I love fading them when they're a big favorite. That's how I want to play this team. I think this point spread's so fascinating, Femi, with the Rams and the Niners. Huge game in San Francisco. 6-2 LA at 6-3 San Fran. I try to look at this game and not think about Survivor.
Oh. I've removed that from my memory.
What's the Miguel song reminding me to forget? That's like what I need here.
Just
no matter where you are, reminding me to forget. Like I'm trying to forget about it.
No, it's already been removed from my memory until next year when I sign up again. But for right now, like, it's been removed from my memory. Like, I'm not. No, we're not doing that anymore.
So what about this iteration of Rams Niners?
The Rams have been getting bet. This was 3.5 at open. It's now out to 4.5. And the total, that's been getting bet to the under, 50.5 down to 49.5. The injury report, once again, a mixed bag for the 49ers. It's just like, you don't know, like, Brock Purdy's limited. Okay, what does that mean? He's been limited the last few weeks. Ricky Pearsall, DNP, Bryce Huff, he was limited in practice, which is a big thing for them because all of their edge rushers are hurt. Most recently, Michael Williams, the rookie who tore his ACL in the win over the New York Giants. So that's a bummer for San Francisco. And for LA, Puka Nacua, limited in practice today. That's like the big one for Los Angeles. He had the rib injury during the game against the New Orleans Saints. Sounds like he should be good to go is what Sean McVay is saying. I tend to agree with this betting market. Rams by more than a field goal. I don't really see like a massive edge here anyway. If Purdy plays, I think maybe it gives us an opportunity to bet the Rams that this would probably come under a field goal. But if this is what it's going to be and it's going to be Mac Jones again, I think we're all fine here. Rams 4.5.
Yeah. Hard for me not to take the 49ers. Lions and the Commanders in D.C., Femi, lost a lot of juice, obviously, with the Jaden Daniels dislocated elbow. Marcus Mariota going to start for the Commies. And as you imagine, the Lions a big favorite in this game.
Big favorite, but getting bet against today. This was 9.5. Now we're down to 8 at a bunch of sports books. The total has also been taken down to the under 51.5, now 49. But you look at the Lions injury report, not great. The offensive tackles, Taylor Decker, Penei Sewell, DNP today. We saw them leave the game against the Minnesota Vikings. And now the swing tackle, Dan Skipper, who famously was reported ineligible against the Dallas Cowboys, he's got a back injury. So he didn't practice today. So this could be a really banged up Lions offensive line. Now the secondary looks like they're going to get Terrion Arnold back. He practiced in full. But the Washington Commanders, it's still a bad injury report. Terry McLaurin, DNP with the quad injury. That seems like a multi-week injury. And of course, Jaden Daniels, the headliner, he's going to be out for the foreseeable future. At 8, I think I would either tease Detroit or not bet the game. If it ever got back out to 9.5 or 10, I would actually think about betting Washington. But at this point, it's Detroit teasers coming off of the loss to the Minnesota Vikings.
The Detroit teasers, I feel like, do sound pretty good on the road at Marcus Mariota. Yeah. Sunday Night Football, Femi. Yeah, that is true. Well, yeah, I have no witty one-liner to come back with.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Honestly, should have just bet Baltimore.
Yeah.
Just called it a day. Chargers, Steelers, Sunday Night Football. Joe Alt out for the season. Rashawn Slater out for the season. But don't worry, here's Trevor Penning. What do we got? Chargers and Steelers.
Yeah, the Chargers traded for Penning for the New Orleans Saints. Bobby Hart also dealing with a groin injury as well for the Los Angeles Chargers. In terms of the line movement, this has been hanging out at 3 for much of the week. I think we're going to come off 3 at a bunch of different places. My guess is that we're headed towards 2.5, and I agree with that. At 3, especially if it's minus 110, it's a bet on the Steelers. The total, take it to the under, 45.5 down to 44.5. We talk about how the Chargers have no home field advantage. This will be a Steelers home game. There's a bunch of Steelers fans in Southern California. They will show up and show out with those damn terrible towels. I think this might be 70-30 Steelers, where Justin Herbert's going silent count. I think Pittsburgh at a field goal is a bet at +3.
Yeah, I think the betting market agrees with you, and tough for me to disagree here, right? Because this Chargers offensive line is in tatters going up against the Pittsburgh pass rush that looked really good last week against Indianapolis. And we don't usually do the Monday night game, Femi. On Wednesdays it moved, but when it's the Eagles and the Packers, I think it merits it. Yeah. What do we got right now on Monday Night Football? Philly and Green Bay at Lambeau.
Potential NFC title preview, perhaps. I guess maybe the Packers can get their heads on straight, But right now, you have the Green Bay Packers as a 2.5-point favorite, and that's where we've been hanging out this entire week. Open 2.5. It's still early. First practices are going to be tomorrow on Thursday for both of these teams, but 2.5, Green Bay the favorite. Total still at 45.5. A little bit of money on the over, but 45.5 is where we sit. From an injury standpoint, things to keep in mind heading into tomorrow and the rest of the week, Friday and Saturday. Saquon Barkley with the groin injury, A.J. Brown with the hamstring injury, and of course the big one for Green Bay is Tucker Kraft will no longer be with them this season as he has a torn ACL, so no Tucker Kraft for the foreseeable future for the Green Bay Packers. But for me, it's a bet on Green Bay at under a field goal. 2.5, I'll bet the Packers all day long. I think they show up in this game, and we're going to get their best effort on a big stage.
Who do you think the popular betting side will be in the game?
I think it'll be Philly. Just because of the Eagles run game. Everyone's going to see what Rico Dowdle and the Panthers did. And now here comes Saquon and the Eagles offensive line. I could see people just jamming that point home saying, how do they stop the Eagles run game? And I honestly don't have a great answer to that question. I just think they're going to win the game.
Here's what's funny about the NFL. None of it, it's the ultimate week-to-week league. It's
exactly. How are they going to stop the running game? I don't know, man. It looks like a mismatch on paper, but I think they're going to win the game.
Yes, just like Colts Steelers last week. Here's 6 turnovers. Yeah. What are you going to do? It's the NFL, man. All right. All our bets for tonight will close the show. But on the other side, our friend Danny Parkins joins us, one of the hosts of First Things First on Fox Sports 1. We'll talk Bears-Giants. We'll talk the trade deadline and more with our friend Danny Parkins coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And I think if you can find the right teams that are either overvalued or undervalued, you can do a ton. Like a perfect example tonight is like Villanova at BYU. That's a game in Vegas. BYU's probably got a kid that's going to go either 1 or 2 in the draft. And I think a lot of people would look at that and go, well, wait a minute. Like Villanova's catching 9 points. Well, it's now 9.5 and now it's 10. BYU is good. BYU is Final Four good. But I think there's a lot of people that just run to this Villanova side because it's Villanova, and Villanova used to be a powerhouse, but hasn't been a powerhouse in years past. So when you see big name programs catching big numbers and the line is still moving against them, that's worth paying attention to. Like I'm personally not going to bet the game, but I'm definitely not interested in taking 9.5 with Nova. Not going to happen. Like for me, it would be BYU or pass. I'm electing to pass, but we'll get into it. I mean, I just gave you a bet at 11 o'clock that is now 19-12 with 9 minutes to go. Good start, but with any under, you never know what's going to happen in the second half with free throws and potential for overtime. But no, I'm not timid early. If I see a line or two that feel off, I'll go in. Like Florida, Arizona is another one. Like I think Florida just wins the national championship. Now Florida's only laying 3 to Arizona. Arizona's good. Arizona's got a good team this year. So I did circle 804 Arizona plus 3.5. Don't know that I'll get there, but you're fading teams that have either been good or were good last year. And that's sort of how I like to roll early in seasons.
Williams slings it. Williams. Loveland bangs off his man. He's going to score. Home. Colston Loveland in a jaw dropper. 58 yards on the catch and run from the rookie.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
My fellow Greek freak, my fellow Fordham Ram, Spiro Ditas on the call this past weekend on CBS. Unbelievable ending with the Bears and the Bengals. I had the Bears in some moneyline parlays. Was very happy to see Jordan Battle, Cincinnati Bengals safety, taking the worst angle that in this game, the worst angles that you've seen safeties take since Raheem Moore against the Ravens in that playoff game with Jacoby Jones when the Ravens would go on to win the Super Bowl. Literally bouncing off Colston Loveland like it's a game of bumper cars, allowing Loveland to run for the game-winning touchdown. I absolutely loved it, and I know that our guest at this time absolutely loved it as well. Celebrity Chicago Bears fan. First things first on Fox Sports 1, weekdays 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern, and former You Better You Bet co-host. And he asks me every week and says, lead with former You Better You Bet co-host. And I say, you know what? I'm going to go with the other stuff. Fox Sports 1 can be first. Our friend Danny Parkins. On Twitter, @Danny Parkins. My friend, welcome back to the show. How are you?
I'm great. Highlight of my week, coming back on You Better You Bet. And, I mean, all these Bears wins. I mean, my God. They're alive. Your playoff bet is alive.
Somehow, some way, it looked dire at the end of this game, but it is alive. Take us through the Danny Parkins fan experience in the closing minutes of Sunday's game, Bears-Bengals.
I mean, I watch most NFL Sundays with Nick Wright. I was not watching this one with him at his house or mine. And I think it was a good thing because I definitely yell at the Bears games a little less when it's with him because we're just watching everything and all of the bets and all that. I was saying some pretty horrible things at times during that game. It was
mostly geared
just,
towards who? Who drew your ire the most?
Well, Richard Hightower, the Bears special teams coach, the Bears allowed a return touchdown in that game, had a big return negated by a hold, missed a field goal, and allowed an onside kick to be recovered in the same game. When that onside kick got recovered, I mean, man, I was packing his bags. It was very, very frustrating at times watching that thing. But, the win, man, they're not good, but they're not bad, and they're exciting, and they're getting better. And this, it's a stupid league. Weird things happen. They could win 10 games. Do I think that's going to happen? I'd probably bet against it given the state of their defense, the inconsistency of Caleb playing on schedule, and the schedule itself with the opponents. But who the hell knows? It's just fun that they're alive. And as I ramble here for a second, we're now halfway through the season, and I know they played Dallas, and I know they played Cincinnati, two teams that may as well not be trotting out players on defense. The Bears are second in explosive play rate in the NFL behind the Indianapolis Colts. They're fourth in yards per carry. They're fourth in yards per game. They're sixth in points per game. They're ninth in sacks allowed. For all the consternation about Caleb Williams, 8 games into the Ben Johnson era, in a lot of metrics that matter, they're a top 10 offense. It's a great day to be a Bears fan.
It's awesome to be a Bears fan. And maybe, Danny, it'll be awesome to be a Bears fan on Sunday, although I will say, so Danny and I have been friends for 6 years now. It's 2019. Danny knows I'm a Giants fan. Texts me yesterday and goes, need to get the Jets fan perspective on the Sauce Gardner and the Quentin Williams. It was I like the Giants. Giants Bears coming up this weekend. The Bears, Danny, are the preferred betting side in the market, out to a 4.5-point favorite. Do we see any chicanery on Sunday in Chicago? Can my Giants keep it close? What's your view of this game, Giants and Bears?
I think Jackson Dart's going to have a very nice game. I do not think the Bears defense could stop a nosebleed right now, and I'm very, very sorry. The truth is, I think I was just doing so many things. I think I just was New Yorker with big opinions who gambles, and I think my wires crossed, and I meant to text John Jastrzemski. I texted you.
JJ's a Dolphins fan. He's not even a Jets fan either. JJ loves the Dolphins.
I know. I messed that up too. So there's no way for me to justify. Well, I was I meant to text Steve Gelbs, who does Jets post game? I don't know what I was thinking. I just made a mistake, and I'm very sorry. But you're such a knowledgeable football fan. Even in the intro to this interview, you had a comp in your mind from years and years and years ago. For you could do an off the top of your head top 5 list of worst routes taken on an attempted tackle by a safety. That's just an impressive skill that you have. So I was happy to get your take on the Sauce Gardner trade, even if you are in fact not a Jets fan, nor, to your point, is John Jastrzemski.
That's the best part about this. Actually, I meant to text this guy who's also not a Jets fan, who's also from New York. At least, I'll say this, and we both love JJ. JJ comes on the show. Yeah. JJ, big New Yorker. JJ, you can't root for the Miami Dolphins if you're from New York. I might text him during the break and say that. JJ should be a Jets fan, not a Miami Dolphins fan. Anyway, trade deadline is come and gone. I want to get your thoughts on the three principal teams involved, Danny. Let's start with the New York Jets and your view on what the Jets did yesterday and how Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji can manage this moving forward.
I think the Jets were the winner of the deadline. Like, if you're a bad team and a bad defense with expensive defensive players and a bad defense without them, and so having 5 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts and extra second-round picks on top of it, I know people don't love the quarterbacks in this year's draft. That's fine. And will the players you draft end up being as good as Quinnen Williams or Sauce Gardner? Obviously, the odds are against that, but you've got a lot of darts to throw at the dartboard plus the money that you've freed up here. And if Aaron Glenn's a defensive coach who is willing to trade Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams, maybe he doesn't love him so much. Like, Sauce Gardner was better when they played more zone. They play more man under Aaron Glenn. He's still a very talented player, but his passer rating against this year is down. Like, I think it's totally reasonable to say, let's clean house and stockpile assets and go to the rebuild side of this thing. So I thought the Jets side of the moves was my favorite thing anyone did yesterday.
Well, on the other side of that is the Dallas Cowboys, who made the move for Quinnen Williams, giving up the first-round pick. What do you make of what Jerry did in the Dallas Cowboys, and do those moves potentially throw their hat into the ring in this NFC wildcard race?
The last part of that, I think, is just clearly no. Like, they're 3-5-1. They're in 11th place. And I know the game against Arizona is an outlier, and maybe this is a little bit of recency bias because Dak has been awesome this year, and I do think the Cowboys' offense is very good. But they scored 1 offensive touchdown in that game. Like, they're clearly not some sort of, roll it out there, they're going to score 30 points like Joe Burrow, Cincinnati last year, or the Lions from last year. Like, they clearly can lay an egg and not necessarily carry you to dominance. And Quinnen Williams doesn't cover anybody. Like, so they're still really bad in the back 7. So I don't think what they did is enough to salvage this year. And I feel bad for Cowboys fans because Jerry Jones 9 days ago said they were not a defensive player away from fixing their defense, and he seemed to intimate that there were going to be no trades. And then a week later, he makes this trade for Quinnen Williams after saying to Stephen A. Smith on Mad Dog Radio, basically, I do what you do. I do controversy, and if you're not talking about me, I'm going to do something to make you talk about me. And I just find it interesting that in 2022, when they won 12 games, they made no moves at the deadline to try to get over the hump. And because we were talking about them, because they were good. And in 2023, when they won 12 games and they were good and we were talking about them, they made no moves at the deadline. But last year, we weren't talking about them. Let's do a weird Jonathan Mingo trade. And this year, let's just do exactly what we said we weren't going to do and mortgage some of the future for a guy right now who doesn't solve our biggest weakness. Like, Quinnen Williams is a nice player, but there's just no logical consistency. And I think it's an 83-year-old man who's trying to put Band-Aids on a gunshot wound, and he craves attention and column inches. And I don't think the moves make any sense.
And it's like clicks over wins. Like, they should be like the Dallas Instagrams or the Dallas TikToks instead of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I'll hit you with this because I know that, and your audience knows, like, real deal, like, you love to gamble. Like, I love to gamble too. Femi loves to gamble. Our audience loves to gamble. Do you feel like, as I feel like this, and maybe this is really obvious, it doesn't even need to be said, but I'm just curious your opinion. Jerry, to me, feels like a gambler on tilt who gambled with the Micah Parsons trade. He knows he lost, and now he's just like going all in on 2-7 offsuit, like just to see if he can get some of it back. Do you get any of that sense from Jerry Jones right now?
Yeah, I think you have like a winning blackjack session, but you've got a dinner reservation, and so you don't have time to go to the cashier, and you're like, it's no big deal. I'll just carry around these chips in my pocket, and I obviously will go to the cashier. And then you have a few glasses of wine at dinner, maybe an old-fashioned, and after dinner, you're like, reach your hand in your pocket for your cell phone, and you're like, oh, yeah, the chips. And instead of going to the cashier, you just go back and play drunken blackjack, you up your limit, and then you go to your hotel room and have a hangover and you have no chips in your pocket and you never went to the cashier, and it's like the winning session never happened. Like, he just couldn't sit on this surplus of draft picks for long enough in order to truly maximize what he had. He felt like he needed to get right back to the tables. That was good.
I used to. Danny,
that was a good gambling analogy. That was really, really good.
I thought it was excellent. And, Danny has more self-control than me because Danny called it drunk blackjack. I used to call it blackout blackjack, where you just wake up and where'd all the chips go? Danny Parkins is our guest. First things first on Fox Sports 1 on Twitter at Danny Parkins. You texted me something yesterday that made me laugh. I'm hoping that you did this on TV. I'm guessing that you did. Tell our audience what you said. You had a take on Sauce Gardner and specifically his nickname that made me laugh. Tell and the name specifically that you used made me laugh. I hope you did this on TV yesterday. Tell the audience what it was if you recall.
Yeah, I recall, and I can't totally prove this, but if Sauce Gardner's name was Gerald Gardner, I think he would have been traded for a second-round pick. I think that his name is so cool and his first impression was so amazing that we have dramatically overrated him. And it's like a cousin of the, you have to have a cool name to be a great quarterback, which is why I'm so shocked at how bad Arch Manning is, because Arch Manning is just such a clear, you're going to be a Hall of Famer quarterback name, but he clearly isn't. That he's really ruining the theory. But yeah, Sauce Gardner, very good player, but not 2 first-round picks and A.D. Mitchell is just and I know you don't have to pay him, and that's a big piece of it. He comes with cost control. You don't have to immediately give him a record-setting contract like they did for Micah or like they did for Jalen Ramsey or like they did for Tunsil or like they did for Khalil Mack. So I get that piece of it is different, that they technically have him under control through 2030, but still, to me, he's a B+, A- guy that they paid valedictorian, top of the market prices for. And I think it's at least partially because his name is Sauce.
I would like to ask you more questions about this, like why you chose Gerald, which for some reason I feel is the perfect name to have chosen here, Gerald Gardner. But I think I'm contractually obligated to ask you about Indianapolis moving forward now, so I will. So with Sauce Gardner now in tow, we have about a minute for the answer. The Indianapolis Colts, Danny, are now the blank best team in the AFC. And why?
I chose Gerald because I think they are the third best team in the AFC. I think I don't know. It's Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, and Indianapolis. That's the big four. Baltimore doesn't have the resume, but they have the talent. Buffalo just blew out Kansas City, and Kansas City has the resume. And until we see Daniel Jones do it in the playoffs, he's going to have Sam Darnold syndrome. But I do think it was their biggest weakness, and they added to it. And so the game that's I want you to have Bill Zimmerman put a note. We need to talk about this after the Chiefs-Colts game. Because if he really did solve their biggest weakness, I think that Steelers game could be an outlier, and they could be as dangerous as anybody in the AFC. But I gotta have the teams that I've seen do it in January above them for now.
We always love having our friend Danny Parkins on the show. On Twitter at Danny Parkins. First things first on Fox Sports 1. And little known fact about Danny, when he was growing up, he used to go by Sauce. Got into the industry and said, you know what, guys? I need to go by my real name now. Call me Danny. We appreciate you, brother. Stay well, and we'll talk to you next week.
Can't wait. True story. My first screen name was DJP Big Dog after Glenn Robinson, so I still have some friends who call me Big Dog. True story.
Mine was Raven 7500 because I liked the ECW wrestler Raven. All our bets for tonight coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And I think if you can find the right teams that are either overvalued or undervalued, you can do a ton. Like a perfect example tonight is like Villanova at BYU. That's a game in Vegas. BYU's probably got a kid that's going to go either 1 or 2 in the draft. And I think a lot of people would look at that and go, well, wait a minute. Like Villanova's catching 9 points. Well, it's now 9.5 and now it's 10. BYU is good. BYU is Final Four good. But I think there's a lot of people that just run to this Villanova side because it's Villanova, and Villanova used to be a powerhouse, but hasn't been a powerhouse in years past. So when you see big name programs catching big numbers and the line is still moving against them, that's worth paying attention to. Like I'm personally not going to bet the game, but I'm definitely not interested in taking 9.5 with Nova. Not going to happen. Like for me, it would be BYU or pass. I'm electing to pass, but we'll get into it. I mean, I just gave you a bet at 11 o'clock that is now 19-12 with 9 minutes to go. Good start, but with any under, you never know what's going to happen in the second half with free throws and potential for overtime. But no, I'm not timid early. If I see a line or two that feel off, I'll go in. Like Florida, Arizona is another one. Like I think Florida just wins the national championship. Now Florida's only laying 3 to Arizona. Arizona's good. Arizona's got a good team this year. So I did circle 804 Arizona plus 3.5. Don't know that I'll get there, but you're fading teams that have either been good or were good last year. And that's sort of how I like to roll early in seasons.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the wonderful Football Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. 2 tremendous guests joined us on the show today. 3, actually. I was going to say, I booked one of them.
Oh. Are you trying to win Nick Costos' money?
Yes. Wait, so Monday was no guests. Yesterday was Whale and Baldy. No, Whale and Schlereth.
Well, yep.
Correct?
Schlereth. Yep.
And today was Baldy, Danny, Chip.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we are 3 days into the week. Bill has booked 0 guests. Nick Costos has booked 1. Bill, I'd love to ask you a question on the air if it's okay, if it doesn't bother you too much. Are you around? It's actually not about this topic. Are you here? Okay. Can you?
What's up,
turn
Nicholas?
your camera on? Bill, yesterday on the show, you had said that that we were going to have a custom open every day, Tuesday through Friday, and then today's was the same as yesterday. Well, what happened?
That is not what I said. I said we were going to have a regular generic open Monday, and we'll do the specific opens Tuesday through Friday. I didn't say every day.
What
as Tyler said, you can't do it every day. You don't want it to get stale.
I mean,
although we do have a new
don't you
open
think-
for tomorrow. That's not for the 4:00. There's a tease.
Oh,
so you got a Brian Anderson open, okay? But like, have you thought about like maybe?
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, well, I mean, wow, like what else could it be? It's not for the 4:00, so it has to be 5:00, so it has to be Brian Anderson. Wow, deductive reasoning at its finest. You thought like maybe like I don't know the trade deadline? Just an idea. Did you think about it or?
We didn't want to let you didn't want the open to sit for a couple days. You had some good takes in there, Nick.
It's all right.
I want the crowd I want the audience to hear them, amplify them.
Thank you. We had 3 tremendous guests on the show today. Brian Baldinger, Chip Patterson from the Cover 3 podcast on CBS Sports. Tyler has typed in the chat that Bill is right. And Bill, there is no greater indication that you're dead wrong than Tyler agreeing with you on anything. And our friend Danny Parkinson, first things first on Fox Sports 1. Bill Zimmerman is our executive producer, the always wrong Tyler Morales. It's actually incredible. Like he wins bets sometimes, but when it comes to like, how about this? Life stuff, I like it. Like he's got great takes on life. Like I love his taste in music, video games. If it's something to do with this show, or like anything work related, or like anything about like sports radio or sports television, Tyler's always wrong. It's amazing. He's our technical director here on You Better You Bet. Our engineer is the great Jake the Snake Hassan, who's having a great week. And our video producer is God's Perfect Creation, downtown Mike Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza, known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend. Brad, you're going to love this because I did a couple shows with this guy, and I think he's very funny. The great Pat Boyle hosting with Brad Evans tonight. And our guest at this time, the great Brad Evans. Brad, it is a Wednesday. What day is it? And great to talk to you.
Oh, amigos, it is indeed a whole day, which means what? Predict the prop.
Oh, let's do it, my friend. Let's get the 3-shot here, Mike
Marys.
Brown, if you'd like to win Nick Costos' money. There it is. Okay, Mike's in contention. Brad, let's play a game of Predict the Prop. Brad gives us a player. Yep. Femi and I try and guess the prop. If we get within 5 yards, we get the ding, ding, ding from Brad. And if not, we get, I don't know what you do if we're wrong. But we'll find out.
Yeah. Tomatoes.
All right, so Nick, you're up first. Give me a position.
Wide receiver.
All right, Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's on fire right now, taking on the Arizona Cardinals.
So JS, I know this because I have to do Westwood One stuff for Sunday and Monday Night Football. So I taped like right before the game starts on Sunday night, and JSN's receiving yards prop was 99.5. And what I said in the update was JSN's prop is 99.5, and honestly, it still feels too low. The only question is is it actually 100 or not? I think the answer to that question, I will say it is. I'll say 101.5 for JSN.
Femi?
Oh, man. Cardinals defense, they showed pretty well against the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to go a little bit lower. I'm going to say 94.5 on JSN.
All right, both of you got the ding, 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 but Costos is closer. The actual number is indeed 99.5. So, Nick, over or under?
Wow.
Over. JSN.
Yeah. I mean,
Femi?
goodness. So I'll lean to the over because I don't want to bet the under. I'm never betting the under, so it'd be a small bet on the over.
All right, I disagree. I'm going to take the under. Remember, he already played Arizona this year, had 4 catches for 79 yards. Just throwing that out there. All right, Femi, you're up next. Give me a position.
It was a big A.J. Barner game for those who remember. Give me a quarterback. Let's do QB.
All right, let's go with Jackson Dart against my Chicago Bears. Again, pass yards.
Oh, I mean, Dart, I have never looked at any of his props, so I'm flying blind. I'm going to guess it's low 2s. I'm going to say, even against the Bears defense, like 219.5 for Jackson Dart. That might be way
All
off.
right. Costos, predict the prop.
197.5.
Nick, you're way. Femi, ding, 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 ding. Let's go. The actual number is 217.5. So, Femi, what's the lean here, over or under?
Me and the Bucks. It's going to be over. I think the Bears win the game. Giants and Trail State. So I think the Dart's going to have to throw the ball quite a bit in the second half. And Willow agrees.
All right, taking the over. How about you, Nick?
Under for Jackson Dart. Also, did you know this, Brad? Are you an animal lover?
Oh, I love Paros. I got a corpulent Norfolk Terrier, so big dog fan.
Great. The dog's fat.
Yeah, chunky.
Yeah, you could have said fat. Femi drugs his dog. What do you think about that?
I have occasionally drugged my dog with various substances over the years. Fully support it. Some animals need drugs like real humans do.
Femi, your thoughts?
Doggy edibles. It is like PETA approved. Yeah, doggy, just to relax. A little bit of anxiety. She's anxious. Like, she loves my wife more than she loves me. So, like, my wife's away at work. So she's like, gotta get all riled up. So, gotta just.
So, how high is your dog right now?
So actually, the last couple of days, I have not given her the edibles because they're expensive, and my wife told me that we cannot have these things already be done. So we're actually chilling. We're trying to wean her off the edibles a little bit and save some money. So she's actually been pretty calm today.
We got to send poor Willow to rehab. God almighty. Brad, what's the best bet for tonight in the world of sports in 30 seconds or less?
Gentlemen, I'm going to go with North Dakota State. I'll take that plus the points on the road tonight against UC Davis. Yeah, baby. College basketball is back, and we got a bunch of craptastic matches. North Dakota State got a lot of experience on that team. I love Strickland. I love Federson as well. The big man there in the middle at 6'10", I think is going to possibly post a double-double against an inferior
Who do you like in the game?
Davis.
No one knows who any of these players are. You like North Dakota State?
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm going to take North Dakota State, baby.
What's the line?
Plus 3.5.
All right, so we like North Dakota State plus 3 because you could be making this up. All these names.
Indeed, I am.
I like Wentz and Lance.
No one's going to because you were about to launch into like 45 seconds of advanced statistics for North Dakota State and UC Davis. North Dakota State plus 3.5. Brad, have a great show tonight, my friend, with Pat Boyle, and we will catch up with you tomorrow.
LMU minus 7.5. That's Loyola Marymount, you jackwagons. I'm out.
Brad Evans joining us here on the show. Oh, I thought we get a little.
You know who they're playing?
Who Loyola Marymount? Are they playing Fordham?
Yeah. No, they're playing Eastern Washington. Shout out to the Red Turtle.
Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you ask me that? Do I know who they're playing? As if I'm thinking is it where I went to school?
No, it's just a school that I used to cover when I was back in my French Schmaltz days.
Do you know who they're playing? Eastern Washington. You're going to give me 1,000 guesses. I probably wouldn't have gotten that right.
Rodney Stuckey's school. Yeah, he's an Eastern Washington guy. Shout out to Rodney Stuckey, whatever he's up to.
Former Detroit Piston, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right.
Seattle
running out of time. Let's drop the dope ass beat, please. All right, today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting 5. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app. Please gamble responsibly. Download and subscribe. Do You Better You Bet in podcast form. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Femi bets for tonight. College hoops, NHL, NBA, and we can spend most of our time on the association.
Yeah, I'll start off with the NHL then if we're going to go ahead and spend a little bit more time on the... Well, actually, I'll do NHL. Just a couple goal scorer props. We're going to go back to the Utah Mammoth. Not our guy, Schmaltz. He did light the lamp, by the way, yesterday. Hopefully everybody was able to tail that one. Dylan Guenther, plus 200 to score a goal against the Toronto Maple Leafs. Another guy that takes a bunch of shots. I think this is his chance to score the goal. And then also for the Calgary Flames, one with a long shot. Blake Coleman, plus 320 as they take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. In the NBA, 2 bets for me tonight. I'm going with your team, the New York Knicks. Everyone's happy Anthony Edwards is back off the hamstring injury. Great. I think this is a nice spot for the New York Knicks. Let me play the spot with the return of the guy. Like, we have the fallen hero spot. Here's the guy has come back spot. I'm back in New York. I'll lay the 3 at MSG. And I'm also going to lay the 8.5 against the Pelicans. I'm back in the Dallas Mavericks, laying the 8.5 just because I think the Pelicans are a horrendous team and they had no business winning nor covering last night. And I think they're probably fat and happy after their first win. Dallas cleans them up in the Metroplex. Give me Dallas minus 8.5.
All right, couple bets for me. I want to start with Utah and Detroit, where Utah is not good, but they've been fun to start the year. Walker Kessler out for the season with a shoulder injury. It's like a brutal injury for Utah. And Utah had been playing a lineup with 3 bigs, with Kessler, Larry Markkinen, and Kyle Filipowski. And the lineup had been really good. And now you take Kessler out of the equation here, going up against Jalen Duren and the Detroit Pistons. I think the Pistons are going to pound them. I'll lay the 9.5 with Detroit against the Utah Jazz. Pacers have no bodies, everyone's hurt, and yet they're 6-point home favorites against the Nets. And I think the Nets are going to win 8 games this season. I don't think this is going to be one of them. Give me the Indiana Pacers at the death. Game starts in 15 minutes. Let's see how low the line goes. And finally, no LeBron, no Austin Reeves, no problem for Luka Doncic and the Los Angeles Lakers. Going to send wave after wave, slowly drifting. And Victor Wembanyama, going to limit Wemby. Luka has a big game. Lakers, money line against the San Antonio Spurs. So Lakers, Pacers, Pistons for yours truly. And just for the record, I kind of want to bet the Grizzlies as an 8-point home dog against Houston. I can't get there. I think we'll talk about that game a little bit on the show tomorrow.
Down to 7.5.
Everybody have an awesome Wednesday night. On behalf of Femi Abebefe, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. We will talk to everybody tomorrow on a tremendous Football Thursday.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Looking college football and looking NFL as well. Let's start with college. 2 games that I've already bet that have jumped out to me so far in Week 11, and they're both in the Big Ten. The first one's going to be USC is at home Friday night as a 14.5-point favorite against Northwestern. Now, we faded USC against Nebraska this past week. Nebraska was able to cover the spread for us, but USC is back home. And it's really been that simple with Lincoln Riley. When he's at home, you bet USC. When he's on the road, you fade USC. And Northwestern is the kind of team, they're like the Steelers in a way. You know, they want, especially when they're going up against these better teams, they want to muck it up, they want to cause turnovers, and they want to bring you down into the mud with them. They're not going to be able to play in a shootout with USC, who still has one of the top offenses in the country, and they're way better at home than they are on the road. So I think USC runs away with this one. I like the Trojans at minus 14.5. And then number 24, Washington is traveling to Madison to take on the Badgers. Washington's 11.5-point favorite in the game. I don't want to touch that, but I'm looking at the total at 45.5, and I'm going to bet the under. If you've been paying attention to college football this year, you know Wisconsin's offense has been anemic. Absolutely atrocious. They cannot score in the double digits. Every game is literally they get shut out. They score 3 points, 7 points. They can't get into double digits. Washington's defense has actually been pretty decent so far this season, and their offense has been much better at home than it has been on the road. They just went and played Michigan a couple weeks ago in Ann Arbor, only were able to score 7 points. They really struggled their road trip against Maryland when they had to play the Terps. So when they've gone up against pretty good defenses on the road, Washington's really struggled. They're playing another good defense this week on the road in Wisconsin. I think that's an under game. Give me under 45.5 in Washington and Wisconsin.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Amigos, it's time to bring the noise. Another ballin' edition of BetMGM Tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, joined by the outstanding Pat Boyle, and we got a program for you tonight. Of course, we're going to be handing out some bets in Seg 2 on our cards, our top 3 bets of the night. A lot of hoops, maybe on the college circuit or in the National Basketball Association. Also, we're going to be running through some hot topics, and one particularly tied to the NBA. We got a marquee matchup tonight that some of you are going to be on the dark in regards to. And then after that, of course, going to build our Crew to Cash parlay. Everybody's got to get in the mix on stretching out the legs and the juice. Oh, it is very high and very alluring. And we're going to be breaking every single leg down on our Crew to Cash, followed by Allen Robinson, the former NFL wide receiver, going to be breaking out his thoughts in the National Football League. We're going to do a little Thursday night preview in the NFL, and you're going to need some bets to keep yourself entertained in that game. Because quite frankly, the Raiders, they're throwing in the towel, taking on the Denver Broncos, who are very much in contention to maybe outlast the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC West. Are they indeed the real deal, Holyfield? Again, we will discuss. And after that, Joe DeLeon got to be stopping by for his usual Hump Day segment here, covering all things college football in Week 11. Some of the marquee matchups that are out there, like Texas A&M and Missouri. Also, BYU against the Red Raiders. Will it be guns up in Lubbock for Texas Tech? We're going to ask Joe about those games and far more, giving us a little sneak peek of what is upcoming on the docket here in Week 11 of the college football season. We're going to do another edition of Fantasy Football Start Sits. Some guys that might be teetering the fence that you are trying to decide whether or not you're going to insert your fantasy starting lineups, or should they ride the pine? Well, maybe work in some player props because they're slowly starting to surface right now at BetMGM and give you some additional bonus time gaming thoughts in Seg 6. And then we're going to talk some NBA. We're going to talk about the card on the late night tip and do an edition called Hot or Cold. And we'll get our outstanding producer, Brandon Combs, to the mix. Now he'll explain what that is all about. And the 2 cents that not only I have, but of course, Pat Boyle, who absolutely loves the NBA. And then we'll have some further discussions on the trade deadline fallout and all the action. It was fast and furious yesterday. One of the most really action-packed trade deadlines that I can ever recall in the NFL, and a number of teams came out winners and some not so much. On top of that, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 viewers and listeners of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to throw out your hot and cold teams in the NBA, if you want to talk anything sports betting wise, whether in football or basketball, be our guest. And don't be shy, don't be a wallflower. Pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up with your questions, comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question today, and it's asking you this: among the following NFL teams with plus odds to win their division, who has the best shot? Your options are the Seahawks at plus 150, the Lions at plus 125, the Broncos also at plus 125, or the Patriots at plus 135. So far, over 150 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Go ahead and bring the noise in your votes, and bring the noise and drop us a comment on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let's bring in my esteemed and outstanding colleague, Pat Boyle, right now. Let's talk about some of the hot topics as we enter the night of action across the smorgasbord of sports. And let's talk about a game that a lot of people will not see. Millions, in fact, across the country because the ongoing YouTube TV chaos and the fallout from that. This game is going to be center stage if you have a certain four-letter network, and that's the San Antonio Spurs guy, and you might have heard of him, Victor Wembanyama. The Spurs at 5-1 off to a stirring start, taking on Luka Doncic and the L.A. Lakers. So let me get your thoughts, Pat, about this. You are one of those individuals and one of the millions that are involved right now with the ongoing dispute, and you're going to have to get creative to watch this game. Now, I've already plunked down the $40. I'm a sucker. Call me a B hat, if you will, but I plunked down the $40 and I bought the ESPN stream there on the app so I could watch Monday Night Football. I gotta have my football. I gotta have my fantasy guys. I gotta watch my player props roll out. So what are you going to do? Are you gonna bite the bullet and go out and get the ESPN app? Maybe pivot from YouTube TV to Fubo or go elsewhere? How are you going to watch Spurs and Lakers as a diehard NBA consumer?
Yeah, Brett, I might find the nearest cliff and jump off of it because I'm infuriated now that, that I get YouTube TV 2 weeks ago and it's gone. Now I can't watch ESPN. I'm so jacked up. Julius Randle returned to the Garden. Anthony Edwards going to play against the Knicks. Big game against the T-Wolves. I can't watch it. Now I've got the local app that I pay $40 a month for to watch my New York Knicks when they're not on national TV. Now they're on national TV. I'm paying the near $100 a month for YouTube TV. Now I can't watch it. We already pay for Amazon Prime to watch Thursday Night Football. Pay for Peacock. Pay for Paramount Plus. Pay for this. Pay for that. Pay for everything. And now they take it away from us just as I get YouTube TV. So I'm a little fired up today, if you'll excuse me here. And yeah, I'll probably be next in line with you in the sucker line to give ESPN some more money because YouTube TV and them, the billion-dollar greedy companies can't come to an agreement. So, I don't know. I'm in flux right now. I don't know what to do. Man. The billionaire monopolies, they're coming after our money every which way they want it. And I feel like I got no choice. If I want to watch college hoops, if I want to watch, Wednesday night basketball in the NBA in a couple of weeks when Monday Night Football's only on ESPN and not on ABC, I'm going to have to give them more money. And funny enough, I like a lot of Americans. You suckle off the teat when you can, your parents maybe. So my mom, I was using her, her cable app to watch some games, watch some TV. And before I got YouTube TV, she goes, okay, you're going to get YouTube TV. I'll cut the cord then. I barely even watch TV. And so she's just got the basic channels. So lo and behold, she does that. I get YouTube TV. Now it's ripped away from me with ESPN. And now, it's like, okay, here, take some more of my money. Why don't you? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's infuriating, to say the least. And you're right. It's a total inconvenience for all of us. Just give me cable. Give me the old school box above the old tube, and I'll slide it across the channels and watch whatever I damn well please, knowing that I'll have everything at my disposal and conveniently and properly located in my home. I think it's utterly ridiculous the day and age that we're living in. The splintered rights that are going around. The NFL is partially responsible for this because they keep signing deals with Netflix, with Amazon, with some of the other carriers that are out there. It's utterly preposterous that we have to deal with this. And there's always curveballs thrown as a result because nobody can use the C word anymore. Compromise. Sit down at a damn table and get a deal done. Otherwise, you're going to lose millions of dollars with your customer base as a result. Suggestion for you, my friend, just go to Fubo. They got everything right now. It's still a pretty low price. Everything streams like YouTube TV. It doesn't have the exact functionality, but at least it's operational. At least you're going to have everything at your disposal. So that would be the pivot point that I would recommend you make there, me going Godspeed on trying to figure it out. All right, we got to give you an injury update rundown in the NFL. This is hot topic numero dos. And we got a lot of practice reports that came out today. DeAndre Swift back in practice with Chicago Bears, who might want to pump the brakes. Kyle Manungai enthusiast. We'll see what that RBBC looks like with Swift back in action. Manungai coming off that 176-yard game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Elsewhere, Bucky Irving still out, even coming off the bye with that foot injury. James Cook, a surprise DNP with the ankle, maybe a maintenance day. Ramondre Stevenson, Ramondre, still out with a toe. We'll see if he can return to practice tomorrow. Brian Thomas in sketchy territory, now with the ankle. Kayshon Boutte, not exactly slapping the derriere. He's dealing with a hammy. CJ Stroud's got a concussion. Already announced today that Davis Mills is going to get the expected start, straight from the horse's mouth, and that being the head coach of Houston. And D'Amico Ryans. Kyler Murray, the dachshund of the desert, unplugged. He is going to be out for the foreseeable future. In fact, for the next 4 games. So, you're going to get a lot of Jacoby Brissett as a result. I think, Kyler Murray is somebody maybe played his last snap as a starter of the Arizona Cardinals. And Dan Quinn gave an update as well on Dan Quinn, as that team is still, quote, sorting through medical opinions on Jaden Daniels. Remember, he had that injury to the elbow. It's not landing on IR yet, but we shall see what the ultimate fate is with him, with Marcus Mariota now assuming the controls with him out. So take it wherever you want, Pat. A lot of injury updates, anything that really caught your eye today in that fair.
Yeah, I think it's the CJ Stroud concussion that they've already ruled him out for Sunday, and it's going to be Davis Mills going up against the Jaguars. It feels like the season was on the line for the Texans on Sunday, right? I mean, they're 3-5. The Colts are running away with the AFC South at 7-2. Jags at 5-3. If the Texans want any shot of winning the division, let alone having a shot at a wild card, it feels like they need to beat the Jaguars on Sunday. They lost them earlier this year, and now, look, CJ Stroud has been super inconsistent this year. He's been super up and down. I think he has taken another step back. I thought he regressed last year. I thought he regressed even further this year. But he's a better option than Davis Mills. And I think the Texans are in big trouble. They lose this game on Sunday, their season's basically over. And now you're not even having your starting quarterback to do that with you. If I am Kamari Lassiter, if I'm Jalen Petrie, if I'm this Texans defense, it's, hey, we need to get Trevor Lawrence to turn the ball over 3-4 times this Sunday. Otherwise, we're probably not winning this ball game. So it is all the pressure now on the Texans defense to perform and probably single-handedly win them the game, along with the ever aging wonder. I don't call him the ageless wonder because he is killing me in fantasy this year. The aging wonder, Nick Chubb. Like, they've got to run the hell out of the ball, and they need to commit several turnovers. Otherwise, their season's coming to a close on Sunday. That's massive injury news.
Yeah, Nick Chubb's not healthy in his own right, so it could be Woody Marks instead. Maybe that's a good thing for you because you don't have to trot out Chubb. The Chubb Club still dealing with some health inspector issues, it seems like right now. Not exactly pouring the best bottle service behind the velvet rope this season. And you're right, Nico Collins, we'll have to see how he can perform with the elevated backup in uniform. The one guy that could benefit, I'm going to throw this name out there for the fantasy masses, a player prop, hopefuls as well. Watch out for Dalton Schultz. There has been an area weakness defensively for Jacksonville that is clearly trying to stop plus-size targets. They're not like Cincinnati bad. Everybody or their great-grandmother is scoring against the Bengals as a tight end. I see Colson Loveland for the not one but 2 touchdowns, a game clincher last week there in the Queen City. But Jacksonville has allowed the second most fantasy points of any team in the NFL to the tight end position. So Dalton Schultz could be a difference maker, but you're right. They're going to need a multitude of miscues and turnovers from Trevor Lawrence. And frankly, that's on the table because he's been a massive letdown in his underwhelming NFL career so far. And again, let's expound a little bit further on Kyler Murray. Landing on the injured reserve with that foot injury. The team announced earlier today that Jacoby Brissett was going to be the starter for the foreseeable future. Some people were like, well, is this injury related or is it performance related? I honestly think, Pat, it's a mixture of both. Brissett coming off that monster win on Monday night in Little D. Again, they're not playing a lick of defense right now. So riding the hot hand, and quite frankly, he may hold on the job the rest of the season. So that's a question I asked for you. In 4 weeks, Kyler comes back and healthy. We'll have to see what shakes out with Brissett, but if he plays decently, is Kyler done in Zona?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, has this been like the most obvious benching you've ever seen? And with the guys of, Kyler's not healthy. First of all, Jonathan Gannon said before the Monday night game, there was a chance he could be the backup and he could actually dress for that game. So he had a chance to play on Monday night against the Cowboys. Now he's going on injured reserve. The Cardinals are done with Kyler Murray. He's wasted talent, right? He's wasted talent. Can't see over the line. Isn't even a threat with his legs anymore. And that's unfortunate because he had the ACL injury a couple of years ago, but he hasn't been the same dual threat quarterback. Marvin Harrison Jr., all of a sudden, Jacoby Brissett makes his third start, and Marvin Harrison Jr. pops off amidst the Hall of Fame dad, Marvin Harrison Sr., saying the offense is hard to watch. They dominate the Cowboys. I know their defense has been terrible. Kyler Murray's done in Arizona. He's done. They should trade him in the offseason.
All right, stick around, fools. We have more to come, including our cards here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Favorite that I like the best is going to be Texas Tech, laying 10 against BYU. I think this is a smash spot for Texas Tech. Baron Morton, their quarterback, played last week against Kansas State, looked very good. When Morton has been in the lineup for Texas Tech, they've won every game by at least 23 points. They have been super dominant. They have the best defense in the Big 12. They have the best team in the Big 12. And BYU's done this the last couple of years, man. You know, where all these lines, it's like a line like this, where it looks like you should bet Texas Tech, and then BYU covers, and a lot of the times they win outright. But much like last season when BYU was undefeated, we got to this point where they played Kansas late in the year, and BYU lost at home, and their season kind of unraveled. I think the same thing happened Saturday. They lose, they don't cover against Texas Tech, and then their season starts to unravel. So I like the Red Raiders minus 10 on Saturday against BYU. How about the underdog I like the best? Tulane on Friday night against Memphis. Give me the Green Wave plus 4.5. We've been talking about this game the last couple days, and it's very similar line movement to what we were seeing at a USC and Nebraska. We talked about on Monday, bet now Tulane plus 7. Just like the previous Monday, we talked about Nebraska plus 7. Then it moves down to 6.5. Memphis Tulane moved down to 6.5. And then we came in middle of the week, and USC was down to a 4.5-point favorite. And look where we are now, where Memphis is a 4.5-point favorite. It's literally been the same line movement in Memphis Tulane that we saw last week with Nebraska and USC. And what happened? USC won by 4. Nebraska covered the game. I could see the same thing. Tulane wins outright. Memphis wins by a field goal, or they win by 4 points. I think this is going to be a close game. Tulane got smashed last week against UTSA on the road. I think they bounced back. Memphis is a good team right now. If the playoffs started today, they would be the group of 5 representative as the 12 seed. But Tulane, with Jake Retzloff at quarterback, John Summerall, a very good head coach, and their defense, I think, steps up. I think Tulane is absolutely live in this game, and I think they cover the 4.5. The total, the over that I like the best this week is going to be over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. I think this game is going to be a shootout because I don't think Navy's going to be able to stop Notre Dame. The Irish are favored by 26.5 points in this game. I think the Irish score in the mid to high 40s, and I also think Navy is probably going to score about 14 to 17 points as well. I see this game being like 45-17, 48-14, somewhere in that range, but I think the combined score is going to be in the 60s. So at 56.5, I like the over. That Notre Dame offense with those athletes and those studs and Jeremiah Love and Jatarian Price going to be way too much for Navy to deal with. And then on the flip side, I think Navy's going to be able to score their points because even though the Irish do face Navy just about every other year, they do see the wishbone every year, it's still a little bit tough to prepare for. So I like over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. The under that I like the best is going to be Texas A&M, Missouri, under 48.5. We were just talking about A&M with Preston, and the last time we saw them, they looked really good in that second half against LSU. Think about this. A&M's played 3 road games so far this season. They've scored at least 40 points in all of those road games. Here they are on the road again on Saturday against Missouri, and this total is only at 48.5. I think that's very telling. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be a game that's played in like the low 20s, like a 24-17, 24-20 kind of game. Missouri's quarterback, Bo Prabula, got hurt in the Vandy game, but they had a bye last week, so I think a lot of people forgot about that. The backup is going to be in, who doesn't have a lot of career experience. Mizzou's going to try and lean on Ahmad Hardy, and I don't think he's going to find much running room in this game against A&M's defense. And then on the flip side, Missouri, who's got a very good defense, especially when they're at home, I think they'll be able to keep A&M in check a little bit. They're very good against mobile quarterbacks. I think this is a low-scoring game. I like under 48.5 in A&M and Missouri.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Pat Boyle in the house on this hump day edition of the show. Kind of switching some things up. We did hot topics off the top, and we know you're itching for some sports betting action, so we're going to get after it here on our cards momentarily. But before we run down our top 3 bets tonight and build our crew to cash a parlay play, a friendly reminder, if you want to pick up the phone and talk to us about whatever is top of mind in the sports world, could be fantasy football related, could be sports betting related. You could also just be pissed off that you can't watch Spurs and Lakers tonight, much like Pat, because you're a YouTube customer. By all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's go in and get after with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 bets in the world of sports. Got a lot of round ball action, whether on the junior hardwood or on the pro version. So, Pat, you're going to bat lead off, my man. What do you got at numero uno on your card tonight?
Yeah, John Morant under 21.5 points. Look, this has been a hell of a situation brewing here in Memphis over the last week, really since the start of the season. New head coach Tuamasi Salo and the Grizzlies coaching staff, I don't think they want him here. I think he has been a major distraction over the last couple of years. I mean, let's go back to him being suspended for 50 games for the brandishing the guns on social media and a couple of other off-the-court issues that have surfaced since then. Remember, he was in court for basically beating up a teenager. And, you know, they start the season with the way they've been using their rotations. John Morant's been like coming out for a couple minutes each quarter rather than what we normally see, and that is the starting 5, you know, especially a guy like him will play the first 8-9 minutes of the first quarter. Then we see him play the last 6-7 minutes of the second quarter. They've been using him differently. Grizzlies have a bunch of injuries again to start the year. Tell me if you're shocked if you've heard that before. And then John Morant criticizes the coaching staff after they lose last Friday against the Lakers. And he basically said, I asked the coaching staff. Doing his best Marshawn Lynch impression. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Well, he gets suspended for a game, conduct detrimental to the team. He comes back in their last game, and in the second half, he looks completely disengaged, completely disinterested, doesn't want to be there, says he doesn't have his normal joy that he normally plays with. He only scored 18 points, but he was settling for mid-range jumpers, not the electric speed burst, turbo to the bucket drive crazy layups that we see from John Morant. I don't think he wants to be here. I think he's trying to force his way out. We can expand upon that later. And I don't know if Memphis wants him there either. I mean, this feels like the easiest divorce that's coming down the tracks in the next 2 months here. So John Morant against a feisty Rockets defense, I don't know if he would get over this total, even if he was playing normally. I don't think he's himself right now. I don't think he wants to be there. He could respond and play motivated and super passionate tonight. That's a chance. But I think the Rockets defense is going to twist the knife right now into the gut of the biggest issue the Grizzlies are having, and that is with their star player, John Morant, under 21.5 points.
Yeah, excellent take there, and I totally agree. H-Town is a team that's really locked you down defensively, no doubt about it. Not exactly motivated is Morant, so I think that's a terrific call. I concur with the captain on that under on points. I'm going to go to college basketball. You guys know I love the left coast action. Let's do it for Bo Kimball, baby. Give me Loyola Marymount on SGP, minus 3.5 on the alt spread. And I'm also going to take the game under on the alt total at 164.5, taking on Eastern Washington. I got that at plus 102 built there at BetMGM. If you look at Eastern Washington, they gave UCLA a run for their money. A team as expected to be in the upper echelon of the Big Ten. They lost by 6 in that game. However, they still gave up 1.13 points per possession in that contest. And a team that should be well outside the top 250 this season defensive efficiency. Loyola Marymount, I think, is going to be one of the better mid-major left coast teams. Whether you're looking at Evan Mia, whether you're looking at Bartoric, whether you're looking at Ken Palm, this numbers nerd is always checking out those sites. Every single one has Loyola Marymount win this game by at least 7 points. I just seem to win by 4. And again, I love betting unders early on the season as teams are trying to figure out their own idiosyncrasy. So this idiot is going to go with an SGP of Loyola Marymount, LMU minus 3.5, and the game under 164.5 against Eastern Washington at plus 102. Numeros on your card, Pat. What else do you have?
Yeah, so Brad, I'm a man of the people. Right, I like to consider myself a man of the people, and one of my favorite plays today was the Cavs, minus 11.5 at home against the Sixers, who have gotten off to a nice start, but they're playing a back-to-back third and fourth nights, and oh, what a surprise, Joel Embiid not playing. That game's already started. The Cavs are already up by 12 midway through the first quarter. Good luck jumping on that if you didn't bet it before the game started. So you know what? I'm a man of the people, Brad. I'm going to give out a different pick here. A bonus pick, if you will, on a game that's going to start in about 10 minutes. Another big favorite at home. Give me the C's. Give me the Celtics minus 12.5 against the hapless Washington Wizards. Boston coming off back-to-back losses at home, including on Monday night. They lose to the Jazz. Terrible no call on Jaylen Brown in the final minute. He's flipping out about it after the game. You've lost back-to-back games at home. Is there any better team in the NBA to take out some anger on than the Washington Wizards?
Right.
Give me the Celtics minus 12.5. I think they win the game by 20.
Oh, let's piggyback on that narrative, shall we? Numero dos on my card. I'm going to build a same game parlay on a guy you just mentioned, Jaylen Brown, and I'm getting down, baby, with him at 25 plus points, and I'll double down and say he also dishes out at least 4 dimes. It's the Wizards, as you mentioned, a team you could easily pick on. They've allowed the 4th most opponent assists per game this season. They've also given up the 2nd most opponent points per game. They have the 3rd worst defensive efficiency rank in the NBA. To look at Jaylen Brown, he's gone for 25 points and at least 4 assists in 5 of 8 games. And those same, 5 games of those 8 contests. So he's averaging 26.8 points per game, 4.4 assists per game. I think Jaylen Brown is going to make us some bank, baby. Same game parlay. Again, Jaylen Brown, 25 plus points, 4 plus assists against Washington, plus 124. I'll roll the shoulders and get seduced by that juice on a simple same game parlay build. All right, numero trace on your card, Pat. Bring it home.
Yeah, a game that I'd love to watch, and I can't because greedy YouTube TV and greedy ESPN. Spurs Lakers. Would love to watch Victor Wembanyama, who looks like the MVP of the league right now, against Luka Doncic and the Lakers in LA at the Crypt with the world watching. Well, actually not the world watching because, yeah, YouTube TV. Great job. However, the game will still be played. You can still bet on it. And you know who I want to take? I want to take Wemby. I want to take the Slenderman, the Freak, the French Freak, the Prophet, the Truth. I was very skeptical to jump on the wagon of, Wembanyama is going to be a generational talent, and look at what he's doing. He's 7'5", and he could shoot threes, and his wingspan is 10,000 feet wide. In his first 2 seasons, he was good. He was really good. He was borderline great. And there were the moments where you're like, yeah, this guy could be a top 5 player in the league soon. What I saw on opening night and what I've seen in all but one game this year from Wemby, not only do I think he's a top 5 player right now, I think he's knocking on Nikola Jokic's doorstep for the best player in the league. And he might be the face of the league. He might be the face of the world when we talk about how international of a sport the NBA is becoming. And tonight he goes up against the Lakers. And if you think DeAndre Ayton has a prayer of guarding him, or Rui Hachimura, or anybody the Lakers throw his way, you are sorely mistaken. Wemby, coming off a poor performance against Phoenix, by the way. Big bounce back in LA, all the celebrities in the building, all the Instagram influencers and the retired actors and whatnot. I think Wemby puts on a show of epic proportions. So give me Victor Wembanyama over 40.5. Actually, it's come down. Victor Wembanyama over 39.5 points plus rebounds tonight against the Lakers. I think Wemby dominates.
Yeah, good call there. That guy is very special, to say the least. I can't get out of my head. I remember who was against, but he had like the crossover step back 3. And I'm like, people that are built like him, they don't do that. He's almost a cartoon character. It's just unreal, the skill set that he possesses. All right, numero tres on my card. Back to the college game. Give me North Dakota State. The Bison. I got to pronounce that with like a Z sound. Also known as Carson Wentz U. But looking at the hardwood version, I think they're going to score the cover plus 3.5 on the road against UC Davis. I grabbed that at a minus 110 juice there to our friends at BetMGM. I think North Dakota State is going to be highly competitive. They're 6'10" big, and Federson is a guy that could flirt with a double-double in this game. Strickland had a monster game in game numero uno from them, and you look at UC Davis, they've lost 3 starters from last season's team. I think North Dakota State is going to hang tough. Hell, they might win outright. So give me the Bison plus 3.5 on the road against UC Davis again at a minus 110 juice. There you go. Our bets on our card tonight. We'll keep you updated throughout the entire show, and we'll recap how we're doing in Seg 9 before we bid adieu. Let's do a little addition of crew to cash right now. Everybody's got to get in the mix on this one. I'm going to bat lead off on our parlay build, and I'm going to go back to Jaylen Brown. I'm just going to isolate him on assists. Again, 4+. He's averaging north of that, as I already mentioned, 4.4 this season, and he's got a sensational matchups against the Wizards, who are not defending worth a damn, allowing the 4th most opponent assists per game. So Jaylen Brown dishing out those dimes. Again, I just need 4, and I hit a leg numero uno on our crew to cash. A leg numero dos goes to you, Mr. Boyle. Who or what is your pick to click?
I like Buddy Hield in his return to Sacktown tonight. No Steph Curry for the Warriors. He's already been ruled out. No Jimmy Butler for the Warriors. He's already been ruled out. Plus, Brandon Podziemski and Draymond Green are both questionable. But the fact that Curry and Jimmy are both out, that means in steps Buddy with those big, beautiful teeth of his and that big three-point shot that he loves firing off. He played in Sacramento for 5 years. They booed him in his first game back a couple of years ago. I believe he was with the Pacers. And he has said before, no hard feelings. I got a lot of love for the organization, a lot of love for the city. This is Buddy's chance to shine tonight. No Steph, no Jimmy Butler. Buddy coming back to Sacktown to bring the hammer and light a little beam of his own against the Kings. Give me Buddy Hield over 12.5 points tonight against his former team.
Yeah, be a boomer a sooner. His old school team there at the college level. Let's go to Brandon Combs, our terrific executive producer here on BetMGM tonight. And you're looking at a different sport, aren't you?
Yeah, we're going to go to college gridiron, baby. Let's go with some Wednesday night action. Let's do it. Let's go Kent State versus Ball State. And let's go with Kent State on the money line. You can still get this right now. And actually now, because Ball State already has a 3-0 lead, you can get it at a little bit better price at plus 210. I like this a lot. I think the way that Kent State runs the ball is going to help them a lot against this Ball State team that does not defend the run very well. So I like Kent State to pull off the upset tonight.
All right, Antonio Gates, you got to roll with them. Man, his college basketball career was legendary, and so was his NFL career as a member of the Chargers. Let's go to the guy working the video board, our friend Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty. And you're going to go to some college basketball action as well with the only ranked team on the docket tonight. And who is that?
Creighton. I'm going to take the over in that game against South Dakota. It's a huge number, 170.5. So very, very kind of sweaty. I'm pretty nervous about it. We'll see how it goes. But South Dakota plays at a very fast tempo. I think it was second in the nation last year. They returned several players from that team, shot a ton of free throws last year, did the same in their first game, shot horrible in their last game, and they still put up about 79 points, I think it was, but they went to overtime. So I think that will improve, even though it's a step up in class against Creighton. They shot like 2 for 17 from 3, I believe it was. You can't really do any worse than that. So if they do better there, Creighton shouldn't have any trouble scoring against them with a pair of former Iowa Hawkeyes, go Hawks, Josh Dix and Owen Freeman. We'll see if Freeman plays. And Bartorvik has it at 173, the total in this game.
Ooh.
So let's ride that on a Wednesday, see how it goes.
All right, take the over. Yeah, that team total has been skyrocketing for the Jays all day. I think it's at 99.5 right now at BetMGM. All right, to recap, our crew to cash parlay bill tonight. Leg numero uno, Jaylen Brown, 4+ assists. Leg numero dos from Pat. Buddy Hield over 12.5 points. Leg numero tres, Brando going with Kent State on the money line in college football against Ball State. And Monty topping things off with South Dakota versus Creighton on the over 170.5. Uno, dos, tres, and cuatro, mi amigos. All 4 legs hits. You're looking at a cool plus 1,000 at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on the show. We come back. We're going to talk to the great Allen Robinson. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
If they were to hold the vote today, Josh Allen would not win the MVP. In fact, I think Drake May would probably win the MVP. And he's the second choice in the market at plus 450. But when you project it going forward, you have to favor Allen because Buffalo, while right now they are in second place in the AFC East, they are favored to have more wins than the New England Patriots. The Buffalo Bills' updated win total over at BetMGM is 12.5. Buffalo to be the AFC number 1 seed. We know how much the 1 seed is correlated with who wins the MVP from a quarterback standpoint. Buffalo's plus 125 to be the 1 seed. So from a team success standpoint, Josh Allen has the upper hand on Drake May. But from a stat standpoint, not so much. So the 2 nerdy stats that we always talk about for quarterbacks when it comes to deciding who's the MVP, EPA per play and QBR. EPA per play, expected points added per play, but we just shortened it out to EPA per play. Josh Allen's 5th in EPA per play, which is pretty good. You know, like you want to be kind of again like that top 5. Ideally, you want to be number 1 or number 2. That's where most MVPs end the season. But Josh Allen's 5th, no problem. It's November 5th. You don't need to worry about Josh Allen being 5th. QBR, Josh Allen's 11th. According to QBR, there have been 10 better quarterbacks than Josh Allen this season. Now, like, QBR is not perfect. It's just ESPN's version of like a catch-all metric to determine who's playing the quarterback position well. And QBR is also very fluid. Like, if Allen rips off 4 great games over the next month, he could definitely be right back into the top 3 of QBR. That is 100% a thing that can happen. But as it stands right now, he's just a little bit further off the pack than you would want your MVP guy to be. But as we project going forward and you look at Buffalo's schedule going forward, you have to favor Josh Allen. Like, there's still another half of football to be played. And that's one thing to keep in mind with all of these awards. Guys, we're at the midway point. like the midway point of the season. Like, this thing has a couple more twists and turns before we actually get home and find the eventual winner. But if you were going to handicap it like the sports books are doing, Josh Allen should be the guy that you have favored because of the schedule, the team success, and his overall pedigree as a former MVP. Now let's get to Drake May. Drake May is plus 450 over at BetMGM. The Patriots also have an easy schedule. Funny how that works in the AFC East. Their updated win total, though, 11.5 as opposed to the 12.5. They're plus 450 to be the 1 seed, which is so funny. Like, you see Drake May's MVP price and the Patriots 1 seed price, literally the exact same thing. The betting market is telling you this is a correlated deal. Like, if the Patriots get the 1 seed, this is your MVP. Like, that's what they're telling you. So honestly, like, if you love Drake May, I'd rather bet the 1 seed than bet the MVP for 2 different reasons. One, you get your money faster. The 1 seed bet cashes at the end of the regular season. The MVP bet doesn't cash until Super Bowl Honors Week or NFL Honors Week during Super Bowl, which is like 2 days prior to that. So you got to wait till February to cash that bad boy. And then 2, you don't have to deal with any of the voters. You don't have to sweat out what are the humans going to do. No, you're just going to bet them to be the 1 seed. Now, it doesn't have to work out that way. They could be the 2 seed and maybe he wins it. But based on the AFC and how these teams are kind of fitting together, I think your AFC East winner is probably going to be your 1 seed. And then the team that finishes in second is likely your 5 seed. I think that's where we're headed, kind of like that Minnesota-Detroit dynamic that we had last year in the NFC North. I think we have it this year in the AFC East. AFC East winner, 1 seed. AFC East second place, 5 seed. So to me, if you're really in love with Drake May, I'd rather just bet plus 450 to be the AFC 1 seed in New England as opposed to betting Drake May to win the MVP.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans alongside Pat Boyle on this hump day edition of BetMGM Tonight. We're going to talk to our buddy and excellent wide receiver in his heyday, the great Allen Robinson. And no, Allen, we're not going to ask you about anything related to Penn State. We know it's a pain point right now. But hey, if you want to talk some NFL action with us, could be fantasy football, could be betting, could be anything top of mind. You want to talk the association, you want to talk college hoops. We got the awesome confluence of sports going on this time of the year on the calendar. Simple way to dial us here on the show. You just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring on our dude, Allen Robinson. Played wide receiver in the NFL for 11 years. I remember fondly those seasons with my Chicago Bears, also suited up for the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Rams, the Steelers, and the Lions. Give him a follow on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Allen Robinson. Again, on X, at Allen Allen Robinson. Allen, welcome back, my friend, to BetMGM tonight. I want to get your thoughts on yesterday's wild and woolly trade deadline with a number of big names switching locales. Hit us with your thoughts, though, on landing spots specific to a position that you played, that being, of course, wide receiver Jacoby Myers, changing zip codes, going from Vegas to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Rashid Shaheed going from Nolens all the way up to the great Northwest, now a member of the Seattle Seahawks. So give us your viewpoints on those guys' new landing spots, Jacoby Myers and Rashid Shaheed.
Yeah, I like both of those moves. Obviously, with Travis Hunter now having to miss some time with injury, and Jacksonville being a team that will be considered in the contention or trying to contend for their division, bringing in a guy like Jacoby who's experienced, can play outside, can play inside. Another thing for them, it's been a problem with drops in Jacksonville this year, and Jacoby Meyer has one of the lowest drop percentages over the last 3 seasons. So, I think Jacksonville gets a plug-and-play guy who can come in right away and impact the game. And same with the Seahawks. Bringing in a Rashid Shaheed, some speed down the field to be able to play with Jackson Smith and Jingbo, who's already having a phenomenal year, and you pair them up with Cooper Kupp, man, you have a very, very good receiving core as you get deeper into the season and really get into contention as they start playing more meaningful football here in November and December.
Alan, what are your thoughts on year one with Ben Johnson so far at the helm of the Bears? You spent 4 years there, your best seasons of your career. And most importantly, you think you've seen enough progression from Caleb Williams, or do you need to see more with the team at 5-3?
I think so. And, the biggest thing that I think now is I said it on Twitter, Ben Johnson coaches his best in close games and crunch time games. And I think now we're seeing Caleb start to take that step to help winning some of those close games, which is very big for a young quarterback. When you look back at last year under the Eberflus staff, they were losing games left and right, last seconds, last minutes, from time mismanagement from the coaching staff, the players. So Caleb being able to play at the rate that he's playing at, but also win games late in the game, I think that'll do a lot for him as this year continues to progress and as he gets further into his young career.
The 11-year pro Allen Robinson with us here on BetMGM tonight. Let's stick with Chicago. And what do you think of the situation right now with Rome Odunze? Leads the team in yards, targets, and touchdowns, yet didn't have a single catch despite the 47-point output in the Wild win over Cincy. His dad, James, pops off on social media, quote tweeting somebody else's post saying the Bears should just trade him to a team who's going to throw him the ball. Then the Bears social media puts out a highlight reel of him being a great run blocker with the caption selfless. On top of that, he didn't practice today with what the team's calling a heel injury. Is this a sticky situation right now, or is Rome's dad just making controversy when there doesn't need to be one?
I don't think it's too sticky yet. A couple of things here. First and foremost, be careful what you ask for. You have a really good young quarterback. You have now a head coach who's an offensive guy who's now getting you the ball and have you as the number one receiver on the team. And obviously he's playing extremely well. He's been a very good receiver all season. And, at the end of the day, that has happened with Ben Johnson offenses. When you have a lot of weapons like they have, DJ Moore, Olamide Zaccheaus, Rome Odunze, DeAndre Swift, Loveland, Cole Kmet, when you have a lot of guys and Ben Johnson likes to use his weapons, there will be some games where guys may not have the necessary numbers. But last week was one of their better offensive outputs, if not their best. They ran the ball efficiently. They passed the ball. They had a ton of yards, and they won the game. So be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're talking to the great Allen Robinson again, a wide receiver of the NFL for 11 seasons for a number of teams. An awesome follow on X, and make sure you give him a follow there at Allen Robinson. Again, on X, at Allen Robinson. Allen, what's your assessment of Arizona turning to Jacoby Brissett? I mean, obviously, Kyler Murray was placed on injury reserve today, going to miss the next 4 games, but that decision was already made prior to that transaction occurring a few hours ago. And let me ask you this. When Kyler Murray does return down the road, who do you see Jonathan Gannon turning to? A lot is up in the air, but has Kyler Murray maybe played his last snap in Arizona?
It's very tough to say. It's kind of like which came first, the injury or starting Jacoby Brissett, because they kind of seem like they came around the same time. But it's one of those things where Jacoby Brissett is playing extremely well. We saw Marvin Harrison in all smiles after the game talking about how he felt about getting involved this week and being a focal point in the offense. So it seems that everybody in Arizona right now has the confidence. They're on the up and up, and it's kind of looking to more of happier and more productive times on the offensive side of the ball. So if I had to guess right now, I would probably say that they would roll with Jacoby Brissett.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, Alan, let's get back to the trade deadline here, or the lack of trade when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles and their star receiver, A.J. Brown. You know better than most on this planet what it takes to be an NFL wide receiver and all the ups and downs that could come with that in a season. I can't believe Howie Roseman actually needed to come out and say why the Eagles weren't trading A.J. Brown, but this has felt like an endless saga. He's been super open plenty of times about not getting the ball as much as he thinks he should. Do you think this is A.J. Brown's last season in Philly, whether they get to another Super Bowl or not?
I think it definitely has the high probability of being that, and I say that because not based on more of a mutual thing. I think right now with just A.J. Brown and where he's at with his career, he's won a Super Bowl. They've won a Super Bowl. At the end of the day, at some point in time, you have to get younger. I don't think moving on from A.J. Brown at any point in time is going to be a comfortable thing or a very easy thing to do. So with him possibly wanting to get the ball more, wanting to get more touches, wanting to focus on himself and his career a little bit more, there may be an opportunity this offseason where the Philadelphia Eagles can benefit from that and then maybe pair up a younger guy with Devontae Smith.
Yeah, no doubt. Going to be some moves there in the offseason for Fly, Eagles Fly. Alan, we'll get you out of here on this. Selfishly, I got to go back to the Bears. I own a lot of memorabilia from that fine organization. I've been a fan since like the 1985 year. Yes, I was alive in 85. Look at me. That's why I don't have any hair. So what do you think about the Bears off an utterly insane win against the Cincinnati Bengals last week? Colson Loveland with that game-clinching touchdown with 17 seconds remaining and no timeouts there on the docket. Anyway, they got receiving help as well from Carolina as the Panthers and possibly went in as double-digit underdogs and off Green Bay. Minnesota on the road winning in Detroit. Do they have better than a puncher's chance in your estimation to win the NFC North? Currently at BetMGM, they're 10-1, Alan. 10-1 to win that division. Do they have a shot?
I don't think this year will be their year to win the division. I think as we move forward in the future, I think so. They're also a team that's banged up in the division as well on defense. As we saw last week, what Cincinnati Bengals was able to do to them with their offense. Obviously, they have a high-powered offense, but when you look at some of the other teams that have very similar situations like the Detroit Lions, even the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connell has always had that offense playing well. Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, even going over to Green Bay. They sometimes they lay an egg, but sometimes they're also a very high-powered machine on offense as well. So I don't think that they're there yet, although I mean they are continuing to put some wins together, winning late in games, but I don't think that this year will be their year that they'll win the division.
Oh, man, crushing my soul. Thanks, Alan, for that assessment. But I think it's entirely fair of the Bears because the defense has been
soon to come, though. Soon to come.
Yeah, hopefully so, my man. But yeah, they got to make some investments and upgrades in that defensive core, to say the least. Outstanding stuff, as always, from our guy, 11-year NFL veteran wide receiver, Allen Robinson. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly? At Allen Robinson, again, and on X, at Allen Robinson. Allen, as always, we appreciate your time, and go Nittany Lions.
I appreciate it, man. Hey, hopefully we can have a nice ending here to our season, which would be just getting a new coach, not even wins at this point. We're just ready and looking forward to the future.
All right, best of luck against the highly touted Indiana Hoosiers this week, my man. We'll talk soon.
I appreciate it.
Maybe do some apple picking on Saturday, Alan. Might be a rough one.
There he goes, Allen Robinson. Tremendous breakdown there. He seemed pretty emphatic that Kyler Murray is donezo down the Sonoran Desert. We touched on this at the top of the show. Do you concur with that belief that Kyler Murray is, in fact, a wrap in Arizona?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if they cut him in the offseason, they can spread the cap hit out over the next 2 years post June 1 cut, which I believe off the top of my head last time I checked, it's going to be around $40 million. If they trade him, and there might be trade suitors, right? I mean, think about it every year. Look at what Sam Darnold has done. Look at what Geno Smith did a couple of years ago with Seattle. Now, those guys were free agents, but everybody's always hungry for a quarterback. And there could be a way to get out of Kyler Murray's contract in the next 2 years here. So maybe it's something that a team takes a flyer on next season and the Cardinals can trade him. And then the dead cap hit's only like $10 million. Either way, I agree. I don't think he's playing another snap in Arizona unless Jacoby Brissett falls off the wagon here, which at that point, season's going to be over anyway for Arizona.
Oh, how quickly things can change. We got to take a little CS here on BetMGM time. We come back. We're going to preview Thursday night football, Raiders and Broncos right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I heard a lot of people ranting and raving about how the Colts gave up 2 ones and that's too much for Sauce Gardner, blah, blah, blah. He's 25 years old. So you're willing to say his prime is done. He can't get anywhere close to the level that he was playing at a few years ago. 25 years old, going to be invigorated in a winning situation, one of the best teams in football. You don't think he's going to play better? I do. And the key to what you said right there, window. Whether you believe it's all passing, all rushing, it's more balanced nowadays. We know that. And when you have an elite running back that can change everything. Oh, who won the Super Bowl last year? Oh, that's right. The team that Saquon put on his back. How many years is Jonathan Taylor going to play at this level? You're going to sit around and just, no, the value's not there. I don't like it. It's not enough value. And then he's not the guy that he used to be. And maybe that was your window before you found a quarterback that you had to pay. So I like it. I like the aggressiveness. Good on them, man. It's not like these teams at the top of the AFC are unbeatable. They've proven that because they're playing just as well as some of them. I was going to mention Eagles plus 8.5. It's a low-ish total. It's close to the mid-40s, I guess, 44.5, 45. But getting the Eagles plus 8.5, even though it's at Lambeau, I like that one. How about you?
I thought you were going to lead us to the Patriots at first, and then you mentioned the trades, and I was like, oh, Philly. Okay, makes sense.
I got that too.
I mean, New England from plus 2.5 to plus 8.5 in Tampa seems to be a decent wager. We like Tampa, relatively speaking, but Tampa's always in close games for the most part. And New England has an offense that, has a lot of stability there. I don't think you're going to shut that down. So when you look at the Bucs games this year in terms of games that they've won handily, name one. Okay, the Saints, 23-3. Got it. Yep, that's one.
Saints.
and then every other game is close, including the first 4 wins by 3, by 1, by 2, by 3. So I don't know that there's a likelihood that Tampa blows them out. I mean, New England could win the game outright, obviously. The Lions only 2.5, but I thought for sure you were going to say New England up. I like Philly, though. I said yesterday I like Philly in the game, let alone in a teaser. So I agree with you on that one, too.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Pat Boyle in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be breaking things down on Thursday Night Football. And a matchup, quite honestly, I think you're going to need some action in to keep yourself thoroughly entertained over 4 quarters in the Mile High City as the Broncos are going to be welcoming one of their division rivals in the Las Vegas Raiders, who are active at the NFL trade deadline. Before we get to our favorite plays on Thursday Night Football and spin some things forward elsewhere in the NFL, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to talk anything about Thursday Night Football as well, whether just in general or via the sports betting angle, by all means, you can get a hold of us very simply. Just pick up the phone and dial those fools at 833-732-3875. Again, 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So opt in right now with the Pro Football No Sweat token only at BetMGM. All right, Pat, let's go ahead and dive in and preview hashtag Tequila Thursday. And you might have to swallow the worm again to get through all 4 quarters of play at Empower Field in Denver, Colorado. As the Raiders, they're plus 360 on the money line in this game because they're catching 9 points is what Denver is favored by. Minus 475, no value there. Straight up for Denver to win this game. The over-under in this game is sitting at 43. So whether side, total, player prop, maybe you want to build an SGP, give me a better 2 that tickles your fancy in Raiders and Broncos.
I like the under. I think this could be an ugly Thursday night game. We've been treated to a lot of really good Thursday night games this year, and I'm sure it's maybe extending the life expectancy of Al Michaels a little bit now that he had it felt like the first couple of years that they had Thursday Night Football on Amazon, it was like 13-9 games, brutal, terrible teams. The NFL has made much more of a focus on putting together good matchups at the expense of the players and the coaches. They absolutely hate Thursday Night Football. They can't stand it. This one might be ugly because we know how bad the Raiders have been. Right? They get Brock Bowers back on Sunday, and he lights up the Jaguars defense. They still lose on the heartbreaking 2-point conversion, which, by the way, I don't blame Pete Carroll one bit. You had to go for it. You're not settling for a tie when you're one of the worst teams in football. So now they got a short week going to Denver. The Broncos unbeaten at home this year, but Denver has been they've been the ultimate leave it to late team. They've been a mediocre squad through the first 3 quarters in just about every game this season. And Sunday, once again, against the Texans was no different. So they cannot afford to get off to a slow start. And again, this is another massive spread. We've seen cuckoo land in a lot of these Thursday night divisional games this year. Giants pulling off the upset, the beat up Niners pulling off the upset against the Rams. This one, it doesn't feel like the Raiders have much of a chance of hanging around. This Denver defense, even without Pat Surtain, is my money, the best in the NFL. And so Geno Smith has been wildly erratic this year, tied for the league lead in interceptions with Tua. And I just don't see them, even without Pat Surtain, having a lot of success in the passing game. They just traded away Jacoby Myers. You think Denver knows that the number one option on the Raiders is Brock Bowers? They do. They will be doing everything possible, whether it's bracket coverage. They played a lot less man on Sunday against the Texans than they normally do. So you could see some zone coverage and just bracket him over the middle and limit his yards after the catch. He is an incredible threat, and he's still the number one tight end in football for my money. So if they're able to limit Brock Bowers, I just don't see where the Raiders are scoring points. They've struggled to run the ball, even though Ashton Genty's he's looked great. The problem is he can't get past the line of scrimmage half the time without getting hit. So it's pick your poison for the Raiders, right? If Denver takes away Brock Bowers, what are you going to do? You're going to try to run the football, and then they're most likely going to be in a lot of third and long situations. And then you're relying on a guy like Trey Tucker and the other receivers that they now have, now that Jacoby Myers is not on the team, to do some damage against the Broncos defense that is incredible. So I don't see the Raiders scoring a ton of points. And honestly, the Broncos play the Chiefs after this game. I can see Sean Payton saying, let's go minimalist here. Let's just do enough to win the game. They need to start fast. But then after that, I can see them, if they're up by 10 points in the second half, just taking the air out of this game, pounding the rock with J.K. Dobbins and the rookie R.J. Harvey, who's been awesome over the last couple of weeks. And I could see the Broncos winning this game 23-10, 27-13. Either way, I don't think the Raiders are going to do their part to get enough points to get this over the total. So I like the under 42 in this one. A sloppy, gritty Thursday night game that we all can't wait to see.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They can't spend the first 3 quarters at one of the local and mini dispensaries here in Denver. I mean, they got to come out with guns a-blazing and put some points on the board and put an inferior opponent to bed. So hopefully they're going to be able to start off fast. And I think Denver will. I mean, Vegas is already selling down the road, and they're preparing for next season. So before I give you my favorite player props in the game, we got a caller. And again, you can easily contact Pat and I here on BetMGM tonight, 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. Mike in New York dialed those digits. Mike, how can we help?
All right. I have Genty that I can play or DeAndre Swift that I can play. And I was thinking that Swift was the better play, but I was going to play Genty because I'm going out to watch the game with my friends. I'm a Raider fan. So I wanted some real advice. I don't have a lot of room to lose anymore in my league.
All right, no pressure at all, and he wants a little added extra excitement as he's chilling with one of his bros for Thursday night appeal. So what do you go with here, Pat? Do you go with Ashton Genty against that stiff and stout Denver front line, or do you maximize the matchup? DeAndre Swift going against the G-men who are dead last entering the week in rush EPA defense, and Swift did return to practice today. Looked pretty good. He is on track, but got to worry about Kyle Monangai. So where do you go, Genty or Swift?
Yeah, if not for the injury question marks here, even though, like you said, Swift did say he expects to play, I think it would be easily DeAndre Swift. But now you're caught in a conundrum here because you got the Thursday night game with Genty, and so if you keep him on the bench and then all of a sudden Sunday pops up and we get, all of a sudden a head scratch, whoa, DeAndre Swift that, not ready to go, not 100%, then, you lost your bullet before you could fire it. And if you play Genty and he doesn't perform well, and then all of a sudden Sunday comes around, Swift is good to go, he gets 18 carries, and he racks up 100 scrimmage yards, you're going to be feeling like an idiot. I would go with DeAndre Swift. I still think it's the better matchup. I don't think Genty's going to have a lot of room to operate against the Broncos defense, and I think the Giants defense is a sad, pathetic group right now. They can't stop the run. even if Kyle Monangai, who had that monster game on Sunday, wrestles himself into the conversation, I still think the likelihood of the Bears-Giants game in Chicago is Bears get out to a lead, they run the football, they lean on DeAndre Swift, and, he's also been a decent option catching the ball as well this year too. So I would go DeAndre Swift, even though there are the question marks around his availability and, maybe giving up some touches to Kyle Monangai on Sunday. I'd go Swift.
Yeah, normally I always side with the guy who's going to have the higher volume, and clearly it would be Ashton Jeanty, right? He's got no competition for touches, but you're right. He's not really finding any kind of breathing room. That offensive line could open a hole for a mouse, it seems like, and Denver is, restrictive, to say the least. So is he going to splash 6? That's what you got to ask yourself, Mike. I think you have a higher chance of crossing the chalk with DeAndre Swift. And here's an interesting fact. The player prop line opened just a few hours ago at BetMGM with Swift. It's at 60.5, which I thought was a little high, given the question marks and whether or not he is going to get a vigorous workload. Will Kyle Monangai coming off that monster effort in the Queen City? It's comparable at 60.5 to what Ashton Jeanty's line is tomorrow night against the Denver Broncos. So put all together, again, I maximize the matchup. Take advantage of the G-men. The Giants have been miniaturized, to say the least, on the ground this year. Again, dead last in rush EPA defense, giving up over 5 yards per carry to the running back position. We appreciate the question, Mike. Again, it's that simple, folks. If you got any fantasy football conundrums that you want to try to solve, Pat and I are here to help. Just pick up the phone and dial us 833-732-3875 or fire off your questions on X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and we'll happily grab them and give you our 2 cents. Pat, I'm going to kick it back to you. Give me a player prop you like in Thursday night football. I got a slew of them already. I posted them at thegamingjuice.com. I see what you have on your screen. I think this is an excellent call. What is it?
Yeah, I like RJ Harvey, the rookie, anytime touchdown at plus 200. I also like his receiving yards over 12.5. He is making a role for him in this Denver backfield, which I know in years past under Sean Payton has been, like a game of Yahtzee trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do. But they certainly love RJ Harvey, and he has scored a touchdown in 3 straight weeks now. And he had a monster game a couple of weeks ago. I think they love him. He had 3 touchdowns against the Cowboys, touchdown on Sunday against the Texans, touchdown the week before that against the Giants. That's 3 straight games. I think you're getting a little bit of value here at plus 200, where I feel like that's kind of representing what his hit rate is on the season, which is almost 50%. But recently, they're leaning on him, and not just in the run game, right? I mean, he only did get 2 carries against Houston on Sunday, but he had 5 catches for 51 yards and a touchdown. And so he has gone over 12.5 receiving yards in all but 3 games this year. And so I feel like the game plan that they've had the last couple of weeks, no matter what defense they're playing, it's favored RJ Harvey getting more and more touches. And I think in a game where I expect Denver to be playing from in front, not only could you see him run one in, but you could also see him a couple of checkdowns from Bo Nix in the first half, get over his receiving yards pretty quickly. So RJ Harvey touchdown plus 200 and over 12.5 receiving yards.
Yeah, honestly, the receiving yards prop could be an OCC. Yeah, you know me. What we call a one-catch cash. You can get that on a single play. And the strength, if there is one, Vegas defensively has been in the trenches. All the advanced data really backs up that belief and notion. They're, top 10 in rush EPA defense on the season. So they may work out side of the tackle box in that dump-off game as really an extension of the run. And that's a specialty of RJ Harvey. He was kind of taking on some of that Joker role that we all really expected Evan Ingram to have, and he is certainly not lived up to my monster expectations prior to the season beginning. It's been a terrible disappointment, to say the least. One of my favorite player props is out there. I'm going to give you 2. Number 1, Trey Tucker, I think is a guy that's going to step up. With Jacoby Myers now in Duval County with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I took the over on 3.5 receptions at an even Steven plus 100, also known as babysitters by the juice. Denver, yes, they're outstanding in that defensive backfield. Number 4 in drop back EPA defense on the season. But Jahdae Barron is players who is going to see most often with Pat Surtain out, who is number 99 in pass coverage grade among all qualifying DBs, according to Pro Football Focus. And you look as well, Tucker is getting all kinds of separation. He's number 4 in average yards of separation per target. He has got over on 3.5 receptions in 3 of his last 4 games. And a guy that could be maybe a WR3 in 12-team and deeper fantasy leagues. So don't sleep too hard on Trey Tucker, especially, as Pat mentioned, if that bracket coverage takes hold over the middle of the field on Brock Powers and he gets single coverage, a mano-a-mano coverage with his wheels, with his separation skills. He's a guy that could ultimately burn the Denver Broncos. So like that one. And I also like Troy Franklin, a little duck-to-duck combination in the end zone. Anytime touchdown at plus 180. Again, Viva Las Vegas, number 23 in drop-back EPA defense. They've given up 9 wide receiver touchdowns this season. And you look, who is leading in red zone targets for the Denver Broncos is not the long drink and Cortland Sutton. It's Franklin, who is a guy that's really racking him up. He's got a dozen on the season, and most of those have come in the last 3 games in which he has scored 3 touchdowns. Over his last 4, he has the highest red zone target share, over 30% of any wideout on this team. So don't sleep too hard on Troy Franklin. Anytime touchdown at plus 180 is what I am digging. Pat, right before the show, again, player props have just dropped at BetMGM a few minutes ago. And Mike had, mentioned, being there in New York, and we were talking about the New York Giants. So this is on a semi-related note. I fired off a ticket on Jackson Dart to use his legs against the Chicago Bears to score a touchdown. What do you say, fade or follow? Give me a quick answer.
I think follow. I mean, he's off the top of my head. It feels like Jackson Dart has run for a touchdown in almost every game he's started since he's taken over. So, look, he's dangerous with his legs. They're losing players like flies every week now. No Malik Neighbors, no Cam Scatterbo. I'd follow that for sure.
All right, stick around. We got to take a little CS when we come back. Joe DeLeon's talking college football with us here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM Tonight will be right back. If you missed any part of the show, check out our podcast on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Favorite that I like the best is going to be Texas Tech, laying 10 against BYU. I think this is a smash spot for Texas Tech. Baron Morton, their quarterback, played last week against Kansas State, looked very good. When Morton has been in the lineup for Texas Tech, they've won every game by at least 23 points. They have been super dominant. They have the best defense in the Big 12. They have the best team in the Big 12. And BYU's done this the last couple of years, man. Where all these lines, it's like a line like this, where it looks like you should bet Texas Tech and then BYU covers, and a lot of the times they win outright. But much like last season when BYU was undefeated, we got to this point where they played Kansas late in the year and BYU lost at home and their season kind of unraveled. I think the same thing happened Saturday. They lose, they don't cover against Texas Tech, and then their season starts to unravel. So I like the Red Raiders minus 10 on Saturday against BYU. How about the underdog I like the best? Tulane on Friday night against Memphis. Give me the Green Wave plus 4.5. We've been talking about this game the last couple days, and it's very similar line movement to what we were seeing at a USC and Nebraska. We talked about on Monday, bet now Tulane plus 7. Just like the previous Monday, we talked about Nebraska plus 7. Then it moves down to 6.5. Memphis Tulane moved down to 6.5. And then we came in middle of the week, and USC was down to a 4.5-point favorite. And look where we are now, where Memphis is a 4.5-point favorite. It's literally been the same line movement in Memphis-Tulane that we saw last week with Nebraska and USC. And what happened? USC won by 4. Nebraska covered the game. I could see the same thing. Tulane wins outright. Memphis wins by a field goal, or they win by 4 points. I think this is going to be a close game. Tulane got smashed last week against UTSA on the road. I think they bounced back. Memphis is a good team right now. If the playoffs started today, they would be the group of 5 representative as the 12 seed. But Tulane, with Jake Retzloff at quarterback, John Summerall, a very good head coach, and their defense, I think, steps up. I think Tulane is absolutely live in this game, and I think they cover the 4.5. The total, the over that I like the best this week is going to be over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. I think this game is going to be a shootout because I don't think Navy's going to be able to stop Notre Dame. The Irish are favored by 26.5 points in this game. I think the Irish score in the mid to high 40s, and I also think Navy is probably going to score about 14 to 17 points as well. I see this game being like 45-17, 48-14, somewhere in that range, but I think the combined score is going to be in the 60s. So at 56.5, I like the over. That Notre Dame offense with those athletes and those studs and Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price going to be way too much for Navy to deal with. And then on the flip side, I think Navy's going to be able to score their points because even though the Irish do face Navy just about every other year, they do see the wishbone every year, it's still a little bit tough to prepare for. So I like over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. The under that I like the best is going to be Texas A&M, Missouri, under 48.5. We were just talking about A&M with Preston, and the last time we saw them, they looked really good in that second half against LSU. Think about this. A&M's played 3 road games so far this season. They've scored at least 40 points in all of those road games. Here they are on the road again on Saturday against Missouri, and this total is only at 48.5. I think that's very telling. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be a game that's played in like the low 20s, like a 24-17, 24-20 kind of game. Missouri's quarterback, Bo Prabula, got hurt in the Vandy game, but they had a bye last week, so I think a lot of people forgot about that. The backup is going to be in, who doesn't have a lot of career experience. Mizzou's going to try and lean on Ahmad Hardy, and I don't think he's going to find much running room in this game against A&M's defense. And then on the flip side, Missouri's got a very good defense, especially when they're at home. I think they'll be able to keep A&M in check a little bit. They're very good against mobile quarterbacks. I think this is a low-scoring game. I like under 48.5 in A&M and Missouri.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans alongside Pat Boyle on this hump day edition of the program. We're going to be talking to our buddy Joe DeLeon, all college football all the time, here in a second. But again, a further reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to talk college football with us as well, anything else top of mind in the world of either fantasy, sports betting, or just in general, by all means, don't be shy. Pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's bring on our dude, our friend, our main squeeze, Joe DeLeon, a man that you hear as a host on the Ruffino and Joe Show and on the Hack City Podcast. Subscribe and download wherever you get your podcast, Hack City Podcast, and follow him on X. Would you kindly? At Joe DeLeon, again on X, at Joe DeLeon. Joe, welcome back, my friend. to BetMGM tonight. And let's go ahead and start off with the big news that went down last night and the college football rankings reveal. Any curveballs in your estimation? Any surprises at all? What one team on that list that you saw last night do you ultimately feel is not going to make the final cut? So give me your general reactions to the college football 1.0 version of the rankings.
Yeah, my biggest surprise is the fact that it felt like the committee actually got it right for once. I was blown away. I was going through it and I'm like, this actually makes sense. There's a lot of logic with making sure that there weren't many instances of teams that beat other teams in recent games, affecting the placements. I wasn't expecting to see, this is what's bothered me tremendously about the AP poll. I wasn't expecting to see Iowa in there. I wasn't expecting to see Washington. I thought that there was tremendous respect to some of these Big Ten teams that had been overlooked a ton by the AP poll. So there's a lot that they ended up getting right with that ordering. I wouldn't really change much of the top 12. But to answer your question about someone who's not going to make the cut, I don't think it's going to be BYU. And the reason why I wouldn't change anything about the rankings is that I think that BYU, after this weekend, after they play Texas Tech on the road, our perspective on them is going to completely shift. They've got a really good win against Utah, but outside of that, they've just been deficient and inconsistent in a number of areas. My biggest concern is with their defense and if they're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with this Texas Tech offense, nor do I think that their offensive line is going to be able to keep up with Texas Tech. So I really don't think this BYU team, I think they've been riding the undefeated record, and I think a lot like last year, their November is going to pull them out of the race for the CFP.
Joe, I'm a diehard Notre Dame fan. I know we've talked before. Check me out here. Play like a champion today. Check out this puppy, the shamrock on the chest. That's how you know the Irish blood runs strong in me. And that's how you know I'm being honest here. And this is not a biased take. I think it's a travesty they're at number 10 right now. And Louisville and Vandy are well behind them. I hate when the Irish haters say, well, Notre Dame is getting in because the committee needs their fan base to watch the games and all the money, et cetera, et cetera. I think having them at 10 lends some credence to the haterade powder. Do you agree, or you think Notre Dame should be at number 10?
I completely agree with that, and that's kind of been my whole thought this whole past day, because I hate when everybody – I'm also a Notre Dame fan. I've said that a couple times I've come on here. I hate when the entire college football world, because it's how it is. It's like being a Cowboys fan where everybody is against Notre Dame and what's going well for them. Them being placed at 10 increases the opportunities for them to be completely criticized for what you're talking about. I do agree with you. I think that the most important thing with Louisville being placed after them, Louisville should have, without a doubt, been ahead of Notre Dame. And I really think that Louisville has shown that they'll win the ACC and that they'll be the ACC representative in the college football playoff. I think they're the best team of any of these teams in the mix with Georgia Tech and with Virginia. I don't mind them being ahead of Vanderbilt, though. I think that Vanderbilt is going to kind of come back down to earth over the next few weeks. And I think also part of this conversation when we're building out these rankings, I think it's important to consider if two teams faced off today, and it seems like that this reflected more in the rankings this year. If those two teams faced off today, who would win? I think that Notre Dame would be too much for a team like Vanderbilt. So maybe them moving back to 11, or if they were slotted at 12, that would have been more reasonable. I think that them being so much further up than Miami, a team that they lost to in week 1, is what completely threw this entire conversation out of whack. Because to have lost to a team and to be that much further ahead of them and have the same record and really not many ranked wins, it's just hard to justify. So I'm on the same page as you. As much as I'm happy that they're at number 10 and my dad's texting me like, oh, we're locked to get into the playoff, it just kind of adds to the fuel to the fire of those that want to hate on Notre Dame.
Yeah, I mean, look, just let them run the table. Let them beat up on Navy. Let them beat up on Pitt and Syracuse and Stanford. And then when the teams that should be ahead of them probably lose a second or a third time, then we could put Notre Dame in. But anyway, Joe DeLeon, host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and Hack City podcast with us here on BetMGM tonight. Joe, let's talk about Texas and Arch Manning because they're right on the outside. They have a chance to play spoiler. What has happened the last few weeks that has allowed Arch Manning to find his groove? And Texas on the bye this week before their season hangs in the balance between the hedges. They have to not only win that, but they probably have to beat undefeated A&M in the last week of the season. You give them any chance to do that?
Well, first of all, by the way, I think that if this Texas team goes 9-3, there is a legitimate argument to be made for them to get into the CFP.
Wow.
I think that they're going to have a really solid resume with some really nice ranked wins. The Florida loss is going to make it a little bit difficult for them. But if you end up running the table, or at least getting into, not running the table, but if you get into the spot where you split Georgia and Texas A&M and you win one of those games, that is going to be really impressive. That is going to look really, really good for an argument to get into the mix. We'll see what happens, but it could be in their favor. In terms of what's working well for Arch Manning at the current moment, and he's the biggest driver for their success over the last 2 games and will be the driver for them making that final push over the month of November. There's 2 reasons that I see. I see 1, something that's happening with his team around him, and 2, something that's happening with him internally. His offensive line play has been tremendous recently. Pass game, no sacks. Didn't get sacked at all against Vanderbilt. They were atrocious, their offensive line, most of this season. The Florida game was an example of that. He got sacked and hit the entire game, and it was impossible to find success with the duress that he was under for the entirety of it. And he now finally gets to play with a clean pocket, and we see the difference. And I think that the internal part of this, I see a guy who's playing freer. There is such a difference from the beginning of the year where he was just really over-calculating and he was overthinking. His fundamentals were all over the place. And then now, he's just getting the ball out quick. It's just loose. It's playing football. Yeah. It feels like I'm watching the version of him that we saw when he came in spurts to spell Quinn Ewers last year. So I'm glad that Arch is playing better. I'm a big fan of his, and I think that he could be a big driving force for Texas's success.
Totally agree. If they go 9-3, I think they're going to make the CFP as well. We're talking to Joe DeLeon. Joe, what's your handicap and take on arguably the game of the week? Texas A&M at Mizzou, a big one there in the SEC. My gut feeling, and it's really shouting loudly, take the Tigers and the points, you jackass. Should I trust my gut, or is it lying to me?
I think it's lying to you, and there's a very important part of this game that we got to pay attention to here. Matt Zollers is taking over for Bo Perbula. Perbula went out at the end of the game, and Zollers looked tremendous. True freshman quarterback. He looked fantastic, and I think that he is going to be one of the next stars in college football. But we're talking about first start ever, and he's going up against one of the best pass rush duos, one of the best teams in terms of getting after the quarterback. Cassius Howell is an unbelievable pass rusher. I am just blown away when I watch him on film. The dude has great hands. He's speedy. That whole defensive line, I think, is going to cause some serious problems for Zollers. When I get situations, and a lot of my best picks this year, I've called this out, and I feel like it's come to fruition. When I've got situations where there is lopsidedness between a team's front seven and the offensive line that they're going up against, I have to take the team with the edge in that situation. So I think that is going to play a big, big role in Texas A&M covering.
Wow.
Joe, it's been the wildest coaching carousel and in-season firings here at college football we've seen in quite some time. Out of the major openings right now, LSU, Penn State, Florida, no disrespect to Auburn or OK State, but out of LSU, Penn State, Florida, pick any of those, and if you could, tell me a coach you think is getting one of those jobs.
Yeah, I think that of those openings that are now out there, I think that first of all, the LSU opening is going to be a little bit messier than people expect. There's been this weird situation with the athletic director, with Verge Ausberry being named the AD, and then that title being kind of diminished. It just seems like there's a lot going on. We all saw the press conference that happened with Landry, the governor. I don't want to touch that because I think that a lot of coaches also are not going to want to touch that for a period of time. I think that this Florida job currently looks like the best opening available. And I think that it has an opportunity, Florida has an opportunity, if they get this hire right, to really, really launch themselves into the future as one of the best teams in the SEC. They have really just a fantastic region for recruiting. They've got a lot of resources. They've got a deep history. And I think that Lane Kiffin makes the most sense here. We have seen a number of coaches come out with extensions, or we've seen what Marcus Freeman has done, where there's been reports that he just straight up denied interest in Florida and Penn State, and he told them no. I think that Lane Kiffin not really fully making it clear where his head is at, and there's been no real reports of an extension in the works that's close to being done. I feel like that indicates that he is listening to the conversations that are out there. So the Florida opening for him makes the most sense, considering that he says that he emulates Steve Spurrier, great Florida coach for a very, very long time. I think that that would be a perfect fit, and I think Florida could end up coming out and turning into an elite program in the near future.
Joe, we'll get you out of here on this. Give us a team that is on the biggest upset alert here in college football week 11. In other words, maybe a dog on the money line who could bark the loudest. Who is that?
All right, I'm going to go a little crazy here. I'm going to go Auburn. I'm taking Auburn plus 6.5 against Vanderbilt. But if we wanted to get really spicy, I don't think it would hurt to take the upset here and take the money line. Reason why. A lot of times when we get a head coach firing the following week, there's a little bit of a bump for that team. And I think that DJ Durkin being named the interim coach is going to be seriously galvanizing for this squad, because the defense has been the heartbeat of the team. They've got a really good defensive line. They've got a really good run defense. And we have seen some issues for Vanderbilt over the past 2 games with running the football. And that's their bread and butter. They had a lot of big plays through the air last game against Texas, but that was almost in garbage time to get back into the game. If they're slow to get going again against Auburn, I'd wonder if that game is close, if maybe Auburn can steal that one.
Wow. Okay. Stunner could be in store there from the Auburn Tigers. Never stunning at all. The information that comes out of his awesome mouth. Just a treasure trove, an absolute encyclopedia of opinions and takes in the world of college football from the one, the only outstanding Joe DeLeon, host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcasts. And follow him on X, would you kindly, at Joe DeLeon. Again, on X, at Joe DeLeon. Joe, we appreciate the time. As always, good luck in your bets, and hopefully you're going to be cashing some winners. And thank God Illinois didn't play this weekend.
Yeah, I don't have to pick against them again, but thanks, guys. Have a good one.
You too. There he goes. Joe DeLeon. I was honestly surprised, Pat, more than anything else in his answers, that he is on Texas A&M. And he is willing to lay the chalk at 7 points even. Last I checked is what the spread was at BetMGM on the road against a very talented Missouri squad that's got a ton to play for. Would you fade or follow Joe's perspective? I still kind of like Mizzou.
Yeah, I mean, look, Marcel Reed has been out of his mind this year, and so A&M. Look, the thing that has impressed me the most, they're like a champion boxer that can win a ton of different fights. They can win with playing defense. They showed that by that narrow win over Auburn. They showed you they can win with the offense. The 41-40 win over Notre Dame, hanging 45 on Arkansas and winning that one in a nail biter. They find ways to win. They find ways to win. So it wouldn't surprise me if they find ways to win. Cover's tough. If this one is if it's under 7, I like it. 7 or more, it's probably a stay away from me, but I would not be touching Missouri. If anything, it's A&M or nothing for me.
Oh, maybe it's the alt market screaming and yelling to take it instead and build a little cushion to avoid any pushing. All right, we got to head to a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, we're talking fantasy football. Some start sets ahead of Week 10. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
to hold the vote today, Josh Allen would not win the MVP. In fact, I think Drake May would probably win the MVP. And he's the second choice in the market at plus 450. But when you project it going forward, you have to favor Allen because Buffalo, while right now they are in second place in the AFC East, they are favored to have more wins than the New England Patriots. The Buffalo Bills' updated win total over at BetMGM is 12.5. Buffalo to be the AFC number 1 seed. We know how much the 1 seed is correlated with who wins the MVP from a quarterback standpoint. Buffalo's plus 125 to be the 1 seed. So from a team success standpoint, Josh Allen has the upper hand on Drake May. But from a stat standpoint, not so much. So the two nerdy stats that we always talk about for quarterbacks when it comes to deciding who's the MVP, EPA per play and QBR. EPA per play, expected points added per play, but we just shortened it out to EPA per play. Josh Allen's 5th in EPA per play, which is pretty good. You know, like you want to be kind of like that top 5. Ideally, you want to be number 1 or number 2. That's where most MVPs end the season. But Josh Allen's 5th. No problem. It's November 5th. You don't need to worry about Josh Allen being 5th. QBR, Josh Allen's 11th. According to QBR, there have been 10 better quarterbacks than Josh Allen this season. Now, like, QBR is not perfect. It's just ESPN's version of like a catch-all metric to determine who's playing the quarterback position well. And QBR is also very fluid. Like if Allen rips off 4 great games over the next month, he could definitely be right back into the top 3 of QBR. That is 100% a thing that can happen. But as it stands right now, he's just a little bit further off the pack than you'd want your MVP guy to be. But as we project going forward and you look at Buffalo's schedule going forward, you have to favor Josh Allen. Like there's still another half of football to be played. And that's one thing to keep in mind with all of these awards. Guys, we're at the midway point. like the midway point of the season. Like this thing has a couple more twists and turns before we actually get home and find the eventual winner. But if you were going to handicap it like the sports books are doing, Josh Allen should be the guy that you have favored because of the schedule, the team success, and his overall pedigree as a former MVP. Now let's get to Drake May. Drake May is plus 450 over at BetMGM. The Patriots also have an easy schedule. Funny how that works in the AFC East. Their updated win total, though, 11.5 as opposed to the 12.5. They're plus 450 to be the 1 seed, which is so funny. Like you see Drake May's MVP price and the Patriots 1 seed price, literally the exact same thing. The betting market is telling you this is a correlated deal. Like if the Patriots get the 1 seed, this is your MVP. Like that's what they're telling you. So honestly, like if you love Drake May, I'd rather bet the 1 seed than bet the MVP for 2 different reasons. One, you get your money faster. The 1 seed bet cashes at the end of the regular season. The MVP bet doesn't cash until Super Bowl Honors Week or NFL Honors Week during Super Bowl, which is like 2 days prior to that. So you got to wait till February to cash that bad boy. And then 2, you don't have to deal with any of the voters. You don't have to sweat out what are the humans going to do. No, you're just going to bet them to be the 1 seed. Now, it doesn't have to work out that way. They could be the 2 seed and maybe he wins it. But based on the AFC and how these teams are kind of fitting together, I think your AFC East winner is probably going to be your 1 seed. And then the team that finishes in second is likely your 5 seed. I think that's where we're headed, kind of like that Minnesota-Detroit dynamic that we had last year in the NFC North. I think we have it this year in the AFC East. AFC East winner, 1 seed. AFC East second place, 5 seed. So to me, if you're really in love with Drake May, I'd rather just bet plus 450 to be the AFC 1 seed in New England as opposed to betting Drake May to win the MVP.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And in for Ryan Horvat, the outstanding Pat Boyle. We're going to talk some fantasy football. here in this segment. Going to look at some start-sit options that you might be debating in your various fantasy football leagues. Yeah, we're a smorgasbord of all kinds of sports betting talk here on the show. We take more of like traditional takes. We also delve in the world of sports betting, and two, leaving no stone unturned. We talk a little fantasy football, which of course roughly 70 million people play every single year here in the United States, including me, including Pat, including our producer Brandon, also Monty, working the video board, roll into fantasy here, tooth and nail. That is for certain. So we're going to be breaking down some guys. Again, you might be starting the line on, sitting on the fence. Hopefully, you don't have splinters in the old sphincter, and we're going to try to push you off the fence one way or the other on those timely start-sit decisions, with the week getting underway tomorrow night in my old stomping grounds, the Mile High City. A beautiful place. Absolutely loved the view there of the Flatirons and the Front Range. Amazing town. And Pat, I don't know if you know anything about Denver, but a very underrated climate. A true four seasons. And I say this because I'm a weather nerd. I got an advanced degree, master's in geoscience with an emphasis in meteorology from Mississippi State University. So I know a thing or two about meteorological effects. So the Jim Cantori of sorts of sports talk radio. But that climate is awesome. It's not humid. It's semi-arid. It's like a high, desert plain is what they call it. And you still get the four-season effects, a lot of snow, but it melts quick because you got over 300 days of sunshine per year, bar none. I've lived all over the country. My favorite place to call home for 7 years, Denver, Colorado. The dispensaries weren't too shabby either.
Yeah, emphasis on the word high. Yeah, right. How's the altitude? How's the altitude, by the way? Like, because from everything that you've heard, and when you watch Nuggets games or you watch Broncos games, you always hear, right? Oh, these guys are sucking wind. They need extra oxygen. Is it really that difficult? Even if you're just, I don't know, let's say going for a run in Denver, if you don't live there, is it that difficult?
Yeah, okay, truth be told, again, I lived and grew up in central Illinois, where I'm back now, just outside of Champaign. Go ILL. It's nothing but corn, soybeans, swine, and flat earth here. I think the elevation is like 1,700 feet. You go literally to a city that's a mile high. It took me 2 weeks, and I work out all the time. I lift weights. I do a little cardio. It took me 2 full weeks to get completely acclimated to the climate. So yeah, man, that's for real. And what's crazy too, it's like, I'm a big college basketball fan, as you know. I look at games at like Laramie, the University of Wyoming. They're even higher elevation, and they have it right there at the free throw line. So when the visiting team is at the charity stripe and they're looking down, bounce the ball, they're like reminded constantly. It's in the visitors' locker room. It's all over the arena there at YO. When you visit, it's like, oh, yeah, dude, you're over like 6,000, 7,000 feet here. That's a reason why you're laboring so hard, because you're not used to it. So, yeah, you have a major, massive advantage in those situations. And do I take advantage of that in the sports betting market when a low elevation team maybe makes a trip out west at higher elevation, especially in college basketball? Hells to the yes, I do. So, yeah, excellent question. And I'll tell you what as well, you visit the one of the hundreds of microbreweries, it may only take you like 3 beers to feel the necessary effects.
Really? Is that so? So you get drunk quicker. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's a hell of a way to save a couple of bucks. Exactly. What I want to know really quickly is that, so when you go back, when you leave Denver and you go back, are you like a superhuman, like, extra lungs? Like you feel like you can run for longer periods of time when you get back to flat earth because you're like, I was up in the mountains. This stuff is cake for me now. Or is it not that? It's only the effect of going to elevation.
No, it's actually when you're going like to New York, and this is for real. I was on a business trip, but I worked for Yahoo Sports, and I was there for 13 years. And I was living in Denver at the time, and I went out and had an excessive night of imbibing, which tends to happen. I was in a Flatiron district of Manhattan and having a grand old time with some of my colleagues. man, I was like playing with house money. I was going all night long, and I wasn't really feeling the effects like I normally would. So that's the other like saving grace of imbibing an elevation. You get down to a lower elevation, you got stamina for days, and that's the God's honest truth. I think there are studies that have been done on that. So same effects when you're working out, same effects when you're having a great old time. It all works in a positive way for you, going from elevation at the tippy top to elevation at the rock bottom. Outstanding stuff.
That feels like a cheat code. I need to get out. I need to get out to Denver.
Dude, that's why so many athletes like live in Colorado Springs and they train there year round because they have a stark advantage as a result. A lot of Olympic athletes there. They have a lot of training facilities in the Springs, about an hour and a half south of Denver. So yeah, dude, get out there. Trust me. I'll give you all the spots. You'll have the time of your life. Just an amazing place to throw down. All right, we're going to throw down right now on some fantasy football starts and sits. Our producer, Brandon, put this together. He picked the names randomly. So I think he's got some really good ones here. Let's start with, and he's a big Chicago Bears fan, so it's only appropriate. Brando, just play the damn song. I know you want to do it. Let's go. There it is. Chicago Bears. And it's only appropriate because we're talking about Common Guy. The Pride of Rutgers in Piscataway, not too far from where you're at right now, Pat. And Monongai was a bee's knees last week, filling in for the groin-stricken DeAndre Swift. He was out of action against the Queen City Cats, that's the Cincinnati Bengals, and he racked up 176 stinking yards in the game. Also had a couple of catches. It was nearly 190 in total. Didn't find the end zone, but still did some incredible damage on the ground in this game against one of the league's worst defenses. So this week, he gets an even better matchup, taking on the New York Giants, a defense that is dead last in rush EPA defense this season. So what do you do with Monongai with DeAndre Swift back in practice today? Looks like Swift's going to be able to go. I'm really curious to see what the timeshare split is going to be. I think it's going to be closer to 50-50, but I'm, not inside the mind of Malkovich, that being Ben Johnson. So let's say in your 12-team league, you can only start 2 running backs. What would you do? Start or sit Kyle Monongai against the G-Men?
I'd sit him. I just think it's too much of a risk. You don't know what the game plan is, and DeAndre Swift is going to play. Now, if that changes, then obviously you rush. You move him into your lineup faster than you move your chips to the center of a table at 3 a.m. on a blackjack table in Vegas. If DeAndre Swift plays, it's just there's too many question marks. There's too much unknown, too much uncertainty. They both did pop against the New Orleans Saints a couple of weeks ago. They had a huge lead. They ran the football. It was a windy day in Chicago, if I remember correctly. So it would behooved the run game. I don't know what the weather is going to be in Chirac this Sunday, but it just feels like this is DeAndre Swift going to take back over. Monongai's getting some leverage now in that running back room, but not enough to where I feel confident that he's going to go for 12, 13, 14 fantasy points, unless they blow the Giants out and they're running the ball for the entire second half. DeAndre Swift plays, I would sit Monongai.
I'm going to play him. I got him right now as a back-end RB2. Again, even with DeAndre Swift back in uniform, guys get appreciable yards after contact per attempt. He's now like top 10 in that category on the season. Is tracked at Pro Football Focus, so that's appreciable. And a guy that really fits that outside zone scheme to a T because he ran a similar scheme at Rutgers. So very comfortable, and he's got the full confidence of the coaching staff. Let's do this, Pat. I'm going to give you a head-to-head. You tell me you would rather play this week. Kyle Monongai or Breece Hall of the Jets against the Cleveland Browns?
Neither. No, I play Breece Hall.
Gotta pick.
I'd play Breece Hall. And again, you could play this argument both ways. You could say Breece Hall wanted to be traded, didn't get traded. The Jets are not going to keep him in the offseason. He's going to get stuffed at the end of the bench. They're going to lean on Isaiah Davis, right? But Braylon Allen is still hurt. So they only have those 2 running backs that they're going to lean on. You could also make the other argument. Well, maybe Breece Hall is a guy that they see in their future plans. He had a monster game against Cincinnati. Now that, the defense is going to be even worse against a team like the Cleveland Browns, good luck throwing the football at that pass rush. They have to establish the run game. I would still play Breece Hall. I know he's the starter. You can guess about how the team's going to operate now that after the awkward trade deadline, I still think his production, his ceiling is way higher than Monungai. I'd play Breece Hall.
I'm going to play Kyle Monungai. Just give me the player answer here if you don't mind, because we're kind of getting up against it. Kyle Monungai or Aaron Jones against Baltimore?
There I would play Monungai.
All right, Monungai for me. How about Kyle Monungai or Travis Etienne on the road against Houston?
I'd go with Monungai. Jacksonville's running back room is way too difficult to figure out.
Yeah, totally agree. All right, let's go with the quarterback position. What about thoughts on J.J. McCarthy coming off a breakout game last week? 143 yards, 3 total touchdowns, 2 through the air, 1 on the ground. He gets a defense, and that was against the Detroit Lions. This week, it's a sensational matchup on paper against Baltimore, number 24 in dropback EPA defense. Thoughts on McCarthy? Give me a projection, if you don't mind.
A projection in terms of points?
Yeah, fantasy points, stats, whatever you want.
Yeah, look, I think this Ravens defense is a lot better than they were in the beginning of the season. And J.J. McCarthy had a decent game against the Lions, and he still only completed 14 passes for $143. So this Ravens defense is a lot healthier. J.J. McCarthy's not somebody that I'm looking to trust. Then again, he is dangerous with his legs, so you're always liable to maybe get 40 rushing yards and a touchdown out of him. But I do not think he's going to fare well against the Ravens. I think he's going to get knocked back down to earth. I'm not a big believer in J.J. McCarthy to begin with, so I would not be looking to play him, and I don't think he's going to have a good game.
Hey, I got him outside my top 20. Guys, I would take ahead of him like a Sam Darnold, a Bo Nix tomorrow, Matthew Stafford as well on the road against San Francisco. Oh, that was a fast segment. We got to take a little siesta. When we come back, we're going to be discussing some additional hot sports betting and fantasy takes. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I heard a lot of people ranting and raving about how the Colts gave up 2 ones and that's too much for Sauce Gardner, blah, blah, blah. He's 25 years old. So you're willing to say his prime is done. He can't get anywhere close to the level that he was playing at a few years ago. 25 years old, going to be invigorated in a winning situation, one of the best teams in football. You don't think he's going to play better? I do. And the key to what you said right there, window. Whether you believe it's all passing, all rushing, it's more balanced nowadays. We know that. And when you have an elite running back, that can change everything. Oh, who won the Super Bowl last year? Oh, that's right. The team that Saquon put on his back. How many years is Jonathan Taylor going to play at this level? You're going to sit around and just, no, the value's not there. I don't like it. It's not enough value. And then he's not the guy that he used to be. And maybe that was your window before you found a quarterback that you had to pay. So I like it. I like the aggressiveness. Good on them, man. It's not like these teams at the top of the AFC are unbeatable. They've proven that because they're playing just as well as some of them. I was going to mention Eagles plus 8.5. It's a lowish total. It's close to the mid 40s, I guess, 44.5, 45. But getting the Eagles plus 8.5, even though it's at Lambeau, I like that one. How about you?
I thought you were going to lead us to the Patriots at first, and then you mentioned the trades, and I was like, "Oh, Philly, okay, makes sense."
I got that too.
I mean, New England from plus 2.5 to plus 8.5 in Tampa seems to be a decent wager. We like Tampa, relatively speaking, but Tampa's always in close games for the most part. And New England has an offense that has a lot of stability there. I don't think you're going to shut that down. So when you look at the Bucs games this year in terms of games that they've won handily, name one. Okay, the Saints, 23-3. Got it. Yep, that's one.
Saints.
And then every other game is close, including the first 4 wins by 3, by 1, by 2, by 3. So I don't know that there's a likelihood that Tampa blows them out. I mean, New England could win the game outright, obviously. The Lions only 2.5, but I thought for sure you were going to say New England up. I like Philly, though. I said yesterday I like Philly in the game, let alone in a teaser. So I agree with you on that one, too.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Sets up a screen.
Welcome back!
Races to the basket. Fires it out. Vucevic the shot. Vucci Main for 3. Vucci Main steps up again. The grizzled veteran steps up and hits the biggest shot of the season. Oh my goodness. Elizabeth. I'm coming again, Elizabeth. Oh Lord. It's the big one, Elizabeth. The Cardiac Bulls again.
Past half court, he's going downhill.
Oh, Stacey King, what an absolute delight. A gem to sports broadcasting with a call there. The Chicago Bulls just keep on winning. Really kind of shocking the world right now in the association. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Pat Boyle in the house on this Hump Day edition. We're going to be talking about the NBA here in this segment. We're going to play a little game of hot or cold, and also we're going to talk about the marquee matchup of the night. Victor Wembanyama taking on Luka Doncic. Spurs at the Lakers. We'll offer a handicap and our general thoughts on that game. We're keeping our eyes peeled, really everything right now, not only in the NBA, but also in college basketball. Our guy working the video board, Monty's got some action on Creighton, taking on South Dakota. Bit of a sweat, but right now trending in the right direction. He is on the over at 170.5. I think on live line last I saw was at 175.5. So hopefully it'll keep moving that direction. I got a lot of action in college hoops on the late night tip. So go Marymount and some of the teams that I mentioned prior on the show, North Dakota State at UC Davis. But again, we're going to be talking about the Rose right here in this segment. If you want to talk with us about the NBA, if you want to talk some fantasy football ahead of week 10 or any kind of sports betting hot takes that you might have or want to pick our brains about, easy way to contact us here on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Among the following NFL teams with plus odds to win their division, which one has the best shot? Your options are the Seahawks at plus 150, the Lions at plus 125, the Broncos also plus 125, or the Patriots at plus 135. So far, Over 155 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Speaking of BetMGM, the NBA odds boost token belongs in the starting 5. Use your token and bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. So opt in right now on the NBA odds boost token and take advantage of boosting your potential winnings only at BetMGM. A quick scoreboard update of the games that are already underway, and some of these already deep into the action. Into the third quarter, Cavaliers have raced out to a 20-point lead on the 76ers, 107-87. We're already early in the fourth. The Pistons up 81-75 over the hapless Utah Jazz. The Pacers are riding the struggle bus, also against a team riding the struggle bus, that being the Brooklyn Nets. Indiana up only un punto under 10 minutes ago. They're 86-85. The Celtics, your Celtics, Pat, you lay the 12.5. They're up 75-62. The sweat is on. Hey, the sweat is on. 9 minutes ago there in the third quarter. Plenty of action for them to race away. The Knicks up un punto against the Timberwolves, 7:47 remaining in the third quarter, 66-65. The Grizzlies getting just housed right now by the Houston Rockets. Here down 54-39, 3:19 to go. And I know you got the under on John Morant points, and that's certainly moving in the right direction for you. And the Pels, who were pretty lousy this year, they're up 24-18, racing to the end of the first quarter on the road against the Dallas Mavericks. But the marquee attraction tonight, Spurs at Lakers, a pair of one-loss teams. Wemby, Luka. We dabbled a discussion on the top of the show. Let's dig a little bit deeper right now. The Lakers are laying 2.5. Over under at 228.5. So, Pat, you love the NBA like a little sister. What are your thoughts on San Antonio and Los Angeles? This one should be a barn burner.
Yeah, it should be a close game. It's going to be a good game. I think I've said it before earlier in the show. I think Victor Wembanyama is going to dominate because DeAndre Ayton is a stiff, and the Lakers don't have anybody else that can protect the rim well enough to stop Wemby. Like, you're going to see a highlight reel like you saw from him on opening night, the step over, crossover, dunk, left hand, like spinning in and just steamrolling DeAndre Ayton. I think Victor Wembanyama is going to put on a show tonight. That being said, look, is it too early to say the Lakers are better off without LeBron James? Like, hey, LeBron, you want to retire?
I was having that thought today. I think you're onto something. Continue.
You want to retire right now, LeBron? And, maybe we can already just kind of move this process along. They are 6-2, and they're scoring boatloads. Like, their spacing right now is great. And Luka's already missed a couple of games, too. So, like, Austin Reeves is unleashed right now. He's been phenomenal. And then even, like, the guys that are coming off the bench that are just having more space to operate because LeBron's not there to clog everything up, right? I mean, your Dalton Connects, your Jake LaRavias. Great pickup, by the way, by Rob Pelinka. But this Laker team, they're playing really well right now out of the gate. And this is going to be a big test for them tonight to deal with Wemby's size, to deal with the playmaking abilities that the Spurs have with Stephon Castle and Devin Vassell. Tough news on Ron Harper Jr., the rookie. He's going to be out a couple of weeks. And De'Aaron Fox is not playing again tonight for San Antonio. So maybe those injuries pushes the Lakers over the edge here. But Austin Reeves is also going to miss this game. So Reeves and Fox kind of cancel each other out. But, hey, we have Luka. We've got Wemby. I expect those two guys to put on a show tonight. And honestly, I know SGA has just been cooking, picking up right where he left off. I know Jokic, for now, is the best player on the planet. But if you made me pick an MVP, at the beginning of the year, I said Luka because of LeBron's injury to start the year, the sciatica, right? I mean, what screams, I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40. More than I have sciatica. I have sciatica. LeBron James, the hyperbaric chamber, I guess, wasn't enough to slow down the sciatica. So, and I think they are going to kind of load manage LeBron throughout the season. Like, I'd be shocked if he plays more than 55 games, to be honest. So, all those opportunities for Luka to go nuclear and take over this team that is now rightfully his. I thought he was going to win the MVP, but after what I've seen the first couple of games from Wemby, I think we're seeing the two guys that will finish number 1 and number 2 in the MVP race this year go off tonight. and I think it's going to be a spectacle. I can't wait. Wish I could, I wish I'm saying I can't wait to watch it, but then again, YouTube TV. Thank you very much.
Seriously, there's a digit on the hand that's extended right now to that an ongoing saga right now that strife that's impacting millions of people who can't see the mother of all matchups tonight on the hardwood between the Lakers and the San Antonio Spurs. Pat, I'm going to follow up with this. You got $100 burn a hole in your pocket. You are inclined to bet an over, not an under, but an over. Tell me you would rather go with Victor Wembanyama over 27.5 points, Luka Doncic over 32.5 points, or because I'm a greedy SOB, option number 3, which is you're taking the over and parlay them together. What would you say?
So I'd rather take Wemby. Luka's liable to go for 40 no matter who he plays, no matter how good of a defensive team they are. It just feels like the plan will be obvious for San Antonio tonight. Right, their new head coach, Mitch Johnson. Mitchie, make sure you get guys to cover Luka. And so, I think he's going to see a bunch of double teams tonight without Austin Reeves playing. They're going to force Luka to dish out the ball and for everybody else to beat them that's not named Luka Doncic, or at least on paper, that should be the game plan. With Wembanyama, okay, you're going to double team him. He's still going to get his way to the bucket and get points and get easy dunks and look like an absolute freak of nature or get to the free throw line. DeAndre Ayton cannot guard him. Rui Hachimura cannot guard him. Jared Vanderbilt coming off the bench cannot guard him. So I'm much more comfortable taking Wembanyama, who can beat whatever game plan the Lakers will throw at him, whereas San Antonio is going to do everything to shut down Luka. So I would say Wembanyama scores more points tonight.
Yeah, I think the only known entity in the universe would be like a Yeti or maybe the Jolly Green Giant that could put and neutralize one Victor Wembanyama and put him in check. I mean, the guy's just special. The things that he does, he can always step back and hit a 3 on you as well and shoot over the top. All right, good stuff there. Let's bring in our producer, our fantastic EP, Brandon Combs. We're going to play a little game of hot or cold. So here's how this is going to work. Brandon was going to read a statement, then he's going to toss to one of us and say, hey, are you hot or are you cold on that particular statement? So, Brandon, are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it, boys. All right, Pat, we're going to start with you, buddy. First night on the show, we're going to start with you. The Spurs are a legitimate threat to win the Western Conference at 20-1. Hot or cold?
No, cold, not a legitimate threat. Nobody's a legitimate threat that isn't named the Oklahoma City Thunder. OKC is going to repeat. They're going back to the finals. I mean, this is the easiest question you could have asked me. At least give me something a little bit more difficult, Brandon. No, the Spurs are great, and I love their Castle's awesome, right? And Champagny has been great for them in developing a much bigger role. And I just gave Wembanyama the ultimate glaze job that I possibly could here. But in a best of 7, the Thunder have way too many weapons. I still think the Nuggets in a best of 7 beat the Spurs as well. So no, they're not a legitimate threat to win the Western Conference. I'd be surprised if they even get to the conference finals this year. But second round with the opportunity to build on that next year, I think is real. I think a year from now, I would say hot. Right now, cold.
Oh, I'm going to say hot. Why? Because they're 20-1. Come on. Pat has some huevos, and I got huevos gigantes. The team is built to win. I think they could challenge OKC. And look, bad bleeping stuff happens year in and year out over an 82-game season. I mean, you could lose a major and key asset to the roster, and that could change all the mathematics and flip everything on its head. So, as long as San Antonio stays mostly healthy, and you look at some of the advanced data right now, they're number 4 in the NBA in net efficiency. They could challenge OKC. So 20-1. Yeah, I'm hot to try for that. Brando, what else you got?
Well, really quickly, Brandon, really quickly, let me jump in. That's the one, if there's one player more so than most star players you worry about, it is Wembanyama. I think there's, I would love to see him play 80 games this year and stay healthy, but he had the blood clots last year that cost him the back half of his season. He was banged up, consistently getting injured in his rookie year. And so you have to worry about that in the back of your mind. It's something that none of us basketball fans want to see, but Again, I hope we're not having a conversation later this year. Is Victor Wembanyama injury prone?
All right. Well, let's stay right there then. And Brad, we'll come right back to you. If he stays healthy, Victor Wembanyama will win the league MVP. Hot or cold?
Yeah, what are the odds on that? I forgot to look that up. I really honestly don't care. I would be hot for it because if they can make a deep run in the regular season and get a very high seeding in the NBA postseason, it's all going to be because of the dutiful work of one Victor Wembanyama. Again, he's a special player. He's doing everything on the floor. I love building props specifically on him. I call it the Wemby special. Maybe a little sprinkle of points, some rebounds, some blocks, even a couple of dimes. Maybe a couple of 8 threes. He can literally do everything on the floor. Again, there is nobody quite like him. He is an alien in human form. And again, if we feel that San Antonio, at least I do, can compete there in the Western Conference, definitely, provide he stays healthy. It's 2 points there by Pat. Again, if he remains upright, he will very much be in the conversation to win the MVP. So, once again, hot to trot.
3-1 right now are the odds, by the way. 3-1.
Take it.
Yeah, and I agree with what Brad said. He's an animal. He's a monster. What he does, rebounding the ball, he can grab 20 rebounds any night. He's been a much better passer this year as well. And then let's not forget, 5-6 blocks has become the norm with him. So, yeah, he absolutely can.
All right, real quick. We got about 60 seconds left. The Bulls will not be a play-in team this year. They will be a playoff team. Hot or cold, Pat?
I'm going to go with cold. They will be a play-in team. They will not be a playoff team. Giddey's been a monster. Kobe White hasn't even played yet, and they're off to the start that they're off to. I don't think they have enough depth. I don't. So cold.
I concur. I'm going to go cold as well because of all the years that the Bulls have just been massive disappointments. It's hard for me to mentally get over that hurdle with them. They're much improved. I think they will be a playoff team, but one to avoid the play-in game. Yeah, I can't buy into it. I'm a little bit teeth-chattering with that one. Definitely cold on the Chicago Bulls. All right, we got to take a little siesta. Excellent game there, Brando. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, we're going to talk some NFL trade deadline fallout. Man, it was busy. It was wild. It was wacky. It was woolly. Pat and I are going to share our thoughts on some of the major moves that were made in the National Football League. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Favorite that I like the best is going to be Texas Tech, laying 10 against BYU. I think it's a smash spot for Texas Tech. Baron Morton, their quarterback, played last week against Kansas State, looked very good. When Morton has been in the lineup for Texas Tech, they've won every game by at least 23 points. They have been super dominant. They have the best defense in the Big 12. They have the best team in the Big 12. And BYU's done this the last couple of years, man. You know, where all these lines, it's like a line like this, where it looks like you should bet Texas Tech and then BYU covers, and a lot of the times they win outright. But much like last season when BYU was undefeated, we got to this point where they played Kansas late in the year and BYU lost at home and their season kind of unraveled. I think the same thing happened Saturday. They lose, they don't cover against Texas Tech, and then their season starts to unravel. So I like the Red Raiders minus 10 on Saturday against BYU. How about the underdog I like the best? Tulane on Friday night against Memphis. Give me the Green Wave plus 4.5. We've been talking about this game the last couple days, and it's very similar line movement to what we were seeing at a USC and Nebraska. We talked about on Monday, bet now Tulane plus 7. Just like the previous Monday, we talked about Nebraska plus 7. Then it moves down to 6.5. Memphis Tulane moved down to 6.5. And then we came in middle of the week, and USC was down to a 4.5-point favorite. And look where we are now, where Memphis is a 4.5-point favorite. It's literally been the same line movement in Memphis Tulane that we saw last week with Nebraska and USC. And what happened? USC won by 4. Nebraska covered the game. I could see the same thing. Tulane wins outright. Memphis wins by a field goal, or they win by 4 points. I think this is going to be a close game. Tulane got smashed last week against UTSA on the road. I think they bounced back. Memphis is a good team right now. If the playoffs started today, they would be the group of 5 representative as the 12 seed. But Tulane, with Jake Retzloff at quarterback, John Summerall, a very good head coach, and their defense, I think, steps up. I think Tulane is absolutely live in this game, and I think they cover the 4.5. The total, the over that I like the best this week is going to be over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. I think this game is going to be a shootout because I don't think Navy's going to be able to stop Notre Dame. The Irish are favored by 26.5 points in this game. I think the Irish score in the mid to high 40s, and I also think Navy is probably going to score about 14 to 17 points as well. I see this game being like 45-17, 48-14, somewhere in that range, but I think the combined score is going to be in the 60s. So at 56.5, I like the over. That Notre Dame offense with those athletes and those studs and Jeremiah Love and Jatarian Price going to be way too much for Navy to deal with. And then on the flip side, I think Navy's going to be able to score their points because even though the Irish do face Navy just about every other year, they do see the wishbone every year, it's still a little bit tough to prepare for. So I like over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. The under that I like the best is going to be Texas A&M, Missouri, under 48.5. We were just talking about A&M with Preston, and the last time we saw them, they looked really good in that second half against LSU. Think about this. A&M's played 3 road games so far this season. They've scored at least 40 points in all of those road games. Here they are on the road again on Saturday against Missouri, and this total is only at 48.5. I think that's very telling. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be a game that's played in like the low 20s, like a 24-17, 24-20 kind of game. Missouri's quarterback, Bo Prabula, got hurt in the Vandy game, but they had a bye last week, so I think a lot of people forgot about that. The backup is going to be in, who doesn't have a lot of career experience. Mizzou's going to try and lean on Ahmad Hardy, and I don't think he's going to find much running room in this game against A&M's defense. And then on the flip side, Missouri's got a very good defense, especially when they're at home. I think they'll be able to keep A&M in check a little bit. They're very good against mobile quarterbacks. I think this is a low-scoring game. I like under 48.5 in A&M and Missouri.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Thompson's got the ball. Here they come, and there he goes with a wobbly pitch. It's picked off! And that's the first interception by Gardner.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. That's a rare occurrence. Sauce Gardner getting a pick. We're going to see what he can do in his new digs. Now a member of the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts going all in right now. We're going to see if it works out for him because, man, they've been firing on all cylinders offensively with all people. Daniel Jones as their quarterback. He's done me seriously a solid. I only got it for $2 in my fantasy auction format. Thank you, Daniel Jones. Especially cheap because it was a super flex, but my team sucks otherwise. Brad the Big Noise Evans back with you. Pat Boyle in the house as well. We're going to be talking about the NFL trade deadline. A lot of deals and handshakes were made, wheeling, dealing, guys changing locations, and a lot of upheaval in a positive way for some squads, to say the least. Some other teams set on idle hands, didn't make timely moves there at the deadline. Is it going to come back and haunt them? We'll dive in on all of the particulars there. Again, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to talk anything trade deadline related, whether in fantasy, whether in betting, or whether just in general, you absolutely can. Simple way to contact Pat and I here on the show. You just pick up the phone And Dallas Fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also send your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, Pat, let's go ahead and dig into it. Let's just start off with a general question. Which team, in your estimation, won this very active trade deadline this year? I have one team in particular. I think it was a slam dunk winner, and may not be anybody you're thinking about, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts, and what are they?
I think it was the team that sold off, and they're ripping up the floorboards, the New York Jets. I love what they did.
Yep.
I think, no, look, I'm not writing off Sauce Gardner's career. This guy that was a first-team All-Pro in his first 2 seasons. He hasn't been that player since. Can he become that player again in Lou Anarumo's scheme in Indianapolis, especially once Charvarius Ward, their other top corner, comes back? He absolutely can, but he was never going to be the all-pro player that he once was with the Jets. And so the fact that they got 2 first-round picks for him, 2, plus they get A.D. Mitchell, who I know has had his share of problems dropping the football before the goal line. He's barely getting any targets. Look, I mean, the fact they just tossed him in the deal. Like, yeah, sure, we're never going to throw to him again. So you want him, have him. And maybe for Jets fans, they don't have to see Alan Lazard suit up on Sundays anymore. That would be a win. So 2 first-round picks for a guy that is overrated, at least with his current team, that is a massive haul back. And then they dish away Quinnen Williams, who also has seen his production, going down the escalator here the last couple of years. A guy that also was an All-Pro 3 years ago and 3 straight Pro Bowler, but not having the impact that he once was. And they get a first-round pick from Dallas and a second-round pick and another guy from the scrap heap, Mozzie Smith. I love what the Jets did. Let Muji cook, right? Now, the thing is with the Jets, and a lot of Jets fans will say, as long as Woody Johnson is the owner, they'll find a way to screw up the picks or they'll keep losing. They had 3 first-round picks a couple of years ago, and they crushed it. And they crushed that draft. So are they going to actually do something with these picks? That's left to be seen. They got to get the quarterback. And you're thinking that they're going to have a top 3 pick. But at least to get what they got back for those 2 guys, I love what the Jets did. So I think they won it despite them being the biggest seller.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think they're far and away the biggest winner of this NFL trade deadline because, they got A.D. Mitchell. I think he's got a ton of upside, and then offense. That's only a win-win situation because you got it for absolutely nothing, as you mentioned. It was kind of a BOGO throw-in, right? And you're right. They have a ton of draft capital, not only in the draft in 2026, but also in 2027. So, sure, yes, I know the track record. I know Jets fans are always bitter Betsies because things don't always break their way. Oh, yeah, we're the poor little redheaded stepchild of the New York market. Everybody cares about the Giants. Nobody cares about the flipping Jets. But you have an opportunity to make a real name for yourself, provided the administration does not screw it up. So you have all in front of you right there on a silver platter. So hopefully you'll be able to pick it up, take a bite, and reap the benefits down the road and really be the kings of that division and finally compete with the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen and company. So, bravo. Slow clap of Woody Johnson and friends for getting it done. There were the Jets, Jets. They're not going to be single-engine Cessnas. They may actually be kind of a fancy Learjet here in a couple of years. But you got to let it simmer. I don't think you're going to see overnight success, at least immediate, for that organization there in the near term. Any other winners in your estimation? I'm curious your thoughts. Jacoby Myers going from Vegas to Jacksonville. I thought about this overnight, the last 24 hours or so. I just don't really buy into Trevor Lawrence. That's the biggest issue I have. I thought this was going to be a make or break year for him coming into the season. It's been more break than make there. And Duval, now Jacoby Myers, he's got 0 excuses. I think Parker Washington's going to primarily play out of the slot, and that's a boon for him. He had a big game last week, 8 catches on the 9 targets, mostly working outside, but he can be a reliable weapon in the short to intermediate field, so don't give up on him yet, fantasy fans. With Myers working more outside there in that offensive system, and of course, got Brian Thomas, so we see him with the ankle injury right now. Again, it seems like it's now or never for Trevor Lawrence, but I fear it's going to be more never than now. Am I wrong?
No, I agree. I mean, I have been if you're critical of Trevor Lawrence, then I'm just going to sound like a straight up hater. At some point last year, I called him, he's turning into the biggest bust since Jamarcus Russell. Now,
yeah,
obviously, he's not going to be out of the league next year, like not that level of bust, but the comparison of what we were promised Trevor Lawrence was going to be, a guy that was going to disrupt the AFC, take titles away from Patrick Mahomes, knock off the Bills, jump in front of the Ravens. I mean, we haven't seen anything close to that. Haven't seen anything close to that. He struggles with his accuracy. He can't throw the football at times. I remember last year, it was before he got hurt, basically he would scramble out of the pocket and the ball would just drop out of his hands. He has been a disappointment. And this year, he's been a little bit better than last year, but we were supposed to see a big jump forward with Liam Cohen now being his head coach, and we haven't seen that. I do like the trade for Jacoby Myers. It kind of came out of necessity once the Travis Hunter injury happened, so credit to the Jaguars for jumping on that. But yeah, I don't trust Trevor Lawrence, and so I don't think Jacksonville is poised to do anything of significance this year, let alone make the playoffs, because I don't believe in the quarterback.
Yeah, see an inaccuracy for him. Like he's quarterback 17 right now and adjusted completion percentage. And that's the area of concern that I have. I mean, he's got all the weapons around him. He should be in a system that obviously we've seen it before. They're in the same state. They're in the Sunshine State in Western Florida with Tampa. It can be effective if you have a competent signal caller under center. Trevor Lawrence ain't that guy. We thought he was going to be the new, blonde bomber. He's going to be having all these endorsement deals. He's a generational passer. Those descriptions were applied to him. And frankly, I believed in it because we saw the skill set there at Clemson. He was incredible. He was highly accurate at the collegiate level. It's just not carried over to the NFL. And, we're several years into this experiment, and I fear it never will. What about the Colts?
Brad, they had 6 points. They had 6 points at the end of the third quarter against the Raiders on Sunday. Now, give them credit for showing up and tearing it up in the fourth quarter. It's 6 points through the first 3 quarters against a defense that hasn't been able to stop most of anybody this year. So, it's frustrating at times to watch him because the size is there. He can use his legs. The arm strength is there, and he hasn't been able to put it together.
Yeah, it's a punchline. It really is. A really sad and sob story, to say the least. And I'm sick of investing in him for fantasy football devices. A team that I'm certainly invested in for fantasy football devices this year. Got a lot of shares of Jonathan Taylor. That couple of teams that I do have that stock in, they are ripping and roaring right now in the world of fake football. Even the Daniel Jones team, even though it's lousy, I got a nice little keeper option for next year. Rebirth, a renaissance. Resurrection of sorts, going from your neck of the woods there in the NYC to the Circle City, and he's exploded. And they're adding the defensive weapons. The Colts are going all in. Sauce Gardner, a key acquisition. He's in concussion protocol, so hopefully he'll be able to get out of that and get on the field. And they certainly had some issues on the back end. But let's cue it up this way. Indianapolis. Right now, the odds of them to win this year's Super Bowl at BetMGM, they're 12-1. Are you a willing investor? Would you fade or follow?
No, total fade. Maybe my brain has just been broken after I had to watch 6 years of Daniel Jones and basically every single snap that he played. I think you got the beginning of him, like the clock struck, maybe not midnight because they're still 7-2, and overall he's had a great season. I can't take it away from him. But the clock is nearing midnight for the Indianapolis Colts and Daniel Jones. He will turn into a pumpkin. They will not do anything. They will not win a playoff game this year. They'll probably still hang on to win the division because Houston's been so bad, and now C.J. Stroud is hurt, and we just said we don't believe in Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars, and the Colts have Jonathan Taylor. They've got a great offensive line. Lou Anarumo is doing a good job with the defense this year, so they'll probably win that AFC South because of how great of a start they got off to, but they've played an incredibly easy schedule. And just ask this. Forget about how great Jonathan Taylor's been because he's probably going to run away literally and metaphorically with the Offensive Player of the Year. Do you trust Daniel Jones to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs? Do you trust Daniel Jones to beat Josh Allen in the playoffs? I think the Ravens are going to end up winning the AFC North. Do you trust Daniel Jones to beat Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in the playoffs? The answer to all of those are no to me. And they're probably going to play one of those 3 teams in the divisional round if they hang on to one of the top 2 seeds, which I don't even think they will. So I think the Colts are destined to be a really, hang the banner. We were 7-1 through the first 2 months of the season. Hang that banner, okay? Because they're not winning a playoff game this year. And I think Daniel Jones is going to turn into a pumpkin when it matters most.
Yeah, and if things snowball like they did last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they were Casper the Friendly Ghost up front in the trenches, 5 sacks Daniel Jones had in that game. He was under intense heat and duress the entire time. That could be a major drag on the rest of the season profile as well. Let's work on another team here, the Seattle Seahawks. I think a team has been sleeping way too hard. I think a lot of people have been just kind of glossing over them. Maybe they're way up there in the great Northwest in Starbucks City, and people thinking, oh, yeah, they got rid of Sean Kemp, Gary Payton, an awesome Supersonics team. Make them pay, sports gods. But the Seahawks are the real deal Holyfield. A, they got the sickest throwback jerseys out there. B, Sam Darnold is still completing passes from the primetime showing against the Washington Commanders on Sunday, in which he started 17-17. C, they have arguably, at least as to see the table, the best wide receiver in the game in Jackson Smith and Jigba. And D, their defense is amazing. They are right now plus 550 to win the NFC and represent the Super Bowl. Would you fade or follow that?
I would fade it, but that's, again, we're saying, are they going to go to the Super Bowl? I would fade that, but I think they could be a team that pulls off an upset in the first round of the playoffs. Sam Darnold's proving last year it wasn't a fluke. I love the rejuvenation that we're seeing from him. Like you said about JSN, Mike McDonald's a hell of a head coach. Like when the Baltimore Ravens had the option to either, say John Harbaugh, Mike McDonald, John Harbaugh, Mike McDonald. They chose wrong. They should have said, Mike, you take our head coaching job. John, go off into greener pastures. Thanks for winning us a Super Bowl a decade ago. He's an unbelievable head coach, and that pass rush led by Leo Williams is phenomenal. So I don't think they can win the NFC, but they are a dangerous team right now for sure.
Look, I'm a buyer in the Seattle Seahawks. Again, I think they are flying a little bit under the radar right now. I think they are a team to reckon with. I think they are worth at least a sprinkle of action to get to the Super Bowl. Are they going to win the whole damn thing? No, I don't think they will. But they're certainly there in the conversation because of the defense. I know the offense gets all the accolades. You add Rashid Shaheed, can really blow off the top of any defenses out there. Is one of the fastest guys in the NFL with the best deep ball threats around. Hell of a complimentary weapon to JSN. And Torrey Horton, he blew up in the last game with a pair of touchdowns. He got the 1-2 punch at the ground there with Kenneth Walker the third and Zach Sharp. And even the tight ends are doing some damage on occasion with Elijah Arroyo there and A.J. Barner. I like the construct and what they bring to the table offensively. But again, defense wins championships. It may sound like a tired adage, but it applies to Seattle. They are number 1 right now in rush EPA defense. They are top 12 in dropback EPA defense. So you put those together overall. Oh, I'm no math major, but they're top 10 in overall defense. No matter what advanced analytic or no matter what superficial stats you look at, I think because of their balance, Pat, that is why I think they have more than a puncher's chance of making the Super Bowl in Santa Clara. And if they make it there, your boys could be rolling in some dough because, again, I grabbed them actually a couple of weeks ago at 8-1 to win the NFC. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to review our cards here momentarily. Give some additional thoughts, top of mind, whether the NBA, college basketball, or the NFL. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
If they were to hold the vote today, Josh Allen would not win the MVP. In fact, I think Drake May would probably win the MVP. And he's the second choice in the market at plus 450. But when you project it going forward, you have to favor Allen because Buffalo, while right now they are in second place in the AFC East, they are favored to have more wins than the New England Patriots. The Buffalo Bills' updated win total over at BetMGM is 12.5. Buffalo to be the AFC number 1 seed. We know how much the 1 seed is correlated with who wins the MVP from a quarterback standpoint. Buffalo's plus 125 to be the 1 seed. So from a team success standpoint, Josh Allen has the upper hand on Drake May. But from a stat standpoint, not so much. So the two nerdy stats that we always talk about for quarterbacks when it comes to deciding who's the MVP, EPA per play and QBR. EPA per play, expected points added per play, but we just shortened it out to EPA per play. Josh Allen's 5th in EPA per play, which is pretty good. You know, like you want to be kind of again like that top 5. Ideally, you want to be number 1 or number 2. That's where most MVPs end the season. But Josh Allen's 5th, no problem. It's November 5th. You don't need to worry about Josh Allen being 5th. QBR, Josh Allen's 11th. According to QBR, there have been 10 better quarterbacks than Josh Allen this season. Now, like QBR is not perfect. It's just ESPN's version of like a catch-all metric to determine who's playing the quarterback position well. And QBR is also very fluid. Like if Allen rips off 4 great games over the next month, he could definitely be right back into the top 3 of QBR. That is 100% a thing that can happen. But as it stands right now, he's just a little bit further off the pack than you would want your MVP guy to be. But as we project going forward and you look at Buffalo's schedule going forward, you have to favor Josh Allen. Like there's still another half of football to be played. And that's one thing to keep in mind with all of these awards. Guys, we're at the midway point. like the midway point of the season. Like this thing has a couple more twists and turns before we actually get home and find the eventual winner. But if you were going to handicap it like the sports books are doing, Josh Allen should be the guy that you have favored because of the schedule, the team success, and his overall pedigree as a former MVP. Now let's get to Drake May. Drake May is plus 450 over at BetMGM. The Patriots also have an easy schedule. Funny how that works in the AFC East. Their updated win total, though, 11.5 as opposed to the 12.5. They're plus 450 to be the 1 seed, which is so funny. Like you see Drake May's MVP price and the Patriots 1 seed price, literally the exact same thing. The betting market is telling you this is a correlated deal. Like if the Patriots get the 1 seed, this is your MVP. Like that's what they're telling you. So honestly, like if you love Drake May, I'd rather bet the 1 seed than bet the MVP for 2 different reasons. One, you get your money faster. The 1 seed bet cashes at the end of the regular season. The MVP bet doesn't cash until Super Bowl Honors Week or NFL Honors Week during Super Bowl, which is like 2 days prior to that. So you got to wait till February to cash that bad boy. And then 2, you don't have to deal with any of the voters. You don't have to sweat out what are the humans going to do. No, you're just going to bet them to be the 1 seed. Now, it doesn't have to work out that way. They could be the 2 seed and maybe he wins it. But based on the AFC and how these teams are kind of fitting together, I think your AFC East winner is probably going to be your 1 seed. And then the team that finishes in second is likely your 5 seed. I think that's where we're headed, kind of like that Minnesota-Detroit dynamic that we had last year in the NFC North. I think we have it this year in the AFC East. AFC East winner, 1 seed. AFC East second place, 5 seed. So to me, if you're really in love with Drake May, I'd rather just bet plus 450 to be the AFC 1 seed in New England as opposed to betting Drake May to win the MVP.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Puck comes out of the air by Ovechkin. There's Pittsburgh moving into the shot. Missed the net. Ovechkin
Oh, Ovechkin makes history. Goal number 900 of his career has finally happened. Congrats to him, one of the all-time greats in the National Hockey League. Shout out to TNT for that highlight rejoinder. Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you alongside Pat Boyle here on this Hump Day edition of the show. We're going to be reviewing our cards here momentarily. I'll give you a scoreboard update, all the action going on the hardwood. I can tell you this, folks. We're having a hell of a night so far, though a lot of my action on the card is yet to tip off. So probably going to donate it right back to the sports book. That's usually how it works. I was 3-0 last night in college basketball on the show. The heater is burning bright, and hopefully it's going to continue to run hot. So we're going to be breaking down our wagers again that we offered the masses earlier on the program, and view a couple other subjects here as well. For the reminder, phone lines remain wide ass open. If you want to talk a lot of fantasy football with us, if you want to talk sports betting or anything in the sports world on the top of your mind, don't be a wallflower. Pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have, let me go and shut this down, our pole dancing poll question today. It was asking you this: among the following NFL teams with plus odds to win their division, which one has the best shot? Your choices were the Seattle Seahawks at plus 150, the Detroit Lions at plus 125, the Denver Broncos at plus 125, or the New England Patriots at plus 135. Officially, we had 160 votes cast. Pat, what team do you think led the way?
I'm going to go Seahawks.
Oh, but it was so close. They were the silver medalists at 35.8%. The Lions led the way at 36.5%, followed by the New England Patriots, plus 135 at 17.5%. And off the podium, the Denver Broncos, plus 125 at 10.1%. Probably a lot of Chiefs fans out there. We had a comment from our own Brandon Combs, our executive producer and man working the board here on BetMGM tonight. Brando chimed in and said, with their schedule, the Patriots might not be the best team in their division, but they could absolutely finish with the best record. It's like Madden on rookie mode. So fading the Buffalo Bills and riding with the New England Patriots. Drake May having a sensational breakout year, and that team has also been better than advertised defensively. I think people underestimated the Denver Broncos as well. We're going to see in action tonight at plus 125. Let me ask you, Pat, am I cray-cray to think that Denver is going to take the AFC West? Because Kansas City seems to be getting right, but it seems also to be a case of 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
Yeah, I picked the Broncos to win the AFC West before the season started, so I feel really good about where they are at, despite the fact that the first 3 quarters of every game, they play like they don't know what the hell is going on. And the rest of their schedule is going to be super important to see if the Chiefs can come back and beat them. But, they'll play each other in 2 weeks from now, and then they play each other again on Christmas night. So ultimately, it's probably going to come down to those matchups. But Denver, even when they haven't been a good team in the past, they have found a way to either split with Kansas City or take them all the way down to the wire. Remember last year, the Chiefs blocked that field goal. Otherwise, Denver would have beaten them, despite the fact that early on in the season, we didn't think that they were maybe a great team. And so they play the Raiders, they play the Commanders, which now looks like an easy win without Jaden Daniels. They play the Raiders again in a couple of weeks, and they play the Jaguars and the Chargers at home. So a lot of winnable games left on their schedule. I think they end up holding off the Chiefs to win the AFC West. The only thing, unless, to stop that from happening, is if Kansas City sweeps them. That's the only chance I think they have now, because I think Denver's just got too many easy dubs left on the schedule.
Yeah, I totally agree. And a team, I know they have sleptwalked through the first three quarters of play, and that is a knock against them. But one of the things that people are underestimating about them, you already mentioned RJ Harvey earlier in the show, and I agree. He's being more utilized in red zone packages. I mean, he scored a touchdown, like 4 of his last 5 games, 3 of his last 4, something like that. And I do like your anytime touchdown call at the greater than 2-1 odds on Thursday Night Football against the hapless and hopeless Las Vegas Raiders. But J.K. Dobbins, man, what a revelation he has been. And I think a lot of people are overlooking his contributions on the field. He's got a pair of 100-yard games this season, appreciable yak per attempt. He's got the shimmy and shake and missing tackles as well. The offensive line is playing well. They got a lot of offensive balance. And honestly, one of the biggest winners of the trade deadline from a fantasy football perspective was not only Troy Franklin, but also Cortland Sutton, because the Broncos were rumored to be in the wide receiver market. George Patton said, hey, we're good. And, they're developing Pat Bryant. Where did he go to school? Oh, that's right. The ILL. He's steadily getting better, playing more and more snaps because he's an excellent run blocker. Like, I like the pieces of this Broncos team. People just really want to lean into the brand name. They're like, oh, yeah, the dynasty's still alive and well. Oh, yeah, it's Taylor Swift. Oh, it's Travis Kelce. Oh, it's Patrick Mahomes. Oh, they got Rashee Rice back. But the problem with Kansas City is they can't run the ball effectively. And they also have some leaky parts on the defensive end as well. I wouldn't be shocked if Kansas City got ousted in whatever their opening round matchup game is in the NFL postseason. I think the times are changing, and it could be the Broncos year, the AFC, or it could, and again, I'll say it again, could be New England's year. It could be not Baltimore, could be not Buffalo, could be not Kansas City, but fresh blood in the AFC, and sign me up.
Yeah, I hate to be the guy that trounces on the fresh blood here and wheels out the same 2 teams, same 3 teams in the mix, but I think we're getting a rematch for the AFC title game. I think it's going to be Bills Chiefs again. I'd be very wary of doubting Patrick Mahomes come January. We know that despite the struggles that he had on Sunday against Buffalo's worst game of the season, I still think he's the best quarterback on the planet. I think Josh Allen is maybe threatening to take that mantle away from him this year, especially because he won the MVP a season ago. But Kansas City has only just now gotten fully healthy over the last 2-3 weeks here. And look, Buffalo always beats them in the regular season. So can the Bills finally do it in January? That's left to be seen. I know Buffalo's got problems of their own. They can't stop the run. They didn't add anybody on the defensive side at the trade deadline. But, these are 2 guys that are proven performers. They play their best when it matters in January. And I'm expecting it to be Chiefs-Bills once again, even though, look, I wouldn't mind some fresh blood, Brad. I like the take. I still think it's going to be KC Buffalo again.
And that's not a hot take for the sake of sports talk radio. It's something I truly believe, but we're going to see how things shake out. We got miles to go before that is determined. All right, we got a few minutes left here. Let's go and get after with our cards tonight. How are your top 3 picks looking, mi amigo?
Looking really good. Let's start with the Boston Celtics, who are up 134-103 with a minute and a half to go. So you can cash that puppy. I said, look, if the game hadn't started, I loved the Cavs minus 11.5. They were up by 12 in the first 6 minutes of the ball game. They end up winning by 11. So if you did end up jumping on that, you lose by the hook. But the top 3 plays were the Celtics to cover. They are parking in cover town right now. And then it was Ja Morant under 21.5 points. That game's got a minute left to go in the third quarter against Houston. Ja Morant's got 13 points. So stay tuned. He could be up for a massive fourth quarter, but it's looking good right now. And then Victor Wembanyama over 39.5 points plus rebounds. That game tipping off in about 15 minutes against the Lake Show. So 1-0 for now. Could be 2-0 in the next 20 minutes, and then we'll see what Wemby does.
All right, great start for you there, mi amigo. Numero uno on my card. This game is about to tip off here in about 10 minutes. Had a same game parlay, Loyola Marymount, a -3.5, and the under on the all total 164.5 against Eastern Washington plus 102. Play number 2 is already tipped off, almost halftime. I had North Dakota State, the Bison, plus 3.5 on the road to UC Davis. They're up a deuce right now. Hopefully going to be able to hold this lead into the break. So that's looking good. And play numero trace, it's already cash. Same game parlay. You were on the C's. I was specifically on Jaylen Brown. I took him 25 plus points. He had 35 in just 25 minutes, ultra efficient. And then the kicker was 4+ assists. And he finished with 5 dimes. Winner, chicken dinner. Plus 124. So I'm also 1-0 with a shot. Oh, and unfortunately, Davis tied it at halftime. They're locked at 26, but I have another 20 minutes to go. Hopefully, North Dakota State can score the cover there. Hopefully, LMU will be able to cash on both legs of the same game parlay. Again, I went 3-0 last night in college basketball. The streak is extended now on the card to 4-0 with 2 games pending. So hopefully that heater continues to burn brightly. The other exciting development, our crew to cash tonight. I took Jaylen Brown 4+ assists. Again, that came home. Buddy Hield, it was what Pat has on the over 12.5 points. Kent State, Brando, are they still winning?
Yes, Ball State just missed a 50-yard field goal with 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. It's 13-10 Kent State.
Okay, so Kent State, they're clinging to a lead. He had them on the money line. And Monty on pace to hit the over in South Dakota State in Creighton. Pat, you had Buddy Hield. At the Warriors tipped yet? I don't think they have, right?
No, that game starts in 15 minutes.
Okay, so we got 15 minutes there. That is going to be pending on a 10-1 cash. So we're looking good as long as Buddy Hield can come through and Kent State doesn't cough it up in the end. Outstanding stuff. All right, I'm going to bid adieu. We're going to have a bonus time hour of BetMGM tonight. Pat, it was awesome working with you. We're going to run it back tomorrow on a Thursday edition of the show with some live dives as well on Thursday Night Football. Until then, adios, amigos. Don't let us down, Buddy Hield.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I heard a lot of people ranting and raving about how the Colts gave up 2 ones and that's too much for Sauce Gardner, blah, blah, blah. He's 25 years old. So you're willing to say his prime is done. He can't get anywhere close to the level that he was playing at a few years ago. 25 years old, going to be invigorated in a winning situation, one of the best teams in football. You don't think he's going to play better? I do. And the key to what you said right there, window. Whether you believe it's all passing, all rushing, it's more balanced nowadays. We know that. And when you have an elite running back, that can change everything. Oh, who won the Super Bowl last year? Oh, that's right. The team that Saquon put on his back. How many years is Jonathan Taylor going to play at this level? You're going to sit around and just, no, the value's not there. I don't like it. It's not enough value. And then he's not the guy that he used to be. And maybe that was your window before you found a quarterback that you had to pay. So I like it. I like the aggressiveness. Good on them, man. It's not like these teams at the top of the AFC are unbeatable. They've proven that because they're playing just as well as some of them. I was going to mention Eagles plus 8.5. It's a lowish total. It's close to the mid 40s, I guess, 44.5, 45. But getting the Eagles plus 8.5, even though it's at Lambeau, I like that one. How about you?
I thought you were going to lead us to the Patriots at first, and then you mentioned the trades, and I was like, "Oh, Philly, okay, makes sense."
I got that too.
I mean, New England from plus 2.5 to plus 8.5 in Tampa seems to be a decent wager. We like Tampa, relatively speaking, but Tampa's always in close games for the most part. And New England has an offense that, has a lot of stability there. I don't think you're going to shut that down. So when you look at the Bucs games this year in terms of games that they've won handily, name one. Okay, the Saints, 23-3. Got it. Yep, that's one.
Saints.
And then every other game is close, including the first 4 wins by 3, by 1, by 2, by 3. So I don't know that there's a likelihood that Tampa blows them out. I mean, New England could win the game outright, obviously. The Lions only 2.5, but I thought for sure you were going to say New England up. I like Philly, though. I said yesterday I like Philly in the game, let alone in a teaser. So I agree with you on that one, too.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hey-o! Welcome into the final hour of BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Pat Boyle, filling in for Ryan Horvat today and tomorrow. We just bid adieu to Brad Evans, and so we'll be running it back tomorrow starting at 7 p.m. Eastern for another 4-hour extravaganza. We'll get you set everything you need to know for Broncos and Raiders on Thursday Night Football. We got a hell of an NBA slate that is going down right now, 11 games in total. The Knicks, my New York Knicks, putting the clamps on Anthony Edwards, putting the hammer down on Julius Randle in his return to the Garden. Big night tonight for the New York Knicks as they are finishing off a win over the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then in just 10 minutes from now, it's Victor Wembanyama, it's Luka Doncic, it's the Lakers and the Spurs. And in my opinion, those are the two guys that are going to finish 1 and 2 in the MVP voting this year. So a massive game coming up. But as we discussed in the first hour, if you've got YouTube TV, which I just did purchase 2 weeks ago, you are SOL because of the greedy billionaire monopolists that operate within this country. Okay. We'll get back to the basketball in a little bit, but something that Brad and I talked about earlier in the show that I want to hit back on here is the biggest news of the day in the NFL, and that is Kyler Murray is going on injured reserve with the foot sprain that has caused him to miss the last 3 games, and Jacoby Brissett has come in, and he has dealt. He has been cooking. The Cardinals just dominated the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. They were competitive, 4-point loss in the loss to the Colts, 4-point loss in the loss to the Green Bay Packers, where they had a chance to win it on the final drive. It became abundantly clear Jacoby Brissett was the better option at quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals. And then we found out today the news that Kyler Murray is going on IR. So he's going to miss the next 4 games. Let me just tell you to read between the lines here. Let me clear this up for you guys. If you don't think this means that it's the end of Kyler Murray in Arizona, I don't know what to tell you. You're blind, you're delusional, you're holding out hope for whatever you think might be in the future for Kyler Murray, he's done. He's played his last snap as an Arizona Cardinal. He is cooked. He is toast. He is not going to suit up again unless Jacoby Brissett gets hurt or if somehow Jacoby Brissett just starts playing terribly, which you wouldn't get the inclination that's going to happen over the last 3 games. And so, look, when it comes to the last 7 years with Kyler Murray in Arizona, this was a guy that was on the MVP watch in his second year in the league. The Cardinals got off to a 6-0 start. Everything was going well. And then at the time, Cliff Kingsbury, the head coach, they fell apart. And since then, it's been losing season after losing season. Last year, they had a chance to make the playoffs, and they folded down the stretch because of poor quarterback play from Kyler Murray and a fraudulent defense. This year, Kyler Murray was never really good from the start. They were lucky to get wins over the Saints and the Panthers, which, by the way, they were up by like 20 points against Carolina and then tried to blow that game. And Kyler Murray has just been a shell of himself. I mean, he has regressed. Now, it's unfortunate that maybe in the prime of his career, he suffered that torn ACL in 2022. Then he was forced to miss the first half of the season in 2023. He has not been the same kind of dual threat quarterback that he once was since that ACL injury. And that's unfortunate and that's tough. That's part of sports though, right? I mean, we see that all the time. In a world right now where I think it's fair that we're comparing Jaden Daniels to RG3 because tremendous rookie season. With RG3, it was a career-changing, devastating knee injury. With Jaden Daniels, it's been a hamstring, it's been a knee, now it's the left elbow. But you're seeing a similar trajectory. I think Jaden Daniels is awesome, and if he's able to be healthy next year, he could very well take the Commanders back to the playoffs. With Kyler Murray, he just has not been the same player since that torn ACL. He also he's never had the strongest arm. He's 5'10", which, look, as a guy that's 5'11", and I tell people I'm 6 feet, I love to lie about my height. I like to say I'm 6 feet, but it's clear that he has had some struggles this year in throwing the football to the point where the relationship with Marvin Harrison Jr. pretty quickly deteriorated. And then you see Marvin Harrison Jr. with Jacoby Brissett throwing him the football on Monday, and he looks like the all-pro receiver that a lot of people thought that he could be. And it's the reason that the Cardinals drafted him number 4 overall. I promise you, if Kyler Murray played on Monday night against the Cowboys, Marvin Harrison Jr. is not getting the target share. He's not having the big night that he had. 7 catches for 96 yards and a touchdown. So that's first and foremost. The offense has just quite literally and obviously been so much better with Jacoby Brissett than Kyler Murray. And that's the reason why Jacoby Brissett's going to be the starter. And he's going to remain the starter. Kyler Murray might have a chance to rejuvenate his career elsewhere, right? We saw it happen with Sam Darnold. We saw it happen with Geno Smith. We've seen it happening this year with Daniel Jones. And there will be teams that will be desperate for a quarterback next year. And maybe Kyler Murray can be great elsewhere. Maybe he can reclaim the play and the player that he was in 2020 with the Arizona Cardinals in the first half of 2021. But I don't think it's happening in Arizona. He couldn't get the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. That's your number 1 target. Anytime you have that disconnect between the quarterback and the number 1 receiver, that's an issue. That is a problem. I question Kyler Murray as a leader to the point where when he got paid a couple of years ago by the Cardinals and they gave him nearly $50 million a year, they literally had to put a clause in his contract that he has to study and watch film more for a certain amount of hours. Right? It's like the worst kept secret. The guy loves playing Call of Duty and wasn't doing his job as the quarterback of the football team, as the leader, as the alpha male that he needed to be. And so once we found that out, you get the sense Kyler Murray wasn't the leader that he was supposed to be. And you have this Cardinals team over the last couple of years. They have turned over the coaching staff. Jonathan Gannon, a defensive-minded guy, but Drew Petzing now the offensive coordinator. And it's an offense that has Trey McBride, who's a top 3 tight end in football, Marvin Harrison Jr., who I spoke about, and an offensive line that's decent. And yet it just wasn't working. It wasn't clicking. So he gets injured a couple of weeks ago with the foot sprain. Jacoby Brissett comes in to play the Colts. He does really well. And mind you, by the way, Kyler Murray's last game as a starter was the epic meltdown against the Tennessee Titans, where everybody wants to blame Amari DiMercato for dropping the football before the goal line. Hey, can Kyler Murray put a drive together against the terrible Titans defense to make sure you don't collapse in that game? No, he couldn't. And so his leadership has never been great. His ability to throw the football this year has been very underwhelming. I mean, in the 5 games he started, he threw for 962 yards. That's less than 200 yards per game, 6 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. And again, part of the reason why Kyler Murray was special in the beginning of his career was the ability to use his legs, the ability to be a dual threat. Teams don't fear Kyler Murray running anymore. They're not scared by him. They're not intimidated by him. This is a guy that ran for over 800 yards and 11 touchdowns as a quarterback in his second year. He hasn't even come close to eclipsing 600 yards in the past 5 seasons since. And again, the torn ACL is part of that. But it became clear Kyler Murray's not the best option at quarterback. Okay, so how does this make sense, though, that he's hurt, though, right? He's going on injured reserve. Let me take you back to earlier in the week where Jonathan Gannon told reporters that Kyler Murray might dress and might operate in some role as the backup, even though he's not 100% ready to go to be the starter. How do we get from there and seeing practice highlights, practice clips, him on the practice field last week, going through drills, looking good, certainly not looking like a guy that has to go on injured reserve and miss the next 4 weeks? How do we get from there to then, well, he's close, he's up in the air, he might be ready to go for Monday night, to then he might be able to operate as the backup, to now injured reserve 4 weeks? Like, he's not coming back minimum now until week 14. That is the Cardinals telling you, we have no plans of playing this guy. We don't care if he's healthy, if he's 100% healthy or close. He's not our quarterback anymore. This is a benching in just about every sense of the word, other than the title of injured reserve that he's going to be placed on. The Cardinals are benching Kyler Murray. He is done. There is no point in going back to him. And I got news for you. If Jacoby Brissett stumbles and falls and the Cardinals don't get back into the mix in the playoff race, there's no point in going back to Kyler Murray anyway once he comes off injured reserve, because your season will be done. At that point, you might as well get a look at Keaton Slovis, who's their backup right now. So I don't think no matter what happens over the next 4 games, if Jacoby Brissett continues this great play and the Cardinals get back to 500, if Jacoby Brissett gets hurt, if Jacoby Brissett stinks and the Cardinals fall to 4-8, Kyler Murray's not playing another snap this year as the Cardinals quarterback. And then in the offseason, what they should do is they should trade him. That would be the easiest option. And Kyler Murray, if they do trade him and they find a suitor for him in the offseason, a trade before June 1st means the Cardinals have to take on a $17.9 million cap hit. That's not terrible. It's obviously not what you want, but it's not terrible. If they're able to trade him after June 1st, right, in a similar situation to what the Falcons wanted to do with Kirk Cousins, and they didn't have a trade suitor because Kirk Cousins still has a boatload of money still left on his contract. If we get to training camp next year and Kyler Murray's just kind of a lame duck on the Cardinals roster, but you know they're waiting for a trade suitor, they're going to see what other teams do in the draft first, then maybe orchestrate a trade for him once before training camp starts, which is very possible. Then it's only a $10 million dead cap hit next year. That's really good. That's really good for a guy that you paid $230.5 million to just a couple of years ago. And even if they can't find a trade suitor, I think they're just going to cut him. I think they will cut him. And yeah, it's going to be a sizable dead cap hit. If they cut him after June 1st, it's going to cost him $50 million next year, just in dead money, right? Like, that's on the Cardinals' books in the salary cap, which the salary cap is going to be around $280 million in the National Football League next year. $50 million is sitting there in just Kyler Murray's contract, and he's off the team. I think the Cardinals will be willing to take that, because at this point, I don't think they want him on the roster. I don't think they have any plans for him. And look, has it gotten to the point where he is openly smack-talking the organization? Like, has he been a bad teammate? Not from anything that I've heard, not from any of the reports that I've seen out of Arizona. But again, this is a guy that they had to put in his contract. You have to study and watch more film. That should kind of tell you everything you need to know about what Kyler Murray's commitment is to football, where you have to be knowing everything inside and out about your team, about the defense you're playing. And Kyler Murray showed us at an early point in his career, he wasn't willing to do that. And so I don't think he's playing a snap the rest of the year. I think he's played his last snap as a Cardinal. They're going to try to trade him. If they can't find a trade suitor, I think they're going to cut him and they're going to eat the $50 million, which is going to be unfortunate for Arizona, a team that's kind of in purgatory right now. They're on a stacked NFC West. They've lost 5 games this year, all by 4 points or fewer. They could easily be over 500. But they're a team that's in purgatory. They're not bad enough to tank. They've got a young head coach that may or may not have been on the hot seat a couple of weeks ago. They've got a young roster that has 2 studs in weapons in Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr., but you don't get the sense that the Cardinals are good enough right now to make a push for the playoffs. And so what do? You got to look for your next quarterback. And Jacoby Brissett's done a nice job, but the option, the future under center for the Cardinals is not on this roster right now. And having Kyler Murray come back for the 2026 season is just delaying the inevitable. It's delaying the inevitable, which is you're not a playoff team. You're not good enough to win, but you're just good enough to not have a top 5 or maybe even a top 10 draft pick in the NFL. So it's an unfortunate situation. You're seeing it play out right in front of our very eyes. But just let's be real about what's happening right now in Arizona. Kyler Murray is probably healthy enough to play, and the Cardinals are just straight up benching him and putting him on injured reserve, so there's not even any confusion. There's no debate. There's no controversy about whether or not he's going to play again. It's a tough situation. It's a tough one, but you never really got the sense over the last 3 years that Kyler Murray was ever going to do anything. I think it's, at the risk of sounding harsh, I think he's wasted talent. And the Cardinals were never going to win anything with him. They were never going to win anything with him. The Rams, even when Stafford moves on, they're a great organization. The Niners, tremendous organization that does nothing but win. And now look at the Seahawks. Whether it's Sam Darnold in the next 2 years or another quarterback, they've got a great head coach. They got a great defense. The only way the Cardinals get up the ranks in the NFC West and make themselves a legit playoff contender is by going to a different quarterback. Okay, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll get Brandon Combs in the mix, the tremendous producer of this program. Brandon and I will play a little hot and cold. We'll keep you posted on what's going on in the NBA. We'll keep you posted on the Lakers and the Spurs, as well as the other games that are finishing up right now. It is a jam-packed Wednesday night here on BetMGM tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Favorite that I like the best is going to be Texas Tech, laying 10 against BYU. I think this is a smash spot for Texas Tech. Baron Morton, their quarterback, played last week against Kansas State, looked very good. When Morton has been in the lineup for Texas Tech, they've won every game by at least 23 points. They have been super dominant. They have the best defense in the Big 12. They have the best team in the Big 12. And BYU's done this the last couple of years, man. You know, where all these lines, it's like a line like this, where it looks like you should bet Texas Tech, and then BYU covers, and a lot of the times they win outright. But much like last season when BYU was undefeated, we got to this point where they played Kansas late in the year, and BYU lost at home, and their season kind of unraveled. I think the same thing happened Saturday. They lose, they don't cover against Texas Tech, and then their season starts to unravel. So I like the Red Raiders minus 10 on Saturday against BYU. How about the underdog I like the best? Tulane on Friday night against Memphis. Give me the Green Wave plus 4.5. We've been talking about this game the last couple days, and it's very similar line movement to what we were seeing at a USC and Nebraska. We talked about on Monday, bet now Tulane plus 7. Just like the previous Monday, we talked about Nebraska plus 7. Then it moves down to 6.5. Memphis Tulane moved down to 6.5. And then we came in middle of the week, and USC was down to a 4.5-point favorite. And look where we are now, where Memphis is a 4.5-point favorite. It's literally been the same line movement in Memphis Tulane that we saw last week with Nebraska and USC. And what happened? USC won by 4. Nebraska covered the game. I could see the same thing. Tulane wins outright. Memphis wins by a field goal, or they win by 4 points. I think this is going to be a close game. Tulane got smashed last week against UTSA on the road. I think they bounced back. Memphis is a good team right now. If the playoffs started today, they would be the group of 5 representative as the 12 seed. But Tulane, with Jake Retzloff at quarterback, John Summerall, a very good head coach, and their defense, I think, steps up. I think Tulane is absolutely live in this game, and I think they cover the 4.5. The total, the over that I like the best this week is going to be over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. I think this game is going to be a shootout because I don't think Navy's going to be able to stop Notre Dame. The Irish are favored by 26.5 points in this game. I think the Irish score in the mid to high 40s, and I also think Navy is probably going to score about 14 to 17 points as well. I see this game being like 45-17, 48-14, somewhere in that range, but I think the combined score is going to be in the 60s. So at 56.5, I like the over. That Notre Dame offense with those athletes and those studs and Jeremiah Love and Jatarian Price going to be way too much for Navy to deal with. And then on the flip side, I think Navy's going to be able to score their points because even though the Irish do face Navy just about every other year, they do see the wishbone every year, it's still a little bit tough to prepare for. So I like over 56.5 in Navy and Notre Dame. The under that I like the best is going to be Texas A&M, Missouri, under 48.5. We were just talking about A&M with Preston, and the last time we saw them, they looked really good in that second half against LSU. Think about this. A&M's played 3 road games so far this season. They've scored at least 40 points in all of those road games. Here they are on the road again on Saturday against Missouri, and this total is only at 48.5. I think that's very telling. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be a game that's played in like the low 20s, like a 24-17, 24-20 kind of game. Missouri's quarterback, Bo Prabula, got hurt in the Vandy game, but they had a bye last week, so I think a lot of people forgot about that. The backup is going to be in, who doesn't have a lot of career experience. Mizzou's going to try and lean on Ahmad Hardy, and I don't think he's going to find much running room in this game against A&M's defense. And then on the flip side, Missouri's got a very good defense, especially when they're at home. I think they'll be able to keep A&M in check a little bit. They're very good against mobile quarterbacks. I think this is a low-scoring game. I like under 48.5 in A&M and Missouri.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to the show. Pat Boyle with you here in for Ryan Horvath tonight. Brad Evans and I will be back for another 4 hours of sports talk tomorrow night. We'll have Raiders Broncos going on, more basketball games, more hockey, more college hoops. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now? And by the way, just reviewing some of our bets that we made earlier in the show. The Celtics cover, that's a win for me. Ja Morant goes under. He finishes at 17 points and another blowout loss for the Grizzlies. So that's 2-0. And Victor Wembanyama is already off to a good start. 4 minutes in to the game between the Spurs and the Lakers. Spurs are up 10-5. Wemby's already got 2 points and 2 rebounds. So we are firing on all cylinders. Let's get our guy, Brandon Combs, the best Irishman in the Windy City, back up here on the show. Let's do a little hot or cold. Brandon, without further ado, let's just get right into it, brother. What do you got for me?
Best Irishman in the Windy City. There are some people listening to us right now on 670 The Score on the south side of Chicago. They're going to try to beat me up when I see him in the bar this weekend. So thanks for that, Pat. I appreciate that.
Wait a minute. Is that a regular occurrence for you in the bar this weekend? Haven't you learned? You've got kids. You're on your third marriage, and you're still going out every weekend. I give you a lot of credit, man. That's risky stuff.
Well, this weekend's different. I've got a buddy of mine who happens to be Chicago police. He got promoted to sergeant this week, so we're gonna go out and we're gonna celebrate that. So
Oh,
the wife will be with
Brandon
me.
and his cop buddies, they're going to go out on the town and a night of debauchery and knowing that you can do whatever you want. You can pull a Mark Sanchez and probably get away with it.
Yeah. That's kind of the point. That's kind of the point of having police friends.
Don't stumble into any alleys and try to tell people where they can and can't park. It might not end well.
No, probably not. Probably not a thing. But all right, let's get to hot or cold here before we get ourselves in trouble on Chicago airwaves. All right, hot or cold, Jaden Daniels is RG3.
Hot. It's hot, man. And you know what? My damn sign keeps going out. Give me 1 second here, Brandon.
Oh boy.
There you go.
You
My
get
neon
skylights.
sign that I got in the background. You know, you pay money for things. I got the sign, the heyo, which is my catchphrase, which I think maybe doesn't show up so well on the camera, but you pay $100 for things and it just doesn't work. You pay money
It just
for
kind of looks like your
streaming
wall's
services.
on fire.
Is that what it looks like?
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, we got to have proper lighting in here. People got to be able to see these blue eyes. But Jaden Daniels is RG3. Look, I'm going to go hot. And his career could still end up with a Super Bowl. It could end up with an MVP. I think Jaden Daniels, when he's on the field, he's electric, right? What he's able to do with his legs. He throws the ball pretty damn well, despite having an offensive line that can't block. Scary Terry, might as well put him on a milk carton this year. Like Jaden Daniels, when he's played this year, he's been good. That's the problem, though. We knew going into his NFL career last year, this is a guy that is skinny. He's got to learn how to slide, or he's got to get out of bounds. And still, he takes too many unnecessary hits. He doesn't slide. He puts himself in harm's way, and it's resulted in 3 injuries. And you can call any one of those injuries fluke injuries, right? He didn't get hurt against the Cowboys trying to run. He got sacked, and kind of a weird way that he landed up on his hamstring, and he hurt his hamstring. But the other night against in the blowout loss against Seattle, one, he had no business being in the game. Like, that's 100% on Dan Quinn, and Dan Quinn took responsibility for it. What are you doing down 38-7, trying to roll out and run for a touch, roll the ball, or throw the ball away? And so it's been a struggle of a season for Jaden Daniels, and I don't think he's going to play again the rest of the year. So, look, it's going to be tough to slow comparisons between him and RG3, but for right now, I'd say Jaden Daniels is RG3. I'd say that's hot.
Yeah, look, when you exactly what you just said, right? And the one thing I disagree with what you just said was the Dan Quinn thing. Like, if I'm up 35-7, then sure, my quarterback should come out of the game. But if I'm down 35-7, my quarterback's playing. And if he takes off and runs, that's on him. But that's the thing with Jaden Daniels, is that it's his instinct. His instinct is to take off and run when the pocket collapses. That's what he does, and that's what makes him so dynamic when he's actually in there and when he's healthy. So he takes off and he runs and he gets an unfortunate injury, but that's the part that makes him RG3, right? Like, that's the part that makes it to where you look at this guy and you question whether or not he can stay healthy. And the fact that he's doing it in the same uniform that RG3 was doing it in, it makes it even a little bit more scary, right? So for me personally, I think he's RG3. I really do. I think this is going to be a sad situation because I love Jaden Daniels. I love watching this kid play ball. I wish he could stay healthy. I just don't think he's going to be able to.
I agree. And I hope that this year is the only year that he's got these kind of injuries into all, like, 3 different body parts: knee, hamstring, elbow. I hope he stays healthy because he's awesome when he's on the field. He's a borderline top 10 quarterback. I think people get a little carried away with the dream run they had last year, but he's still an awesome quarterback. I hope he can stay healthy, but he's got to learn to change his game, man. Like, slide, stop taking so many unnecessary hits. If it gets to the point where they got to run him a little bit less, then that's going to be the case, and he's going to have to become a better pocket passer. But yeah, it's been an unfortunate, very frustrating season in Washington.
All right, let's go with this one. There is more parity in the NFL than ever before. Hot or cold?
I'll go with cold. I feel like we have this conversation every year, right? There's always a logjam between teams that are wild card contenders and teams that are fringe playoff contenders. But like, if we're saying there's more parity than ever before, that means the Chiefs still aren't one of the best teams in football. And I know they're 5-4. Like, who are you kidding if you don't think the Chiefs are going to be making a deep run? I do. I'm not going to be one of these guys that says, oh, Mahomes and the Chiefs, their days are done. Their days are numbered. No, they've got way too much talent. Mahomes is still the best quarterback on the planet. Josh Allen and the Bills, for the shortcomings they've had this year, they're going to be in the AFC title game. That's my opinion. And even though the Ravens got off to a disastrous start, I still think they win the AFC North. So you still got those three big players that everybody thought before the season was going to be the three best teams in the AFC. And despite Baltimore's slow start, again, I think they'll make the playoffs. I think it's going to be Chiefs-Bills again in the AFC Championship game. So hard to say there's more parity than ever before when I still think the greats in the AFC are still going to be there when the dust settles. NFC, sure. I mean, it's more open, but the Eagles are still at the top, which is where they've been for the last couple of years. The Niners are still a great team despite all the injuries they've had. The Rams, who won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago, are still one of the best teams in the NFC. So I'll say cold there. I don't think there's more parity than ever before.
Well, I'm looking at the standings, right? And you've got three teams that have 7 wins. You have 9 teams that have 6 wins and 8 teams that have 5 wins. Like, that's a lot of parity in the NFL. Like, when you're starting to look at this, and I'm one of those ones that before the season, I was not high on the Kansas City Chiefs this season. I thought this was the season that they would actually take a step back. And at 5-4, I know a lot of people still want to say, oh, they look great. They've beaten one team with a winning record this year. They have not looked great. Yes, they went on a run, but they went on a run versus bad teams. And when you put them up against good teams, like you showed against the Buffalo Bills, they didn't win the game. The Buffalo Bills won that game, and they won that game pretty handily. I know the score was only a 7-point game, but that was more than a 7-point win by the Buffalo Bills in that game. I don't know that the Kansas City Chiefs are still that team, and I think that they started to take that step back last year. And yes, I know they were in the Super Bowl, but look at what happened to them in the Super Bowl and how they got demolished. They were kind of that team all year long last year, where they weren't blowing teams out. They were taking that step back. They weren't scoring. They didn't score 30 points in a single game until they got into the playoffs. So I felt like they had started to take that step back. I still think that they're there. I think when you're looking at the Indianapolis Colts as being one of the teams with the best records, and the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos and the Philadelphia Eagles, when you start looking at these teams with the best records in the NFL, you have to start talking about parity, because these are the teams that are right now showing that they are better than teams like the Kansas City Chiefs and the Green Bay Packers and the teams that we're used to seeing being at the top of this list, the Buffalo Bills, teams that have been there over the last 4 or 5 years. So I really do think that the parity conversation right now is, I don't know the last time that we've seen this big of a logjam where 14 or 15 teams are just sitting there with about the same record through the first 10 weeks of the NFL season.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're halfway through, right? Give us another 9 weeks here, and it's probably going to be 80% of the same playoff field as last year. I don't know if you'd be able to call that an incredible amount of parity.
Okay. We'll see. You're wrong, I'm right. That's just how we play this game. All right. Let's go to this one. Let's go over to the NBA. Victor Wembanyama, Wemby, as people love to call him, is unquestionably the new face of the NBA. Hot or cold?
I'll say hot. I mean, the part of what makes him such a transcendent, mythical figure is his 7'5" stature, the fact that he can shoot threes, and he gets 4 or 5 blocks on any given night. Last year we were having this conversation. Anthony Edwards, is he the new face of the NBA? So many people wanted him desperately to be that, and he was like, "Look, I just want to hoop, man. I just want to ball." And what happened? Did Anthony Edwards, did the Timberwolves make the Western Conference Finals? No, they didn't. So SGA. He was the MVP. He's the finals MVP. How many people would tell you he's the face of the league right now? Probably not many. Jokic is the best player on the planet. I don't think he's the face of the NBA as great as he is. I think Wembanyama this year, we will say more, like if you ask, and here's the kicker. Here is how you know. If you ask any 10-year-old or just anybody that's like not of grown age, who is the first name they can think of when they think of a current NBA player? I think by the end of this year, and probably already now, more than 50% would say Victor Wembanyama. I think he has already surged his way to superstar transcendent status. So, yeah, I think he's the new face of the NBA.
Yeah, look, when you look at Wemby, and I'm probably going to catch a lot of heat for saying this, but there have been guys like Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Steph Curry. These are guys that you look at, and man, these are transcendent players. These are guys that kind of changed rules. When you're talking about Michael Jordan, they changed rules because of Jordan. When you're talking about, I guess they kind of changed rules with LeBron James too, with now all the steps that you can take and all the flops that you can take. And then you look at Steph Curry with the way that he shoots the three and the depth in which he can do it. It's insane, right? But when I look at Victor Wembanyama, man, I don't know that we've seen a guy like this that can shoot like this at this size since Wilt Chamberlain. I don't know that we've seen this since Wilt. And I'm not comparing, don't get me wrong, I'm not comparing Wemby to Wilt. I'm not saying that Wemby is Wilt, because Wilt to me is top 3 all time. When I look at Victor Wembanyama, I just think that he is that type of freakish athlete with the, being a 7-footer, a guy that can shoot from 3, a guy that can get in the lane, the defense that he plays with, the rebounding that he can do. We're looking at a guy who can consistently put up 20 and 20. Like, that's insane to me. And so I look at him, and I just don't know that we've seen this since Wilt.
No, and I think that every game that he plays in right now is must watch. And I think you're going to see the Spurs continue to get put on national TV because of his star power. So, we're on the same page here.
All right, let's go over to baseball. We're both big baseball guys. The Dodgers are what every team should strive to be. Hot or cold?
That's an easy one. That's an easy hot. Everybody wants their owner to spend $1 billion and say, yeah, sure, you want us to pay you a couple $1 million a year now, and we'll pay you $50, $60, $65 million in 15 years from now? Sure, no problem. We'll stop at no cost to try to win championships. Every fan, and there's a lot of people that hate the Dodgers because they're becoming the new evil empire. I think they already are. I think the Dodgers are the new evil empire. They're what the Yankees were in the late 90s, early 2000s, and that they've got one of the richest payrolls. They've got an owner that will stop at nothing. They assemble the world's best players, and then they stop at nothing to win. And I think that's what the Dodgers have become. Every fan in baseball would be lying right now if they told you that's what they want. They didn't want their team to be.
I absolutely agree. And I think that you listen to some of these fans out here that, the Dodgers are ruining baseball, and all these old heads that think that the Dodgers and the way that they're spending money is ruining the game. It's actually transcending the game. It's what every team can do. They're not doing anything different than any other team in what they can do. This Dodgers team was fun to watch in the World Series. This Dodgers team was not dominant in the regular season. And when you start talking about their payroll doesn't equal championships. Roster construction does. Payroll doesn't equal the fact that just because you have the top payroll doesn't mean you're going to win the World Series. As a matter of fact, in the last 7 of the last 10 World Series champions have been from a payroll that have been either 5th or lower in the league. As a matter of fact, 2017, you had a team that was 17th in payroll win the World Series. Payroll does not equal championships.
I agree. And then, you got the Pirates owners and the Reds owners will tell you, we just can't afford to put a team like that together. BS. Maybe you can't afford to have a $350 million payroll, but you sure as hell need to start spending more money. All right, when we come back, we'll close out the show. Boyle's Beef, a couple of things that really irked me over the last 24 hours in sports. Plus, we'll keep you posted on what's going on right now in the Spurs-Lakers game and the rest of the NBA and the rest of sports. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. This is the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
polled the vote today, Josh Allen would not win the MVP. In fact, I think Drake May would probably win the MVP. And he's the second choice in the market at plus 450. But when you project it going forward, you have to favor Allen because Buffalo, while right now they are in second place in the AFC East, they are favored to have more wins than the New England Patriots. The Buffalo Bills' updated win total over at BetMGM is 12.5. Buffalo to be the AFC number 1 seed. We know how much the 1 seed is correlated with who wins the MVP from a quarterback standpoint. Buffalo's plus 125 to be the 1 seed. So from a team success standpoint, Josh Allen has the upper hand on Drake May. But from a stat standpoint, not so much. So the two nerdy stats that we always talk about for quarterbacks when it comes to deciding who's the MVP, EPA per play and QBR. EPA per play, expected points added per play, but we just shortened it out to EPA per play. Josh Allen's 5th in EPA per play, which is pretty good. You know, like you want to be kind of in like that top 5. Ideally, you want to be number 1 or number 2. That's where most MVPs end the season. But Josh Allen's 5th. No problem. It's November 5th. You don't need to worry about Josh Allen being 5th. QBR, Josh Allen's 11th. According to QBR, there have been 10 better quarterbacks than Josh Allen this season. Now, like, QBR is not perfect. It's just ESPN's version of like a catch-all metric to determine who's playing the quarterback position well. And QBR is also very fluid. Like if Allen rips off 4 great games over the next month, he could definitely be right back into the top 3 of QBR. That is 100% a thing that can happen. But as it stands right now, he's just a little bit further off the pack than you would want your MVP guy to be. But as we project going forward and you look at Buffalo's schedule going forward, you have to favor Josh Allen. Like there's still another half of football to be played. And that's one thing to keep in mind with all of these awards. Guys, we're at the midway point. like the midway point of the season. Like this thing has a couple more twists and turns before we actually get home and find the eventual winner. But if you were going to handicap it like the sports books are doing, Josh Allen should be the guy that you have favored because of the schedule, the team success, and his overall pedigree as a former MVP. Now let's get to Drake May. Drake May is plus 450 over at BetMGM. The Patriots also have an easy schedule. Funny how that works in the AFC East. Their updated win total, though, 11.5 as opposed to the 12.5. They're plus 450 to be the 1 seed, which is so funny. Like you see Drake May's MVP price and the Patriots 1 seed price, literally the exact same thing. The betting market is telling you this is a correlated deal. Like if the Patriots get the 1 seed, this is your MVP. Like that's what they're telling you. So honestly, like if you love Drake May, I'd rather bet the 1 seed than bet the MVP for 2 different reasons. One, you get your money faster. The 1 seed bet cashes at the end of the regular season. The MVP bet doesn't cash until Super Bowl Honors Week or NFL Honors Week during Super Bowl, which is like 2 days prior to that. So you got to wait till February to cash that bad boy. And then 2, you don't have to deal with any of the voters. You don't have to sweat out what are the humans going to do. No, you're just going to bet them to be the 1 seed. Now, it doesn't have to work out that way. They could be the 2 seed and maybe he wins it. But based on the AFC and how these teams are kind of fitting together, I think your AFC East winner is probably going to be your 1 seed. And then the team that finishes in second is likely your 5 seed. I think that's where we're headed, kind of like that Minnesota-Detroit dynamic that we had last year in the NFC North. I think we have it this year in the AFC East. AFC East winner, 1 seed. AFC East second place, 5 seed. So to me, if you're really in love with Drake May, I'd rather just bet plus 450 to be the AFC 1 seed in New England as opposed to betting Drake May to win the MVP.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to Bet Oil. I'll be with you guys again tomorrow, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, along with North Huevos, Brad Evans, Holmes, the whole crew here as we are Friday. All right, let's finish off by 5th. And I want to let you know, you fellow Americans, North Americans, humans across the planet, because you can listen anywhere on the Odyssey app. Those that celebrate, it is officially holiday season. That's right. I'm one of those guys. It is not too early to put up your Christmas tree, Christmas lights, your decorations. Mine will be going up this week. So it is never too early. Do not let anybody tell you when and where and how quickly you can start celebrating the holidays. Let's just stop eating on the fun. Okay? So it's a 50 season. You can put up the lights, you can put up the tree. All right, that being said, let's close the show with what I like to call Boyle's beef. Things that really, really irk me. And there's been a couple of things here over the last 24 hours. If Doomsday's dad, Robinson, on earlier in the show, former Bears receiver, 11-year NFL. And I asked him about it. You have Roma Doomsday. Leads the team in yards, leads the team in targets, leads the team in receiving touch. And a part of the offensive plan on Sunday. He was not part of the offensive plan on Sunday. All right, sorry about that, folks. A little technical difficulties, but we're back. So, Boyle's beef. So, things that have really irked me here over the last 24 hours or so. Roma Doomsday, Bears receiver, leads the team in yards, leads the team in targets, leads the team in catches, leads the team in receiving touchdowns. Wasn't a perfect game plan since Cincinnati. DJ Turner, Bengals' best corner, followed him all over the field. That's fine. Caleb Williams was still able to find Coughlin for a ton of plays, spread the ball. They used a young guy, used their other receivers, right? And so they ended up scoring 40 points. Absolutely no problem with that. It's one game. The opposing defense took your best receiver away. You still scored 47 in the game. Roma Doomsday at James decides to pop off on social media, quote tweeting other people's tweets saying the Bears should just trade Roma Doomsday to another that's actually. And Roma Doomsday puts a pin emoji on that. Read several other things about Roma Doomsday not getting the football, and you're just an absolute clown. You're an absolute clown. Why are you? Do you not watch the game of football? Do you not know how it works? If his dad watched the game, if he would see that DJ Turner followed Roma Doomsday all over the field. They double teamed him on a couple of plays. Your team still scored 47-1. Why are you going out of your way to stir the pot when in so many other games this year, Roma Doomsday has gotten 10-plus targets. He's got 100-plus yards. He's had big games. One game where he's not victor in the offense and you're ready to go to social media and create some controversy within the team, you just the parents will complain about that people hate nowadays in sports. My son should be the star. My son should get the ball all the time. Shut your mouth, Mr. Doomsday. Shut your big. Okay? Because now you wonder how the locker room, and at many times it probably doesn't, but you got to imagine somebody brought that to the attention of Ben Johnson. Somebody probably brought that to the attention of Ryan Poles, the GM, that Roma Doomsday's dad is saying. And then it gets to the point, it's like, okay, you obviously talked to your dad, and so he's said stuff to you. Is that affecting now your mindset, the way that you play? Like, do we have a controversy on our hands? And then the Bears went out of their post on media a highlight reel of Roma Doomsday being a run blocker with the caption "selfless." Like, the Bears social media team is clapping back at Rome Odunze's dad. It's just a very unnecessary situation. Who knows if it is actually affecting the team or the locker room at all. But it's just like, dude, tell your dad to shut up, okay? You had one game where you weren't the focal point of the offense. Can we just for a second not do that? So it just makes me so angry because you know that on a smaller scale, if your kids play AAU, if your kids are playing high school or college sports, you'll have parents that try to weasel their way in, try to talk to the coach, and it's just so annoying. It's so unnecessary. So to see that happening on an NFL level, like this stuff still happens, man. So Rome Odunze's dad, oh my God, biggest clown of the week. Okay, I've got some beef with some other teams here. The trade deadline came and passed yesterday. The Jets were the big sellers. Cowboys, they went for Logan Wilson, linebacker from the Bengals, and they got Quinnen Williams. I don't mind that the Cowboys were buyers at all. I really don't. Their offense has been way too good. It's been a top 3 offense across every major statistical category. Like, I give Jerry Jones a lot of credit, and he said it. He was on the fan in Dallas, and he was like, I don't have much time left. Like, okay, Jerry, yeah, thanks for letting us know that you're, over the age of 80, and Father Time might come for you soon. Now, there's maybe some people that are upset with that. Like, why are the Cowboys going for it when they're 3-5-1 and their defense is atrocious? Their defense is not a player away from being a Super Bowl contender, right? I mean, they had him. They traded away Micah Parsons. Like, Jerry Jones dug himself into this own hole. I give him credit for trying to dig himself out of it and improve the defense. So even the Cowboys were buyers. The Colts were the big buyers, even though I think it's an overpay to give 2 first-round draft picks to Sauce Gardner. I give them credit for going for it. There are several other teams that are legit contenders to win the Super Bowl that had some clear and obvious needs, especially at the wide receiver position, and just stood idle. I'm looking at you, Buffalo. I got beef with Brandon Beane, Bills GM. Do you not remember how the last several postseasons have gone for you? Agonizingly short against the Chiefs. The dud a couple years ago against the Bengals. Like, we know what the Bills' offense is. They run the ball really well with Jimbo Cook. Josh Allen is Superman. They try not to make him have to be Superman until January. And I know they run a lot of 12 personnel with the 2 tight ends, Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox. But again, I can't fathom a team whose top receiving options are Khalil Shakir and Keon Coleman, who has not really developed into the receiver they thought he was going to be at all so far, and think that you didn't need to make a trade when the Jaguars picked up Jacoby Myers, the Seahawks picked up Rashid Shaheed. Who knows? Maybe the Bills called up the Dolphins in division rival and asked what it would take to get Jalen Waddle, and maybe the Dolphins told them, yeah, first round pick and more, and the Bills told them go scratch, because I think that would have been an overpay. But you saw other teams overpay. And how many times do you have to lose to Patrick Mahomes in January before you go and try to make a big splash? And they did it a couple years ago with Amari Cooper. Jacoby Myers and Rashid Shaheed are still guys that are young, guys that can make a difference in the receiving core. And so I can't get how Buffalo stood pat and did not do anything. And the same to be said on a lesser scale about teams that I don't view as Super Bowl contenders, but teams that right now they'd make the playoffs if the season ended today. And that's the Patriots, and it's also the Steelers. Most importantly, Pittsburgh. Like, Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson are your top receivers after DK Metcalf. Aaron Rodgers is actually playing a lot better than most people thought he would this year. The defense has been the issue. But then the defense gives you a glimpse of what they still could be on Sunday when they force 5 Daniel Jones turnovers. And if you actually want to rewrite history, another team that has failed over and over again in January, at least the Bills have made it to a couple AFC title games. Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers, it's one and done, 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 year after year after year. Pittsburgh Steelers didn't find it necessary to go make a trade for a receiver at the deadline when they're, again, Rashid Shaheed fetched a 4th and a 5th. Jacoby Myers fetched a 4th and a 6th. I didn't think it was that costly to go out and get a receiver, so I got beef with the Steelers and the Bills, and even to a lesser extent, the Patriots. Drake May's playing out of his mind, and I just don't think it's like, if the Patriots get knocked out in the postseason, it's because they don't have the firepower in the receiving room to beat the Ravens, to beat the Bills, to beat the Chiefs. And so Kayshon Boutte's had a nice season. Stephon Diggs has been really, really good. Pop Douglas had a massive game on Sunday. I still think you could have added another piece if you're the Patriots. All right, one other thing that I've got beef with here is Rico Dowdle posted on social media tonight that he got fined, and I saw a couple of reporters say that it was around $15,000 for his Key and Peele 2 Pumps celebration on Sunday. Are we serious? Like, NFL stands for No Fun League, man. That was a hilarious celebration. Him doing a couple of pelvic thrusts with his teammates, that really warrants not only an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, but then a $15,000 fine. And I like what Rico Dowdle's doing with it. He's donating it to charity. He's starting a GoFundMe. He's going to donate his fine money plus any other people that want to contribute to some charities in North Carolina. So credit to Rico Dowdle. And I can't believe it, man. Everybody knows it's 3 pumps. It's not 2. Finally, I got the opposite of beef with Tom Brady. I love that Tom Brady cloned his dog. And if you're just seeing this or hearing this for the first time, yes, Tom Brady literally cloned his dog. He used some billion-dollar tech startup company to do a draw of blood and clone his late dog. And so now he's got a new dog, and it's a clone of his dog that passed away. I think it was a year ago. Look, man, many of you might think this is weirdo, psycho behavior, and like, of course, Tom Brady cloned his dog. I don't have a problem with it. How many of you wish that your best friend, your family dog, your lifelong compadre that you grew up with and had some of your most precious moments with, don't you wish you could have him around forever? I don't have a problem with Brady doing that at all. All right, fun show. Thanks to Brandon Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Brad Evans. We'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight. We'll see you tomorrow on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I heard a lot of people ranting and raving about how the Colts gave up 2 ones and that's too much for Sauce Gardner, blah, blah, blah. He's 25 years old. So you're willing to say his prime is done. He can't get anywhere close to the level that he was playing at a few years ago. 25 years old, going to be invigorated in a winning situation, one of the best teams in football. You don't think he's going to play better? I do. And the key to what you said right there, window. Whether you believe it's all passing, all rushing, it's more balanced nowadays. We know that. And when you have an elite running back, that can change everything. Oh, who won the Super Bowl last year? Oh, that's right. The team that Saquon put on his back. How many years is Jonathan Taylor going to play at this level? You're going to sit around and just, no, the value's not there. I don't like it. It's not enough value. And then he's not the guy that he used to be. And maybe that was your window before you found a quarterback that you had to pay. So I like it. I like the aggressiveness. Good on them, man. It's not like these teams at the top of the AFC are unbeatable. They've proven that because they're playing just as well as some of them. I was going to mention Eagles plus 8.5. It's a lowish total. It's close to the mid 40s, I guess, 44.5, 45. But getting the Eagles plus 8.5, even though it's at Lambeau, I like that one. How about you?
I thought you were going to lead us to the Patriots at first, and then you mentioned the trades, and I was like, "Oh, Philly, okay, makes sense."
I got that too.
I mean, New England from plus 2.5 to plus 8.5 in Tampa seems to be a decent wager. We like Tampa, relatively speaking, but Tampa's always in close games for the most part. And New England has an offense that has a lot of stability there. I don't think you're going to shut that down. So when you look at the Bucs games this year in terms of games that they've won handily, name one. Okay, the Saints, 23-3. Got it. Yep, that's one.
Saints.
And then every other game is close, including the first 4 wins by 3, by 1, by 2, by 3. So I don't know that there's a likelihood that Tampa blows them out. I mean, New England could win the game outright, obviously. The Lions only 2.5, but I thought for sure you were going to say New England up. I like Philly, though. I said yesterday I like Philly in the game, let alone in a teaser. So I agree with you on that one, too.